Hello everyone, welcome to What If Issei Got Cheated On and Finally Stopped Holding Back movie. Before we start, please go support Moro 104,201 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Issei is a male. Arc 1. New Beginning. Chapter 1. Halpikuhai. Prologue. We take a look at a very particular house in Kuo City, and why, you might ask. Simply because this house has been visited by a bit of everything. Demons, angels, Grigoris, fallen, yokai, Asgardians, among other supernatural creatures, in addition to the renovations it's undergone, among others. But now it was inhabited by only two people, as in the beginning, and to the delight of both people, they were pleased to return to their typical routine. Paf 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 paf. The sound of knocking was heard in a certain chestnut tree's room, the reason? Well, it's simple, he was training with a punching bag, practicing the 1-2 hooks, punches from several different angles, wearing a black t-shirt, camouflage training pants, and blue ankle boots. Issei had changed a little, his hair grew slightly, it was no longer tied in those two unique low tails, now it was a slightly longer one that reaches a little below the shoulder blades, his face was a little more serious, and what was most noticeable was his growing muscles covered by his clothes, but more noticeable in his exposed arms. Half. I ended up giving an uppercut raising the sandbag, Issei let out a sigh, he had returned to a monotonous life, just as it was before he met her. To understand a little, let's tell Issei's past for a few minutes. Flashback. The brown-haired boy's life couldn't be called entirely normal. He struggled to make friends, not exactly because he was quite antisocial. No, gentlemen, he was a cheerful and humble boy. The real reason was his tastes and decisions. He was always one of those people who preferred to be harmed rather than harm. This led him to be the target of ridicule and bullying by his classmates. It seems that a kind person like him wasn't well regarded in the society. At least until he met those who would be his inspiration, the first Mamoru Takamura, who had achieved and defended the title of world boxing champion for 5 years in a row, always giving his all to achieve his goal, and the second but even more important to him, Ippo Yukinoichi, a featherweight boxer who won the Japanese belt at 19 years old. I'm sorry if I don't put the data correctly, but I haven't read the entire manga or seen all the seasons of the anime. However, when he heard a report about what his life was like before entering boxing, that's when he saw that they were very similar. Both bothered by his kindness and way of being, but he showed that no matter what you are like, with effort you can achieve your goals. They both showed little Issei that if you really want something you must give your all to achieve it. Not only did this give him hope, but it also got him into the world of boxing. The 7-year-old brown-haired boy began practicing some boxing drills. One afternoon, while jogging, he saw 3 boys a year older than him bullying a boy who was possibly his age. Ah, how pathetic, you don't last even a second, dwarf. The one who spoke seemed to be the leader, the little one was getting up and wanted to leave, but his legs hurt. Well, we better finish him off, said another one ready to hit him. Hey, stop, Issei shouted behind him. Aren't you ashamed of messing with someone smaller than you? Don't get involved where you're not called, brat, said the last of the group. The leader stepped forward to serve the other two. You want a beating, dwarf? He smiled when he saw that the brunette didn't back down. You know, I feel like taking out my frustration on you. I just hope you last longer than that useless guy. He stood on guard. Issei also got into a fighting stance, and both of them charged at each other to fight. Ah ha ha, at least you lasted longer. For a few minutes the brunette and the bully threw punches at each other, but Issei was at a disadvantage in the strength of his blows, so he had to resort to dodging and landing specific blows, but it didn't go entirely well. At least he managed to land some pretty effective blows to the face. But it was only a matter of time before the brunette fell to the ground. What do we do with the boss? The other one escaped while you were fighting this one. Nothing, just leave him, that's enough, let's go, he said, and with that they left, leaving Issei lying on the floor with some bruises on his body. When the 3 bullies were already far away, the same boy came out from the bushes to approach the boy. Issei was recovering from the beating. Then he saw the boy in front of him. Are you okay? The boy asked timidly. He was wearing a white shirt with orange shorts, bright light brown hair that was almost orange, and purple eyes. Yes, don't worry, I'm fine, the brown-haired boy spoke calmly. His clothes were a little dirty, a red t-shirt with dirt, black shorts with stained sneakers. I'm glad, I was worried that they would hurt you too much, he said, relieved. Don't worry, they need more than that to hurt me, smiling, spreading that smile to the little one in front of him. My name is Haidu Issei. I'm Shidu Arena. Since then Issei and Arena became friends for a year. Until the day came when the two separated because Arena's family had to move to a new city for her job, however they promised that they would be best friends forever. Years passed, Issei helped his mother with everything so that she wouldn't be so burdened. At 14, Issei enrolled at Kuo Academy, which was previously all female, but had become co-ed a few years ago. The male population was smaller than the female population. During this time, Issei gained a reputation for being a pervert, along with his two classmates Mitsuda and Motohama, known as the perverted trio. Issei was nicknamed the perverted beast, which caused him to be beaten several times for spying on women. During his second year he met the other side of the world, known as the supernatural world, all thanks to a girl who cheated on him on their first date, whom he knew as Amano Yuma was a Gregory, fallen angel, named Rainer who was sent to kill him. He was revived by Rias Gremory a demon. He met Yudo Kiba, a survivor of the church's Holy Sword project, Taoju Kaneko a Nekomata belonging to the Yaokais, and Himejima Akeno, the daughter of one of Gregory's cadres. Several things happened: his confrontation against Rainer to save Argento Asia, a former nun, because she possessed a secret gear capable of taking out any of the factions, as well as his union to the Gremory, the battle against Razor Phoenix to break Ria's marriage to him, the battle against Kakabiel, and his plan to start a new holy war, along with the union of Corda Zenovia to the group. The reunion of the biblical factions and the revelation of Hakuraiku. The reunion of the young demons, their confrontation with the Citri group, the appearance of Loki and what happened against Shalba, his confrontation with his evil self, the events in Kyoto, and more. During that period of time, the Cows Brigade had mysteriously disappeared, along with Rizovin and the hero faction. The office had gone to the dimensional gap to deal with Gred Reed. There was a period of peace that affected the members of the occult club in different ways. Rias and Akeno had entered Kuo University, where they met a senpai who liked them since during the time they were there he showed them the institution. Over time they became friends, but the two wanted something more than that, and over time, they formalized a relationship with Kaden, since they completely forgot about the brown-haired boy. Asia, Zenovia and Ararna, who in her meeting with her best friend, revealed that she was a woman and that she dressed in a masculine way, became interested in some envoys from the church, since with their club duties, and the fact that as the year passed they were in a different course than Issei, caused them to separate themselves more from him, and to forget about him and their relationship, becoming interested in these envoys from the church who went right to their classroom, Ren. Paul and Brendam. Kaneko or Shirin, after reconciling with her sister, Ravel Phoenix and Kunu, fell in love with three boys who went to their class, who were kind and considerate to them. They felt that they had something that Issei did not, and in a short time they fell in love with them, Dren, Javier and Tom. Rossweisse had to teach a different classroom than Issei's, where she met a young math teacher, who she liked. They both started talking. It became a routine, then in daily outings, and finally dates in which the guy used his mathematical ability to get discounts. This made her fall in love more, and finally, they had a relationship, Canem. LaFay and Kuroka were with them mostly for their outings on missions that office entrusted to them. Having to travel more and more, Kuroka began to have interest in Volley as she spent more time with him, and LaFay met a trusted friend of her brother. She found him attractive, and as the months went by, she began to get more attached to him, Merrick. Once again Hayadu Issei was alone again. If it weren't for the help of his mother who supported him, he would possibly have fallen into a very serious emotional depression. During this period of the last months of his second year in high school, the well-known perverted beast lost that perverted flame after suffering twice the same suffering for the women he loved, and they ended up breaking his heart. This is something that affects many severely. However, not only was his mother there, but also his other kuhai, Gaspar Vladi, was with him. When he saw how his classmates left the brown-haired boy aside, he tried to cheer him up. Whenever he could he went to his house, and Issei's mother thanked the little vampire for his help. Even if it was strange, Issei felt more encouraged when Gaspar came to visit him, and they played video games. Their relationship as friends improved over time. Gaspar also, being with the brown-haired boy, became a little more manly and began to wear the boy's uniform to school. It was progress at least. He was also in the company of his friend Kiba. Both of them forged a stronger friendship over the months. The blonde was really worried when he found out what happened. Seeing Issei's state, he hardly smiled, and if he did they were usually fake or fleeting. But whenever he came he met Mitsuda and Motohama, who also came to help their friend get out of that deplorable state he was in, but not with something perverted, but they stayed to talk and spend time with the one who was his work partner. Getting the occasional smile or laugh out of him, the blonde, the bald man and the black-haired man also got to know each other better. However, the three, Issei, Kiba and Motohama, agreed that sometimes Mitsuda was a fool when he wanted to. However, they decided to keep up appearances and maintain their role in school. Another person who came to help was, or rather there were three women. One was Sekiryuutei, known as the fourth pervert for her hobby of reading yaoi porn in class. She really worried about Issei when she saw that he was not there during the first days of his third year. When she asked the three friends of the brown-haired man, she asked them about Issei's condition, and they told her when they saw that she was really worried. When she found out she really disliked what her friends did to him, so she decided to help him. Something worth noting is that she started to wear her hair down, showing that she had her hair in curlers, which in the words of the brown-haired man, made her look cute. This caused her to blush. The other two, and to the surprise of the brown-haired boy, were Sona Citri and Sinchrit Tsubaki, the previous president and vice president of the student council. They had been worried when they saw Rias and Akeno dating Kaden senpai, since as they remembered all of them were in a relationship with Issei. However, when she claimed to the red-haired girl about that, she said that simply, her relationship with the brown-haired boy was not going anywhere. Sona claimed why. If Issei had done everything to save her, both her and the others, Ria said that she was grateful for what he did for her and the others too, but if Issei was not man enough and took the first step in their relationship, they simply could not be together. Wasn't he man enough? Wasn't he man enough? Saving you from a commitment you didn't want, especially with the odds stacked against you. Standing up to protect you from her destined rival. Defending her dreams and desires, not just hers but everyone's. Coming back from the dead just to protect them. And treating you like any normal girl, not like an heir to a clan. If that's not being a man, then he doesn't know what would be. That was the thought of both black-haired women, given the response they received from the former leaders of the occult club. They received the same answer from the rest. She was disappointed in all of them for their actions. Tsubaki couldn't think well of them either after their answers. They decided to go visit Haidu Issei to see how he was. The brown-haired boy was really surprised to receive such a visit, but invited them in, and if they wanted something to drink, the two girls were surprised by the gentlemanly attitude that Issei showed. When they said their reasons for visiting him, he just lowered his head a little and asked how much they knew. They told him everything they knew, despite the fact that the brown-haired boy's words were a little sad. He showed a smile to try to relieve Sona and Tsubaki. Tsubaki felt a blow to the chest when she saw the boy in front of him with such an air of melancholy and sadness, with those smiles that were barely visible unlike the old Issei. Sona also looked with compassion at the brown-haired boy. He did not deserve anything that happened to him, and the others were ungrateful and bastards. Rias was her friend, but everything has limits, and she has already reached hers. Since then, Issei has slowly begun to recover from his depression. He appreciated the time they spent together, but they had more to worry about than him. However, they turned a deaf ear to that response, so Issei simply remained silent with a nervous smile. End of flashback. The chestnut tree went down the stairs to help his mother. "Good morning, Mom," I greeted her, giving her a kiss on the cheek. "Good morning, son," she replied with a smile. She was Himiko Haidu, with blonde hair tied in a high ponytail with two bangs that frame her beautiful face without wrinkles despite entering her 40s, light brown eyes and a beautiful smile according to her son, despite, as I said, being close to 40, she has a heart attack body. With measurements of 160-88, she wears a long-sleeved blue shirt that fits her body, a long white skirt that highlights her buttocks and black shoes. Some would say that they are not related by their physical appearances, but they are. "I'm going out to run some errands today. I'll be back in the afternoon putting on a blue-hooded jacket." "But don't you have to go to the club today?" he said with concern in his voice. "I told Kiba to tell Agent San that I couldn't go," he replied without turning to look at her. "Honey," the brunette turned to look at his mother, "are you sure you want them to continue living here?" He only lowered his head when he knew what she meant. "If you want, I can tell them to please leave. Since you don't feel comfortable with them continuing to live here, I can find them a place to stay, maybe a hotel." She really wasn't comfortable with them continuing to live here because of her son's condition, and every time the girls from the Gremory group talked, it was always about their now boyfriends, as if her son couldn't hear them. "No, it's okay, I don't want you to get in trouble because of me, Mom." He approached and kissed her on the cheek. "See you later, take care." He left through the main entrance. "I don't mind getting into trouble if that's what I can help you with," Issei-chan touching where he kissed her. "With Issei." The brown-haired boy took advantage of his time on his way to work to help his mother with the expenses so she wouldn't have to exert herself so much. He took the longest route so he could run and jog, alternating between them until he got to work. Now he was crossing the park where he had met Erna. This brought back some pleasant memories, but also the most recent and bitter ones. "Enough." I heard a familiar voice, and despite the strength in his voice, it seemed broken. Issei went down to the park and headed to where the voice was coming from. That's where he saw them. "How can you stop? It means you haven't had enough yet." It was a boy from Kuo Academy, apparently from the same year as Issei. He had blonde hair with red tips and yellow eyes. Next to him were two other boys. One with black hair combed back, dark brown eyes, and a stupid smile plastered on his face. And finally, a light brown-haired boy with green eyes and a bored look on his face. They were bothering. Asper called the attention of the four. Asper was pleased to see his senpai. Gasper was now wearing the male academy uniform. He hadn't changed much, except that he had grown a little taller and his appearance wasn't as feminine as before. This caused him to attract the attention of the female members of the academy. "Do you know the dwarf?" asked the one with the bored look. "He's my friend and I want to know why they're hitting my kuhai," I said in a kind manner. If it's Yukuhai, you should know that the bastard thinks he can get all the girls' attention. We're just giving him what he deserves. The blonde, arrogant, the one who seemed to be the leader spoke with a smile. Well, if it's just because of that, they must really be frustrated for not even getting a woman's attention. Issei approached slowly. Well, the boys looked at him with hatred for what he said. However, that doesn't justify hitting him for his problems. He has nothing to do with it. You bastard. You think you're so cool. Smile seemed angry at his comment. He rushed to hit him, and his two cronies followed his example. I don't know where I've seen this before, he thought with a small, mocking smile. When the first thug threw the punch, Issei just ducked a little to dodge it. The same thing happened with the second and third. The three of them passed by, almost falling due to losing their balance. Damn. Huh. When the guy noticed a detail, the buttons on his vests had disappeared. I think the one who thinks he's very cool is someone else. He opened his hands so that the buttons of their vests fell out. They were surprised and took a step back. Do you still want to fight? He placed himself in basic boxing guard, placing his foot in hand opposite his skill hand in front. If you are south, the right foot and arm in front, vice versa if you are right-handed. With both arms at shoulder height with the palms almost completely closed. Ha! Do you think you're scaring us with that? Well, my legs aren't shaking. The truth was that the thug's legs were shaking like freshly made jelly. If they're as men as they say, why don't they come closer? The three trembled even more when they saw that the brown-haired man was actually capable of beating their faces if he wanted to, so they made the wisest decision so far. You don't think you're safe, idiot, you'll pay for this, he said as they started running. HMP, idiots. Hahaha. He turned around upon hearing that slight laugh coming from Gasper that was amazing, and then fainted. Hey, Gasper reacts. I try to wake him up. He has a lot of magic power, but his physical resistance still sucks. I lift him up to place him on his back and take him to him. I just hope they let me in and put him to rest. Later in Issei's work. Where am I? He wandered in his thoughts. The last thing I remember is that Issei-senpai helped me remembering the last moments. Hack. But that noise, the blonde man woke up. He had a towel flying off his back. He looked around like he was in a warehouse. Oh, you're awake now. I turned my head to the right to see an adult, possibly around 40 years old, with a bushy mustache, bald and quite stocky, wearing blue overalls with a red cap. The boy asked me to let you rest. Hey? Wait a bit, and he turned to open the warehouse where he was, and Gasper saw many workers of different ages. Castanito, your friend the dagger has woken up. Hiya. Bald old man, I already told you not to call me that. Someone shouted, causing a smokescreen to come rushing in. Upon arrival, the brunette was seen wearing blue work pants, a black t-shirt, and black work shoes. He was carrying 3 boxes at least 1 meter high and 1.30 meters long behind him. He didn't look like a friendly person. And his name is Gasper, not Dagger. What did you hear, brat? Your little friend with the dubious sexuality has already woken up. You will be. He said with a vein on his temple. He decided to ignore him to leave things on a ledge and turned to the blonde. Hello Gasper, I'm glad you're okay. Senpai. Gasper jumped to hug him, clinging tightly to his torso. Hey, let me go. He hit him hard on the head to make him let go, and he held his head. That's why they keep calling you effeminate. Ooh, but. No way. You're already in 2nd grade, change your attitude a bit. While he crossed his arms and calmed down. Issei-senpai, where are we? Asked the boy when he saw the place. We're in a packaging warehouse, where you can find a little bit of everything. We get orders, we get them, and we ship them. That's pretty much our job, he explained, speaking blondly with the help of the other workers. Wow, what timing. Yeah, well. What I came for, Gasper. He sat down on a nearby bench. Who were those guys bothering you? His tone of voice was much more serious. Well, they were Ren, Fall and Brendam. At the mention of those names the brown-haired boy opened his eyes very wide. But aren't those Argento-sans, Shido-sans and Corda-sans boyfriends? I inquired since I knew the names of the Gremory's boyfriends, but not their appearance. Yes, they usually bother me when I leave school or when I go to the club, he explained with his gaze lowered. I see, but that doesn't explain why they said you monopolize female attention. Aren't they with the church trio? I asked. That's what I tried to tell them, but they don't believe me. I tried to tell them when I saw them flirting with some second-year girls, explained the half-vampire, but they started hitting me when some girls started talking to me. I caught a lot of attention from the girls, and well, they started bothering me more with slight tears, and then receiving a blow to the forehead from the brunette. Don't exaggerate, he said, his expression serious. Well, that explains a few things. He stood up to go get the boxes. Lifting her up with ease. Well, since you're recovered, you can go home. He left to drop off the boxes to carry her up. Gasper, on the other hand, stood still for a while until he reacted. Hey, wait. She ran after him until she caught up with him. Aren't you going to do anything? Nope. Aren't you going to tell them that they're cheating on them with other girls? It's your problem, not mine. And you're just going to leave it like that? The brown-haired man left the things at the entrance of the truck to be loaded. I'm sorry to tell you, Gasper, but I have nothing to do with them anymore, closing the truck's door since it was his last load, but they will do something to you, pointing at him. I'm not going to allow them to continue treating you like a used rag. Huh? He said in surprise, but then his eyes sparkled with excitement. Would you teach me how to do that thing you did with those three? Nope, the blonde almost fell on his face at the answer. In your state, you won't be able to do anything like what I did to those three, Issei stressed. I'll just teach you how to defend yourself, so they don't hit you so easily. Ooh, but I want to learn what you did against those three. The two of them were already at the exit point where all the employees were leaving. Issei collected his monthly payment and left with Gasper. The half-vampire saw that the place was much larger than it seemed and that they were only in one part of the warehouse. If this surprises you, you haven't seen the basement, it's twice as big. The brunette held back his laughter when he saw the blonde's face when he heard this information. Both were walking to their homes, while the brown-haired boy accompanied Vladi to his apartment, which he shared with Kiba. Why do you say that? Because of my condition, I won't be able to do the same as you? Asked Gasper. Not only because of your condition, but also because of your attitude. This confused the blonde a little. To be able to do what I do, you need to condition your body as best as possible. Boxing isn't for everyone, and I know that very well, explained the blonde as he stood up. I can do it, if you give me the chance I can do it, he said with a smile, but the brown-haired boy didn't even bother to look at him. Gasper the aforementioned looked at him. Do you think boxing is like a type of game? That question threw him off a bit, but he answered decisively. But isn't that right? He answered confidently. It's a sport used to entertain people, nothing that happens there is real, it's a show. He explained how he saw boxing. The brunette remained silent, listening to the younger blonde's explanation. Gasper, if that's your vision of boxing, and the half-vampire thought he had managed to convince him, but when he turned around, Gasper felt the penetrating gaze that Issei was giving him. You can forget about the proposal I made you. Despite what one could say about the look that the brown-haired man was giving his kuhai, it was more like reproach. Do you think boxing is that simple? Or that it's just a game to put on a show for the deluded? Listen to me carefully, Vladi, unless you know what boxing really is, I'm not going to help you with your little problem. Am I clear? Issei was out of his mind, since he couldn't stand that the sport he loved was treated like a simple game to have fun. Gasper simply stood still, scared by the way the brown-haired boy screamed, almost as if he had insulted his mother. Poor thing for him to do. And let me tell you this so you're clear. Looking straight into Gasper's eyes, in boxing, if you're not willing to give it your all, you won't get anything. But that said, Issei decided to go home, leaving Gasper practically paralyzed by what had happened. When he managed to react, his senpai had already left. He decided to leave in the direction of the apartment he shared with Kiba. Back with Issei. The chestnut was arriving home. He was thinking about what he said to Gasper. Maybe I was a little rude to him, the blonde reflected a little, but I can't stand that they take boxing so lightly. They don't know what sacrifice really is. Mikuneachi-san and Mamoru-san, they are the perfect example for them to see that it's not as easy as they think. He stood at the entrance to his house, wondering what Gasper would decide. He raised his head. If he's willing to do the training, I'll probably see him at the park. If not, well, he'll manage, and he decided to go in for good. Upon entering, he went to the kitchen, where he saw his mother preparing dinner. He looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was 8:15 p.m. It had taken longer than expected. Hello ma, he greeted and was about to apologize when he heard. Yufufuf of Kaden-senpai, that's quite naughty. That was Akeno's voice, and she sounded very lively. The brown-haired boy wondered why she was acting like that. He looked at his mother, who was blushing and looking down. I'm sorry, he said almost in a whisper. He went to the living room to see where the half-fallen voice was coming from. Upon arriving at the room, he saw how the red-haired girl was very flirtatiously kissing a green-haired man, wearing a white shirt, a light blue t-shirt underneath, brown pants and black shoes. The guy seemed to enjoy himself while caressing Ria's leg under her skirt. Yufufufu Kaden, you really kiss well, said the redhead while licking her lips, then letting out soft moans when she felt the grass head kiss her neck. It's not my fault that you drive me crazy, your lips are delicious, but I would like to try something else, he said while looking into Ria's eyes. But you, it's not fair, why can you bring your boyfriend and we can't? Zenovia asked for all of them, since they were going out with the others. Ria said that they couldn't bring them to the house. Since I'm your president, no one could bring their boyfriends before me and Akeno, this is my house, so. I'm sorry to say it, but this is my house, he replied with contempt in his voice. I say, said the Gremory, surprised along with the others. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? He said with a mocking smile and sarcasm as he approached where the boy named Kaden was. If I remember correctly, this is my house, not yours. And I want to know one thing standing in front of the boy who somehow, and without the girls knowing, the green-haired boy was nervous since the brown-haired boy's presence scared him in some way. What the hell are you doing here? Issei's presence made Kaden feel insignificant. And I came because Rias-chan invited me despite feeling scared I had to keep up appearances so as not to look bad. I'm her boyfriend Kaden. I'm glad now, pointing towards the entrance of the house long. Kaden was going to say it was a joke, but Issei's face said otherwise. That scared the guy a little. Issei, you can't say that to Kaden. This is our house too. She tried to make herself noticed by the brown-haired boy as his master. Correction, this is my house. I looked directly at Rias. She was scared by the look the brown-haired boy was sending her, and if you're going to tell me that it's also yours because of the remodeling your family did, let me tell you that the property is still under my mother's name. That word scared Rias a little. Therefore it belongs to us, and you have better places to do your needs, my mom, and I don't need to listen to you and Himejima scream like bitches in heat. When you are bucked by any man you bring to this house, those words hit the aforementioned hard. Hey. Don't you dare call them that. Kaden decided to act brave and look good in front of the girls, but for some reason Rias and Akeno, although they liked that the green-haired boy defended them, didn't feel the same as when the brown-haired boy once did it, and the words said by him hurt like knives to the heart. This is none of your business, now go. Issei decided to end the conversation and leave to shower and change. But the boyfriend didn't like his answer. Don't you dare turn your back on the captain of a karate team. His pride and vanity were greater than his attempt to defend the girls. He felt outraged that a dwarf could ignore him like he was nothing. Nothing. Kaden-kun no. Shouted Rias and Akeno. They had seen the team's practices and knew how strong the green-haired boy's punches and kicks were. The guy threw a horizontal kick straight to the head. Whew. The only thing he kicked at that moment when he thought he had hit the chestnut tree's head was only air. He couldn't say anything because… Bang. That's the sound I'll use for body shots. For objects it'll be the one that appears when the bag hits, only for some. Kaden doubled over as his eyes turned white because he received a direct blow to the pit of his stomach. There was no time to think when he received two quick hooks to the right side of his face. Not only the speed was noticeable in those blows, but also the power. For the girls seeing it was one thing, but for Kaden feeling it was another. It was like receiving blows from a sledgehammer at high speed. His body turned to the left, remaining suspended in the air for a moment. He couldn't even feel the ground when he was received by a 3/4 uppercut straight to the left temple, lifting him. The rest for the Gremories happened as if in slow motion. Issei planted his right foot forward. He bent his knees, his left arm retracted back, his fist tightly closed marking his knuckles, the twist of his hip, and a step of his left foot forward. It only meant one thing, a powerful uppercut straight to the jaw, possibly causing more damage than a simple temporary paralysis of the body. Possibly a dislocation, and not exactly a jaw dislocation. Hi. Issei stopped suddenly when he saw that his mother got in the way, and when the blow stopped along with the brunette's body, a strong gust was produced that made his mother's hair flutter, and the already inert and unconscious body of the green-haired boy fell to the ground with a strong blow. Okay, leave it please, said the older blonde, trying to sound rude, but she softened too much when she said the last part. In addition to having a pleading look, Issei, no matter how pissed off he was, couldn't get mad at her. She lowered her arms, placing her hands in her pockets. She turned to look at the shocked girls, while Akeno and Rias healed erect. Kaden. I'm sorry for what my son did, but he's right, Rias-san. Even though your family remodeled our house with their financial contribution, we're still the rightful owners. So please take Kaden-san home, please. His tone was serious but kind. The girls reacted when she began to explain the reasons her daughter had given. Rias and Akeno looked at the brunette and he simply retreated to his room. For some reason, it hurt them that he didn't pay attention to them, but why? They had already decided that their relationship wasn't going to work out. The red-haired girl and the black-haired girl went in a magic circle to leave an unconscious green-haired girl at his house. As for the chestnut, he was in his room leaning against one of the walls. What's wrong, Ibu? I've never seen you act like that. That was a well-known red dragon, Drake. I don't know, Drake. I thought I wouldn't care who they went out with, but ever since Gasper told me that Asia, Zenovia and Arena's boyfriends were flirting with other girls, I couldn't stand seeing that. Kaden, and thinking he was doing the same thing to Rias and Akeno, he told his worries to his faithful adventure companion. It's strange that you refer to them by name. Could it be that you still feel affection for them? The dragon inquired. It's not exactly that, I just don't like it when they play with a woman like that, even if it's them, he explained his point of view. I see. And about Vladi? Calling Issei's attention from what you told him, do you think you'll see him again? Drake was interested in the result. If that child trained the same way as the brown-haired boy, the result would be interesting. If I'm honest, I don't know. You know that even though Gasper changed physically, his attitude hasn't changed much, most likely he won't see it for a while. Issei had to cut off his communication with the Celestial, since there was a knock on his door. Issei-chan, can I come in? It was his mother's voice. Yes, Mom, you can come in. She entered to see her son sitting on the floor. She closed the door and went to sit next to him. What's wrong? Son, is it okay for them to still stay? She asked the question so the brunette would look at her. If they continue to stay here, I'm afraid that they will only hurt you, not physically but emotionally. Well, she picked up his legs and hugged them as if trying to comfort herself. I don't like seeing you like this. I'm afraid that if you continue like this something bad might happen to you, or that you might do something crazy. Like what you almost did today. She began to shed tears of frustration for not being able to do anything for her son. No, I don't want to lose you like your father. She tried to wipe the warm drops of water, but they wouldn't stop coming out. Issei couldn't stand seeing the woman he loved most in the world cry like that, and if he was the one to blame, it made him feel worse. And on impulse, he did the only thing that came to mind. Hug her. She was a little surprised by her son's sudden touch, but after a few seconds she reciprocated the hug. Mom, you don't have to cry over something like that. He smiled at her to try to calm her down. It's true, I lost control a little. I don't know the reason why I acted like that either, but looking into her eyes, for a few moments she could see a blazing fire in his eyes. I promise I'll never abandon you, no matter what happens. Giving her a smile. Emiko only shed a few tears, seeing the strength with which he said those words. She felt her heart rejoice and not stop beating. Issei-chan, she cried, and then Issei-chan. Waya. He shouted when he felt his face end up on his mother's bust, since she gave him a bear hug that ended that way. The chestnut tree didn't dare run to his mother because he was in a rather delicate emotional state. This is going to be a long night, he thought as he felt his mother's breasts. They're so soft. I should lay off porn for a while. With Gasper. The little boy was in front of his computer, thinking about what Issei told him a few hours ago. In boxing, if you're not willing to give it your all, you won't get anything. How true are those words? That was what led him to watch boxing matches on his computer, featuring the greatest figures in the sport, as well as many others. During those hours, he saw how they practically tore each other to pieces to win. This surprised Gasper to a certain extent, since he had never seen humans fight like they did. He clenched his fists. Fights in which they continued fighting even when they were spitting blood and losing their protector. He pursed his lips. Some remained standing even when their arms could not be raised, when their legs trembled from exhaustion, but they remained standing. I can't take my eyes off the screen even with all the videos I've watched. How some died in pursuit of their goal, their dream. Something that seemed unattainable. Death in the four corners was a risk that all boxers knew. Issei knew it, but he defended the sport as if it were the most sacred thing in the world. He showed he had the courage to keep going, even with the risks. So why doesn't he? Always watching the fall of another boxer with his dreams shattered. I'm the one who backs down from everything. The death of another, after receiving a direct uppercut to the chin breaking his neck, even from things so simple for humans. I always back down from everything. To the winners who receive the belts, showing that they have given everything, or that they simply sought it from the beginning. So what can I do? The video ends and Gasper has his head down while his hair covers his eyes. What can I do? If I continue as I am? The next morning. Issei was getting up. Last night, it was a bit difficult to get his mother to leave his room. But he finally managed it and decided to go to sleep. He rolled over in his bed, but his face landed on something soft and warm. With one hand he touched and squeezed the strange object, then heard a hi. Soft, sweet and familiar. He opened his eyes so suddenly that the sound of breaking glass was almost heard, and he saw her. Lake blonde hair with waves, body covered by a large transparent t-shirt that revealed a blue lace bra, with panties of the same color, and her skin soft to the touch with a delicate face. Yes, it was his mother, to which the brown-haired boy came to the following conclusion: she came in and slept with him while he was sleeping. With superhuman and supernatural ability, the brown-haired man managed to get out of the situation and change. Already in the living room a light breakfast was prepared, and he was about to leave until Issei. He stopped when he heard Ria's voice behind him. I want to talk to you about last night. I don't have time. Besides, what are you doing here? I thought I told you this isn't your house. He tried to get out of the question. It's not true. You always have time for your mother, but when I want to talk to you, you don't have it. And why do you think that is? Issei's voice was a little irritated, since he couldn't stand that she compared herself to her mother and the attention she gives to each of them specifically. That's what I want to know. You're not like that. I know you well. That only angered him. He said he knew him. He wasn't there the last few months to know how he was. You don't know me at all, he replied dryly. Well, Rias felt how Issei's presence grew larger than hers when he gets angry. This made her tremble. At that moment the other girls of the Gremory group went down to help their king, but they saw that it was the brown-haired one who gave off such a great killer instinct. None of you. Her hair covered her eyes. The only thing you've worried about since the Cows Brigade disappeared is those jerks. Do you think I took it really easy? Do you think I didn't care about you when you started dating them? That it didn't hurt me that you went out with others without even knowing why? You don't even fully know those you call your boyfriends, and you think everything will go as you say. That is the biggest stupidity I've heard from you guys. She shouted what she thought of them since they moved away. Do you think I'm scared of you, Gremory? Or any of you? I'm no longer tied to those stupid feelings I had for you that were just a farce, so I could do whatever you wanted. Approaching Rias with a firm step, who only stayed because of the fear and pain her heart felt from such words, Issei stood in front of her. He was taller than her by centimeters, and his gaze reflected hatred repressed for a long time, but he noticed that not only towards them, but also towards another person. I don't care what you say or do to me, nothing will change from now on. You're just a profiteer, along with the other Surapantas, so I'll be clear with you and them. Do something that ends with a little patience I have for them, and I'll be the most dangerous renegade demon for the biblical factions. Issei's cold expression did not change at any time since he approached Rias, and they all understood those words. If they tempted their luck with the current state of the brown-haired man, he would not hesitate to kill them. They no longer meant nothing for him. And he made it clear. He left his house for work, leaving the whole place in a deathly silence. Minutes later in the park. Issei was arriving at the park, while in his mind his old friend decided to talk to him. Ibu, is what you told them true? Would you do it if you got to the point of not being able to stand them anymore? Asked his inner friend, with some concern in his words. Only time will tell, Drake, he replied, his gaze moving forward until he saw a person standing up ahead. He stopped when he was in front of the person standing in his way. So did you make a decision, perhaps? Or what? In front of him stood Gaspar Vladi with a serious look on his face. He didn't take his eyes off Issei's eyes, which were as cold as an iceberg because of what happened a few moments ago. But no matter how cold and hard the brunette's gaze was, the blonde didn't give up. Issei just gave a sharp, somewhat malicious smile that didn't even faze the half-vampire. I see. Well, if you've really decided, let's go. We have a lot of work to do. Walking towards Gaspar, passing him by, he turned around and followed his senpai. Well, if you've made it this far, it's because you're interested in history, so I just ask that you comment if you liked it, and I'll do my best to bring you the first chapter as quickly as possible. Maybe some parts were done a little forced. I hope that wasn't a problem for you. Well, Mr. M says goodbye. Chew, chew. Arc 1. New Beginning Chapter 2. A Haidu-style school day. Monday. Tomorrow v. The day is Monday. Hi, who doesn't love a Monday? Getting up early in the morning and going to work, school, college or a meeting. Hey, wait, who the buck are you? I am your narrator, the one who tells the stories. My narrator doesn't talk like a bucking government sellout. It's true, he has me locked up here. You damn storytelling piece of shit. I opened the closet where my beloved narrator was. Now it's your turn to be a clown. I rushed to the original narrator. Wait, I just want to instill the word of the Lord in young people. Technical problems. Well, where are we? So today is Monday early morning, and we see a little vampire walking with difficulty on top of the high school that breaks your balls. Thanks, TT narrator. Ooh, I'm very weak, complained the little vampire as he walked to school. Gaspar? A voice from ahead called him. The little blonde boy looked ahead to see a certain brunette with a backpack on his shoulder waiting for him a few blocks before Kuo, and he looked at him with a mocking smile. Excited? Smiling more. Do you find this funny? Og, he complained, but then felt his body hurt like never before, of course for him, since he is not used to it. It still hurts. Gaspar puffed out his cheeks, so the blonde earned a blow to his head. Stop doing that, it's not manly. Stop hitting me. I yelled at him while crying like a cartoon. Then stop acting like a child, I yell at the anime. They both continued walking toward the academy, chatting. The reason the blonde was so sore was because yesterday, Sunday, he had his first training session to condition his body, and it wasn't all that pleasant. Flashback. They both arrived at the warehouse where the chestnut tree worked. Upon entering, they saw that the other workers were already arriving, or some were already carrying out their tasks. Good people. Issei called with a shout. Hey Issei, I almost thought you weren't coming and were taking the day off, greeted one of the workers. If I don't work, the old man won't pay me, he emphasized while taking off his workout clothes, since he had his black t-shirt and work pants underneath. Won't it be hot? Well then, get to work before the boss arrives, another said while moving some boxes. Yes, I know, only this time I'm giving it to a guest. He threw a work uniform to Gaspar. After the blonde man put on his uniform and the brunette greeted his co-workers, they headed to the loading area where they saw 3 people. What do you two think you're doing? A female voice shouted. Calm down, we're not doing anything wrong, explained the voice of a young man of at least 20 years old who was lying on some boxes. Also, the boss or this one, let's take advantage of this opportunity to take a break, another 19-year-old supported the motion. You're hopeless. The girl told them. Apparently they started a party without me calling the attention of the three, who turned around. It was you, Issei, I almost got scared, exclaimed the 20-year-old. Yes, I'm also glad to see you, Marcus. Javier, you continue to cause problems for Carly, I emphasize with my arms crossed. Yes, as always. Carly crossed her arms. She is about 17 years old, her way of dressing was quite masculine, so some of the workers confused her with a boy, causing her fury. She has short reddish brown hair, wears blue overalls, thick brown boots and a green halter that was a little big on her. She does not have much bust, 70, and little pronounced hips, 75, which increased the confusion. And who is your little friend? Isn't it the dagger you brought yesterday? Marcus asked. He was 20 years old, with jet black hair, dressed like the workers in the entire warehouse, a gray shirt with an unbuttoned blue work shirt and blue pants with black shoes. Wasn't she a girl? Javier was the third youngest of them. He had green hair, wore his nightgown tied around his waist with a yellow t-shirt and black pants with ankle boots. I'm not a girl. I'm sorry to tell you that you look like a woman no matter what you do or say, the brunette says while addressing the girl, who by the way is on top of a small crane. Don't ask me. Hey Carly, I want to ask you a favor. And what would that be? I want you to teach him the routine I gave you when you came in, I explained as he approached some boxes and lifted them. Really? I don't think she's cut out for this job, the black-haired man emphasized. I'm not a girl. I screamed louder. It won't last too long, the green-haired man emphasized as he stood up. Hey Issei. Either you two do your job or I'll tell the boss to give me his pay for the month. He turned his head to see how they walked away with their drawers. I'm leaving Gasper. Carly to do your job today, make sure he does everything from that time. With that said he went to work. While the Verdad and the blonde were standing there, the girl approached Vladi. Well, since Issei left you in my care, I'll make sure you do everything he told me a while ago when I came in, giving him a smile that worried Gasper. Well Gasper-chan, let's have fun. The following hours were not exactly the best for the little vampire. His resistance and manhood were put to the test during those 10 hours, lifting, carrying, moving, dragging and more. Of course this was only the beginning. Gasper spent the worst 10 hours of his vampire life. However, when Issei arrived, he took charge of watching him for the remaining 3 hours, which were torture since he made him do the same tasks, but tripled the difficulty in carrying them out, which caused extreme exhaustion in the blonde, who ended up falling asleep. On the way out, the brown-haired boy said goodbye to his coworkers and headed to Gasper's house, where he went home to sleep. Flashback end. They both continued walking while a curious conversation arose between them. So Carly-san has to keep those two at bay. I usually do it, but when I'm not around she takes care of that pair, I explained while scratching the back of my neck. I'll have to pay her to put up with them, I muse. And how long have the four of them been there? The little vampire wondered. Well, I was the first to enter. I got the job before entering the academy. This surprised the blonde. Then Marcus arrived. He had arrived by accident due to an incident. The boss was the one who convinced him to work and put him in my charge. Then it was Carly. That girl was the daughter of an old friend of the boss. Unfortunately she died in an accident at the warehouse. Many of us had doubts about whether it really was an accident, especially Carly. That's why she decided to come to work. He remembered the moment he met those two and then our star child. Javier has been working for approximately 8 months. The reason he arrived was the most absurd in my opinion. We had some clashes because of his behavior, but over time we started to get along better. I didn't want to go into too much detail. Gasper seemed surprised, meaning that since he was almost 13, his senpai had been doing that kind of heavy work. That explains why your body is used to that work, the vampire exclaimed. Well, here we separate. They arrived at the high school and saw that some students were already there. See you later at recess. With that said, the brown-haired boy headed towards his classroom. The blonde did the same. Leaving the chestnut tree aside for a while, Gasper headed to his living room upon entering. Hey Gasper-kun, how are you? One of his classmates approached to greet him. Oh, hello Miri-san. Not very well. Let's say prefers to omit the part where I worked like a donkey almost all day yesterday. What happened? Another girl entered, approaching the conversation. It's nothing, just that yesterday I had a rough day. Hehe. Gasper preferred to sit down and remember a little what he did yesterday. Maybe he went through a lot of pain for him, but he learned a couple of things that will be useful to him, even if he doesn't know it. Little by little his other companions arrived, being greeted by everyone and making a good reputation compared to last year. His attitude had gained masculinity, and that attracted the girls because they only knew Vladi from the first year. The male students were envious of him, since they didn't know how a simple change made the blonde so popular. Of course, that was just jealousy, but of course, the problems arose when he was spotted by 3 third-year boys. And that's when the times began when he went out alone in the hallways, these three would corner him and threaten him, a high school cliché. Good students, the teacher arrived and the small bustle that was in the classroom. Good morning, professor, and so the classes begin. Let's get back to what concerns us. The brunette had arrived at his classroom, there was a small amount of shouting, desks were flying, pencils were being used as darts, and some students were being thrown by the girls, all normal, ducking down to avoid a chair and heading to his seat, which luckily was still standing. He placed his backpack on the seat, moving to the right to avoid another backpack. Hello Issei-kun, the blonde knight arrived and the girls eyed, Kiba Chaban. Hey Kiba, how are you? He greeted normally, taking a folder out of his backpack. Thanks for lending me the notes from the past classes, you saved me from the support classes. Well, I'm fine, and you're welcome. However, I don't blame you. You weren't at your best, he leans on the desk. I heard you helped Gasper on Saturday, I really appreciate it. So you know about the girls? Yes, I found out recently. Did you tell them? No, even though Rias is my master, she must solve her own problems, the blonde explained calmly. That sounded a bit cliché, you know. You don't have anything more original staring into space. Don't blame me, we're only on the second episode and I still have to introduce some things, don't complain. Okay, he leaned his chin on his arm. Are you still talking to me or what? With a drop of sweat running down his temple. Huh? Nothing, forget it. He looked towards the window while his developed senses picked up a conversation. Why does Kiba-kun hang out with Haidu? Catching a glance from Issei. I don't know, she's probably blackmailing him with something. Don't you have anything better to talk about? Her ears now focused on the conversation of three boys. Did you hear the rumor of disappearances near the lake? This caught the brown-haired man's interest. Yes, I heard that there have been several missing people. Near the lake, huh? That sounds interesting, and listening for the last time. Hey friend, I feel like getting drunk, I've had it since this morning. Poker face to Issei. I have such bad diarrhea that I can't stand it, when the break comes I'm going to shit. Hey Issei, how? Half. Issei banged his head against his desk. What was that? Mitsuda asked, a little scared by his action. Nothing, I just want to erase some words from my head, raising his head from which a little blood was coming out of his forehead, now looking at his bold friend. And what is it you want, Mitsuda? Yeah. It's about something Motohama and I wanted to talk about. Okay, guys, calm down now. The teacher comes in to calm things down. We'll talk later during the break. The bald man went to his seat, as did the blonde. With that, classes began for our friend. Hey narrator, this is a bit generic, don't you think? I mean, we could have gone into, I don't know, a battle or something. Don't worry, it'll just be for today, then we'll move on to something more interesting, it'll just be like a presentation, then there'll be some blows. Okay, but you better. The first few hours were a bit slow, language and history. When the bell rang, everyone ran out. Issei headed to the tree where he met with the perverted duo. The other two were already in the tree. Hey guys, greeted the brown-haired boy. Hello Issei, the black-haired boy waved. Well, what did you want to talk to me about? If it's about some disappearances that have been happening, the two already knew about the supernatural world slightly from Issei. Of course they didn't know everything, just the essentials to be able to understand what was happening sometimes in Kuo. Yes, I heard it while we were in class, I reflect. According to what has happened at the lake near here, what those who were nearby recognized was the figure of a woman crying, followed by a muffled scream from the person, explained Mitsuda. I remember hearing that it's usually young men who disappear, and they leave a small trail of blood, beyond that I haven't heard anything, Motohama added. Do you know roughly how long this has been going on? The brown-haired man rambled. About a week, I'm sorry I don't have more information, Mitsuda finished. I see, he finished while looking at the sky, then he closes his eyes to stand up. He was sitting. I appreciate it, I'll see if I can go take care of this. How did we end up secretly acting as protectors? The bald man asked doubtfully. We got into this when we started noticing the supernatural, Mitsuda, and when we saw the stray demons we decided to help Issei, even if it was something like this. The black-haired man adjusted his glasses. Yes, and I really appreciate it. While I'm busy you will be my eyes and ears for rumors that are worth investigating a little and making sure that it's not dangerous for us leaving, but stop and don't risk going alone, be careful. Who do you take us for, Issei? We're not idiots, Mitsuda said while laughing. Yeah sure, smiling and walking away. Issei said goodbye to his two companions and headed to the center of the building to see what was in the dining room. Upon arriving, he saw everyone sitting in chairs, some chatting and others eating, until he located his target. Yo, Gasper, the brown-haired boy caught the attention of the blonde and some second-year girls who were next to him. Oh, Issei-senpai, Vladi greeted, while the girls began to whisper, what's wrong? I told you I wanted to talk to you during the break, it's about yesterday. At the mention of the word yesterday, Gasper's body tensed. Why yes, what's up with that? His stuttering showed how nervous he was. We'll do it again next Saturday and Sunday without fail. I've already arranged everything, he finished, not paying attention to his surroundings, which everyone nearby heard and became confused. The little blonde boy was silent for a while until Wah. Don't exaggerate, you held up well yesterday. I don't think a few months will do you any harm, in fact it will benefit you quite well, he said as he sat down on a chair while listening to what his kuhai was shouting. But if you continue like this you'll break me. These words surprised the others and they began to have suspicions, but Issei wouldn't be. Come on, you did well, enduring all that without falling is an achievement. You will endure what comes next. Are you there? The dining room was silent for a few minutes. The but? No buts, Gasper, you asked me, remember? So don't complain now. He stood up and approached the blonde, placing his hands on his shoulders. Hey, don't worry, Gasper, I promise you'll be okay. I'll be gentle and little by little we'll advance little by little. Do you promise? Yes, I promise, now ruffling his hair with a smile. Okay, I'll do it, showing a determined look. So it has been. Half. Sfewish. They heard a large group of bodies falling to the floor. The two looked around and saw the girls from the cafeteria already unconscious and bleeding from their noses. What happened here? They both asked. Are you two idiots or what? Said a brunette who was behind them, covering her bleeding nose. The two looked at each other and then at her. That. Kiryu couldn't hold it and fainted. The two boys decided to go to the occult club. At the request of the brunette, Gasper simply followed him to talk to the Verdad. At the occult club. We see a blonde arranging some papers. Her body is still developing but quite attractive, with bright green eyes standing out against her uniform. Next to her was a short white-haired woman for her age. Her calm hazel eyes, her hair reaching above her shoulders and a cat clip in her hair, her body somewhat small but somewhat more developed. She's still a loli, but with a bit more bust. Asia-senpai has a lot of work, said the albino, as she placed a few papers on the desk that had already been reviewed. I know, Kaneko-san. Boo, but I need to finish this before Rias arrives, said a nervous Asia. I appreciate you helping me. No problem, he replied while eating some sweets. Talk. Asia is slightly startled as Kaneko catches two familiar scents. Ah, come in, he said, still recovering from his surprise, and was surprised to see the brunette enter with the blonde Vladi. Of course, if you can say enter, you can stay on the other side of the door watching. Issei-san. What? Hello, Argento-san, isn't Gremory here? Getting straight to the point while looking around. Well, she's busy and couldn't get here to see the papers for this month's contracts, she replied with a smile. Then Issei's gaze focused on her. She felt nervous. It's a bit strange to see you alone with Taojo-san at this hour. The two of you alone, huh? With that said, she approached the desk where the two were sitting. Her gaze never left them, and for some reason, his serene gaze made them nervous. It was strange, but in a certain way they found it attractive. Well then, he interrupted his fantasy abruptly while leaning on the desk. Somehow the light gave a mature glow to his face that made both of them have a noticeable red line on their faces. It already seems like a cheap soap opera. He stared at the blonde. She blushed at the boy's imperturbable gaze. You can give him my message. Starting this week I will take Gasper after classes for special training. Without hesitation he explained his reason for being here, something they surely didn't expect. How? I don't want to waste too much time, the break is almost over, so give him the message you want. Weren't we supposed to do it on the weekends? The little blonde boy asked, catching the attention of the two girls. I want to take advantage of the academy outings so you and I have more time and I can explain to you how things will be. He retreated to the vampire's side. They left the old building, leaving the two girls bewildered by what he said. Asia-senpai, do you know what Jaya-kun meant? Asked the bewildered albino. And no, boo, I thought Issei-san would want something else, she said, a little disappointed. Me too. For some reason she felt frustrated seeing that the brown-haired boy saw them there alone and did nothing with them. After a moment, she shook her head vigorously. What was she thinking? She already had a boyfriend and she loved him, right? Those of us who have read fic with this theme know what's coming, but I want to play with them a little longer, haha. On the other hand, Asia felt disappointed to hear that when the three of them were alone for a moment, he didn't even want to touch her, and this is where she begins to pray and ask for forgiveness for the indecencies that came to her mind. It's Afureta. The two boys, well, 1.5 still, were in the courtyard heading towards the building. They would soon ring the entrance bell. Gasper, when it's time to leave, wait for me at the exit. I have to fix some things with Korta-san, and we'll go train. Train? I asked in surprise. What? Did you think you were going to be lazy all week? No sir. He exclaimed forcefully. I plan on having you all week as a warm-up before the weekend. He flashed a sharp smile, which made Gasper shudder. Why do you think I'm going to have a bad time this week? Gasper is going to have a really tough time this week. Let's move on to the end of classes. I wish it could be that easy. Already at the exit. Issei was putting away his things. Classes were the same as always since he returned. Many things hadn't changed much. The same lessons continued that at this point were already boring of course. The brown-haired boy knew that there was more behind some discoveries in history. His brain was faster for averages. Some were still surprised by the performance showing during the weeks of returning to school. "So what are you doing, Issei?" asked Motohama, next to the bald guy, the blonde guy and the girl with glasses. There were only them. They usually met when everyone had already left the institution. "I'll go now to see how things are." Putting his bag on his shoulder, "Gasper is waiting for me, so I shouldn't make him wait, or he'll run away." "Why are you taking it with you?" That doubt came from Mitsuda. "He asked me to help him be more of a man, so I'm doing it the old-fashioned way." "Cause him trauma with your methods?" the brunette said sarcastically and with surprise. "Something like that." Shrugging. "If Asia-chan doesn't tell Butchu your message, I'll make sure to give it to her from you," I assured the brown-haired boy. "I appreciate it, Kiba. I'll most likely not tell him so that Gremory-sen will punish him for not warning him leaving with the others." "So you'll take action on the disappearances?" Kiba asked. "It will be a good training to keep me from rusting, and also a training for Gasper. Wouldn't it be extreme and counterproductive to mix boxing training with magic training?" "No, because I'll make him train in physical resistance if we face whatever the lake thing is." "And how will you do that?" "I didn't want thighs. Come here, little one, I just want to play." We see how Gasper is running from the demon, well in this case a demon who has been kidnapping the young people, but the curious thing is that it seems that she has not eaten the younger humans. Unfortunately the ones who were adults were devoured, and this increased her power considerably. "Come on, Gasper, at this rate he'll catch you," Issei communicated through a magic circle in the blonde's ear. "You're not the one running for your life," he shouted scared as he spun around in one of the trees to dodge some sort of tentacles that tried to catch him. The demon turned out to be a very predictable woman in the brown-haired man's opinion due to the disappearances. What did seem curious was that she had the lower part of her body like a kind of squid. Her body is almost entirely human. Forearms with suction cups on her hands and on her breasts, there were X-shaped scars. And her head had a beautiful face, but with a wide smile with a lustful blush and long black hair. "Come here, little one. We're going to have so much fun." Smiling lustfully and with a big blush. As Issei looked through magical binoculars that allowed him to see Gasper being chased by the strange woman from the lake. He took them out for a while. Now he was on a small hill where he agreed with the blonde boy that he would bring the strange woman. His mind was distracted by the encounter with Zenovia before coming to the lake. Flashback. Issei had separated from his friends. Kiba was heading home, Mitsuda and Motohama did the same, and Kiryu decided to go to an internet cafe to finish some homework. Issei was in front of the student council door. At the moment he only heard the blue-haired girl speak and say, "But honey, you promised." He just sighed, since it would possibly take longer than he thought. Talk talk talk. "Wait a minute." She sounded nervous. He just waited a few seconds. "Come in." He heard again. She sounded calmer. Now with permission he entered and saw her with a dejected face, but at this moment he couldn't care less. "Porta-sen, I came to ask you a favor." She looked at him and sighed as she went to her desk and signed some papers. "If it's for any of your silly things about spying on the girls at the kendo club, forget it." This took a drop out of the chestnut, didn't you realize it? Well, it wasn't his problem. "I didn't just want to ask you. If you could tell Sona-san if she could come tomorrow afternoon." Zenovia stopped her writing since the way he referred to Kaicho was kinder and more caring than with her. He didn't like that very much. "And can I know why you want her to come tomorrow?" She looked at him fixedly. "It's none of your business, so just watch it. I'm the student council president. I have the right to know why you want Citri-san to come." She raised her voice as she stood up and looked at him. "I already told you that it's none of your business." Quarter this time his tone of voice was more serious and his gaze penetrating. She was surprised and took a step back, but at the same time she felt her cheeks burn a little at the dominant way Issei took. He approached her, "And I hope it's clear to you that what I want with Sona is not out of curiosity." She felt small as her blush became more present. The dominant attitude that Issei took made her feel defenseless. Her knees trembled but not out of fear. That serious and penetrating look that the brown-haired boy had made her feel strange but pleasant at the same time. But she felt jealous when he called the Citri by name. She felt jealous. "Why do you call her by her name?" "To you, she's Kaicho." She tried to hide her displeasure at the fact that the black-haired girl was called by her name, and she wasn't, but she also wondered why she was bothered by something like that. "I'll call her by her name since she's just my friend," he answered curtly. Well, he turned and left. The blue-haired girl was about to call him again, but he got ahead of her. "Just tell her that I want to see her tomorrow, and if you don't tell her I'll contact Masami for that, that's all. I'm leaving." He left before she could react. Zenovia slumped in her chair, releasing the air she had been holding without realizing it. Issei's attitude was very different from how she remembered it. He was serious, with a penetrating gaze. He showed command in those chocolate brown eyes. And that turned her on like never before. Now her question was. Why? Not even with her boyfriend had she felt that way. Flashback end. Hey. That scream brought him out of his already finished thoughts, and he used the binoculars again to see. That. I was watching Gasper drift, literally drifting with the soles of his shoes, looking like a bucking Ferrari, well, the crazy octopus woman. Issei watched as Gasper skillfully maneuvered through the trees, while the octopus woman used her tentacles to avoid crashing into the trees. It seems that joining the men's soccer team helped him a bit. He activated the magic circle again to communicate with the semi-vampire Gasper. Can you hear me? How do you expect me to listen to you if you have me running around like a maniac being chased by a crazy woman? Issei had to move away from the phone a little because of Gasper's scream. Hey, don't shout, I'm not deaf, he said as he watched Vladi continue to escape. Listen, I want you to bring her to my location, I'll take care of the rest. It was about time. He hung up. What a genius he has at times like this. The circle disappeared and he put away the binoculars. Good time to work. The brown-haired boy was on a small cliff watching the little blonde boy. It only took a few seconds for him to have his sights on the two of them, Gasper with tears in his eyes as he ran, and the woman behind him was following him with a lustful smile. And like any man with balls, he had to make a fantastic entrance, and that's how it was. Where the hell is this? Little one, I just want to make you some things that you like. Shit. Gasper was cornered against the wall while the octopus woman was right in front of him. Calm down my little one, I assure you that you will like what I do to you. His tongue peeked out from his lips, showing that it was quite long. This scared the blonde. Why do I have a feeling this will end like in those videos of women with octopuses? Her legs began to shake as the tentacles began to move. You are going to like it, I hummed while moving my hands. She took a step, if you can call it a step. Crash. When behind them a cloud of dust rose as something, or rather someone, had suddenly fallen. They both looked back to see a brunette in casual clothes. I'll leave that to you gentlemen. Good thing I used magic power to cushion the fall. Issei had small tears in his eyes from the impact. He really didn't calculate it well. It was you who didn't calculate things well, damn it. Hey, don't blame me. I don't blame you. You made me jump off a damn cliff. Okay, sorry, my fault. You'll pay for this, you son of a bitch. They both watched as the chestnut tree slowly got up, looking like a comic book hero, but the truth is that its legs had taken over and it needed to rest a little. Please don't let that crazy woman dare to throw herself at me, holding back the pain a little. However, the woman watched him for a while, her cheeks turned a deep red and her surprised face turned into a smile as she saw Issei get up in an epic way. Hi, you're so handsome. She shouted in fascination as she saw the brunette stand up with that serious and manly expression. Come with me, baby. Shit, and with that she launched herself at the brown-haired boy to squash him. The brown-haired man moved quickly to avoid being caught by the woman's tentacles, but he also had to move forward to get away from the girl. At one point she was close enough that she almost caught him in a hug, but… bang. Hug. The woman hunched over as she received a direct hook to her abdomen, which caused her to move away. She stepped back but managed to recover. When she looked up she received a direct blow to the jaw that sent her crashing into a tree. Okay Gasper, from now on I'll take care of it, he explained with a smile, while giving him a thumbs up. You took too long. The little blonde boy caught his breath as he leaned against the wall. Calm down, it was just a moment as he approached the woman and she stood up, but with a giggle. I like them better when they're rude. I hope that when we're alone together, you'll continue being so. She moved in a strange way and using her tentacles to grab onto the trees she launched herself at him. Issei jumped back to get away, while placing his arms against his body defending himself. She threw some punches that were easy to evade, but the tentacles were much faster and threw punches from angles that were quite difficult to see. In one, he ducked to avoid a blow from one of its tentacles and snapped one of the trees behind him. He launched an uppercut toward the woman's jaw, knocking her off balance, and with a burst of momentum, he sent a straight kick forward, sending the woman's entire body tumbling. Making her retreat from the strong blow, to then receive a combination of blows directly to the body, which were imbued with magical power to cause a greater effect. Her blows were much faster, but due to her scarce magic reserves, she would not last too long. The octopus woman decided to cover herself to end the flurry of blows, but that's why she didn't see a blow to her ribs, causing great pain and sending her to her left, crashing into one of the trees. The demon recovered quickly to get out of reach of a direct that would have hit her hard in the face if she didn't move. She managed to grab him by the arm and slam him against the ground several times, then send him against a split log. The brunette crashed back and the woman attacked him again. This time she had to use her hips and torso, moving from left to right, up and down, dodging the various blows and lowering her body a little for more mobility. While Gasper was recovering, he watched the little fight the brown-haired boy was having with the demon. Her movements seem to be abrupt, but they are very fluid. He sees how the fight unfolds with Issei taking advantage of small moments to throw quick, short but effective blows. The brunette takes advantage of an opening in the woman's guard and launches himself. He opens a space between her shoulder and head to make the blow pass with the tentacles that his opponent launched. Issei manages to connect a strong descending hook on the woman's face, taking his body with all his weight forward next to the woman, crashing her head against the ground, and he doesn't launch himself against that demon lightly. He waits for a certain moment to throw a blow, his gaze focused on the brunette's way of fighting. On the other hand, Issei, after managing to connect the good blow, moved away. The woman got up with balance problems since that blow weakened her. Muo. Come on, I just want you to be with me, cutie. She threw a small tantrum while Issei just looked at her. Suddenly she touched her breasts. Don't you understand that my heart desires you? Suddenly her boobs, started to shake and opened up with strange scars. It was like a strange flower shape, and from the center came out some strange things that looked like that thing in flowers where the pollen is. I'm not going to pretend like an idiot to explain that. Back to the topic. Issei and Gasper's eyes widened. What the buck? Came the two who were dropping their whistles in astonishment. You're going to like this a lot, I hummed as a sweet smell came out from her breasts. Things are getting murky. I smoked a little weed when I wrote this V, don't blame me. What the hell is that? The brown-haired boy moved away a little while. He looked carefully at what was happening. The smell got into his nose, and even though it was strange, it was a very pleasant smell, like it smells like milk. But not just any milk. Is it breast milk? He exclaimed in surprise. Issei-senpai even now doesn't stop being zzz. The little blonde was claiming him but fell asleep. But he wasn't the only one. The brown-haired boy began to sway, his eyes began to feel heavy, and his balance began to falter. What? I'm sleepy, this is bad. Her body began to go still, and her breathing became slower and slower. That small he slowly approaches the brown-haired boy while extending his arms towards him. Soon you will feel the best thing that could have happened to you, dear. I will make you feel excellent. He was about to grab the chestnut tree as his tentacles rose to catch him. Bang. She didn't know how, but she received a strong direct blow to the face. Paf. 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 She received sudden direct jab blows to her face that went at an incredibly fast speed. The demon received the blows, while her body received momentary spasms, making her writhe for small moments. The blows moved as if they were a heartbeat pulsing in different parts of her face. I throw another one, but. He stopped. He practically touched the face of the woman who was not moving. Her body was motionless, her breasts closed, and she. Thump. With an almost dull thud his body fell to the ground, his gaze lost, he didn't move. At that moment the brown-haired boy's half-asleep eyes were slowly regaining their vision. He shook his head when he was almost conscious again and looked ahead to see nothing but the trees that were a little far away from him. He turned his gaze to the ground. She was there motionless. He felt his fists burning for some reason and noticed that she had them extended. He came to a hasty conclusion about the situation. Unconscious fight. Then I looked to the side and noticed the unconscious little vampire Gasper. He approached still a little sleepy, but could handle it. Hey. Gasper wakes up, shaking him a little, but gets no response. It will be fine the old-fashioned way. Step 1. Lift your index finger. Step 2. Put it in your mouth and salivate well. Step 3. Insert your already moistened finger into your sleeping friend's ear. 100% effective method. And. Inside Gasper's ear. No reaction. Huh? This is usually weird. Ha. Minutes later. Why did you do that? A blond man shouted as he tried to clean his ear. You weren't waking up, so I went for it, he said while rubbing his knuckles. You should have at least tried another way. Then he realized something. Where is the octopus squid woman? Have you already given it a species name? While sweating profusely, well, it's there, pointing to where the demon was lying on the ground still unconscious. Did you beat him? I asked, looking at him. In a way I beat her, looking at his hand and making a fist, but in part I know it wasn't how I expected. He directed his gaze back to the woman. Actually, your fight was quite interesting. The brown-haired boy looked at him. Your way of fighting changed quite a bit. Unlike before, now you focus more on waiting and looking for an opening in the defense. You noticed, huh? Yes, and you move in a very flexible way when attacking, fast and precise, a lethal combination showing an analytical face. It seems you've become more observant getting up and helping Vladi to stand up. It would be better to finish her off before she wakes up approaching. Already in front of her, she slowly opened her eyes and saw a green glow, which turned out to be from the brunette's booster gear. She was surprised, but gave a small smile, even with the blood running down her mouth and nose. Sekiryuutei-chan, hehehe, I would have liked to be able to play with you a little, she hummed with a smile and licking her lips. You are precisely the type of boy I like. Fufu looking at him with desire. I'm sorry to tell you that you're not exactly my type of woman. The shine of the gem ceased and a shining sphere formed in the palm of his hand. It's a shame, I would have liked to spend some time with you, little dragon. Boom. The brown-haired boy launched a dragon shot that disintegrated the demon. Gasper had to close his eyes so that the brightness wouldn't hurt him, as well as cover his ears because of the noise. The good thing is that they put up a barrier before starting this mess. Okay, everything's ready, now we have to go get the hostages and erase their memories of this happening, said the brown-haired man, already heading towards the lake, since it turns out that the woman has them trapped at the bottom of the lake. Quite cunning. The two took charge in the following order. Issei swam until he reached where the young people were tied up with some algae in the depths and with some strange slimy things that prevented them from drowning. Gasper, for his part, when the brown-haired boy took out the hostages, he took charge with his magic of healing them of some wounds they had and erased their memories and implanted new ones. The job took a while, but they managed to finish their work with plenty of time to fix up the area that suffered minor damage. But that ready, they retreated to a small nearby restaurant to get something to eat. They both sat by a window while Gasper ate a hamburger and Issei a meat sandwich. The brown-haired boy was looking out the window. The blonde boy who was eating his food looked at his senpai somewhat distracted. Gulp, is something wrong, Issei-senpai? I asked curiously. Huh? Oh no, it's nothing, I was just thinking about something. Is it about Rias-sama and the others? More than a question, it sounded like a statement. Only in part, it's more about how I plan to train you, he told her while taking a bite of his sandwich. I plan to do these things with you during the days after classes, he explained. Training? You just sent me to be bait for that degenerate. I demanded angrily. We are demons, he said calmly while Gasper remained silent. Normal training wouldn't work for us. Our bodies are more resistant than humans. Their talk was not heard by anyone since they placed themselves in an isolated part of the restaurant. That is the reason why during the week after classes we will train this way, hunting the stray devils. But today you took care of it. You had to see how I handle myself in a fight, she interrupted him, looking at him and biting the sandwich again. I lack magic power, so I could only put a little in because of Drake and not simply depend on my physical strength to face her. Finishing her dinner and looking towards the window again. Gasper stared at him for a while. It was true that since he didn't have magical power, Issei depended a lot on his physical strength. Unlike the other members of Rias' nobility, Issei was the only one who depended 100% on his physical power. Kiba, despite depending on his speed, doesn't depend completely on his physical strength. Getting back to the topic, Gasper had to think a little. He lacked physical aspects by a landslide, which meant the following. We do the same to us the whole week. This scared me a little. Forget it, if I went through the same thing it means danger. The brunette simply smiled as he looked at him, a shiver running down his spine. It seems you got the idea. His eyes took on a dangerous shine for the blonde. But we won't just do this. He stood up and paid for the food. Let's go. Without giving him time to respond, Gasper ate what was left of his hamburger and followed him, almost choking on his food. Issei walked with Gasper for a few hours until they reached an abandoned factory, a little dilapidated over time. Well, this will be a good place for the next thing. For what's next? But that said, the brown-haired boy made his gauntlet appear. The gem shone brightly. Issei hit the ground hard, producing a shockwave. Gasper covered himself but felt something strange. That should be enough. Getting up from the ground. Should that be enough for Og? Gasper fell to the ground after receiving a strong blow to the stomach from Issei. Why did you do that? He claimed while getting on his knees and recovering from the blow. While Issei cracked his knuckles and showed a smile that scared the blonde. On the weekends we'll condition your body. After classes the first thing we'll do is improve your reaction in battle, and then it will be a fight with me to finish, so you'll get used to using your strength, ha. And you won't be able to use your secret gear since I blocked it. Ready? Because I am. And with that last thing said, the brown-haired boy lunged at Gasper with a half-disturbing smile, ready to hit him with all his might. This wasn't part of the deal. Arc 1. New Beginning Chapter 3. A story of the past. Months before. We find ourselves at Kuho Academy after a month of school started. Things had started normally, classes were starting, the new kids were asking their senpais for help, the new club leaders were trying to do their job well and prevent everything from getting out of control. The men of the school were trying to impress the women were playing hard to get, sarcasm v, and the perverted duo was spying. Hold on for a measly minute. The perverted duo. Well yes V, it turns out that since the beginning of classes the third member of this iconic group had been missing since the beginning of classes. This surprised everyone since they knew the brown-haired boy and that he was missing from the beginning and in passing, missed the opportunity to see the developed second-year girls after the holidays. For everyone it was strange, but it became stranger when the duo stopped spying for short periods and disappeared for a few days. And the days were strange indeed, and today was one of those days. Those two are missing again, and Haidu is still missing, mentioned a pink-haired girl sitting in her place, and her voice showed some concern. I'll be too lazy to write the appearances V. So I'll leave you some reference images, there will be some exceptions but not many. This is the 10th time, they've been absent for almost the entire month since classes started, a brunette clarified with a frown, dropping her chin onto the palm of her hand. Imagine her with twin tails. The two of them had grown during these 3 months of vacation. Cadis had grown noticeably, having a more developed body and let her hair grow and wore large headphones. Her face showed some concern, even though she didn't sympathize much with Mitsuda and Motohama, but more for Issei, since she felt something when he spied on her. Murayama also developed noticeably, in addition to cutting her hair, lengthening it a little, and tying it in 2 high ponytails. She seemed displeased to hear the names of the three. She didn't hate them, or at least not completely. She really disliked their personalities because she didn't like the 3 of them, but she did find it strange that Issei hadn't appeared until now. Do you think something happened to Issei to make them not attend? Cadis asked as she looked at her friend. Does it really matter? They just don't want to come, that's all, Murayama said rudely. He really didn't want to talk about those 3 right now. You're being a little harsh on them, don't you think? Said a second brunette with pigtails who approached the two. This is none of your business, Kiryu, Murayama told him angrily. Kiryu still kept his typical pigtails, only longer. He developed quite well in these 3 months and he was still just as optimistic with that mocking smile. Obviously imagine her with Kiryu's attitude. As far as I know, it concerns me since they are like my friends, despite how little we interact, I explained while leaning one hand on the table. Also, what's up with that anger? You didn't have it when we started classes, I asked curiously. I already told you it's none of your business, she said, already somewhat annoyed by the words of the girl with pigtails. She got up from her place and stood next to the door. And what's wrong with him now? Asked Kiryu, then fixed his gaze on the pink-haired girl. Cadis, do you know anything about the Three Stooges? She shook her head. No, and the truth is I'm worried about him. Kiryu simply sighed. It's been almost 3 days since he saw the other two, and he was getting more and more worried about Issei. Him being missing is not common for him. The two began to chat, something that had become common between the two. At first, they didn't pay much attention to the brunette's shortcomings. But things got worse when 2.5 weeks passed. The other 2 members of the perverted trio began to disappear, along with the Prince of Kuo. Kibyudo, it was the first time he was missing and for long days, to the point that he was only seen twice a week. Many suspected that it had to do with Haidu. The Fujoshi began to fantasize about a secret relationship between the 2 of them and that it was risking the presence of little Vladi among them. Women, what can you do V? We move towards a university in the city where we see a brunette with a somewhat serious look but with slight concern in her eyes. The reason was that a month ago she received news from her entourage. Haidu Issei had not attended classes since the beginning of these. At first it did not seem strange to her, but as time passed, she began to worry about the boy. She knew him very little despite having been almost by his side for a long year. With the closeness he had with Tsubaki, they were able to see the boy better, and his way of seeing him was different. She had to admit that it was very difficult for her to decipher the young brown-haired boy. He seemed to be someone cautious with his private life, since not even Rias knew what Issei did with his free time when he was not with them. This is weird, Haidu hasn't appeared yet, and that is me worried, she thought with some discomfort at not knowing the brunette's whereabouts. She was currently on break from class, using her phone to contact her entourage. She put her phone away and started walking toward campus. Unfortunately for her, a 20-year-old man stepped in front of her. Hey Sona, pretty girl, how are you? He asked with an overrated heartthrob smile. I couldn't resist V. What do you want, Haru? She asked with some disgust. Haru was blonde with red eyes, 1.70 tall, with a blue shirt, white pants and black shoes, school clothes XD. Come on, babe, I just want to go out one of these days. How about Saturday? He said while leaning against the wall before arriving at the campus. I already told you. I'm not interested, showing an indifferent attitude, like every day the jerk as she classified him acted very and excuse me, but you're in the way. She passed by him. Hey wait there beautiful, he grabbed her arm and made her look at him. I'm being nice to you, so you should appreciate me giving you my attention. His tone of voice became somewhat harsh and his gaze somewhat annoyed. You don't know what I'm doing approaching a four-eyed girl like you, so I'll tell you straight. I want you to sleep with me. With you I've almost gone out with every girl in the place, and I know very well that you want a man in your pretty bed, he said with a big ego and unpleasant confidence. He tried to grab her by the waist, but she grabbed him and bent his wrist roughly. This caused Haru to grunt in pain, and his guarantee reflected it. No one was in the hallway so they could talk freely. Look Haru, I'll tell you this one last time. I'm not interested in a spoiled brat whose parents bought him a place and who didn't earn it like the others. She let out her cold words along with her face of pure indifference. She was tired of her high school classmates bragging. He let go and walked away from the place towards the campus, leaving a pained blonde with a sour face. He just whispered a few things and left. Sona sat down on a bench and sighed. It was tiring. Did Sona insist again? A red-haired girl spoke from behind. This time he was direct with his intentions, and I rejected him with even more reason. The black-haired girl turned her neck slightly to see the girl with the same uniform as her. And you, Rias, how are you? She asked. I just went out with Kaden yesterday, but it was a lot of fun, she expressed herself with a beautiful smile, but the black-haired girl didn't like it very much. Tell me Rias, have you heard anything from Issei lately? The truth is that she didn't approve of the relationship that the two one-isamas of Kuho had with the green-haired boy. For her the boy lacked humility, and his ego sometimes exceeded the limits. She simply denied it. The brunette decided to ask once more about a certain topic. Rias, are you sure you want to continue with that relationship? Kaden is a very self-centered person, she tried to explain her reasons for not liking the young man. And you Sona, when are you going to stop bothering me with that? She said while frowning, but then her gaze softened and she said if you only knew him, he is someone really kind and very romantic. That's what Issei was missing. I really don't know why I noticed him since he was just. You don't even really know him, he replied without letting her finish while her hair covered her eyes. I've been with Kaden for over 3 months and I've gotten to know him. I'm not talking about him, she cut her off again, I'm talking about Issei. Despite having been together for over a year, you really don't know him as well as you say. With that said she proceeded to leave, leaving Rias confused by her friend's sudden attitude. What he couldn't get any more words out of his mouth and his mind was paralyzed by what had happened. Sona walked down one of the hallways leading to the institution's library. She showed disgust on her beautiful face, and how could she not be if her friend was despising the only person who saw her as a normal girl and not as someone of nobility or ward. He stopped for a moment and took a long sigh. He needed to relax and clear his mind. With that in mind he went to the cafeteria and got a soft drink, a drink XD. I just hope you're really okay, Issei, she thought with noticeable concern and fear. In the morning, that is, the day after today we can see 2 girls walking to school, one with blue hair and the other with brown hair and twin pigtails. It doesn't look like he's coming today either, the blue-haired woman said a little sadly. Are you talking about Haidu Yura-sen, asked the brunette with pigtails. And who else would I be worried about now? Haruko Issei-kun hasn't come in all this time, she replied somewhat angrily. The brunette just gave a nervous smile. Something must have happened to him. And him not knowing is what has me worried, she said with a worried expression on her face. She let her hair grow a little, but she cut it to leave it a little below her shoulders. Apart from the development of her body there weren't many changes. Honestly, I like Yura's design. She began to feel something for the young brunette since he was precisely her type of guy. Someone tough in decisive moments and showed that he didn't have the will to get his hands dirty, obviously when it was explicitly necessary, not every time, but above all he was someone affectionate, although he didn't say it since it would ruin his image of a tough girl, but she would like to be treated like a fragile being by the brunette who protects her and takes care of her. Those are his deepest secrets and he prefers to keep them that way. For now it will remain that way. Anyway, Yura-san, he must just be busy. You'll see that in a few days everything will be back to how it was. She tried to support her friend, then she looked ahead and her expression changed to a serious face. I don't know what happened, but you're already worrying us, all of us. She looked ahead. They had already arrived at the academy. Inside the academy, we can see a blonde carrying some papers. This was Masami Genshiro, a member of the current student council and Zenovia Quarta's right-hand man. She carried the papers to her boss, so to speak. Some were requests, some complaints and some proposals. How I hate paperwork, even with Zenovia. Kaichu is exhausting. She had a face of exhaustion. Luckily these would be the last papers of the day, or at least that's what she hoped. When he arrived he heard an argument between his president and her partner. Lately they had started having arguments, but it was still rare to see them fight. She just decided to go in. "Hello Zenovia," I greeted her with a smile. She hung up her phone, and when she saw her she smiled back and helped her with the papers. "Hi Masami, thanks for helping me with the paperwork." She replied that it was no problem. The two of them didn't take long to finish the paperwork. The blonde decided to bring up a topic. "Zenovia wanted to talk to you." The blue-haired girl looked up and paid attention to what her friend was going to say. "I wanted to talk to you about Issei." That was more than enough for her to frown. "Now what did that fool do?" She sounded annoyed, partly surprising the blonde. She had never heard her speak like that about the brunette. Did he go into the girls' locker room again? Did he bring those porn return visits again? Or was he talking to the other two about that nonsense? She sounded really annoyed. She knew that with the job of student council president, it could stress her out, but she never thought she would go so far as to call her friend with those suffixes. What and nothing like that. Kaichu tried to calm her down. "He hasn't come to classes since they started and." "What do you mean he didn't come to class? It's his duty as a student to come. That idiot will hear me when he gets back." She was really being very hard on him. "Zenovia, you have to listen to me first. We're all worried about why she didn't come. Something must have happened to her." "No, the thing is that he's lazy and doesn't want to come, so I'm going to make him come one way or another. I won't tarnish my title as president of the council just because of some idiot who doesn't want to come." The words that came out of her mouth were out of her control. "Are you listening to yourself? You can't do that. You're judging him unfairly and without reason." I complained. I couldn't stand the sight of the brunette being spoken to like that. "I have a just cause. Negligence towards a higher authority. I have the right and duty to teach him a lesson for his actions." "You don't even know if that's really it. She might have a problem and that's why she's not going to the academy." He tried to reason with her, but his voice was starting to become hostile towards Zenovia. "He would have told me or one of the others. He has always confided in us about his insecurities and problems, but now he is becoming a problem for the academy, and for me. I will not let him do what he wants, just because he is my Issei," she explained as she stood up and left the place, leaving a very upset Genshiro. How dare she call him her Issei when clearly she has the nerve to go out with another boy while Issei was unaware of anything, according to them. "You say that he trusts you completely, but don't you realize that Issei-kun has stopped trusting you all?" She bit her lower lip to avoid screaming in rage and preferred to vent her anger in her thoughts. "I decided to go out and clear my mind. I had to finish some things first to leave as early as possible since the last hour teacher was absent." With others. We see two black-haired girls walking to their class, one with her classic long ponytail dressed in the Kuho University uniform. Her skirt was shorter than established, but not reaching the point of nudity, although with her that is almost possible. Her blouse showing a pronounced neckline, her typical orange bow and her ever-present smile. The other was a girl with loose straight hair that reached a little below her knees. She wore sea-green glasses with beautiful light brown eyes. She also used the unit of Kuho if her face was serious but calm, something that gave her that touch of unbreakable beauty. They were coming, but the girl with glasses had a slight frown on her face. "Urara, is Tsubaki-chan still angry? He just wanted to go out with you," while elegantly covering his mouth with his hand. "He was only interested in my body," he responded coldly in his words. "Besides, he is Kaden and Haru's friend. I have even more reasons to reject him." While adjusting his glasses, he glanced at the lightning priestess. "I thought I told you that I didn't want anything to do with his friendships," he refuted fiercely. "Urara, Tsubaki-chan, you'll end up alone. No boy will approach you with that attitude." She was really worried about her friend, since many have declared their love in these almost 2 months, and she has rejected them all. With that, Akeno became worried about the girl's love life. "I already told you that my love life is none of your business." She fixed her gaze straight ahead. "Besides, I'm only interested in someone." A small blush passed over her face, but it quickly disappeared. She thought for a few seconds. Has Akeno-san heard from Issei? This surprised the fallen demon. She expected that from some of the chestnut's other friends, but she never expected that from Tsubaki. "Why do you want to know?" Akeno's face became serious, looking at Ojimil Tsubaki. "If you are interested in Issei-kun, you better forget it. He is from us." She seemed annoyed, but Tsubaki. She stopped and looked at her. Her previously calm eyes were now showing hatred directed towards the other black-haired woman. "Don't act so interested now, Hinajima." She gritted her teeth to keep from yelling at him. "I should tell you that. Issei-kun is my cute kuhai, even now, and it is my duty to protect him even if it is from you, you scumbag lizard," he claimed while looking at her, and his face made a grimace of annoyance. "You have no right to complain or say anything to me, fallen. You don't even know what's happening to Issei." Now she approached him and stabbed a finger in his chest, or one of his chests, depending on how you look at it. This greatly surprised the girl with glasses' outburst of anger. However, she was also surprised by what she said about Issei. "What do you mean? What happened to Issei-kun?" She asked what he meant. "You're not worth Himejima telling you if you live next to him and you don't know anything." She began to walk away, leaving behind a confused Akeno. After a few seconds she simply frowned and turned away. There's no way we don't know what's happening to our Issei, he trusts us and would tell us if something happens to him, she said with complete confidence as she headed towards her English class. But Tsubaki. She was heading to her classroom because recess was almost over. Her mood changed from calm to angry, and she hit a student who came to ask her out on a date in his abdomen, causing the poor guy to double over and lie on the floor. She has no right to claim anything from me, and what does it matter that I noticed Issei-kun, he is someone attentive and considerate, he always put others before himself, her steps stopped little by little, he never looked for his own benefit, he is somewhat perverted, but he is a boy, and when the price warrants it he leaves that side of him, he stands in front of everyone. Willing to receive all the pain alone, the girl was barely moving and was in an almost deserted hallway. The other students had already entered their classes alone, always alone. He carries the guilt of what happens in the supernatural world. He doesn't deserve all that, he doesn't deserve to suffer alone. She was white and some tears ran down her cheeks. She looked up and her eyes had a look of fury and she clenched her teeth tightly. Only a few words came out of her mouth. I hate the Gremories. For everything you did to him. He continued on his way to his class. 2 days later. We find ourselves again at the academy of our protagonist who finally appeared to the surprise of many students, along with his 2 perverted accomplices. "Hayadu, where the hell were you?" asked one of his companions with concern. Many were not friends of the brown-haired boy, but a whole month without the king of Eki was too boring. Issei made things more pleasant with his way of being. But today was very different. The look in the brown-haired boy's eyes was almost completely dull. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and his eyes had dark circles due to lack of sleep. His face showed melancholy, he was almost unrecognizable. He was completely different, the old Issei could not be seen, he only responded in a dry manner. "I just wasn't feeling well and had to take a break," he explained as he moved to his seat. Everyone in the room could sense a rather depressing aura coming from the young brunette. His 2 friends had come over to check on him. "Hey Issei, are you sure you feel better enough to return to the academy?" His glasses-wearing companion was very worried about his friend. "Maybe you could ask for a few more days of rest so you don't have to strain yourself with your recovery." "No, I've already been away enough and I can't keep regretting what happened or hiding it," he said as his eyes lost some of their shine. The hours passed, the classes were normal so to speak, since Issei showed no interest in the class, but neither did he show interest in the girls in the room. When they stood up to read in literature class, taking a look at the girls' skirts was a pastime for the boy, but everything was very strange now. Many even felt uncomfortable not seeing a typical perverted action from their partner. At recess time they expected Issei to spy on the female locker room. Damn. Even the girls expected that. They had felt dismissed and unwanted since the brown-haired boy was gone. And now that he came back they would let him at least look a little longer and not hit him, but great was their surprise when they saw that the brown-haired boy simply disappear after leaving the course like his cronies. This caused surprise among the men to see the biggest pervert of Kuho Academy ignoring the right moment to spy, and for their part, the women felt indignant. Frustrated. Why wasn't Issei, the king of Eki, attracted to their bodies? Had they lost their charm with their growth? The point for them was that they didn't meet the brunette's expectations. Which brings us to the next scene. Can you believe it? He didn't even bother to come closer and take a look, exclaimed a long-haired brunette. Murayama must have had better things to do. A pink-haired girl tried to calm her down without much success, somewhat nervously. Addis, we're talking about Issei. The biggest pervert in the entire institute. And he did an apostrophe T even bother to look at me, she finished in a barely audible whisper and with a pink tone on her cheeks. This surprised Addis, but she also felt annoyed. Upon hearing that small detail. But not only had she heard it, but a certain brunette with glasses and pigtails had heard her. Murayama, could it be that you like Issei? Behind the aforementioned was Kiryu. He scared the long-haired brunette, making her blush in the process, making her nervous. Kiryu smiled mischievously. Oh, is that a yes? Does the rude Murayama like Issei-kun? She hummed in a low tone just so they would hear, causing a bigger blush in the other brunette and making the pink-haired girl jealous. Clara, of course not. What the hell is going through your head, Kiryu? Do you think I would like someone like him? At that moment Issei entered the classroom with Mitsuda and Motohama. They looked somewhat unsure looking at the brown-haired boy in front of them. The others saw how they stopped near the teacher's desk and chatted in low voices. This confused many and even more the 3 girls. Kiryu looked at the brunette again. Come on, it's not that bad, after all it's just something perverted. Imagine what he could do with that experience in bed, he whispered in her ear, and of course it was heard by Addis, who blushed like her friend. Kiryu had a smile at the reaction of the 2. Murayama was the first to recover. She had briefly fantasized about a moment where she and Issei kissed and she furiously shook her head in denial. There's no way I'd like him to do something like that to me. She also slightly softened her voice. He's a pig, she clarified, but in her mind appeared the times when the brunette smiled without a hint of prevention. Murayama, you're exaggerating. Issei-kun is perverted, but he never went beyond spying on us. The pink-haired girl tried to defend the brown-haired boy. Despite his perversion, he was a good boy several times. He had behaved well with her, leaving his perverted side aside and being in a certain way someone more pleasant. We don't know him well for you to talk about him like that. What are you talking about, Katiz? The only thing we have to know is that he is a disgusting pervert. Also, the voice calling the attention of the course, except for the other three boys who were talking when Issei covered his mouth. I will never see him in any other way than a pervert. You can't be sure of that either. We've never spoken to him, and above all, we don't know him. Have you ever wondered if we knew him better it would be different? The discussion between the two called attention, but the other three perverts remained isolated from what was happening. Issei, are you okay? Don't give me that nonsense, Caddis. He'll never be better even if he was the only person he could talk to. He'll always be the same. For a few moments she saw herself talking to the brunette. They had met by chance, and he made her laugh by giving her a sincere smile. I hate him. Do you even listen to yourself? He's not like we think, I know it. She retorted to her friend. Kiryu had walked away from the two of them. How did a joke get to this? The pink-haired girl continued. He's different. He's a good boy. Her cheeks turned pink. Do you even like an idiot like him? React already. He was losing control of his words. If you like him so much, go with him. I don't care. A fleeting memory came to his mind of when Rias called him at that moment, and he said goodbye with a smile. From her she felt warm and happy. Stop lying to yourself. I would never be in love. Then the indifferent look of the retreat. It's not true, and less so with a pervert like him. Then an arrogant smile from the girl as she hugged and put the brown-haired boy's arm between her abundant breasts. She had no chance against Rias. Enough for me. No, let him. Shut up. Let him die. I never want to see his horrible face again in my life. No. Muraya. Brynok. I. Issei. Everyone turned around and froze when they saw the chestnut tree's condition. Blood was running from his mouth, a large amount of it gushing out. He had a cut on his head, and the teacher's desk had traces of blood before he fell to the floor. He must have hit it. His ears had blood coming out of them, and their ears were crying crimson blood. His gaze was lost. No one spoke or moved, except the brown-haired boy's two friends. Motohama tore a piece of cloth from his clothes and used it to clean the blood from his friend. Bitsuda did the same, but to make an improvised bandage and cover the cut on the brown-haired boy's head. His gaze was lost, but from Murayama his eyes saw her. His dull chocolate eyes looked at her with an enormous emptiness in them. Perhaps simply by falling, he happened to be looking at her by pure chance, but she didn't believe it. Gib arrived suddenly. He had heard the scream that one of his companions gave, and when he entered and saw Issei in such a state. Bitsuda, go to the infirmary and say that we need a bed and a doctor now. He shouted while helping Motohama carry the brown-haired boy. Mitsuda ran off at high speed to the infirmary, then the blonde boy and the one with glasses came out as fast as they could, but without hurting their friend. The classroom was completely in shock, still in shock over what had happened, but one girl in particular was more shocked than the others. Murayama couldn't even understand what had happened. She said she wouldn't care if the brunette died and even shouted at the top of her lungs, but this wasn't what she wanted. She was about to go to the entrance of the classroom, but someone else ran out by her side before she saw a pink mane. Caddis left before her shock and ran as fast as she could towards the infirmary. The other two brunettes stayed in the classroom. A few seconds later, the teacher arrived. He said they would stay in the classroom while he went to check on Haidu. A few minutes passed. Everyone in the room had gone to their places, but huddled in small groups to talk about what had happened. Murayama, however, had remained standing in the same place, but could clearly hear the whispers. She did it. Could she really do something like that? They say that if you wish for something hard enough, it will come true, but I never expected something like this to come true. As she's capable of doing something like that. It sounds like witchcraft, don't you think? Last year a lot of weird things happened. I wouldn't be surprised if some of us had something that was also. That sounds like a fantasy. In the world, we can no longer tell what is fiction and what is real. She is dangerous. Should we be careful? Words in the wrong place at the wrong time. The chestnut was still, everything went black, and only she remained alone. I don't want this. A tear runs down her eye. The brunette had suddenly woken up from that dream again. A month had passed since what happened, but she still couldn't forget what had happened. Most of her classmates hadn't forgotten what had happened either, but they were trying to make everything go back to normal. He sighed, looked down at the floor in sadness, decided to take a bath and get ready to go to the academy. I already took a shower and let the water fall on her skin, refreshing her and waking her up completely. Once downstairs, she made herself a light breakfast and left. Normally, she would have met up with Katiz, but since that insistence, they drifted apart. They didn't speak anymore and she barely had any friends. She'd already been accused of being the one responsible for what happened to Issei. She only had her fellow Kendo club members, but beyond that, nothing. It would take a few minutes to arrive, during which time he always wondered how things had gotten to this point. Once again the image of the boy's lost gaze crossed his mind. "Issei," he whispered melancholy. At the moment. We moved to the old building in the city center. Aye, Gasper shouted again to avoid a strong blow from the brown-haired boy, who this time had decided to take Vladi more seriously, but let's remember. We are talking about Gasper. Gasper stops dodging, it's time for you to attack. With a serious tone he launched himself again against a half-vampire, using a combination of straight and cross direct to the body. The little blonde used a forearm guard, he could withstand the blows impressively, considering that Issei used more strength than before. Gasper did not lower his guard, he knew for weeks that a blow from those fists would be a stabbing pain for the next few hours. He saw an opportunity for a counterattack, so he took it. The cross hook took the brown-haired man by surprise, who was forced to use his entire right arm to block it. Vladi quickly took the offensive and the one who was throwing the blows now. The blonde's jab punches were of great speed, combined with his strength, which had noticeably increased in recent days, and his well-controlled footwork, he was able to advance and force the brunette to cover himself. "Yes, I can do it. I can do it." A smile appeared on the boy's face, and he gave a ribbon to divert his senpai's attention and place himself in his blind spot. "Well, this blow will show me how much I have advanced." He prepared to throw a cross blow straight to the temple. Bam. The blow was really strong, Vladi himself knew it since he could feel how his fist had touched something hard, however. "You know, that was a very good hit." Gasper opened his eyes in shock. Issei had managed to turn on his axis using good footwork, he blocked the blow with his right forearm. Ugh, the blonde took a few steps back since he hadn't seen or felt until this moment the hook to the liver that the brunette gave him. He took a few steps back and fell to the floor holding on to his side. This blow had been stronger than the previous ones. "This will be enough for now," the brown-haired boy told him as he approached the boy. "Here, Gasper." He handed him a bottle of water while he leaned on a table with another bottle and some other things. Ugh, he reached out and grabbed the bottle. It was hard for him to sit down, but he did it and drank half of the water, then he poured a little on his side to ease the pain a bit. "You were rougher this time, senpai, that hit really hurt." Ugh, Lottie complained of the pain while looking at him with only one eye. "Didn't you notice?" he asked him as he finished drinking the water. This caught the young vampire's attention. "You're stronger now, unlike when we started 3 weeks ago. You've improved your physical condition." The blonde looked at him in surprise, he shook his head while smiling. "What? Breeing." They both turned to see a clock. "Good. It's time to go to school." Gasper the brunette helped the vampire stand up and they both went outside, took off their clothes, and with some buckets of cold water, they took a quick shower. "You don't feel embarrassed anymore when bathing with other men?" Well, he scrubbed his arms with a sponge. "I think I used to be scared because of everything I had to go through." They were wiping their legs, which were already showing muscle, with a sponge. However, that fear has been disappearing over the months. They finished drying off and put on their academy clothes. "That's good to hear." He finished changing, and they both grabbed their things and ran out to the academy. "Do you remember why we chose this place so far from Kuo Academy?" the vampire asked. "Because of the distance from the place to the academy, it helps us maintain the routine, and since the streets are not so busy there are not many obstacles or detours." Running while being followed by the vampire, something caught Issei's attention. He was slowing down to be next to his kuhai. "Gasper, go, I've already caught up with you, I have to buy something before arriving." The blonde thought it was strange, but nodded and went in the direction of the academy. Now Issei alone headed to a somewhat distant alley. He saw something that gave him a reason to stop. "Hi. Wow, you're so sweet, little one," a boy with a crest told her with a smile. "And don't forget those delicious tits." Hehehe, mentioned another guy with black glasses and a wicked smile. "Yes, but she's noisy." The third one was smoking a cigarette. He approached to cover the girl's mouth roughly. She gave a shriek and a little blood had dripped under his hand. "Don't be rude, you already hurt her." "Well, we can still have fun," said the crested man, while placing his hand on one of the girl's breasts. "Please someone help me. I didn't think that was the way to treat a girl." The calm voice came from behind them. They turned to see a brown-haired boy with somewhat unruly but short hair. He went to the hairdresser V, wearing the same uniform as the girl. Here he only has the same type of hair, but not the general appearance. "Well, maybe a little V. This is none of your business, kid, so get lost," the guy with glasses said arrogantly. "If you bother someone defenseless, that's my business, friend," he said as he walked forward slowly. For some reason, the mohawk and the guy with dark glasses felt intimidated by the boy's presence, but the clean-lunged guy found the aura that the brunette emanated, that is, that macho stage presence, interesting. "Yeah, you better get out of here, buddy." The guy with glasses took a knife out of his pocket and attacked him. Issei only made a slight turn to the right and the guy passed by. He tried to stab him again, but the same thing happened. It was repeated a couple of times until the brunette got tired of this and simply gave him a hook to the pit of the stomach. The guy with glasses twisted and fell to his knees, holding on to where the blow came. "Since you are criminals, I expected a little more," he said with some disappointment in his words, now fixing his gaze on the remaining two. "You bastard." The one with the crest had taken a pipe to hit the boy but was stopped by the stoner. "Are you dumb or what, my friend? He obviously knows how to box, judging by the way he moves." He looks over his partner's shoulder. "If you're going to attack him like that, you'll end up just like that other idiot." "If he knows how I move, it means he knows how to fight," thought the brown-haired boy. "I apologize for having to endure the outburst of this fool and my partner. He can't tell the difference between a dog and a jackal." The boy got into a rather peculiar fighting stance. It looked like a standard boxing stance, but the position of the arms was more open and with the feet further apart and the body turned backwards. "I have a little more experience than these two in combat, so maybe it won't be so boring to fight me," showing a challenging smile. The guy was wearing a blue jacket and black pants with white sneakers, brown hair. Issei would stand still for a moment but then get into a position hunched slightly forward. The dark brown-haired man would be the one who would approach, but his speed was incredible that Issei had to admit. A blow from below with enough force to make him back up. His guard flanked for a moment. He didn't see the kick that came from his right. By reflex he opened his guard. His arm had felt the full impact. This guy wasn't really playing with him. He was serious. Pam. He felt something crash into the right side of his face, forcing him to step back. The next thing was to move his torso to avoid a combination of punches and kicks. "The seals suppress my supernatural ability too much, but my physical strength remains the same. Even if I hold back, I am stronger than average. That means this guy is not human if he is as strong as me." He went straight to the counterattack. He tried to hit him with a cross straight to the left temple. The boy managed to block the blow with ease, but the attack only served for Issei to cut the distance and delayed his fist backwards. "Are you planning to hit me at this distance? Your blow won't be." "Bam." "Ugh." The chestnut managed to land a powerful blow on the stoner's abdomen. At such a short distance he stepped back to catch his breath but received a strong jab to the face, followed by a flurry of jabs from the brown-haired man's left hand that looked like whips. He was currently stunned but quickly regained consciousness, moving his feet to regain his balance, his face showing surprise and anger. He had never been beaten like that before. Without waiting any longer he advanced against a brown-haired man. It became an exchange of quick blows. Issei moved to avoid some blows, but took advantage of the approach to land some good blows. The brown-haired man decided to throw punches and kicks to the body. If he got too close he would pay dearly. Another combination like the previous one would leave him out. In a moment of carelessness on Issei's part, his opponent took advantage and used the walls of the alley to push himself and kick him in the head. Our friend was stunned. He regained his balance, but his opponent disappeared. When he felt a sharp pain in his knee he kicked. The dark brown-haired boy took advantage of the condition and threw himself to the ground, raising one of his legs to kick him. He managed to destabilize the brown-haired boy. With a breakdance spin on his shoulders, he managed to kick the remaining leg again and make Issei fall. The brown-haired boy fell to the floor. The one with the cigarette tried to hit him with his heel, but Issei decided to roll. He could see how those kicks left cracks in the floor. "Damn, I better finish this, it's getting late." He managed to reach the wall and avoid a straight block that was going to smash his face against the wall. He hit him with his left foot, forcing him to get closer. Planting his feet firmly on the wall he pushed off, grabbed his leg and grabbed him by the jacket. He lifted him up forcefully, releasing his leg. Bam. Crack. He gave him a strong uppercut to the jaw, possibly fracturing his jaw, and forcibly made him cut the cigar with his teeth. The boy fell to the ground quietly. Issei rubbed his knuckles. The blow, if it was stronger than he wanted, he would possibly wake up in a couple of hours. "I guess you're the only one left." He turned to see how the crested was shaking with fear. The fight had been quick, but he could feel how powerful those blows were, which scared him quite a bit. "TTTT, you are a monster." He took a gun out of his pocket. Pack. The guy fell to the ground unconscious due to a blow he received from behind. "You are the monster for attacking a defenseless girl." The girl yelled at him as she hit him with a bamboo sword. "You don't seem that defenseless to me." A drop of sweat fell down her neck. She finished with the guy to turn towards him, which scared him. Hey, calm down, girl. I don't." Looking closely at the girl, she recognized her Murayama. "I do." Both were surprised to see each other, but he disappeared when the girl shouted, "Not there. We'll be late." That also upset the boy. His teacher had been kind about his supposed illness, but he was a strict person who didn't tolerate any mistakes. I was so caught up in these two that I completely forgot." He took his briefcase that he had hidden behind a container. "Murayama, if you want to get there quickly, you'd better let me help you," he explained. The girl wasn't sure, but with everything she saw she had to give the benefit of the doubt. I agree, but hi. Well, let's go. He threw his bag on his back and carried her princess style. What do you think? Hold on tight. And at marathon speed he started running. Aye, the brunette with pigtails screamed loudly when she felt the speed. People simply felt a gust of wind blow past them and lift some skirts. Murayama closed his eyes so he couldn't see anything, which was an advantage for the brunette since he wouldn't have to give many explanations. After a while, the cloud of dust could be seen rocketing up to the entrance of the academy. Luckily most of the shelves were already inside. Well, we have 5 minutes to get to the classroom. Looking at her watch and going down to the brunette, she opened her eyes looking completely dressed up almost as if they hadn't run the marathon at high speed a moment ago. Are we there yet? I asked surprised, looking at the brunette. I know a shortcut that I used to get there. He gave her a smile, but realized something. Your lip is bleeding. She touched her lips and indeed there was blood on her lower lip. It was when that guy pressed his hand on my face, she remembered with some disgust. She felt something warm on her lip and saw how Issei was passing her finger over her lip which was wet. This surprised her if that's what she thought. Then they are giving her an indirect kiss. She panicked and with a blush she moved away from the boy, pointing at him. What do you think? What are you doing, idiot? This couldn't happen. Huh, and what do you think? I'm helping you? He showed a bottle in his other hand. This disjointed the girl. So that wasn't it. Look, Murayama, I know we don't get along. You don't even want to see me in a photo. I know, he said while looking to the side. The girl was surprised and for some reason she was embarrassed. But I just want to help you. Just give me a chance to show you that I've changed. He said it with total sincerity. She was surprised. Was this the same Haidu Issei she knew? She lowered her head and placed her right hand on her lip that had stopped bleeding, but she hadn't noticed. Her cheeks turned red, but the bangs of her hair covered it. Hey, you two. Both of them stiffened at the scream, looked at the entrance of the building where the voice came from, and found themselves facing their teacher. They both swallowed hard as he signaled them to come with his finger. In the hallway. We see the two chestnuts in the hallway with buckets of water, a classic punishment, except it will last until the teacher's 3 hours are over. This happened because of me, thought Issei, who had been entertained by what happened and didn't realize that time passed and they were found by the teacher who went out to look for them. He probably thinks I did it on purpose. He looked sideways at the brunette at his side. He couldn't see her face since she was looking to the side. I think the ideal thing would be to apologize. He gave a small sigh and gathered his courage. Murayama Issei. They both stopped a few moments away from each other's faces as they had taken a step forward at the same time. Both blushed and turned away while ducking their heads in blush. I wanted to say. So you're prime. After that, they gave a small, embarrassed laugh. Issei decided to speak first. I'm sorry I got us punished. I waited for your reply, but I didn't care how much time passed and we ended up like this. He smiled sadly. Actually, I'm the one who should apologize. I just sat there thinking and didn't realize how much time had passed. She also apologized to the boy. They both just stared at the floor for a few seconds. Thank you, the brunette turned in surprise to see his partner's red cheeks. Thank you for helping me in the alley. With everything that happened I didn't have time to thank you properly. His words were sincere. This surprised the brown-haired boy. He wouldn't have cared if she didn't thank him. She was his partner. She wasn't a close friend like Kiryu or Sona, even like Tsubaki, but he would never let them hurt someone he considered a friend or someone close. No problem, she replied with a smile. She looked away because of the embarrassment that saying that caused her, and even more because of the smile the boy gave her. The girl felt a little bad about herself since she would have to apologize for the things she said before until the light bulb went on. She wasn't sure, but she didn't want to try. Oh hey Issei, he looked at her as compensation for everything that happened. Would you like to come eat with me this weekend? There was a silence in which she felt worried. Do you mean we should go on a date? Wait, what? He had interpreted it differently. She blushed. She just wanted to treat him to lunch for the trouble he went to help her, but now that she analyzed his proposal more closely, it really sounded like she was asking him out. No, of course not. I just want to thank you for what you did. She was very nervous and blushing. Jahahahaja, don't worry, I understand very well, jahahahaja. He simply laughed. The girl's expression seemed very tender to him. Ibaka, she said it as if angry, but then gave a small smile. Apparently they are having fun. Let us join. Both turned to see an energetic black-haired man and another one with glasses. And what did you do now, Issei, asked the two Muraya boys. He didn't receive them until they spoke. The teacher was with his biology class and started talking about the elements. Flashback. In nature there are 4 basic elements. Water, earth, fire and air. Long ago the 4 nations lived in Pa. But everything changed when the Fire Nation attacked. Flashback end. And that happened, explained the short-haired black-haired man. You couldn't hold it in, right? Nope, the one with glasses replied. The chestnut is laughing quietly, she would have liked to be there. Mitsuda, Motohama, you are beyond help. These names surprised the girl. The other two began to argue with the brunette while Murayama just looked on and sighed. This day is really strange. In Gasper's class. I'm hungry, I wonder if Issei senpai will give me his lunch, that was what worried our little friend. Arc 1. New Beginning Special 1. Sona and Issei. We find ourselves in the warehouse where the chestnut tree works. Some trucks had arrived with a new shipment that needed to be accommodated, which leads us to the following scene. Come on, Blondie, we still have 8 more boxes left, said the green-haired man who was carrying 2 large boxes, the same as Gasper, with 2 boxes, but he showed an expression of effort. Yes, I know, Javier-san, he said somewhat tiredly, leaving the boxes. The small group was assigned one of the trucks. Today was a rather cool day for the beginning of the year. Gasper and Javier unloaded the trucks, while Marcus and Carly opened the crates and made sure the shipment was complete. They glanced at the blonde from time to time. It seems he got used to the job quickly, the dark-haired man pointed out. Yes, even faster than we did when we started, I emphasized, opening another of the boxes. I guess Issei knew about his ability to adapt quickly and brought him to strengthen him or to clear his head a bit, he finished while checking the shipment. I guess. After a few moments we see how both the blonde and the green-haired man rested while the other two took care of the rest. Ha ha ha, okay, what's next? He asked as he calmed down. You've gotten used to the job, haven't you? Javier said with a smile. This caught the blonde's attention. When you started, you could barely keep up with the normal pace. And now you've done 3 jobs in a row, you've improved, hahaha. The boy was truly impressed by the young man's adaptability. Your body has adapted quite quickly, the dark-haired man remarked, but the lady knew the reason. His evil piece helped his body adapt to the work pace. Yes, I guess I adapted pretty quickly. He was embarrassed by the compliments, but realized that someone was missing. Issei senpai hasn't come all day, looking around to look for signs of the brown-haired boy. The other 3 looked at each other. Carly was the one who spoke. He won't be at work for a while, I explained this, getting the little blonde's attention at the request of the boss. Issei-kun will be training for the rest of the month, he told him. What? Wait, what happened? What happens is that next month some tests will open in the center of Tokyo. The chief knows about the goal and the dream he had as a child, so he said that we should help him a little in a somewhat hidden way, haha, the green-haired man explained. Simply put, we've been putting more work into it than usual, Marcus smiled. But that comment, the blonde recalls one of the events of the last week. Flashback. This is too much, you sons of bitches. The brown-haired man was carrying 4 large, heavy boxes. You're treating me like a slave. He yells at the other 4 who were each carrying a box of a smaller size. It's the boss's orders. He told us you've been slacking lately, so you have to do extra work, Carly told him as she walked ahead to start jogging alongside the other 2 companions. And he said that whoever finished the work last would stay and do some extra work. The blonde also started jogging with the others. Hey, that's not fair. He started to trot with some effort. If there was one thing he hated with all his might, it was his boss's damn overtime work. Hatchet, Javier threw a box of considerable height since they were on some fairly high shelves. Below was the chestnut that he almost missed catching. There goes another one. This time it was Marcus throwing another box almost a second after the green-haired man. Hey. Ha, he had to quickly catch another one, then another, and another, and another, 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 another. Stop it, damn it. He had to move his arms, shoulders, torso, hips, legs and feet in a masterful or beastly way to catch them all and send the boxes to Gasper and Carly behind him, arranging them on a cart. A few hours passed and they had finished with those boxes, with a chestnut tree already on the floor, back to the ground and breathing like crazy. Why do I have to be the one who makes this crap work? I shout furiously, straining my arms and pulling on some ropes to operate a mechanism that lifts the boxes. Those were the boss's words. Not me, work now, said Marcus as he finished putting some boxes. Issei pulls the ropes that activated the equipment and the elevator went up. The brown-haired boy's effort was noticeable, his arms would hurt for a long time. Then we see how the chestnut is fed by Carly by feeding it in the mouth. Flashback end. Ah, I remember now, said the little boy as he remembered the recent events. In a few moments they would resume work again. Gasper stretched and looked at the sky for a while. Good luck, senpai, walking inside with the other 3. We're going somewhere else. We see the brunette running in his red training clothes. For minutes he stops and punches the air as if there was a person in front of him. After a while he stops near a tree while drinking some water. He remembers the words his boss told him. Flashback. Issei had met with the chief at his request, both were on the roof of the warehouse. Issei, I'll be blunt and get straight to the point. Next month there will be some amateur boxing tests held in the center of Tokyo for boxers seeking to take their certification exam in this sport. This surprised the brown-haired man. The exam has two parts. The written exam and the practical exam where you will face another amateur aspirant, he explained without even looking at him. While the brown-haired man remained expectant of the old man. The judges of the exam will take into account your technique, the blows you manage to land on your opponent, your footwork in general. They will evaluate your entire way of fighting in the ring, the old man explained calmly. The chestnut tree was surprised by what had been said. What was this delirious old man trying to get at? Man, what the hell are you trying to get at? I asked, doubt already eating away at me. Are you so stupid that you can't understand something so simple? Looking at him with a smile, I want you to dedicate yourself to a total conditioning of your body for the next week. You're already quite well built, you just need a touch up. She passes him a paper which Issei grabs and sees a training routine. If you follow those steps, you will be able to finish your training. Old man, why? I ask him, getting closer. I don't understand, you're not usually so nice about missing work. Looking up at the sky next to the man. My brother had the same dream as you, the brown-haired boy was surprised. He always got excited when we watched fights on television. He was inspired to want to become professional. He tried his best to be able to take the certification. He managed to be accepted. I've never seen him so happy in his life, he said with a smile. Wow, and what happened next? Did you make it to the pros? I asked quite excitedly, but the man's face turned melancholy. During his first fight he had a heart problem in the third round. He arrived at his corner agitated and then fell. At the hospital they informed us that he suffered from a coronary heart failure. If he continued with boxing, he ran the risk of increasing the probability of attacks. That destroyed him a lot. He didn't finish, but looked at him. You remind me a lot of him in many ways. I didn't support him when he needed it with you. I would like to be different. I guess it's more of a redemption thing on your part, huh? He said with a smile. The old man let out a small laugh. Something like that. He takes another paper out of his overalls and hands it to him. When the week is over, go to this place, we'll see each other there. Kitty retreated towards the door. If you accept, of course, leaving the roof. Issei stared at the address for a while, then decided to leave and get back to work. Flashback end. The chestnut tree stared up at the clouds for a while, thinking. Tomorrow is the week and the boss will be waiting for me there, but with this short time I'll be ready to really start at the box, he sighed. Issei. A scream caught the brown-haired boy's attention. He turned his head to see who called him and saw a short-haired black-haired girl wearing a white blouse with a small dark blue vest and a short black skirt with a white belt. Sona. A few minutes later. They were both sitting on a bench in the park while sharing some sweets. So, have you been seeing me lately in this park? Taking a bite of the sweet. I saw you at the beginning of this week when I was leaving the university, I explained to him. When I left the next day the same thing happened and I stayed to see you out of curiosity. I didn't know you were training and I started seeing you since then. Looking at him. I'm actually conditioning my body for a tougher workout. Finishing eating his candy, but he realized something. Wait, have you been stalking me all week? He looked at her somewhat surprised. Citri realized what she said and that it could really be considered harassment. She immediately blushed and got nervous. That's not what I meant. I wouldn't do that to you. I'm not saying you're not cute. I mean you're not. I don't mean yes. She got redder and more nervous, along with the brunette who turned redder the more the conversation went on. Hey, calm down, you don't have to explain anything, he said while moving his hand somewhat nervously. They both remained silent for a while, but the brunette broke the silence. Thanks, the girl was surprised by his words. Why, she asked doubtfully. For helping me move forward after what happened, he said while holding his water bottle with both hands and leaning forward looking at the ground with a sad look, but with a smile. If it weren't for you, Tsubaki and the others, I don't think I know what would have become of me. She felt the honesty in the boy's words, no bad intentions, just sincerity. She looked down for a few moments. When you gave everything for them and for many important people in the supernatural, he said while playing with his fingers. The brown-haired boy looked at her. You, despite being a pervert, always looked out for the safety of others. You were protective and gave encouragement in the worst situations, he said while a pink tint appeared and spread across his face. You even came back from the dead to protect them, to protect us. Even from the beginning you acted selflessly to protect Rias, he explained while getting a little closer to the boy. The brown-haired boy remained silent for a few seconds, staring at the floor. Whenever I needed someone's support, you were there and gave it to me without thinking. I felt good, I felt protected. These words surprised Sona. Whenever I faced strong opponents, I was afraid that I wouldn't be strong enough to protect everyone's dreams. I was afraid of disappointing them, that because of me someone would suffer because of my weakness. Squeezing the bottle tightly in his hands, I didn't want others to suffer because of me. He slid a little towards her. But what about you? with a sad look, you also need help. Even when you see that things are impossible, remember that you have us who will support you in every way possible. He intertwined his fingers. You are someone who should not carry all that pressure alone, and do not hesitate to ask us for help when you need it most. We will always be there for you, he said, moving a little closer to the brunette. I don't want to bother you anymore, he said with shame. You helped me get out of that depression that ate me up. I felt that without them I couldn't live. He remembered for a few seconds the bitterness of those months being forgotten by the girls. I felt lost, finished, because for them I gave everything. But you were my light of hope. He shed a small tear that the brunette noticed. I feel that you were the only ones honest with me, the only ones who were really sincere with me, my friend. Issei, the girl got a little closer to the brown-haired boy. He had hunched over a little more. He was clenching his teeth tightly. I wish it would all end. I wish I didn't see them anymore. I wish they would leave my life. I would never see them again. But if that were to happen, I couldn't bear it. I still love them like no one else. She shed more tears while the bottle in her hands was already deformed by her strength, and she clenched her teeth tightly. I feel that if they leave, part of my soul would also leave with them. It would be completely broken. Without him paying much attention, the black-haired girl had hugged him. When she got close enough to the boy, she hugged him with affection, showing her true concern towards her friend's ex-boyfriend. She had only seen him depressed when she, her queen and the other friends of the brunette would visit him. She never thought to see him devastated to such an extent. He simply couldn't live without them, but at the same time seeing them with others destroyed him just the same. He didn't like it. She didn't like seeing him like this, the boy who always had a smile and an iron determination to overcome everything to protect others. To have him left in such a state was unbearable for her. Gently, she moved his head so she could bring him close to her chest and hug him. Giving him comfort and affection, the boy cried silently, but with immense pain, the girl caring little that her blouse was wet with the brunette's tears. Even with tears falling down her face, a lot of them began to fall on her white skin, wetting her hair. The light rain had begun, soaking the two young men sitting there. The other people had left when they felt the first drops of rain, but the two remained peacefully in the serene rain. The black-haired girl looked to the sides for a few seconds before using a transport circle, and from it came an umbrella large enough to cover them both without problems. She gently stroked his head, while the soft sound of the rain accompanied them. She was excited when she felt the brunette's arms hug her gently but firmly. After a few minutes where Sona had a noticeable blush the whole time, she stopped for a moment to speak. Issei-kun, the girl spoke softly while looking at him. The boy raised his head slightly. It would be better if we went before we caught a cold, she said with a certain sweetness. Issei simply nodded as he stood up next to the black-haired girl. Both of them began to walk towards the Citri's house. At Sona Citri's house. Luckily, the girl's house wasn't that far from the park where they had met. Sona. We had arrived at my house a few minutes ago. Both of us were wet from the time we were standing in the rain. I suggested that he go to the bathroom on the first floor. Well, I went to the bathroom in my room, and at the same time I looked for something for him to wear. He simply nodded as I showed him where the bathroom was. Then I went up, closed the door behind me, and as I took off my clothes, I began to think about how I ended up with Haidu. I turned on the hot and cold water. The warm water began to wet my body. A memory came to mind when we found out that Issei had missed the graduation ceremony and Rias and Akeno's graduation, for reasons unknown to everyone. I started running my hands over my body. I was going to ask Rias, but I saw them with another guy. This guy turned out to be a second-year student at the university. It seems they had been seeing each other for a long time. Some of the girls were seeing other guys I hadn't seen before. I soaked my body and started washing my hair. When I went to check on him, I almost didn't recognize him, and Tsubaki was deeply worried because the person we were seeing was nothing more than an empty shell. She couldn't believe that the cheerful boy had turned into someone with a blank stare, and I couldn't believe it either. The shower water removed the remains of soap and shampoo. We returned several times. Each time I saw him in a worse state. He didn't speak, he didn't eat, and I would swear that he didn't even bother to sleep properly. He looked pale and thin. I had never seen him like that before. Tsubaki and I were worried, but we weren't the only ones. There were his two friends who had often gone to visit him with Kiba to our surprise, and of course Gasper came to see him frequently to play video games with him. It was the only time they saw the boy show a slight kind smile for the effort his kuhai was making. I closed the shower and got out to dry myself. Over time, without realizing it, I became fond of him. The time we were able to spend with Issei was very pleasant. I was able to see what he was really like. A kind, loving, attentive, and sweet boy. I shook my head. I shouldn't think about him like that, but I can't help it. When I saw him smile at that girl named Kiryu, his second-year classmate, I felt a little annoyed. I know it's not right, but it bothers me. I left the bathroom and headed to the closet to look for my clothes and something Issei could wear. Come on, I'm sure I saw something I could use, damn it. I know I saw something around here since one Isama used to invite Surzich-sama to sleepovers at the house. Then cleaning the house when mother and father were still here was a damn problem. Haha, found you finally, Surzich-sama's damn clothes. I think these will fit, Issei. I went downstairs and headed to the bathroom to see if he had left yet. Huh? This is weird, the door was open, but the shower was running, I could hear the water. I know I shouldn't do this, but I better go in and see if something happens to him. It's not because I want to see him naked with his body wet, god, ouch. I can't believe I'm thinking this. Well, a little look won't hurt. She is a growing woman, they were expecting B. I entered carefully so as not to make noise. I noticed the open shower. It's not there, it's not there. It's not there. She turns her head quickly to look for him. Sona. Sona. A familiar voice of the girl. She turned around nervously and slowly. Behind her was the brunette with a towel around his waist. He had dried himself, but there were still a few drops on his already worked body, and his wet hair accentuated it downwards, almost covering one of his eyes. The black-haired girl turned redder than a tomato and an apple together. When the chestnut tree was about to speak. So I just came to bring you these clothes, and I hope they fit you. She practically threw the clothes in his face, making the brunette fall to the floor on his back, while Sona ran out of the bathroom, leaving a brunette on the floor. The black-haired woman went out to the kitchen and leaned against the wall with one hand on her chest, her breathing labored and her face red with nerves. And I saw him circa yan naked in her thoughts. The girl was able to keep an image of the brunette. Minutes later in the dining room. We see how the unusual couple were having a snack next to each other. Both were blushing from what had happened but calm at the same time, both looking at each other at certain moments. The dark-haired woman gulped and breathed a little. I'm sorry. Sona turned to see the boy beside her, who was blushing and holding his hands together. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Putting up with me then, before and now I only caused you trouble, the boy said somewhat dejectedly. She became somewhat nervous by the girl's words. And no, say the truth, as she said while moving her hands. Then after a while she calmed down and placed her hands on the table. You have taught me many things, and I have had to learn several things from you, said the girl, making the brown-haired boy look at her. This embarrassed her. You have taught me not to give up so easily, to give it my all until the end, and never give up on my dream, she said, while interlacing the fingers of her hand. The brown-haired boy was blushing with embarrassment at the girl's words. He became nervous. I don't know what to say. Issei ran his hand over the back of his neck. Of all people, I never thought you would say you learned something from me, while showing a small smile. The girl showed a slight smile when she saw him, then she became somewhat embarrassed and spoke. Sorry for coming in without warning, he said shyly. The brown-haired boy remembered that and gave him a smile. You don't have to worry. Accidents happen. Yes. But only, you have those kinds of accidents, Drake told him through the gem that appeared on his arm. Thanks for ruining the moment, mate, the brown-haired boy said sarcastically. Whenever you want, Ibu, said the dragon as he went back to sleep. And I had to wake up at the worst moment just to screw up, she said softly, but the black-haired girl let out a laugh that was soon followed by the brunette. They both spent a little more time relaxing to finish their snack. After that, Sona started to finish some of her pending math homework, while the brunette started to write something on a piece of paper. Issei looks up at the Citri at the table, who seemed to be having trouble, or so he deduced from her look. He got up from the chair and left the sheet on the small table in front of him. Walking up to the girl, the brunette noticed that the clothes she was wearing were similar to what she had worn that afternoon, but warmer. A blouse that left her shoulders uncovered but with a somewhat thick jacket, a grey skirt that reached her knees, along with black stockings and a pair of tights. Since it had gotten back rather late and night was approaching, Issei called his mother and told her that since the rain didn't stop, he would stay at a friend's house since they had met. This relieved his worried mother, and she told him to take care of himself. Looks like you have problems taking one of the chairs and sitting on it. The girl didn't want to admit it, but some of the human problems were difficult for her. I don't like to admit it, but yes, she said, already exhausted, as she leaned back in her chair. She saw the boy beside her. Issei was wearing fleece pants and snow-like boots, a long black t-shirt, and a jacket that fit his torso. The brown-haired man took the folder and took out a sheet of paper and began to write on it. After exactly 1 minute he passed the sheet of paper along with the folder. There it is, you just had to apply a formula that they taught you last year, passing the exercise formula to the girl. The black-haired girl was surprised and then reviewed the problem and the exercise solved by the brunette. No matter how many times she reviewed it, the brunette had solved it without any apparent problems. Oh, this fine, she said incredulously and then looked at Issei incredulously. He simply smiled mischievously. Did you think I would be an idiot all the time? Hehehe, laughed the brown-haired boy. I'm sorry to tell you that you were wrong. I never said you were an idiot, she said, looking away in shame. She had actually called the brunette an idiot because of his grades. I just thought you were someone who didn't use their head much. Well, somehow I had to keep my grades up to be able to enter and stay at the academy, right? The boy smiled gracefully. The girl caught the boy's smile and continued doing her homework alongside the brunette. Already at night. We see the two boys with a dilemma. I already told you that I will sleep on the couch, you don't need to do this, Kaichu, said the brunette while blushing and waving his arms in denial. I told you that the other rooms were vacated since my parents said I had to live alone from now on, said the girl with a blush. So you're going to have to sleep with me in this room, she said, already blushing with a rather noticeable blush. Well, things happen like this. As night fell, a little problem arose. The other rooms were cleared, so there was nothing in these. Issei had two options. Either sleep on the couch downstairs or sleep next to Citri in her room, possibly in the same bed. Also, it gets quite cold down there at night, said the girl while holding the boy's sleeve. Ooh, but I don't want for you to feel uncomfortable, I've already bothered you a lot, this is going too far and abusing your kindness, said the boy with embarrassment while looking away. The black-haired girl stiffened slightly, then lowered her gaze slightly as she tightened her grip on the brunette's wrist. But it doesn't bother me that you're with me, she said with a warm voice, but in a very low tone. However, the boy managed to hear this. You are one of the few people in which I can really be myself, I can act like a normal girl, she said, blushing. The boy was surprised by those words. He never thought the girl in front of him would feel that way about him. With you I can laugh, I can cry, I can smile, I can throw a tantrum, I want to help you, I want to be there for you, I don't want to see you like that again, she began with some joy, but that image quickly broke, she leaned on the brunette's chest. Issei's pav. I don't understand why. Why is Sona saying all this? She nestles her head against my chest. Being a little taller isn't a problem, but… Grip. Hey? Moisten. This wet, is she crying? I slowly look down. She's tightly gripping my jacket, as if afraid I'd leave her escape. Ibu Drake's voice echoes in my head, she's being honest with you, what? I'd noticed before, but I wasn't sure about her feelings. She really loves you more than you think. After this he became silent, does she love me? Sob. I feel her breathing become ragged, she's trembling. Sona, I owe you more than you know, I honestly thought I was alone. After the girls left me I thought I'd be alone, I was foolish to think that, I had you all. Kiba, Gasper, Mitsuda, Motohama, Aika, Tsubaki Mom and of course you, Sona, you were my emotional support, the ones who kept me from falling any lower. My arms are moving, is it just me or is it pure instinct? I really don't care at this moment, I just want her to stop crying. It makes me feel guilty because those tears are my fault. Sona, calm down, I'm here, I won't leave your side, she really cared about me all this time, I want to thank her. I hug her carefully, making her body as close to mine as possible. Calm down, I'm fine, everything is fine, I had never seen her like this. And Issei. The boy sat on the bed, helping Citri. She was in a delicate state at the moment. After a few minutes, he lay down next to the girl. Sona didn't let go at any time, fearing that the boy would leave her side. When she lay down, she pressed herself closer to the boy at her side. The brown-haired boy hugged her, something told him that he should do this. He held her to his body and felt her breathing calm down. He gently stroked her head. She fell asleep with the lines of her tears marked. Issei ran his fingers to erase them a little. In a matter of seconds sleep also claimed him. The glove appeared to move towards the sheets and then cover the body of both and return to its place to hug her with protection. Arc 1. New Beginning Chapter 4. The Final Training. In the morning. Everything was quiet in the Citri house, the sun rose and made the clear sky shine, the birds sang, and everything was peaceful. And it was precisely 6:50. Holy shit, 6:50. Quick, pass me that folder. A female voice shouted. I'm coming. Don't forget that report. A male voice answered her, take this quickly. MRRRRRR, PFFFRRR. It's hot. Blow on it, don't be stupid. It seems like it's a busy morning, eat this quickly. I'll do it on the way, I have to go now. I'll see you too. Well, to sum it all up, both young people had woken up cuddled very close. The black-haired girl was very close to the brunette, using her chest as a pillow, and the brunette was very protectively hugging the girl, one arm on her hip and the other gently holding her head. They both woke up and the first thing they saw was each other's eyes. They both blushed abruptly, but the brunette then looked at the clock by accident and saw the time. His face became a poem of horror. The girl wondered why the brunette made that face when he turned around. He also made the same expression, since they were going to be late to the university and the academy. The girl, before leaving, gave him a kiss on the cheek, surprising the boy. And we focus on Issei, who had to use a transportation circle to appear in front of his house. Upon entering, he runs into his mother, who greets him but yells at him for being late. I know. He goes up and down almost instantly, taking something that his mother made him and giving her a kiss on the cheek before having a quick breakfast, leaving his mother with a cute blush and a smile. We move on to the academy. We see the chestnut tree during recess looking out the window. Are you looking at everything thinking about nothing again, Issei? Asked his friend with glasses. More or less looking at him and Mitsuda. Looking to the sides. I had a photo shoot with the club, they were supposed to go to a museum to take pictures of the sculptures, he said, moving his hands to emphasize. The brunette smiled. Have there been any sightings lately? I asked doubtfully. Nothing this last week has been calm, he finished while leaning near the window. Honestly, if you hadn't saved us that time, I wouldn't have believed anything that's happening, he finished with a smile. I already told you it was nothing. They're my friends, it was the least I could do, said the boy, looking out the window. I think you're too big for us to call us that, after all we always left you behind, he said with shame in his words. We were never exactly the best friends you could have had, he said, causing a silence. But they were the first to accept me as a pervert, he said, smiling, making the young man with glasses smile too. Of course, after all we are perverts, he said with a smile. Yes, but how long has it been since we went to see the kendo club? I asked with a smile. I don't know, but I don't really care lately either. Looking towards the courtyard, I'm more interested in the girls in physical education, I finish. And I thought you lost your desire, he and his friend laughed. But the bell rang, ending the recess. We'll talk later, he said as he settled into his seat with the arrival of the professor. Issei just sighed. The day the real training begins, he took out his notebook and studied. At the end of classes at Cool University. We see the young black-haired woman leaving, along with her faithful queen. Both were walking back to their respective homes, but since they were almost in the same direction, they took the opportunity to leave together. The day was a tiring day, even by our standards, Tsubaki complained, massaging her shoulders. The good thing is that we were able to finish the teacher's homework, the short-haired girl expressed, massaging her temple, and with that annoying Haru still insisting on asking me out, she was annoyed by her insistence on rejecting me. By the way, Kaichu the aforementioned looks at her, she was almost late today, and I felt that she used a transportation circle to get there on time. What happened? The girl with the terrachromia asked, intrigued. Oh, that. I fell asleep. This surprised her partner, which was noticed by Sona. What happened was that. Yesterday I met Issei. She found Issei-kun? She asked, surprised and with happiness in her voice, which could be noticed. If I met him while I was training, or if he was doing conditioning, I don't remember, but he told me he was going to take boxing seriously, she said. But what does Issei-kun have to do with you being late? I asked. Well, I invited him to my house, making her faithful friend open her eyes wide. The rain had caught us before in the park, she put on a sad expression, remembering what had happened. Tsubaki noticed her friend's pain. He helped me with my math homework since I didn't understand it, she said the last thing with shame and surprising the other black-haired girl for obvious reasons and because of the rain last night. Well, she got nervous. He stayed the night with me, she said the last thing in a low voice, but it reached her friend's ears. They just arrived at the corner where Shinra has to go home. Sona said goodbye, but her friend didn't hear her, and when she reacted she could simply see her walking away. She was heading home and on the way only one thought crossed her mind. That's not fair. But Citri, as she continued on her way home, she remembered what happened that morning and remembers a specific moment from that morning. I kissed him. She screamed while turning red, remembering that he gave her a kiss on the cheek, but a kiss after all. A few hours ago. Academy departure time. The chestnut tree had left the academy and was heading towards the city center, following the directions given to him by the chief of the place. I'm already getting a little off center, he whispered while looking at the sides. Where did you send me, old man? Knowing him, I wouldn't be surprised if he sent you to a brothel, said his faithful companion. Yes, I think the same, but I don't think he's that much of a son of a bitch, right? The doubt was evident in the last part. To be honest, I don't know, I finished with a sigh, followed by the brown-haired boy. Minutes later. The boy walked for a few more minutes until he reached a store of electrical appliances. Is this the place? He wondered when he saw the place. As he approached he saw the closed sign. The brunette thought it was strange, but knocked anyway to make sure the door opened. It didn't have a lock. This worried the brunette, who slowly entered the business, closing the door behind him. Inside the lights were off. The brunette saw the counters and the different appliances inside. When he found the switch he turned on the lights, and when he turned around, he saw himself face to face with an old man with closed eyes slightly shorter than him. Just short of. Hiya. 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 Forget it, they all shouted. Issei moved away with a scared face, but he didn't expect the old man to throw a cross straight to his face. He had to cover himself and then receive a combination of X2 jab, cross and right cross. The brown-haired man just moved away while he continued to cover himself from the blows. With a quick movement of his feet, he made a short jump to the left to avoid a blow that broke the glass of one of the counters. The old man moved quickly, swinging his body and throwing quick and strong punches, surprising the young man. He saw that there was no other way out and responded with a jab, X2 cross and a hook to the liver. The old man managed to cover himself from the first blows, but had to move his right arm down and block the hook. He countered with his left hand. The brown-haired man had to use parry to deflect the blow. But the jump both moved away. Issei got ahead of the old man and threw a right cross. The old man moved his body to the right, but did not see the coming left hook, so he used his forearm to cover himself, received the impact, and with a skillful movement of his hips, along with the pivot of his feet, Issei managed to throw a right hook to the face. The old man raised his guard again, but he realized too late that the blow was an overhand. Passing over his guard, it landed sharply in his face, causing him to lose his balance and fall back against a glass case. "Aye boy. That old man isn't normal." "I know. Then don't let him recover easily." The brown-haired man nodded and launched himself into the fray to start hitting the old man's guard with hooks. "This old man, he has strong arms." The brown-haired man could feel the old man's muscles through his punches. Who the hell was this old man? The brunette continued his outburst, but after a few seconds, the old man clenched his right fist tightly and, when he saw his opportunity, threw a hook to the boy's body, directly into his ribs. Ugh. The brunette doubled over in pain, then resisted a flurry of blows, forcing him to raise his guard. "The old man's fists were really hard. I feel like he's hitting me with stones." "Ibu, be careful below." The old man managed to enter Issei's guard by mistake and deliver an upper to the jaw with impressive force, making him lose his balance and leaving him stunned. The brown-haired boy's vision was now somewhat blurred and his legs were failing him and were trembling. "Shit. That hit really hurt me," he said, already against a wall, starting to see double. The old man stood there with his guard up until. "Ha ha 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 ha." He laughed, disconcerting the brown-haired boy who had recovered from the small encounter. "You are very skillful, boy. But you still have very soft fists, but I admit that your technique, although a little weak, is good," said the old man as he turned to the counter. "What?" He relaxed a little, but in the confusion, what had happened? "Wow, your first fight and you end up by technical knockout, ha 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 ha." A voice known to the brown-haired boy came from behind and he saw his boss leaning against the wall. "Old man. Who the hell is this old bouncer?" he exclaimed, pointing at the old man who, when he saw him well, the brown-haired man could feel that the man in front of him was old, but his physical appearance did not match. He was certainly tall with unruly white hair and a beard, his face showed a calm expression. The two older men began to laugh at the chestnut's excitement. "The boy is very funny, just like you said, Brom. He has the same spirit as us in the past," said the man with a smile. "I told you, Jew," said the chief as he placed his arm around the boy's shoulder. "Are you going to explain to me what's going on here?" the boy asked, already confused and irritated. "Kid, let me introduce you to an old friend of mine and former IBF boxer. Carlos Juhazama." At the revelation, the brown-haired man was surprised and opened his eyes. "Are you saying this old man was a boxer for the International Boxing Federation?" I exclaimed in surprise. "Ahaha, that's right, kid, he's your senpai in this sport," putting a hand on the brown-haired boy's shoulder, "and I've managed to convince him to teach you some things that he knows," he said with a smile. The brown-haired boy couldn't believe what was happening, training with a former professional. "But are you a little overweight, right?" I asked because the man had a big belly. The three of them fell silent. "No, well, maybe a little," said the man. "Okay, so what do we do first?" he asked with some emotion in his words. The two men smiled at the boy's attitude. 1 week later. "Well, let's start with AAGGRR. Holy shit. Keep your guard up." "But what happened here?" "I'm trying." "Well, during the week, it was suggested that the brunette would train at parings with the white-haired man, but it was easier said than done." The brown-haired man barely held his own against a man who delivered powerful blows. After all, he had been a superweight. The fight was not going well for the brunette, who remained on the defensive, enduring the flurry of blows, keeping both arms in front of him to withstand the overwhelming blows. Compared to the idiots at the academy, he's much faster, resisting a 1-2-3 combination. He tried to achieve a counter, but the white-haired man managed to block or stop his blows. The only option he had left during these 2 rounds was to cover himself as best as possible and minimize the damage. But still. Oog. He received a good hook to the body, making him fly for a few seconds, separating his feet from the canvas, then a strong overhand passed through his guard, hitting the brown-haired man's temple, making him kiss the canvas. The man calmly returned to his corner. The old man began the count of the fall. Issei stayed on the canvas for about 5 seconds before grabbing the ropes to get back up. His forearms hurt and his legs were shaking. He put his peekaboo guard back on, like Mike Tyson did. "Still, I can, continue," he said with his breath cut off. The albino stared for a while before going back into fighting pose, using the same pose as the brown-haired man. The bald man watched as the brown-haired man was beaten again by his colleague. A memory came to his mind. Flashback. They went to the back where there was a boxing ring, some training bags, a first aid kit, crates with barriers, and some racks with several gloves for the parings. It's rare to see an appliance store have something like this. Looking at the place. Well, when you retire with a good amount of money you can treat yourself to a little luxury, the albino mentioned as he turned on the light. Then admire the place. For now I will explain the basics that you will have to remember, the bald man told him. The three of them sat on some chairs. Good to start, the white-haired man said. You will have to take a written test. Don't buck with me. Even to beat the shit out of another guy, I need to do some testing. Don't complain, shut up. Given that. Well, first things first, the basic rules. They talked for a few minutes. They discussed the punches allowed in fights, areas of the body where hitting isn't allowed, the characteristics of the ring, safety equipment, the 10-second rule and regulations, the importance of points, and ways to win a fight. That's basically the most important thing you'll need to know for the written test. I didn't know so many things were taken into account, he said, impressed. Well, we'll get into the details later. For now, we'll focus on your technique and footwork. Today and tomorrow, we'll focus on that. We'll find your rhythm, and then we'll adapt your body for the rest of the week, the bald old man explained. For my own good. Flashback end. During physical training, they noticed the boy had a slightly defined body, not as corpulent. But his strength was truly great. Carlos told him that he had compressed strength. His body would be standard regardless of training. He would simply have defined muscles, but that wouldn't imply any lesser strength. In short, he would have a well-muscled body for a standard body, but that would not represent the strength of his body being considerably large. Braun watched as the boy fell to the ground again from a left cross to the body, then a hook to the face, followed by a left uppercut straight to the jaw. That boy endures like a beast. Seeing how the brown-haired man tried to get up again, he may not have the best technique, but he improves quickly, and that inhuman resistance benefits him greatly. The brown-haired man goes on a quick offensive, throwing a jab, and managed to move to the left and throw a cross with his right. The man managed to defend himself by blocking it, when under his forearm Issei had already disappeared. His eyes opened, suddenly his instinct told him to move back diagonally. The powerful blow came from below courtesy of the brunette. With a quick pendulum movement he managed to get under the albino on his right blind fist and launch a left uppercut from a difficult angle, managing to knock him off balance for a moment. Issei tried to connect a hook to the body, followed by a cross directly to the albino's face. Carlos was unable to block the hook to his liver and took a clean blow to his face, forcing him to turn his head. Connect. But I didn't feel the impact. But the brunette distracted, he jumped away with a short jump and sent a hook to the chest to the face. The brunette couldn't raise his guard and ended up on the canvas. This boy, seeing how he tried to get up again, entered the ring and put a hand on the boy's shoulder, who had a swollen eye. He looked at him. That's enough, kid. The point is that you get used to it little by little, not that in a week they end up giving you a championship beating, literally taking him out of the ring. The white-haired man also left the ring, and as he took off his gloves, he touched the left side of his face. That blow caught me off guard, and despite having turned my head, it grazed hard. The boy was skillful, I wouldn't deny that. Braun sat the brown-haired boy on a bench to rest. Carlos took some ice out of a nearby cooler. Odo-san. A female voice caught the attention of the three. They saw a girl who was apparently about 19 years old, with snow-white hair and a fairly long braid, somewhat messy bangs, bright honey-colored eyes, a well-endowed body, especially her breasts. For obvious reasons, she had to wear fairly loose clothing on the upper part and was wearing her uniform. Some will surely recognize her and tell me to my face XD. Ignore the colored beaked penguin V. Oh. My dear little one, you're back, said her albino father happily, waiting for a hug from his daughter, but she noticed how the brown-haired boy was being cared for by the old man. Ice kun. She walked past her father to attend to the boy, leaving the stone man as her own daughter ignored him. Are you okay? The concern was palpable in her voice. She had met the brunette 2 days after he started coming. She found out that his father had started training a boy in boxing. Curiously, she had discovered it by accident when she heard her father talking to an old friend of his. He is not the chief. One day after finishing her chores she ran away to see the person her father had decided to train, the brunette, and she had met in a curious way. Since she witnessed how the brunette trained in a sparring against her father, she witnessed how the boy fell again and again to the canvas due to the strong blows of the older one. She knew that her father was strong, she had seen him train since she was little. She worried about the boy, but seeing how he got up with all his strength to move forward surprised her greatly. He was not willing to fall so easily and prepared for another assault from his father. When the sparring ended, she showed up with a first aid kit they had, and from that moment on, she started coming to treat the brunette. She approached the boy and asked him to let her heal him. Issei didn't mind much, but he was able to establish a good friendship with his teacher's daughter. Don't worry, I'm fine, I was able to hold out until the end of the second round, taking out her mouthguard. Your father really hits hard. She took cotton, alcohol, swabs, and some band-aids out of her briefcase, at first contact against the bruises on her face. Huh. That hurts, woman. She got upset. Stay still please, she pouted as she tried to clean the brunette's face. Don't be a baby, and hold it now, using one of the swabs to clean the blood coming out of her nose, making the brunette feel sharp pain. Don't be a crybaby. You've suffered worse than this, the dragon told him with a smile. That doesn't stop the fact that it hurts. I complain. After a few minutes of Braun comforting his old friend by rubbing his back and trying to calm him down, by late afternoon, around 7:57 p.m., the brown-haired boy was already packing his things to go home. Boy, the boss called him. Issei turned his head. Don't forget that tomorrow you'll have to come early, you have to come. From now on, every weekend must be made the most of it, receiving a nod with everything ready. See you tomorrow, old man, Carlos-an, Unryu-chan. So he ran off towards his house. With everything finished, Braun was also about to go home, and the Hazamas were about to close up, but the albino noticed something. At the protagonist's house, where else, bro v. We see how the chestnut arrives at the entrance of his house, but feels a demonic presence in his house. No, there are two. He rushed in, banging loudly on the door, and when he reached the dining room, he found a rather curious scene. Don't make me hit you, Rias. I should be the one telling you that, Sona. What the hell is going on here? The brunette suddenly arrives. Seeing the place better, he finds a certain red-haired and black-haired girl grabbing each other by the collar of their clothes, standing on top of the table, and with their right arms ready to hit each other. He remains silent. In general, everyone was quiet. The brunette's intrusion was unexpected, and the two girls who previously had everyone's attention were embarrassed to be discovered in such a situation. That if I arrive at the wrong time, I can wait upstairs and then. No. They both shouted reflexively as they returned to their places. Well, what did I miss? The boy asked those present. No one said anything until. But you and Kaichu were about to fight, said the albino loli as she raised her hand. Hineko? They both said, embarrassed. I would have come a few minutes late. He said with frustration, but then he saw something that didn't fit in the equation. Wait, what were you fighting about? He asked everyone. It's a private matter, said the Gremory, but for some reason the Citri's focus went on. Well, Issei, the thing is that Rias is upset that you and I slept together. Normally she would never say those things, but this was a special occasion. Huh? He said, confused, with a small blush on his cheeks. It's not true. Exclaimed the Verdad, banging her hands against the table. She was lying about sleeping with you in the same bed. In the same bed. She emphasized with frustration, and that's impossible. She finished while banging the table in a tantrum. I would never lie. Issei had to stay at my house to sleep because of the weather, adjusting his glasses, making the brunette a little nervous, but those weren't the only reactions. Because of certain things that happened, one led to the other, and we ended up sleeping together. She showed a small smile of superiority, causing different reactions. Himiko was with tears in her eyes and with a kawaii expression. Tsubaki, despite having a calm expression, was upset and slightly inflated her cheeks. Yura was surprised and with a discomfort in her mouth that she did not like. Masami stiffened while squeezing a plastic bottle. Those words bothered her. The rest of the Citri entourage was surprised by the words and attitude of their king. On the other hand, those of the Gremory entourage became upset, but internally, well, except Asia, who is the most sensitive and showed her teary eyes, but the most affected girl was a certain little person. That is nothing but a vile lie. Rias refused to believe what her friend was telling her, something like she slept with her fiancé. And when we woke up he was hugging me in such a protective and warm way, she said, while pretending to hug herself to make a representation. The brunette was already very embarrassed. Did I really do that? The brown-haired man mentally wondered. It didn't exactly happen like that, but it's pretty close, Drake told him. That doesn't help me much, mate, now with a bad feeling on his neck, but no less ashamed. What you're telling me is ridiculous. Rias exclaimed. Issei would never sleep with another girl. He would only sleep with me. She assured. First of all, you don't decide who I can be with or not, he said, still blushing, making the Verdad surprised at not being supported by the boy, and secondly. I only slept with her, nothing more. Well, it's true that I hugged her, but nothing more happened, said Red, remembering how he woke up that day. Issei-chan, he turned to see his mother with that expression of watery eyes, which upset the brown-haired boy. Sniff, my Issei-chan, he did it with a girl already, and he didn't even tell me about his girlfriend. This surprised the boy, so I'm going to be a grandmother. He and Sona turned red upon hearing that deduction from the blonde, who apparently didn't hear the brown-haired boy's explanation. We didn't do that, Mom. We just slept together, but we didn't do anything. He said, standing in front of his mother and explaining things to her. But you were with a girl all night. She said, still with her tears and sad kawaii expression. You could have done it, and now you want to deny it. That explanation could be taken as true. They were alone all night, they could have done anything and now deny it. The Citrus and Gremory refused to believe this, but could those things have happened? Before his mother or anyone else could say anything, the doorbell rang. The brunette went to open the door, bumping into a gifted albino. Unresolved-chan. He was surprised to see her. "Oh hello Issei-kun," she said nervously. It was the first time she came to a boy's house. "What are you doing here?" "Right. It's getting cold outside. I invited her inside the house." The girl politely entered and went to the dining room. She saw that there were a lot of people gathered there. A lot of women, in general, with just 2 men inside. Everyone saw the newcomer, who was very pretty. Her albino hair and body were enviable by mortals, even by some of the demons present. At the moment the brown-haired man arrived, noticing a certain aura of envy towards the newcomer, but due to her innocent personality, she did not notice it. "This is getting ugly. Well, I want to introduce everyone. Unryu Hazama is the daughter of my boxing sensei," I explained, trying to calm the tense atmosphere that was forming in the house. Obviously everyone already knew about the brown-haired boy's classes. It's a pleasure to meet you," she said nervously, more than anything because of presenting herself in front of so many people, than because of the threatening presence that some of them emanated. Either he's very brave, or his innocence is supreme, the brown-haired boy asked himself mentally. "Oh. So you're the one who heals Issei-chan's wounds every time he goes to train." The brunette's mother stood up and approached the girl, while giving her a smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, I'm your Oka-san, Himiko Haidu." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Haidu," she replied calmly with a small smile. "There's no need for so much formality, just call me Oka-san," giving a small laugh. I couldn't," she said, blushing, knowing what that means. "To be closer to Issei." "I don't insist, it's not a problem." "But." "I said it won't be a problem. If anyone remembers Unohana from Bleach, she has that same expression when she wants to be listened to." She had a rather cute scared expression. The brown-haired man approached her and whispered to her. "Believe me, you'll save yourself trouble. Just listen to her." He knew his mother, and when she got down to business, you had to listen to her. However, the girl remembered something she had to do first. "Ah. Right." Turning towards the brown-haired boy, he saw her confused and she took something out of the back of her skirt. "For example, when you stretch your pants and put the change bills in the space between your pants and your skin." And they were some papers on a sheet of paper. The brown-haired boy, seeing where she got it from, slowly turns red. "You dropped these?" And well, he said while getting nervous while making movements with her legs and putting the papers close to her chest. "I didn't read them, boo, but dad told me that they were important for you," he said while getting a little nervous. The brown-haired boy approached and took the girl's hands, making the girl say hi. In surprise, he slid his hands through hers until he reached the papers and took them. He looked into her eyes, showing a smile along with a blush. "I appreciate you taking the trouble to bring this to me, Unryu-chan." His voice was soft and calm. The girl blushed. No male from her university saw what the boy in front of her was doing. He was kind to her and sincere. Few were those who behaved this way. "These papers are important to me. Without them things would have become very complicated for me." "No, it was nothing, Issei-kun," she said, blushing and nervous. "Boo, but now I have to go," said the girl before running away and hitting the wall. "Ow. Are you okay?" The brown-haired boy worried. "Yes. I'm fine," he said as he left the house. After an awkward silence, someone broke it. "Issei, who was that girl?" the Verdad asked angrily. "Not again. And here we go again. Let's move forward a few weeks, precisely in the middle of May. We see how the chestnut-colored man found himself in a parry against the former champion again. These last few weeks have seen stricter training to help him improve quickly." Dodging a long-range offer from his sensei, Issei advanced and with force began a flurry of blows, while Ju went on to defend himself and avoid the blunt blows. An accurate cross landed on his fists, making him retreat. With a hook he managed to hit hard against the albino's temple, throwing him off balance, and a low overhand from his left, but despite covering himself, both arms went down from the impact of the blow. The brown-haired man threw a left cross, hitting hard on the white-haired man's jaw. He turned his head to minimize the damage and counter with a strange hook from his position, hitting the boy's jaw. Below the ring were Braum watching the boy's movements. Unryu, who was quite nervous watching the fight, worried about her father and the brunette. Kiba was reading a book but watched the fight a lot and smiled from time to time. The brunette fell and got up. Gasper saw everything with great admiration, seeing Issei endure and fight with everything, even being just a parring. The three friends from work saw all this with amazement. They knew that Issei was strong and tenacious, but not to the point of being able to be as strong as to stay standing for 4 2-minute rounds against a former professional. Kili looked at the boy with a slight blush, seeing his sweaty body and almost completely marked muscles. The exchange continued for several more seconds. Ju delivered a hook to the liver, which was reciprocated by a special jab. The brunette twirled his fist as it advanced toward the chest, specifically toward the heart. This surprised the bald man, but he noticed the timing. Ting ting. Loud bell sound v. The sound of the bell made them stop dead just millimeters from connecting. The albino was surprised since he hadn't noticed the blow. He caught me off guard again, retreating to the corner and leaving. The sparring had ended. He looked at the boy for a few seconds. There is no doubt, watching how his daughter took care of Issei, he is stronger than me, he just needs time. You look tired, the bald man brought him a towel. The boy improved faster than we thought, he said, while wiping away the sweat and a little blood. His damn blows are getting harder and harder, rubbing his forearms. What do you think? Looking at the brown-haired man and how he spoke to the others. It will be a scandal. I could knock out a rookie with one hit. Looking at his old friend, tell him to control himself during the test. Ha, I'll do it, this is going to be good. All the boys were talking while the albino was healing Issei. I knew you were strong, but to go all out against a boxer? Man, that's crazy. Javier said with emotion in his voice. I agree with the lettuce hair. The brunette supported his friend in a certain way, taking out a vein in the aforementioned. But you really got hit hard. The blonde smiled while holding back some laughter at his partner's expression, wanting to hit him for the joke. You'll see, Kiba. Ugh. But the pain was stronger than him, making the others laugh. Issei. I already told you to stay still, or you'll only hurt yourself more. The girl scolded him while using a wet handkerchief to clean the cuts and try to reduce the swelling from the bruises. Issei-senpai should relax a little, the little damper told him. Now calmer, but I fight incredibly, he praised while imitating some of the brown-haired boy's movements. Yes, but he's still a bit stiff when it comes to his footwork. They turned to Siju and Braum. The white-haired man was the one who spoke, but other than that you've improved noticeably, giving him a thumbs up and a smile. Okay, kid, you better get your things ready. Tomorrow we're going to Tokyo, he said with a big smile. This excited everyone. In 3 days the tests would take place. My question is this, the bearded man spoke to him, are you ready for what's coming? Showing a serious face. The boy, now more recovered, stood up. He extended his fingers and closed his hand into a tight fist. He repeated the action a couple of times until he closed it into a semi-closed fist. HPM. Ryu. He threw a punch with good force while showing a smile. I am. That smile spread to the others, including the older ones who smiled encouragingly. The next morning. We see how the boy was finishing packing the last things he would take. They would be there for 2 days. They decided that they would walk around for 1 day and do a general review the next day before the test. I think everything is ready, lifting his medium-sized suitcase, and a backpack will be gone for about 3 days if something doesn't happen. They'll come for you in a few minutes, Ibu. It would be better to go down, advised the red. I know, but I'm still worried about how mom will be without me sitting on the bed for a few seconds. Calm down. Your mother will be under the care of the Citri servants, she will be fine, trust her. I try to lighten his concern. Even so, looking up at the ceiling. He saw how his partner was somewhat unsure. If it makes you feel a little calmer. I'll put some stamps that will allow me to know how the residents of the house are while we're gone. He gave him a smile and a solution that calmed the brown-haired man. Thank you, partner. That's what I'm here for. With one matter settled, he decided to go down to the living room and wait for the others to come for him. Downstairs were his mother, Sona, and Tsubaki, ready to see him off. Until you decided to go down, Issei-kun, Tsubaki told him with a small smile. Why, my little one? The older blonde hugged him, putting her head in her cleavage, cutting off the brunette's breath. No, I'm breathing. With some effort the 2 black-haired girls managed to separate the brunette from his mother, or at least from her generous breasts. Okay, Ka-chan, I'll be fine, and I'll be back before you know it, while she stroked her mother's head, who was shedding small tears. But you'll be far from me and your friends, he said with a tender expression of sadness. I was already away for a few days when I went to Kyoto. And they were the worst days of my life. She said, crying even more, taking a drop from her son. I don't want my cute Ice-chan to go far away. Clinging to the brown-haired boy. He laughed nervously at the blonde's attitude, while the other 2 watched the scene with some amusement. Calm down, I'll be back in a moment, you'll see, he assured her, separating himself from her as best he could. Beep, beep. Loud horn like the ones in my town. The pickup truck, minivan, traffic light truck, whatever you want to call that thing, parked in front of the chestnut tree's house. When they opened the back door, Javier and Marcos could be seen. Come on, Issei, we're late. Well, I have to go now, he said, gathering his things, and began to say goodbye, first to his mother, giving her a kiss on the cheek and a hug which she didn't want to separate from but had to. Then he went for Tsubaki, whom he hugged kindly, taking the black-haired girl by surprise and blushing, making her lose her posture. Finally he said goodbye to Sona. Both of them felt uncomfortable for a few seconds, but they gave each other a kiss on the cheek while their faces turned red, since it was not usual for both of them this type of affection, but since that day they were closer enough to give this show of affection. See you in a few days, and he said while looking at the short-haired girl. Thank you very much, Sona. I know I'm asking a lot of you lately, but I'll pay you back somehow, giving a small bow. The girl just smiled in a kind, bordering on sweet way. You don't have to thank me, it's payment for everything you did for us before, now go, they're waiting for you, she said goodbye with the others with a wave of her hands. Already getting into the truck he met his three companions, Braum, Juan Ryu and Gasper too. What are you two doing here? They said confused. If I don't go, who will cure you? He said with a smile. The boss invited me, looking at the bald man who was driving. It will be good to see what the other aspiring boxers are like, he explained smiling. Issei just shook his head with a smile and said. Then let's get going. With a good mood they all left for the main road heading to Tokyo. I'm a little closer to fulfilling my childhood dream, huh? He thought with some joy, heading towards a childhood dream that he really liked to resume. Arc 1. New Beginning Chapter 5. The Journey, the Rest and the Bitches. Legend has it that one day I was supposed to publish again, and that day has arrived. Okay, well leaving the stupidities aside, although that is impossible, I come to bring you the new chapter that I have been knowing since time immemorial and apologizing for my delay, I am really too careless and lazy sometimes. But I brought you a rather long chapter that I hope you like. Let me clarify one thing. This will be a resting chapter for the chestnut tree and will focus on the tripper part of it more than anything to relax the crack, like a filler chapter, excuse the redundancy, and I also decided to make some adjustments to the sound effects. I hope you like it. And well, thank you for the support you're giving this story and the other two. The comments, the votes, and so on. In general, I truly appreciate the support I receive as a writer. The third fic I published is the one with the fewest votes and views, but well, it was to be expected, but I recommend you stop by and read that one. It's an interesting idea I had and I wanted to share it with you. Well, I've talked a lot, see you at the end. But the band. We are located in the famous city of Tokyo. I don't know where Kuo Academy is located exactly in your world, so I'll more or less place it in the north, but for now we will move away towards the east by the C1 route that crosses through the north of Chiyoda in a grey minivan. It fits 3 people in each row of seats, in total there are 3 rows of seats. The last one can be folded to expand a little what would be the trunk that goes slowly, but inside things were. Hey up, babes. Ha 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 ha. Javier laughs with superiority while he puts the 4 aces on the improvised table where he, Marcus and Ju were playing, obviously the latter two were furious. This is impossible. The bearded old man refuted. How can you win 3 times in a row? The dark-haired man complained. The 3 continued arguing in the back about their game while the 2 girls sat 1 seat ahead, listening to their friends and father argue. Ta-san doesn't know how to control herself when she plays, said the albino embarrassed. And you think I'm not? Those 2 only have brains for games, he said while lowering his head in shame, while next to him is Gasper sleeping. The Redhead looks at him and sees how the drool was falling, at least he seems calm, envying how the blonde slept peacefully. He's still small mentally, he won't get too upset over small problems, said the older blonde sitting in front next to the brunette and the trustworthy Braum. That's true. Gasper has become carefree in certain ways, added the brown-haired boy, then looked at the chief old man more or less. How much longer until we get there? Looking at the beautiful landscape that Chiyoda was giving him. Well, we left this morning around 8:30 and it's already almost 2:45. I guess we have 1 or 2 more hours left. Our asses are going to be flat after this, he said with slight annoyance, making the other 2 laugh. Besides, the supernatural presences are making me more nervous. Calm down Ibu, they are not hostile, or at least they haven't shown it, Drake reported. Are you saying I should let it go? I hesitate. Just don't trust the tests, I advise him. The seals I put on you diminish almost all of your supernatural abilities, leaving you with characteristics that are above average, and with training they have improved a lot, I explain, while getting up a little added to your aura repressed by me. You are someone almost imperceptible, only a fairly experienced sensor could distinguish the subtle dragon aura that surrounds you. But stay calm and don't draw attention, I finished by saying to go back to sleep. Thanks Drake, I owe you one, letting his partner sleep peacefully. Calm down, in a few minutes we'll get to a station and we'll fill up with gas and buy something. The bald guy tries to cheer him up. Well, I'll have to empty the tank soon, said the green-haired man while crossing his legs. Better speed up, buddy, we're going to pee on each other, Ju mocked while stroking his beard. Marcus and Issei laughed at their friend's misfortune and both girls laughed, embarrassing Javier. They only had to wait a few minutes to find a gas station where they stopped. Make way, it's an emergency. The green-haired man pushed everyone to make his way to the bathroom. Yes, I really had an emergency, hahaha, Kiba mocked slightly as he got off. I'm just glad to finally be able to get off, the brunette stretched out as he opened the back seat so the rest of the kids could get off. Well, I fill up, buy some things, because I'm getting hungry. Everyone's downstairs. Marcus and Carly headed toward a nearby store to buy something for a snack and later dinner. Kiba would stay next to the bald man because he would take advantage of the opportunity to finish reading his book while Gasper slept peacefully still in the truck. Issei and Unryu went inside the station to buy something and rest while they waited for the other three to load the fuel. Inside there was a dining area with several tables and on the other side were shelves and display cases with the products they sold to those who stopped by. "Oh, sit down, I'll buy something to eat, Unryu-chan." "Hi," she said excitedly as she headed to one of the free tables while Issei approached one of the display cases. But the albino. She had sat down at one of the tables in the center to wait for her companion. She was somewhat nervous and quietly let out her thoughts. "We haven't gone out since mom died, but this time we came to a place as far away as Tokyo. It's really exciting." Her voice was somewhat sad at first, but then became cheerful. "I'm with new people. My father seemed really excited and I'm on a trip with Ice-kun." The latter made her cheeks turn red and she brought her semi-closed hands to her mouth, as if you were putting your nails in your mouth. Ice-kun, he looked really excited and when he smiled, remembering the smile he showed them yesterday, he seemed happy. "I haven't seen him like that since he arrived. He looks very cute like that." When she realized what he said, she turned red. She quickly shook her head to clear it, but the image of the smiling brunette was still there in her mind. She blushed. That's not right, we barely know each other. I can't like him after just seeing him for a few weeks." She tried to clear her mind. Unfortunately it couldn't be that easy. "Hey. What's a pretty girl like you doing all alone?" The white-haired girl jumped since in front of her was a boy with white skin, dark hair, and generally someone attractive. "I'm waiting for a friend," she said nervously, looking down in discomfort. "I see," he said as he stood next to her. "What do you think if I keep you company? Or if you want, can we go somewhere else? Preferably somewhere more private so we can have fun more peacefully," he said as he put his arm through the girl's right shoulder. She squealed in surprise, making the black-haired man smile. "I assure you we'll have a lot of fun," he said as he lowered his hand a little to touch one of the girl's breasts. But she feels a strong grip on her forearm, which even caused her pain. She looks out of the corner of her eye to see a brunette with a serious look. The albino was also surprised by the boy's sudden appearance, but happy to see him. "I don't want to be rude in front of her, so I will kindly ask you not to bother her," said Issei with a serious look added to a slight pressure that he exerted with his dragon aura. The boy was sweating a lot, something told him that this guy was dangerous, too dangerous. "Oh hey, this is none of your business, friend," he said nervously, but he didn't give up easily on a woman. "She's my friend, so this matter is my concern," he said as he began to bend the dark-haired man's arm, making him release the girl's shoulder. "So you'd better listen to me and leave." His tone of voice left no room for an objection. The black-haired boy simply grimaced in pain from the force. He was sure that his arm could even turn over, so he simply nodded. Issei let go of the boy's arm and before continuing to tempt his fate, he decided to leave. "Damn idiot." The dark-haired man thought with great irritation as he walked away. The brown-haired man simply watched the guy leave the place, so a thought simply crossed his mind. "Stupid." He sat down on the chair next to the girl, not noticing a detail he had done unconsciously. "Ice-kun," said the girl blushing without looking at the boy. "What's wrong, Unryu-chan?" he said while looking at the girl, still a little angry about what happened. She raised her head slightly. Showing a blush. "See, could you let go of my hand?" Her tone became increasingly lower due to embarrassment. The brunette, upon seeing her left hand, realized that she was possessively grabbing the albino's soft hand. At first he didn't react, but then his face turned red. "I'm sorry." He gently let go of the girl's hand and then an awkward silence formed while the two looked down. "God, how awkward, ouch." "Ice-kun," she said more calmly but still blushing. The brown-haired boy looked at her, but noticed the smile she had now. "Thank you very much," he said with a smile and closed eyes. He simply blushed. He had rarely seen the girl smile like that. She was someone cheerful and smiled, but there were times when she became someone even more beautiful. "No, it was nothing, Unryu-chan. I wouldn't let someone take you for a nobody," she said while her blush became fainter and smiled at him. "You are no less than that fool." Arigato. She was very grateful for the boy's words, and by his own decision the brown-haired boy placed his hand on the albino's, who was surprised but did not move away, rather she felt the pleasant warmth it gave her. They both stood like that for a few seconds. He with a serene and calm smile, while the girl had a small smile along with a pink line on her cheeks. Both of them jumped, and when they slowly turned back with some fear, they saw a certain man with white hair and beard with his hair covering his eyes. Both young men were scared by the seriousness of his face. "Can I tell you what's going on, that you two are so close together?" It wasn't a question but a demand on the part of the man. Well, sensei," the brown-haired boy tried to explain, but something told him that it wasn't a good idea to stay there any longer, so he did the most sensible thing a boy could do. Run outside, followed by the albino. "Odo-san." She was about to follow them when she felt something under her hand. She looked and noticed some particular chocolates that had the shape of a heart. She blushed as she took the chocolates. A few minutes later, around 7:50 p.m, obviously they've already eaten lunch and breakfast. We're at the Hotel Villa Fontaine Tokyo Roppongi. According to Hazama, a friend of his has provided them with special accommodations, a favor he'll fulfill later. They arrived around 6:25 p.m. and had to have breakfast. Of course, Issei and Ju sat at separate tables. We're currently in Issei's room. "Well, you just need one more and you'll be better," said the reddish-brown while treating our friend's wounds. "Ouch." He grimaced. "Calm down or you'll end up hurting again," Marcus told her, holding the first aid kit in his hands. I think the old man went a bit too far. The others looked at the green-haired man with a poker face. Oh. Well, they can't stand a joke. I doubt Issei is in the mood for any jokes, after all Ju-san almost left him half dead. Carly remembered, passing a cotton ball with alcohol on a bruise. "Can you tell me again? Why did they almost beat you to death?" Javier interrupted. "I misinterpreted a situation where my hand and Unryu-chan's touched. I guess he thought I was convincing her to do something and came angry." He summarized a lot more, omitting some things so that his two friends wouldn't start bothering him. "Apparently, he saw you as a threat to his little girl." Javier used a mocking tone, as if it bothered him anyway. "It's understandable, she's his only daughter after all," the dark-haired man said calmly. "That's true," said the girl, finishing taking care of the boy. "I'll finish tomorrow, you'll be better." "Or so I hope," she said, taking the first aid kit and heading to the hotel door. "Well, I'm going to my room, it would be better if you did the same." The three boys talked for a few seconds until they touched on a topic that was very important to the brunette. "And how do you think the tests will go?" asked a green-haired man, becoming more serious, something quite rare for him. The black-haired boy watched the interaction between his two friends attentively. The brown-haired boy simply looked down with his hands clasped together. "To be honest, I'm nervous," he said honestly. "When I think about what can happen, my nerves get the better of me." I raised his right hand and looked at it. It kept shaking. I held it with my left hand while I closed my fist tightly and my eyes more gently, but then I start to think a little. "Why do I want to do it? What makes me want to do this?" He breathed calmly, and I remember how amazed I was when I watched the fights, how my mother, despite how dangerous it was, always supported me, and despite sounding selfish, I always wanted to feel what it was like to be acclaimed by everyone. When he opened his eyes, a crowd of people appeared in front of him, cheering and shouting his name. I would like to feel that feeling of joy and overcoming. With my own strength, looking at his right hand again and letting go, it stopped shaking. A bit of his confidence passed to his two coworkers, bringing a smile to their faces, plus two others who were outside, and the brunette knew who was outside his room. "Well, we'd better go. Tomorrow will be a hectic day." Marcus stood up and pointed at the brunette. "Especially for you. It will be your last day to prepare before your test, so you should make the most of it," he said as he left the room with the green-haired man. Leaving the boy alone in his room thinking things over, I looked out the window, noticing the colorful lights of Tokyo illuminating the sky. I heard the door open and turned my head to see two blonde men walk in. "Sorry for the delay, the chief stopped us to talk for a while," explained Kiba as he approached one of the three single beds in the room. "And I suppose you already know, but we heard their conversation." "Sorry," Issei-senpai. Dampire bowed his head in shame. "It doesn't matter, that way I don't have to repeat the same thing twice." He smiled to reassure both of them, and at least they won't worry that I won't win in one blow. The three of them gave small laughs. "Well, it's still early and we have time." Seeing the clock that it was 8:35 p.m, we can still be awake for a while before having to go to sleep. "So what do we do?" asked Gasper sitting in bed. The other two older ones looked at each other and shrugged. A few hours later. It's exactly 12 at night and we see how our three friends are already asleep, but Issei is asleep in a hammock made of his own sheets and covered with his quilts, with 1 foot out and about 5 feet above the ground, practically tied to the ceiling and snoring. Kiba was sleeping face down in a bed made of pillows on the floor covered with sheets, besides drooling on the pillows. The curious thing is that he raised his butt a little and slept with a short shirt and boxers. Asper was in his bed, curled up like sushi with the bedspreads and sheets, only his hair sticking out of one end. He began to turn to one side, approaching the edge of the bed. "Pam." He fell to the floor. Yum yum," he complained a little and then went back to sleep. There were letters and soda bottles on the floor, and a video game console Vladi had brought was connected to the TV. The two beds belonging to the two older boys were empty, only the mattress was in place. Luckily, everything else was fine, especially the electronics, since they're the most expensive. On the other hand, the room had stains from drinks, food, and some scattered things on the floor. The bathroom was open, and most of his things were lying around. "Well, anyway, let's let these people sleep and get out of here." But the pair of old men. We see the two of them on the rooftop drinking some cold beers. They were both talking about their lives. "So? Your business is doing well, you have no financial problems, your daughter is in a good university," Braum remarked while taking a sip of his beer. "Life hasn't treated you badly, has it?" while giving his friend a light tap on the arm. Yes, it's just that I have not been good to my daughter's life, he said, taking a bitter sip of beer. Hey man, calm down, you don't have to be so hard on yourself. The bald man straightened up a little. The only thing I ever did was never be there for her, he said with great melancholy in his words. I wasn't there the day she was born, when she passed her first year, and with perfect grades I was busy thinking about my next fight. I overlooked it and pretended it didn't matter to me. When she finished elementary school I was traveling in the Philippines for an annoying interview. He spoke to take another sip of beer. When she finished high school I was hospitalized because of my fight against Izami Zekin. My daughter on her special day had to visit me. Taking a deep sip of beer, his friend noticed that he was venting about everything that happened to her and, thanks to me, my little one doesn't have a mother, he said with a regretful tone. His mustachioed friend simply patted him on the back to calm him down. He knew better than anyone what his comrade was going through. I've just been a useless person who could never do anything for his daughter. Leaning back on the deck chair, placing his hand on his face. What can I do for a girl as wonderful as she has been? He said while removing his hand and looking at the sky. What can I give her? What have I given her? You felt a hand calmly place on his shoulder. He turned to see his old friend giving him support. Maybe for you, what you've given her isn't much, but for her, every gesture or thing you did is your greatest gift that she keeps with affection, and you were there when I needed you most during the divorce. You're a good father, and that's just a little of what you've given her, he said, getting up and walking toward the door to the rooftop. It's time to go to sleep, old man, he said with a mocking smile. The gray-haired man looked at the door for a while, then fixed his gaze on the sky and gave a small smile. Who are you calling? An old man head on his knees. Taking a last sip, he stood up and carried the case of beer inside. It was already late and tomorrow would be very busy. The next morning. Come on, move your arms more loosely. Ju shouted to a brown-haired man with practice gloves, while Issei used some ropes wrapped around his arms so that their knuckles become calluses. They become harder, I understand, and avoid getting hurt easily when they throw a punch with great force. He practiced his punches with the greatest speed and force possible. They had been doing this for about an hour. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. Hooks to the liver. With his arms crossed under his abdomen, and the brown-haired man began to hit his coach's hands. While they were observed by the others, they were quite entertained by the brown-haired boy's little demonstration. His blows resonated throughout almost the entire room, and the power of the boy's attacks could be seen at first glance. However, the Verdad noticed her albino friend was very tense. I see you're nervous, the Verdad said calmly. Huh? She said, puzzled. What do you mean? She asked. How you see it now isn't the same as the times before. She looked at her out of the corner of her eye. Something's bothering you, Carly said bluntly. The albino looked at the floor for a moment. I know he'll be able to pass the tests easily, but I'm still nervous about what will happen, she said calmly. The reddish girl looked at her and then took her hand so they both could leave the place. The albino was taken by surprise. Huh? Hey Carly, where are you going? Brahm asked. We're just going out to get some fresh air, it already stinks like wet dog in here. This gotta drop out of the boss. The two girls went outside the large room to talk quietly. You should trust him more, he said as he stretched. The white-haired girl felt a little embarrassed. I know he's strong, but I can't help thinking that he might fail in some aspect, that the instructors might notice him weak or maybe something HHAAA. She was scared because she received a strong slap on the back from her friend. Why did you do that? He complained, putting on a funny face. Then you stop doubting him. He said, raising his voice a little, making the albino get scared. Since I met you more than a month ago. You have trusted him even when he received tremendous beatings. The girl claimed, and now that he needs our support more than ever. You start to doubt and think about leaving him. This last thing touched on Ryu very hard. That's not true. The albino raised her voice. I would never leave Ice-kun. I will always support him if he needs me. She said to her friend. So why do you doubt Issei so much? I ask him bluntly now. I'm afraid that something might happen to him. Putting her hands on her chest. I'm nervous. If you only knew the beatings that bastard can take. Carly looked at her friend for a few seconds, gave a small sigh, and then placed one of her hands on the girl's shoulder. The albino looked at her. I know you're probably nervous and therefore scared. But you're not the only one like that, I tried to explain. We're all nervous. It's one of our friends who's going up to prove he's worthy of getting into that ring and beating the hell out of all those guys. I give her a wide smile. The last part got a drop out of the girl, but a smile also appeared on her face, but she thought things over for a moment and it was true. Well, she accepted the last part. Yes, you're right, I'm not the only one who's nervous right now. We all want to support him so he can get his license. Haha. The albino seemed a little embarrassed, but calmer. The Verdad smiled, seeing that she was able to calm her friend's nerves a little. Well, since everything has been said, we better go back inside. They must have already finished when he headed towards the door, opening it. HHAAA. Two boys known to Carly fell to the floor when she opened the door. And what were you doing behind the door? The girl asked with her eyes covered by the shadow of her hair. The two boys looked up and there was only one thing to say. We were hoping to see Yuri say something stupid that will cost them their marrow dearly. I think I made these two look really stupid, Naya. I'll give you your Yuri. I'd better leave the situation here. A few minutes later. Can you tell me again how you ended up like this? Asked an Issei who had already changed his clothes and was looking at his two comrades with bandages on their bodies, along with bruises and some cuts. Carly, they both answered with difficulty because of the bruises on their necks. And what did you do to get beaten up so badly? Kiba asked alongside Gasper who was playing a video game. They were going to answer until they saw the Redeed behind their three friends with a look that promised them another beating. We don't remember, they said in unison. What's going on here, guys? The girl asked, making her presence known. Carly-chan, I think you went a little too far, the older blonde told her with a drop on the back of his neck. If you left them dumb well more than they already are, the brown-haired boy remarked while drinking some water. His other two friends felt offended but didn't have the strength to reply. What I did to them shouldn't have any repercussions on you, Issei-kun explained the girl as she sat down next to him. And what did they say to make you angry with them? The brunette asked, looking at her. It's just something that affects Unryu and me, looking at the two mummies who were scared, and you two are very offensive, narrowing his eyes sharply. Well, it seems that the two disabled people are stable now, hehehe. Ju spoke mockingly as he sat down on an empty chair. His daughter also entered, and behind them arrived the boss who stood behind his workers. Well, at least we have covered all the basics and something more complex. At least your footwork has improved, but it's still horrible. You really have a tact for being honest. The sarcasm was noticeable to Issei. It's a gift, smiling with his eyes closed, bringing a small laugh to those present. Well, I've decided that we'll go out for a little walk through the great city of Tokyo, the albino determined with a smile. We'll walk around Tokyo? Said the two girls excitedly. Well, since we're here and have some free time, how about we go get to know the place better? He said, also with a certain amount of emotion in his words. Yes. The girls shouted and the three boys joined in the little cheer, and the mummies got excited. Of course, you two will stay here, pointing at the bandage duo, making them open their eyes. In your current state, you won't be able to do anything, so you'll stay to recover, he said as he stood up and went to get ready, along with the rest. Don't worry, I asked an old friend to take care of you. With that, everyone left the room. I forgot to mention they were in the living room leaving the dynamic duo behind. They looked at each other with expressions like, so what now? At that moment the door opens and reveals a somewhat plump nurse. You two must be the ones I have to take care of, hehehe. The woman seemed smiling, the other two wondered what would happen now. Marings are out and stuff. 9:50 p.m. For the rest of the afternoon, or at least for those who were unharmed, they spent a leisurely time strolling around beautiful Tokyo. Of course, they bundled up since the temperature had dropped a bit. Everything from clothing stores, electronic stores, food stores, shoe stores, and more. Then they went to a park to see the birds, some koi fish in the ponds which they fed with some bread. Then they went to eat in a small bar where they all had a pretty good time. Then at the last minute they went to the famous Tokyo Tower. The chestnut tree was at the top of the famous tower, enjoying the refreshing breeze. After a day of training before tomorrow, it was good to rest a little. It was just the basics and the minimum I should know to pass without problems. He was still worried. That was what his thoughts showed, but there are still many supernatural presences around. He whispered under his breath to look to the side surreptitiously. There was still a large concentration of supernatural beings around. Have they really come for the same thing as me? He asked himself mentally, or does it turn out that something bigger is happening? His gaze became somewhat more serious. Issei, he was pulled from his thoughts by a kind voice. He turned to see his coworker in more casual clothes and surprisingly more feminine. Carly. Wow, you look different, he expressed surprise at the change of clothes, which were different from what she came in. Yes, but I don't think it's my style. Going to the side of the brown-haired boy and also looking at the city, both felt the fresh breeze of the night. These clothes are for girls like Unryu. I guess I have to be honest, you're right, those colorful clothes aren't your thing. They both laughed at that. But they don't look so bad on you, it highlights your feminine side. The boy spoke sincerely, looking at her out of the corner of his eye. The girl didn't expect that kind of praise, but she smiled a little at the brunette's sincerity. If you're trying to flatter me, you'll have to try again. I'm not one of those easy girls, he said, lightly hitting her on the shoulder. Hahaha, I know, and it was just a compliment. I've never seen you in that kind of clothing. He walked back to sit on a bench followed by the girl. I guess. The boss suggested you wear those clothes. He stated with a mocking smile. Prioridad sat next to the brunette, looking into his eyes. Rather. It was Unresolved who said I should wear something more feminine, resting his chin on the palm of his hand. He smiled sympathetically. If I keep hanging around her, I'll end up wearing pink dresses before I know it, he said with a blue aura around his being, something that made the brown-haired boy laugh nervously. I don't think I'll force you to that extent, I assured him while rubbing his back. Or so I think, I doubted clearly. Luckily, the girl's depressed state passed quickly. And how are you feeling? The girl asked. Issei already knew what she meant. The truth is I'm nervous about what might happen, he said with some hesitation. Come on, you'll do well. She placed her hand on his shoulder to give him support. You've been doing well in practice, everything will be fine, the girl assured him. The brown-haired boy smiled simply at the words of encouragement. Thanks for the support. Looking back at the city again, just like the girl, I've never seen the city of Tokyo like this, only in some photos, but this is the first time I've seen it. Well, that makes two of us, he said calmly, looking at the lights. You never left Kuo? The doubt was palpable in his voice. No, we always stayed at home, we didn't go out much, smiling a little. The brown-haired boy looked at her for a few seconds. Would you like to go out somewhere specific? Why the question? I ramble, somewhat surprised. Just curious, besides it would be a nice change of scenery, don't you think? Looking at her out of the corner of her eye and smiling, the Verdad is surprised, but then smiles. Aren't you asking me out on a date? I asked with a smile, looking at him. Just think of it as a get-together with friends. The others will come too, so don't think you're special, he said jokingly. I'll think about it, but if it's a date I would have accepted with it. The brown-haired boy almost fell to the floor because his elbow slipped from its support. Are you serious? I asked, quite surprised. Nlbllll, he said, sticking his tongue out at her while smiling. Don't scare me like that. He complained, then let it go and smiled a little. The girl knew how to scare him a lot sometimes. She just laughed like a little girl, to which the brunette just rolled his eyes. After that he looked towards what would be the inside of the tower, towards the stairs. And where are the others? The boss and Unresolved are down in the trading areas. Our co-workers called, they seem to be relaxed, very relaxed, and your friends are walking around the area with juice, and I explained to her. They said they would contact you if they found any strange problems, whatever that means. Even though she didn't understand what the older blonde meant, the brunette immediately knew what he meant. Well, at least they'll communicate if something happens to them. As for the other two, I don't know if worry or when we arrive make fun of something. He thought for a few moments. Nah, better. The second he smiled, looking at the time, it would be better to go. It's getting late. Getting up next to the reddish brown. Let's go. Of course, I'm a little sleepy now, stretching and yawning. Let's find the others and get out of here. Both of them headed to the elevator. They got off in comfortable silence. By the way, is your anniversary in a week? I asked calmly. Yes, he said in a low voice. It's been almost a year since his death, showing a sad face. Do you still think it wasn't an accident? I asked, looking at her out of the corner of my eye. I know it wasn't like that, someone did it, he said, looking at the floor. He was never in trouble, even despite the difficulties that the job demanded. The brown-haired man clarified he never got involved in shady matters. What if they put him in the middle of those problems? He declared, raising his gaze slightly, which reflected quite a bit of hatred. The boy looked at her sadly. He wouldn't want you to have so much hate in your heart. He's not here anymore. I know someone took him from me, and when I find him he'll pay for it, she declared. Well, the doors opened for her to leave first. The brunette stayed still for a moment and then followed her. He will always be there for you even if you don't see him, he clarified, even though she couldn't even hear him. They both went in search of their two companions, Carly for the two blondes and Issei's teacher. While the brown-haired boy went in search of the other two, the streets looked much more lively at night due to the large number of lights and businesses selling various products. In his search for the other two, he noticed many students walking around the place, going to bars and casinos. Some girls were staring at him, to which he responded by ignoring their stares. I hope you're not too far away, this is starting to bother me. I walk a few more meters until I hear a familiar voice. Please, I have to go now. That's Unresolved. I looked up and a few meters ahead there were about 4 boys the same age as Issei surrounding the poor girl. He saw one try to grab one of the girl's breasts. Come on, beautiful, it's a beautiful night and we have to take advantage of it together, he said, showing a sly smile. The girl was nervous because the boys around her were insistent. The guy, who looked like a second-grade vandal, couldn't grab the albino's chest for a reason. Ag. I don't think that's any way to treat a girl you just met, don't you think so, friend? The brunette had grabbed the bully's forearm tightly. Unresolved already had a few small tears in her eyes, while Issei looked at the albino for a moment. He noticed the fear they reflected, which bothered him quite a bit. He looked again at the guy he had grabbed. He began to bend his arm to the side, causing the thug to twist his own back. The grimace of pain was noticeable on his face. With a quick twist of his wrist and arm, the brunette threw the abuser to the ground, who spun around before kissing the floor forcefully. The other 3 looked at this with some fear. Hey, you're idiot, bang. Woog. He didn't finish because of a strong hook that the brown-haired man connected, closing the 2 meters of distance with great speed. The subject fell to the floor holding the pit of his stomach. He moved his body to the left to avoid a blow with a bat, then a turn on his axis to dodge the next one. He looked at a blonde with piercings in his face with a blunt weapon, but who did not stop shaking either from fear or nervousness. Issei just mocked him, saying, come on, while he squared up in a fighter pose, taking small steps up and down. The blonde got angry and started hitting blindly with his bat. Fiush. The movements were slow for the brunette, moving slightly, relaxing the pose a little, but not letting his guard down. He only had to move his body slightly due to the poor weight coordination his opponent had between his body weight and that of the weapon. People moved away from the small conflict, leaving enough space for them to move freely. This favored the brunette who had more space for his footwork. The feet danced and barely touched or made noise when hitting the ground, giving the brunette greater speed when dodging. In one of the blonde bully's outbursts, Issei just ducked and passed under his arm and put his foot so he would trip. Of course he didn't fall or hurt any passers-by because the brunette grabbed him by the cap of his sweatshirt, almost choking him with a lollipop he had in his mouth. "Come on Butterfeet, I'm here," he mocked while throwing him forward. This angered his opponent who spat out his candy and continued with his clumsy blows. Fiush. By feinting to the left and going out to the right, he managed to disorient his opponent, making him pass by. The blonde, after regaining his balance, looked for the brown-haired man but couldn't find him. Whistle, he heard a whistle behind him and blindly turned counterclockwise, on his left axis, to hit with his bat, but there was no one there. Fiush. His eyes turned a little more to the left, the brunette was crouching, with his arm retracted back, along with his torso turned in the same direction. Issei's eyes shone slightly looking at the blonde's. With the momentum of his right leg as support, he lunged forward with a complete turn of his body to hit him. The blonde man panicked and blocked the blow that was going to his abdomen with his bat, only to see the fist pass through him like a blur as it touched the bat before disappearing. Troon. Confusion before a strong blow hit his face, lifting him from the ground and dropping his weapon. The brunette putting almost all his weight into the blow sent him flying. The blonde ended up hitting a wall. The spectators had parted to avoid receiving him nearby, with his face tilted to the left, having knocked out several teeth and breaking his nose from the blow received frontally. The last thug looks fearfully at his partner's open mouth filled with blood and face bleeding from his nose. He slowly raises his gaze to see the brunette approaching him. Issei sees how the guy is on the floor trembling from the small sample. The brown-haired boy simply ends this. Boo. Stretching his arms out to his sides. Hey. He ran out of the way, pushing people aside and crashing into a fried food stand, burning his ass on the oil. I watched as the subject walked away, leaving his other companions behind. Idiot, I spoke in a low voice as I walked, but tilted my head to the right and with his right hand held the hand holding a knife. I suppose you're one of those who take advantage when others are distracted, right? He asked while applying force to his grip, making the man who was lying down at the beginning drop the knife. The coward grimaced in pain as he felt the brunette's strong grip. Our friend simply pulled the coward's wrist so that he passed over his shoulder. And he delivered a left hook, forcing his mouth to close tightly from the blow, apparently cracking some of his teeth. He fell to the floor like a rag doll, without putting up any resistance. What an idiot. Approaching the girl who knelt on the floor, people only saw the interaction. Issei bent down and extended his hand. Are you okay, Ryu-chan? His voice was filled with concern. She nodded and accepted the boy's hand with a slight blush and small tears. What's going on here? A man's firm voice was heard. It's the police, someone in the crowd said, letting the brunette know what that meant. Trouble. It would be better if we left Ryu-chan, taking the girl's hand and dragging her out of the place. When the police arrived, the passers-by took charge of telling the soldiers some lies while they attended to the bags of meat. As the brunette and the albino crossed the large amount of people there, they moved far enough away from the place. The girl blushed as she felt Issei's firm and protective grip. Already far enough away, they stayed next to a post and in a clearer area. I guess it was better to avoid problems before tomorrow. He breathed a sigh of relief looking at the girl. Are you okay, Ryu-chan? He didn't expect the girl to suddenly hug him, but she slowly separated. Why yes, said Roha while with her free hand she covered part of her face. I'm sorry, Seto. See, could you let go of my hand? She asked timidly. The boy didn't understand what she meant. Until he looked down a little and saw that he was still holding the girl's hand, he became nervous for a few moments. He slowly let go of the girl's hand, taking her by surprise. I am sorry, he said slowly, gently letting go of her hand. Shit, this is embarrassing. Blushing. No, sees Marika. Don't worry, Ice-kun also read, bringing both hands to her face in embarrassment. And where is the old man? He asked calmer, but the girl opened her eyes as she remembered something. Of course you have to help him. She took his hand this time. Those boys also came with others who took Brahms to another place. She said desperately. What me what? Let. Both boys screamed, even Drake, who was listening and woke up with a start at the sudden appearance of the bald man right next to them, jumping back a little. They just stared at each other for a few seconds without saying anything, causing a question mark to appear on Calvin's head. How the hell did he appear like that? The brown-haired boy asked with his hand on his chest. I almost had a heart attack. He complained, looking at him. Hey. It's not my fault that you have all the nerves of a kid and get scared of everything. He said, approaching the brown-haired boy who growled. Wait, said the girl, stopping the two who were about to argue. How did you escape from those boys? She asked nervously. Ha. Don't think a few brats could do anything to me. Ha 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 ha. The man laughed loudly, drawing the attention of the people around him. I don't want to know what this crazy guy did to them now. The brown-haired man looked at him with a poker face. There are two of us now was the last thing I heard from the dragon before going back to sleep. We'd better get out of here. We've already attracted too much attention. With that said by the brown-haired man, they decided to leave the center and look for the others. Let's move on to a few hours later. And what happened to these two? Carly asked, looking with a raised eyebrow along with the others at the strange scene. Right in front of them was the woman they hired to take care of the two mummies, but the sight was somewhat curious. The two boys were lying on the woman's lap while they showed relaxed with a calm smile, and the woman was stroking both boys' heads. It's good that you're back, the woman said in a low voice. Both of them were very tired after changing their bandages and fell asleep. Phew. She giggled so as not to wake the two boys. I appreciate you doing this favor for me, Margaret, the chief thanked, approaching the woman. No problem, these two boys looking at the boys on her lap remind me of my sons before they went abroad. The lady's kindness was evident in her words. The rest of the boys simply ignored what had happened and went to their rooms. Let's go to the chestnut's room. Issei had laid down in his bed to sleep and be as rested as possible for tomorrow. With everything that happened tonight, he had to calm his mind. Those idiots had irritated him, however. Talk. I shit on the, he cursed as he stood up and headed for the door. What do you want? He said with some annoyance. Hi, said a certain albino, somewhat scared by the tone of voice. The brunette, when he noticed who it was surprised and immediately embarrassed. You and Ryu-chan, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Now he felt stupid. Don't worry, I know you must be tired from what happened. She spoke softly while playing with her fingers. See, can I come in? She asked, embarrassed with a growing blush. Why yes, he said more calmly, opening the door wider to let her in. They were both sitting on the chestnut's bed. It was somewhat uncomfortable for both of them. What do you need? I asked to try to break the ice. Well, I wanted to thank you for what you did. Not many have done that for me apart from my father, she said calmly, while playing a little with her fingers. You're my friend and I wouldn't let someone do something like that to you. He looked at her calmly with a small smile, which surprised the girl, but then lowered her head a little sadly, something that caught the brown-haired boy's attention. You are my first true friend and you tell me that. His voice was somewhat low. What? Slightly surprised. People always hung around me, mostly attracted by my reputation as a pretty girl, and being the daughter of an IBF champion, she explained as she relaxed her hands a little. They always hung around me out of self-interest. I never had anyone to call a friend, lowering her head and her bangs covering her eyes on one occasion. Some kids from dangerous neighborhoods ambushed us in alleys that we used to cut across the road. The kids pushed me to save themselves, and the girls abandoned me when they saw their opportunity. She shed a few small tears. Issei just stayed silent listening, but he didn't like what he heard. I was scared when they grabbed me and tore my uniform. The tears began to increase. Dad was able to find me, thanks to the fact that he went looking for me, and when he saw that I wasn't there he came to the center. He saw one of my classmates scared and grabbed him to ask him about me. He raised his face, which had a rather weak smile. When he rescued me I could only cry. I was afraid that he would leave. I never trusted anyone else but him again. She had climbed onto the brunette's bed and hugged her legs, while Issei heard the girl's small sobs. He approached a little. His hand rose a little, stopping for a while, but finally placed his hand on the girl's head. Ryu raised her head slightly as tears ran down her cheeks. She looked surprised, but the brown-haired boy's kind smile warmed her heart. So as one of your friends I promise to protect you whenever you need me. She was surprised, but wondered why one of your friends, because you have everyone else who will also support you when you need it. Even my friends in Kuo will like you very much, giving a small laugh on Ryu-chan. You are not alone anymore, you have us, your friends and family. Whenever you need us we will be there to help you. The latter was said with a bright smile that made the girl's eyes shine beautifully. Even with slight tears, she simply threw herself at the brunette to hug him, taking him by surprise. The brunette only reciprocated the gesture with sweetness, letting the girl hold on to him tightly while she let out her frustration. That explains her closed and distrustful attitude aquarium in her head while she was still crying. I guess that made her distrustful of others. The dragon's voice resonated in the chestnut-haired boy's head. That's why she was kind, but kept her distance the first few days with you. Her way of speaking was calm and understanding. Something pretty bad happened to her. The sobs calmed down after a while. The albino separated from the boy while he gave her a smile. Better. She just nodded with a smile. Yes, thanks for listening, she said while lowering her head in shame, but still smiling. I'm sorry if I made you waste time. I have all the time in the world for you. If you need me, don't hesitate to call me once again. He gently caressed her head, but she grabbed his hand. Without warning, the albino brought the boy's hand to her warm cheek. This made Issei blush, but she just gave him a sweet smile, with her cheeks tinged red. Yes, I will, he said softly as the boy just turned red. Don't you think it's a good time to move up to the major leagues? I asked with one eye open. Greg, this is not the time for those jokes. He shouted nervously in his head. He didn't expect that. Come on. You boast all the time about wanting to be the harem king, but now you're chickening out like a faggot. The dragon complained at the chestnut's contradiction. But not like that, you giant lizard. I claimed to cut the communication. Of course this only happened in a fraction of a second, while in the real world, well, it's better if you go back to your room. I don't want to get beaten up again by your father. Losing color and getting a nervous laugh from Unryu. Yes, but first I want to give you something, said the girl as she approached and, taking the boy by surprise, gave him a kiss on the cheek, leaving something in his hand. Thank you, and see you later, Issei-kun, and left the room towards hers. While our brown friend was more foolish than he had ever been, he automatically looked at his hand and noticed a heart-shaped chocolate. Well, it seems that the brat will be the one who takes the first step, Drake highlighted, but Issei didn't pay attention to him. Without further ado, the brown-haired boy smiled, ate the chocolate that tasted quite sweet, and finally fell asleep. Already in the morning. We are located a little north of Gyota, in front of a fairly well-known building. The Karakuan Pavilion, said the dark-haired man, somewhat surprised. Old man, you didn't mention it would be in a place like this, he said nervously. You didn't tell them anything about the place? Ju asked with a smile. I just wanted to surprise you, he smiled as he walked toward the building. This old man, Javier said with a vein in his forehead. This is going to get interesting. The brunette showed a smile as he walked forward carrying a bag, but he saw that some of those entering also had supernatural auras. I guess I was right about why you were here. Be careful, Ibu, most of them seem to be quite tough. I know, but it excites me quite a bit. Squeezing his fist with some force. This feeling, is it due to my dragon body? He asked his inner friend. You learn quickly, if it's due to your new body and blood. He laughed at his partner's new cunning. I let out a small laugh. It will be interesting. Arc 1. New Beginning Chapter 6. The Test and the Gremories. We met our brown-haired friend inside the building with his senpai and one of his friends. Well, the written test will start in a little while, Ju explained while looking at his protege in the box. Make sure you fill out everything and answer correctly, he advised him while scratching the back of his neck. As far as I understand, the practical exams will start 1 hour after finishing the written exam, recalling a conversation he overheard a few hours ago. I guess we won't be seeing you for a while, mate. So good luck in there. Patting Marcus on the back, he showed his support. Issei just stared at the old man and his dark-haired friend, smiling at both of them and giving them a thumbs up. He decided to enter the concourse with other applicants, following an administrator's orders. The two watched as the boy mingled with the crowd. So what's wrong with him now? Did the cat get his tongue? He asked, glancing at the boy next to him. That's what happens to him when he's nervous, he said while smiling happily. So he doesn't know how to lie very well, he laughed as the two of them walked towards the exit. Okay, now let's go back to the others, he said calmly. Good. We have about 2.5 hours. We can go get something to eat, visit a store, and go to the bathroom. Marcus just looked at him strangely and shrugged, leaving without giving it much importance. Meanwhile with Issei. We see our friend walking towards the room where the written exam will be taken, his eyes wandering from one side to the other to see the people around him, noticing how some gave off a subtle supernatural aura, low enough that his species could not be distinguished. It seems things will be quite interesting just in the exams, he thought to himself as he pulled up a chair. He settled in but kept glancing to the side, noticing how some people were doing the same to him and the others. Some of them started chatting among themselves about some things, while the brown-haired man, for his part, just took out of his pocket a kind of toy shaped like a pen that had a liquid inside and a small dragon figure swimming inside. It only took a few minutes for the door to open, silencing everyone, and for Issei to stop playing to look at the person who entered. The instructor was a young-looking man, possibly in his 30s, wearing semi-formal clothing. He simply waved for silence before he could begin speaking. It is a pleasure to see that so many young people decided to pursue this long-standing sporting career such as boxing. Most of you should already know what the first part of this exam will be about, so I will only say the basics, he explained with a calm smile. The exam is divided into two parts. The written and the practical. In the first we will see your knowledge about this profession, and if you are fit to practice it, he clarified simply. The second, you can already imagine. We will see and judge your performance up there. You win by points, knockout or disqualification. We will see how you develop in a practice fight between you, reviewing you by your body weight, he finished the brief explanation. Those present merely nodded in affirmation, then were finally asked to take their seats, and the test would begin. Another person came through the door, a woman in a suit with her hair tied back in a bun. She went to each table to hand them a sheet of paper with a pencil to answer the questions. The written test has started, so we'll leave our friend alone for a few moments and head somewhere else. In the Haidu Gremory house. We're currently in the dorm room. Verdad is leaning on her arms, staring rather melancholically into a glass of water. She had found out 2 days ago that Issei had gone to who knows where with his coworkers that she didn't know he had, along with Gasper, his boxing teacher that she didn't know he had, his boss and that albino girl who appeared the night before his departure. Currently, I didn't know what to think. Besides the fact that the phrase "I didn't know I had it" was being repeated a lot that day, I had woken up early, and the brunette was usually already awake preparing his breakfast before heading out and not returning until late. Despite waiting for him until late, he never came back, as she longed to talk to him. It was his mother who explained that he had been gone for a day. This was a cold shower for Rias. Today, Saturday, she woke up early to do her homework and have the afternoon free. So she could think calmly while looking at the sculpture of her that Issei had made that day before the first meeting of the biblical factions. How long has it been since we were all together? He wondered while making circles on the rim of the glass, or have we even spoken to each other? He thought with some melancholy. She recalled the recent events that had happened between her and the brunette, how he had changed in the last few months. Her mind wandered through old memories from when he'd first joined, the things that had happened, until she stopped at the confession he'd made during the re-aiding game with her cousin Sekiryuutei. As she remembered, a pink tinge graced her face. What happened to us? The young woman asked herself seriously, staring into space for the first time in a long time. The small peace of the place was silently broken by the blue-haired swordswoman. She noticed how the former president of the co looked with melancholy and some sadness at a glass of water, to which she decided to approach. Rias-sama? She asked with some concern for her master friend. The Gremory came out of her thoughts, taking a straighter posture in the chair and looking at her servant friend. Is something wrong? She asked with anguish in her voice. Hi Zenovia, the girl returned the greeting with little enthusiasm. Before the question she only sighed. It's nothing, I was just thinking a little. She tried to avoid the question asked by the girl. She just looked at her, sitting in the chair in front of her. Rias, I know something is bothering you. I know that look very well. I was Irina's partner. She tried to calm her master, which didn't seem to work very well, but she didn't make an effort to hide her melancholic face. Are you going to tell me what's wrong? She sounded worried. Verdad hesitated for a few long seconds as she looked at her hands. Zenovia, I raised my gaze to connect with her friend's browns. Do you think we are doing the right thing? This question left the blue-haired girl very strange. What do you mean? I try to understand what he meant. I don't understand what you're asking me. But this made the green-haired girl tense up when she remembered her encounter with the brunette and the feeling it caused her. What does Issei have to do with this? I asked, confused, but her voice became somewhat low and shy. About leaving him, pushing him aside and ignoring him for all this time, she said more clearly and with a sad look. The way he spoke to us was very different. What he told us that night didn't sound like him, she said with some fear in her voice. Fear of losing Issei. Rias, she called to her friend. The Verdad noticed how her maid's eyes lost a bit of their shine and became more somber, giving off a melancholic air. Being honest, I couldn't tell you if he didn't act like him. I tried to remember the last time he spoke to me that way, no matter how hard I tried to remember. There was no indication that he had spoken to me again since the disappearance of the Cows Brigade. Since that incident she tried to remember when was the last time the brown-haired boy spoke to her, but she couldn't remember anything before his death and subsequent resurrection, and that we started dating with him, said the girl in a low voice as she leaned down and hid her face in the small hollow formed by her arms. The blue-haired girl remained silent for only a few seconds, reflecting on those words, and yes, they were true. She couldn't remember a single time they'd spoken since that incident with Shalba. She was about to say something to cheer up her friend mistress, but Ria's phone started ringing. She just sighed and answered the call without much enthusiasm. Hello, Rias speaking. Showing her state of sadness, she answered. Rias? On the other side of the line, the voice of Akeno's boyfriend in her could be heard. Kaden? She asked without changing her attitude. What's wrong? Why did you call? She sounded uninterested in anything that had to do with her boyfriend. Well, I'm your boyfriend, obviously I was going to call you. A bit of ego was heard in his voice, but these last few days you've been distracted. Is something wrong? He asked curiously. No, nothing's wrong, I'm just a little tired. She wanted to end the conversation that came up as quickly as possible while they were talking about a somewhat delicate subject. Do you want to come to my house to rest? But if you come, I think we'd get even more tired. Hahaha, came a laugh on the other end of the line, a clear insinuation on his part. I'm not in the mood, Kaden, I replied, a little annoyed. Are you sure? I can do that dance that turns you on and… I said I'm not in the mood. The response was sharp and curt, something the grasshead didn't expect. Are you sure you're okay? You usually sound anxious or amused. I try to warm her up with my words. I can come over to your house and we'll have a good time together. I said I'm not in the mood. She exploded with repressed fury. The young man on the other end almost dropped the phone at that shout. I'm not in the mood for your bullshit. She stood up while breathing heavily to calm down while the boy, still surprised, remained silent. Now calmer, I'm sorry, but I'm not in the mood, just don't call me today. She hung up the call to sit back down. Rias felt sorry for her friend above all. Zenovia just looked on in silence. She waited a few seconds to place her hand on the red-haired girl's to give her comfort. Rias raised her head to look at her friend and also held her hand, to which the blue-haired girl gave an encouraging smile, to which she reciprocated with a small one, to rest her chin on her arm on the table and return to her melancholic gaze at the statuette. Issei. We moved towards a small cafe. In this place were both Rossweisse and Ravel sitting having a light breakfast and a cup of coffee for the albino. But both were silent because they had met to talk about a certain boy who had changed their lives but whom they had left aside long ago. Rossweisse and the blonde girl spoke somewhat timidly and unsurely while looking at her breakfast without much desire. The woman looked up from her cup of black coffee. Do you think Issei-sama will be okay? Her friend let out a sigh, which reflected her rather low mood. Are you saying that because of that day she yelled at us? She expressed her answer in question, only receiving a nod in response. The question would be if the others will be okay after that, and now that she left without telling any of us, declared the albino with a sad look reflected in her eyes. Yes, he left without telling us anything like us. The tone of guilt was noticeable in her voice. The Valkyrie remained silent because what her friend said was true. They had done the same thing for more than half a year after what happened with the brown-haired boy when he entered the rift and after the confrontation in hell against the Chaos Brigade. They had moved away from the boy they once loved. They, or at least most of them, had a stable relationship with their partners, but sometimes they felt like something was missing. But despite feeling happy with Professor Canham, she felt like something was missing. After the argument Issei and Rias had, and after he shouted those words, that feeling became stronger. For Ravel it was no different. Her feelings had become a jumble or knot that she couldn't resolve. On one hand there was her relationship with her boyfriend, and on the other, the indifference that the brown-haired man showed towards her. She felt her chest tighten with force and pain when she remembered it. She was one of the few who wasn't there when the brown-haired man was in such a delicate state, but when she talked to him she felt that fear in his voice or actions. When the raiding game against Sekiryuutei happened, she believed that he would change, but he continued to show insecurity and indecision, something that bothered her. But now every time she saw him at the academy, they barely looked at each other, and that caused her a lot of pain. They both remained silent for a few seconds. Ravel calling the attention of the blonde, who looked at her somewhat surprised. He hates us if you get close to Issei. You better remember that. I know you'll try to talk to him to fix things, but keep in mind that he won't listen to you. The woman finished speaking to finish what was left of her coffee. Finish, so we can go. I still have things to do for Monday and classify some practicals. She got up to go inside the cafeteria, to which the Phoenix just stayed in place. She looked at what was left of her breakfast to finish it as soon as possible and accompany her friend back home. Elsewhere. Old church. We see a girl with light brown hair tied in 2 pigtails. She was in a prayer position while standing in front of a cross with a somewhat damaged image of Jesus. Please, Lord, light my path. I want to know the reason why I can't threaten us like that. She had been doing this for a few days now, coming from time to pray and ask Elohim for help so she could know what was bothering her childhood friend. Just then, something fell out of the girl's pocket. A photo. She reached for it, but something stopped her. A sharp rock fell from the ceiling and hurtled down, slamming into the middle of the photo and cutting it slightly. Aya. He screamed when he felt the cut on his skin. He squeezed the place and looked again at the photo. It was from when they were both just small creatures hugging each other's shoulders while smiling at the camera. The rock had stuck right in the middle, separating the friends in the photo, and the blood stained the image of the brown-haired boy a little. This didn't give the girl a good feeling. Is this a sign? He asked while holding the small wound and looking again at the crucifix of the Lord. A warning? An omen? He asked with doubt and some impatience. Why don't you talk to me like before? He asked with some doubt and pain in his words as he looked at the image. He stayed a while longer until he finally decided to leave. We moved towards a park well known to everyone. Akeno Himejima sat on one of the benches, under the shade of a tree, looking toward the fountain in the center. Memories came flooding back to her. Fleeting memories of her days with the brown-haired man and what he had said to her that time at her family's temple. Issei. I don't care what you are, a demon or a fallen angel. For me Akeno-san will still be Akeno-san. His words echoed in her head right now, remembering the affection and understanding with which he said them. There was a pang in her chest when she remembered how she acted, out of pain and trying to forget her past. She offered herself to the brunette, but instead of acting like a total pervert by taking advantage of that opportunity he comforted her, helped her overcome her past, and recover the relationship with her father that she thought was lost. She would have continued to lose herself in her past, and her eyes would have lost even more of their sparkle if it weren't for a voice that pulled her from her melancholic memories. Akeno. The violet-eyed girl turned her head to her right to find another black-haired girl with long hair and glasses. What are you doing here? The one with two colored eyes asked. Oh. Tsubaki-san, she ran her hands over her eyes, feeling a bit of moisture in them. Nothing, I was just remembering old times. She lowered her head a little. It's about Issei-kun, right? He stood in front of her and asked without a hint of delicacy. Hey. She looked surprised. How? Well, the truth is, it's pretty obvious. After all, he left without saying anything to any of you, I emphasized. The fallen angel half was silent for a moment. But she stopped when she noticed a small detail. How do you know that? She looked at her threateningly. How was it possible that she knew that? Neither of them had told anyone outside. The black-haired girl put a finger on her chin, then gave a mocking smile and looked at her. This did not please the Queen of Rias at all. Well, he called us to say goodbye. The smile never disappeared from his face, which annoyed the purple-eyed girl even more. What do you mean he called them? You and who else? She sounded furious upon hearing that. What do you care if he called me and Sona? He answered without giving importance to the question of his generation partner, and likewise to her surprised face. You and the others didn't care what he did or who he hung out with. Why would you care now? He counterattacked with his own question, leaving her silent. We do care about Issei-kun. He's our partner and we care about him, she refuted, sure of her words, but the stern look in the Fukakechu's two colored eyes made her stumble in her mind. Fine, if that's what you say. Repeat it as many times as necessary for you to believe it. He turned around to leave the place, leaving a stunned Akeno in his place. The young lightning priestess pondered those words. But Shinra was wrong, they cared about the brown-haired girl. Bitch, he said in a low voice and with hatred. They're telling you? I shout from the fourth wall. Sorry, guys, I couldn't resist. Let's continue. We moved towards where Tsubaki was on her way home. Her little encounter with Akeno had not been the best by far, so she just walked calmly. In her head appeared the image of a chestnut tree extending its hand to her, but the most curious thing is that it was smaller. I always wonder when I ended up being interested in you, she thought while waiting at a traffic light. Why did I notice someone like you? Now I remember why. A small smile along with a blush appeared on her cheeks, the light changed color so she could cross. She continued her way home remembering her days at the academy. Now that she was in college she was always busy, but she had time to get lost in her memories, remembering the years that passed and the events that happened. She was currently living at Sona's house, but had left because it was her turn to do the grocery shopping. I'm here. He entered and headed to the kitchen to leave his things, he would put them away later. Hey Tsubaki, you're back. The former student council president was in the small living room watching TV for a while to relax. She was wearing more comfortable clothes. Shorts and a short t-shirt, wearing socks and slippers. Dear, I thought you might like one. I handed him a cold can of beer. Thank you very much. She opened it and took its contents, letting out a sigh, showing her state of relaxation. This really did me good. Showing a small smile. How did it go? She asked looking at her. Well, I just went shopping, she said, walking toward the stairs leading to the second floor. She was wearing jeans and a shirt with the sleeves rolled up, long socks, and short boots. Are you sure you didn't run into someone? I asked, looking at her over her shoulder. Nope, she said playfully but dryly, went up the stairs and headed to her room. What a bad liar you are, he said simply to continue watching TV and change the channel. He knew his queen quite well and doesn't usually use such a joking playful tone. In Tsubaki's room. The aforementioned was lying in her bed, covering her eyes with her arms, her mind wandering to her memories. First, the recent events and how the brunette hugged her, leaving her frozen. This brought a deep blush to her white cheeks. Following how Issei felt after learning how the girls abandoned him, leaving him in a very worrying state of depression. He remembers how his eyes had become almost dull, the fake smiles he gave to avoid them worrying about him. Remembering it made him very sad to see the boy so smiling, even with that perverted attitude. He always tried to give a relaxed atmosphere even in difficult times. She went back further. to when they faced Loki and that time when she became interested in Kibayudo after being saved by him, but she was just trying to forget about that special person. Her gaze became lost. The next step was their match, and the brunette's performance against his teammates made it clear that Issei wasn't taking the supernatural world as a game. He truly wanted to be someone who could help his teammates and friends. He smiled empathetically as he remembered that moment and also remembered the sparkle in Masami's eyes after the match, wanting to surpass his self-proclaimed rival and perhaps something more. Her memories traveled back further. When she was a little human girl and she knew Sona, how she was bullied by boys from her own clan family for possessing a sacred gear, calling her a monster for being able to materialize supernatural beings from her mirrors. That day they were outside her family's territory, but she knew that if she asked for help even there she would be ignored, so she just cried while those children made fun of her. But that day someone did come to his aid. A small brown-haired boy threw a rock at the head of one of her clan's boys. Opening one of his eyes, he noticed the boy's messy brown hair and honey-colored eyes that showed determination and fury. She watched as the boy, even though he was smaller than the others, lunged at them, hitting them and shouting, "Cowards." Despite sustaining several blows, he returned them with even more force, not caring that they were bigger. She only saw how he remained steadfast in helping her. In the end, the children of her clan left because no matter how much they hit him, he never fell to the ground. She saw how, despite being beaten, he approached her and offered her his hand, giving her a smile. For her, seeing that sincere smile, even with those bruises, was the cutest smile anyone had ever given her. She covered her face with her pillow and turned to her right, her cheeks flushed and a smile on her face. For a moment, she imagined herself and that brunette, Issei, being more than just acquaintances, more than friends, a couple. The image of her and Issei together in a park eating ice cream and how the brunette had some on his nose, she laughing just like him, a happier vision. "Why was I so scared?" Her voice trembled as tears welled up in her eyes, her lower lip trembled in a grimace of regret of telling him how I feel. Or of even getting close. She covered her face with her arm trying to hide it. "Stop lying to yourself, you know exactly why you were scared. Scared of rejection, scared that he'd forgotten you, scared of your feelings." In a certain club of Kuo Academy. We can see how a blonde was at her desk looking at the small room with the armchairs around a table. Through her mind passed the memories of every moment they lived since she joined, and she remembered what her life was like before meeting her friends and her first friend Issei. As despite being from different factions, he rushed to her rescue. "Issei. Because we are already friends, Asia." Those words had been floating around in her head lately, tormenting her in a way, sometimes keeping her awake. She'd lost herself in her thoughts again, remembering all the moments with her friends, but especially with the brunette, the times they'd had fun, the missions to take down the rogue demons. "Asia senpai," a voice called her and made her come out of her trance. She looked to her side, noticing how a certain albino was looking at her with some concern in her expression. "Kaneko-chan," she said, still distracted. She tried to draw a smile on her face, but stumbled and showed more melancholy than anything else. "What's wrong?" she asked, appearing intrigued. "Alright." That question hit her lightly. "Why yes, I'm fine," he tried to answer normally, but he couldn't look her in the eyes, which made the little girl doubt. "Asia senpai," he placed his hand on hers, drawing the blonde's attention. He could clearly see the concern on her small face, which caused a lump in his throat. She lowered her head with a sad expression. "It's about Issei senpai, right?" he deduced without showing any doubt. The blonde remained silent for only a few minutes. The albino could smell salt water. Asia had begun to cry softly. "It hurts me that Issei-san told us that." I sobbed softly. "That he says he doesn't care about us. It hurts me." She grabbed her clothes while squeezing right where her heart was. She had shrunk in her seat, hiding her face between her legs. Shirin, on the other hand, felt bad for her friend. She had never seen her like this before. She approached and stroked her head, trying to calm her down, something that made Asia feel safe. For her part, the albino stared with pity at how fragile the girl had become. For her part, her mind traveled to the past, changing the image. She being the fragile one while her Nekomata features were present, and a certain brunette smiled calmly at her as he caressed her head. A small pressure on her chest disturbed her for a moment. "It would be better to finish this paperwork, Asia senpai." The Nico separated her hand from her friend's blonde hair, which recovered a little to clean her face. He settled into his seat to finish his work, but first he looked at his little helper. "Thank you, Kaneko-chan," he smiled kindly, to which the albino gave a small smile. When she turned around she changed her expression to one of melancholy. "Senpai," she thought as she went back to helping her friend, but with melancholy in her thoughts. "We move, Issei." The chestnut tree stood outside the written exam room. The number of participants and the variety of supernatural auras were curious, even the examiner gave off a peculiar aura. He's a light elf, he thought as he went to a soda machine, put in the coin and entered the code. He was thirsty. He had spent almost an hour sitting there writing. They gave him a 10-minute deadline to be sure of his answer. He was confident, so he only took a quick look. Now in less than an hour, the practical tests will begin. He opened his soda to drink it. He walked for a while until he saw the sign that said practical test room and approached the door frame to look inside. For a sparring ring, it's really well prepared. I look at the place, so big it can hold about 200 people, and in the center a 3-rope ring with the corners marked in red and blue. The place is really nice and it smells good. It's a fighting arena, not a girl. Stop talking like that, you make me nervous, he heard Drake's voice in his head. I'm a boxing fanatic and I can't help it, he answered the last part with embarrassment. Okay, that's weird, but leaving that aside. I already placed the blocks on your body and sealed your magical power that is unconsciously added to your blows, I explained, while the dragon's head was shown in the background. Thank you for doing me the favor, he said, truly grateful. But remember that already by itself. Thanks to your new body, blood and training, not counting your instincts, you are capable of hitting like a truck. Try to manage that force a little if you don't want the sparring to end quickly. Hahaha, the Welsh dragon laughed a little because he knew that there were few people who could face his partner. Then his laughter slowly faded. But you still lack a little control, so really control yourself. Don't remind me, not only did I take off one of Ju Sen's hands that time, I also dislocated my wrist on that occasion. He left the place directly to the classroom that said they would see them in half an hour. The conversation ended after that moment. He didn't do much damage, but both of them dislocated their wrist after the blow from the brunette. When he arrived, he saw that everyone was already outside, chatting in small groups or twos. He walked past the others, downplaying the situation and taking out his entertainment again. The small pen with the floating figurine. Some looked at him out of the corner of their eyes, while others talked while pointing at him with nods, fingers, or talking about him. Issei, despite ignoring them, couldn't help but listen to them. Partly because he was only 18 years old and short compared to some of the behemoths in the area. It was truly annoying to listen to them. It only took a few minutes for one of the instructors to arrive. Well, they will be checked and they will give you their results in a few days. They will be sent to your respective cars, he explained kindly. Then with a movement of his hand, he told them to follow him. Follow me. I will take you to the room where they will weigh you, and we will place you in your corresponding categories. He began to walk, and the others followed him. The brown-haired man gave a sigh and began to walk. While out with others. The others were looking at the exhibition area, seeing some things. Ju and Braum were looking at some old framed photos of former boxers that surprised many. Marcus and Javier were watching some replays of fights, grimacing when they saw the blows that hurt the most. Meanwhile, Kiba and Carly were following and taking care of the hyperactive pair. Unryu and Gasper, who were moving around the place checking out the souvenir shops with happiness in their eyes. It happened a long time ago. Stop it, it'll hurt you and stress you out, the bald man told him as he walked beside his old friend. It still makes my blood boil when I see his face in this place. Looking back and noticing how people look at the photo of Floyd Mayweather Jr. with looks of astonishment, that wretch doesn't deserve a place in this place. He sounded furious. He fervently believed in the frauds of the fights in which his undefeated record had been broken cleanly. Calm down, your hair will fall out, he reproached him as they walked, to which the gray-haired man looked at him curiously. You don't mean you'll get gray hair? I asked curiously. Where do you no longer have room? Unless they grow on your ass, ha 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 ha, he mocked because there was no more room in his head for more gray hair. You'll be, he got angry as he raised his fist in annoyance. But he decided to calm down and smile, because he knew that his friend just wanted him not to get angry, because this day was special for Issei, and for him too, as the time for the practical tests was about to arrive, which fans could see if they wanted. Ju called his daughter to tell her to meet them at the agreed place to see Issei. The chief just stared at his boys, who were still glued to the screen watching the replays. Hey boss. The dark-haired man called to the bald man who approached. Who's that? He asked while pointing at the video of a man with Western features and a prominent nose, facing a Japanese man. In the video you could see how the man in light blue shorts dodged all the blows sent by the man in red shorts, almost dancing around the Japanese man. I had never seen it before. When he came closer and watched the video, he smiled and sometimes laughed as he watched the Western man gracefully dodge the Eastern man's blows. I'm not surprised. This left the two young men a little confused, seeing that the man smiled to speak. You were not born in his time, so you could not see his fights. He is Nicolino Felipe Alak, the untouchable. The respect was heard in his voice. That was his fight against Takeshi Fuji. The untouchable. Javier watched the fight, noticing how the man moved skillfully, avoiding the most lethal and dangerous blows that would give him a knockout. I must admit that he moves very well. He can practically not hit him. Noticing the head and hip movement. Why isn't he talked about? I asked, turning my head and raising an eyebrow. With the passage of time, we forget about those who were once aspiring to be great, they deserved a mention at least, but it seems they decided to take a look at the past and remember little-known fights for interested young people. He finished speaking as the screen turned off. Well, here they are. He shook his head to see the remaining 4 arrive, and the tests are about to begin, although Issei's will surely be the one that ends the fastest, declared the gray-haired man as they headed to the room indicated by the signs. But Issei, again. Height 1.80 centimeters and 58.4 kilograms, exclaimed one of the examiners as he measured a young man with black hair while a woman took notes. Several participants had already come forward to have their weight and height measured, now it was the brunette's turn. They had to remove all their clothes for a more accurate measurement. Some noticed his semi-toned body, but no one was surprised. He stepped onto the scale and recorded his weight and height. Height 1.70 centimeters with 62.5 kilograms, the examiner wrote, so that the young lady could write down the data. The brunette got off and headed towards the room to get dressed. The others were passing by. When the brunette came out of changing, he received a breast from another of the candidates. "Hey buddy, be more careful," he asked kindly when he saw that the guy was a few centimeters taller. The aforementioned just looked sideways and turned around. Gomen, the young man apologized, scratching the back of his neck with shame reflected on his cheeks. He was somewhat tall, possibly measuring 1.80 centimeters, with black hair and blue eyes, white skin and a good physique. In addition, the brown-haired man could notice a slight western air. "I tend to get lost in my head when I think and I end up bumping into things without meaning to." Then he lowers his head with some resignation, "and it usually gets me into trouble with other people." Issei raised an eyebrow. It seemed like he became depressed from one moment to the next, but he decided to put that aside. "Don't worry, I think I got a little angry about that," he admitted, calming the young man in front of him. "I shouldn't have been rude, anyway I think. I've seen you before." Thinking back after looking at his face, a light bulb went on in his head. "Ha. Yeah. You're the kid who dropped his paper and pencil on the test." A memory from just an hour ago came to his head of how one of the candidates dropped his paper and pencil on the floor, ending up doing a little number that embarrassed him. He couldn't help but laugh a little at that moment. Oh no. The black-haired boy was embarrassed when he remembered that moment. "That was very embarrassing," he exclaimed while covering his face. Yes, I imagine it was," he admitted, feeling a little bad for laughing again. "But I admit that you relieved some of the tension in the place." He tried to comfort the boy. "But it could have happened to anyone since everyone was nervous during the test." "Yes, I suppose not very convinced," he said to himself, "but leaving that nonsense behind. But I have always been a nervous person, my sister tells me that." Many times he let out a sigh. "By the way, I'm Issei Haidu, it's a pleasure." He extended his hand in greeting. Daiki Martinez." He shook his hand with a now calmer smile, but our protagonist was curious about this boy's last name. "Martinez? That's not the last name," he said, somewhat surprised. "Yes. He's Latino, to be more precise from Mexico," he said with a slightly bigger smile showing joy. "No wonder you look so foreign. Are you of Latin American descent?" He let go of her hand after a few seconds. Exactly. At that, they both saw that there was almost no one left to take their information, and the practical tests would soon begin. "Damn. I better get changed quickly." The brown-haired man gave him space to enter the room and change. "What a nice guy," he said with a smile as he went to wait for the few remaining items to be weighed and measured to be finished. When they were finished, they were given their practice equipment and a number that would identify them. The examiner who recorded the data approached to talk. "Well, as you may have noticed, you have been given not only the practice equipment but also a number. With this, you will be paired with an opponent of your category," the woman explained kindly, looking at the young men. Some of them seemed embarrassed because a few moments ago they had been stripped down to their underwear in front of her. "You're referring to the weight divisions, right?" the black-haired man asked the brown-haired man standing next to him. "Yes," he said simply as he looked at him out of the corner of his eye and looked back to the front. "Don't you already know that?" asked his partner, somewhat bored. He was already looking forward to the blows. "Calm down a bit, Drake, besides it never hurts to review things." He smiled with amusement at his partner's impatience. "They will be assigned to a temporary division and their opponent must be of the same category. This is to have a fair fight and so they get used to the first rules of boxing. On this table," pointing to a board next to him that his partner brought where the lines that referred to who they would face to practice were shown, "their partner will be designated for the test." "So that's why they gave us the numbers," said Daiki, understanding the reason for the numbers, looking at his and seeing that it had the number 38. "The truth is I found it curious why they gave it to us. The truth is I had a small suspicion of that." Issei looked and noticed that he had number 31. "It seems that if we have good or bad luck, we might get it." Looking at the boy next to him. That's a possibility, but I think our weight is quite different," the dark-haired man responded excitedly to see how they started to put in the numbers of the participants. Already in the hall with the spectators. For a place used for sparring, it's very nice, said Javier, looking around and from time to time, stopping to see the place better, and was sat down by the red-brown girl pulling him by the shirt. Calm down and stop behaving like a child, exclaimed her partner. The green-haired man just pouted and said something under his breath. While being heard by the others sitting in the back row, Kiba, Marcus and Braum were in the middle row. Gasper, Carly and Javier were one row down. Ju and Unryu were one row up. Here we go, the black-haired man sighed in resignation at his friend's attitude. They're not the only ones excited, haha. Kiba laughed as he saw the little blonde boy also looking around the place with great interest. Too bad there aren't many people looking around. He noticed that there were few people in the stands watching. Well, it's a bit obvious, an extra voice caught everyone's attention, to which they turned to see a man in his 30s with ash blonde hair and a scar on his eye, a bit formal. These are evaluation practices so that applicants can obtain their amateur boxing license, so only a few family members come, and in my case, because of rumors of good applicants. The albino stood up with a smile and extended his arms towards the man. Meishes, she said happily as she gave him a hug, which the man reciprocated. Look at you. You're already applying your journalism professionally, she said happily upon seeing the young man. It's good to see you again, Juice, and the old man offered him a place next to him, to which he accepted. I heard that you were around here, and I thought it would be for some reason so that you came just when these tests are being carried out. He watched the tests begin, and the others watched the 2-minute fights that would take place. Is there someone who caught your attention? He asked, looking at him out of the corner of his eye. Hahaha, not exactly. The small mocking laugh catches his attention. It's more like I have to see how my good pupilo makes the judges surprised. The latter surprised Carlos. Minutes passed and the fights progressed normally. The younger ones were not very interested in some fights, but others were more interesting. Ice's child. While they were watching the tests, Issei came out of the bathroom after washing his hands. It was going to be his turn in sparring number 15. I think it's a shame we can't have a sparring, Martinez, and he headed towards the locker room where he had a backpack, taking off the clothes he was wearing and putting on a tank top with his shorts. Then he took his gloves, boots and mouthguard. He stared at the headguard for a while. He didn't like using it, but the rules were the rules. With a sigh of resignation he put it on, finished putting on the rest of the equipment and left. Something vibrated in his pants. He knew it was a small device they had been given, so they could know they would be summoned soon if they were somewhere else. He walked over to where the others were waiting to be called, in a hallway where they were all gathered. I guess it's your turn. I turned to see the dark-haired man looking at him with a calm smile. Yes, this thing vibrated and gave me the signal, showing his pants in his hand and putting it aside. Have you passed yet? I asked while looking at him. No. I'll follow you, he said as he watched the brunette's opponent approach. A man of possibly 25 years old with grey hair, who looked sideways at the brunette and showed a mocking smile, and stood at the entrance of the hallway. What a character your opponent has. Yes, it won't last long, he said with confidence in his words as he approached the entrance. In the ring. Next. Number 31 Issei Haidu and number 9 Sakaji Nomura, please step into the ring, announced the examiner. Both of them got out and headed to the corners. Looks like it's his turn, the bald man said, to which they paid attention. That guy, huh? Said Meishes, looking at the grey-haired man in the ring, but the grey-haired man grabbed him by the chin and turned his head towards the other one. The kid? He asked with some intrigue. To be honest, it surprises me, but you always have a good eye for people. He settled into his seat. It will be interesting. While in the ring, both contenders were in the center, and a referee gave them some rules. Well, I want a clean fight. Blows below the waist, blows to the back, the use of kicks and headbutts are prohibited, explained the referee. To what the two affirmed. Clash your gloves. Both did it, but the older one did it with a little force to try to intimidate the brown-haired man, something that he noticed, but he didn't let himself be intimidated. To your corners. And what do you think? Asked a dragon, looking at the opponent with one eye. Do you want it to fall before or after minute one? He responded with another question. After the first minute, he replied with amusement. Box. Exclaimed the referee at the moment, so that both moved to the center of the arena. The brown-haired man approaches, taking light steps while keeping his guard up with his left foot in front, while the other candidate also keeps his guard up, but it is the common guard, while the brown-haired man's is that of the two fists covering his jaw from the front. It seems that fool didn't get the message the first time. Well, let's see how you handle this one. The grey-haired man approached with a small jump as he launched his jab, followed by a strong cross. Shaft. Shaft. But with a movement of his fists he manages to deflect the two attacks, but is not noticed by his attacker, who is overconfident. His opponent starts to throw the basic jab plus cross combination while moving with some skill, but Issei for his part covers and in one of the right blows goes down, passing underneath and throws two jabs to the body to move away with a short jump before the grey-haired man can connect a low hook. The opponent began to attack more aggressively, throwing strong jabs and crosses, in addition to implementing hooks to try to connect on the sides of the guard, but Issei made use of his head and hip movement, preventing him from connecting the blows. Every time he saw him preparing a hook that was always right, he ducked and moved to the sides, connecting a jab or two to the body that were making him lower his guard little by little. Issei, tired of acting passive and his opponent not using another combination, decided to act and go on the offensive. In one of the gray-haired crosses, I advanced decisively, passing underneath, throwing a jab, and at the same time, I prepare my cross. Bang! Bang! Both blows connected to the body, making his opponent retreat in surprise, but he had to raise the guard again when he saw that the brunette advanced and was now throwing the blows. Feigned with a jab to enter with a left hook outside the guard. Bang! Connecting to the temple, throwing his opponent off guard. Now that he was dominant in the fight, he pounded the gray-haired man with incessant blows. His opponent was unable to avoid almost any of them, having little head movement, causing him to retreat, trying to cover the barrage of blows from the brunette. He tried to land a few punches to regain control, but Issei would either duck under them or move his head and land his own blow, stunning him at times. Bang! 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 So he was forced to keep his guard, but the brunette's blows made him lose his guard when he tried to give a cross. Issei moved to his right, connecting a strong right to the jaw that almost knocked him down. If it weren't for the rope he used to get back on guard and regain his balance, he caught his breath and tried to attack with quick and not so strong blows to equal the brunette. Bang! Bang! In a blow he missed his guard and the brown-haired man connected two quick jabs to the face. The Sekiryuutei advanced to give another right blow, but this time the gray-haired man a left cross, retracting his arm and launched a strong straight blow that connected. He smiled mockingly. Bang! But he felt a sharp pain in his left side. Issei had connected a strong right hook to his side, making him go into shock as he felt the blow mark his ribs. Those watching the exam were surprised by the chestnut's aggressiveness, dominating the fight and leaving no room for reaction from his opponent. "Ryu, the boy is really tough," the ash-blonde hair said with surprise and a smile. Then he looked at the old man who looked at him with a smile. "I imagine you taught him." "Do you think so?" he replied mockingly. While the chestnut's friends looked on in surprise at the chestnut's dominance. "Wow, Issei-senpai is going all out," said Gasper, watching as the brown-haired boy was once again cornering his opponent by landing a large number of blows. "I don't think the protection is giving the other much help." "He looks like someone different," exclaimed the green-haired boy, surprised. "I shouldn't make him angry," he thought with a drop on his neck. "Issei takes things seriously when it comes to boxing, so it shouldn't surprise you." Looking at how the brown-haired boy's opponent couldn't connect almost any of his blows, he must have made him angry so that he beat him up just in the exam. Gibber remained silent, but seeing how his friend moved gracefully and returned the blows, he smiled. His friend was already taking a step towards fulfilling her first dream. The girls, for their part, were more focused on the brunette. Seeing how he moved was quite impressive because he seemed faster than what they had seen in the sparring against Unryu's father. "Incredible, he looks much more confident and stronger than before," Carly thought in amazement as she saw how he maintained control of the fight. Ice-kun, she felt worried at first, but now she was surprised by the brown-haired boy's ferocity in combat. Meanwhile, in the ring, one could see how the chestnut-haired man did not let his opponent rest. "Who is this guy?" he thought, surprised and upset at not being able to hit him when he tried to counterattack. "Stay still." Issei stopped for a moment so that his opponent could respond, and he did so thinking that he had tired. He tried to give him a combination to what he covered or moving his body while he retreats, and with a shuffle he moved to the right, performing a feint with his right in which the gray-haired man falls. Which gives him space for a left hook to the head. Bang! Pulling him out of his system, causing him to stumble. The brown-haired boy smiled just like Drake. "The minute has passed." "Well, it was interesting," said the dragon calmly as he settled down, looking at his partner's opponent. At one point, the brunette stepped to his right, changing guard, surprising his opponent. Now in a left guard, the brunette quickly approached with his pivot to throw two powerful jabs, followed by a left hook, throwing him off his rhythm and keeping his opponent on the sidelines with unstoppable blows. With his guard up he approached to throw a jab. At the moment the gray-haired man raised his guard, but the AMG. Oog. He felt a sharp pain in his right side, turning out to be a left hook blow directly to the liver, causing a deep pain in his nerve endings, causing him to fall to the canvas. "Your corner," said the referee when examining the second contender. Even though he tried to stand up, the pain was much stronger, forcing the referee "It's over" to give the victory to the brown-haired man who only sighed in his corner. It wasn't that difficult," he whispered excitedly and looked to the side to see how some of the examiners were talking among themselves, and he could hear his name slightly. He smiled a little, and it seems that they liked the show. "I would rather call it beating." But show sounds prettier, hahaha. He let out a small laugh before sleeping peacefully. Lazy, he said amusedly as he got off the ring when he was told to. In the stands, some people gave a few soft applauses and looked with some astonishment at the chestnut tree that was leaving the place. With others. "That was great," exclaimed Little Lady as he stood up from his seat with a smile. "I admit it was impressive, but what a beating, bro," said the green-haired man while putting on a surprised face. Marcus and Kiba couldn't help but nod. "For the first time I agree with you," said Carly, while Unryu just nodded, still surprised. "It seems your boy has very good potential juice," and he exclaimed, surprised with his eyes wide open and looking sideways at his old friend. "Hahaha, right." The man responded with amusement, then looked at the journalist. "But I still have a question, did you come just because you heard I was here? Right?" he asked, looking at him out of the corner of his eye. "Hahaha, you were always someone quite perceptive." This caught the attention of the others. The truth is there is a young man they were talking about, a young promise according to what they say, noticing how they were announcing the next candidates and, it seems he is the next one. One surprise after another. Hahaha laughed animatedly as everyone looked at the ring. Down. In the ring. As the chestnut tree left, I heard the next candidates. Number 38 Daiki Martinez vs. Number 44 Tonk Mamanji, announced the examiner. "Well, it's my turn." The brunette stood right in front of him, his gaze determined and his smile growing. He was wearing a white short shirt and white pants. "Wish me luck," he continued on his way to the ring. "Good luck, although I don't think you need it, Daiki-san," he said calmly but with a smile after taking off his gloves and head protection. "I hate this thing, throwing it in a seat." Shushi, well thanks anyway." He found the brown-haired boy's attitude amusing. He thanked him and walked towards the ring where they were already waiting for him. The brunette decided to stay a while to watch the black-haired boys fight. To be honest, there was something about him that caught his attention. There wasn't a supernatural aura about him, but there was still something strange about that boy. But the boys, they noticed how their friend decided to stay and watch the next fight. "It seems that Issei is also interested in that guy," apparently Kiba pointed out, somewhat surprised. "It seems there's something that caught your attention," Carly said, receiving an affirmation from Javier, who seemed curious. When both fighters received the instructions and went to their corners, Marcus noticed as if he had said a prayer by bumping his fists gently and raising his hands a little. This caught his attention. "He said his last name was Martinez, right?" I asked, looking at the journalist. "That's right, he has foreign blood. More specifically, Mexican," he said with a smile. "Maybe that influences his ability," he responded animatedly. "It's not always about genes, it also depends on spirit and conviction." The chief also spoke with enthusiasm, joining the conversation. "It could also be Issei Senpai's passion for boxing." Gasper added his 2 cents, looking back with a smile, to which Ju also saw a sparkle in his eyes, which made him smile. "It also has to do with whether you really enjoy and love something." When they heard the bell, everyone looked at the ring, as did Issei. Both opponents advanced towards the center, although Daiki's opponent, a young man of his age apparently with light brown hair, placed himself on guard and stopped when he saw the dark-haired man's guard. Using a right-handed position, his right arm was in such a way that it covered his jaw and liver, but the arm that was supposed to cover his guard in front was down and slightly bent. "What does this idiot think he is?" the light-haired man thought angrily while clenching his fists. "Do you underestimate me, idiot?" Without thinking, he approached with quick steps to connect across with that guard. "I'll connect you easily." But he didn't expect the black-haired man to move with a shuffle toward his blind spot in advance when he turned his head to orient himself. Bam! Bam! He received 2 direct jabs that knocked him off his bearings. When he recovered, he raised his guard and approached again. I noticed how he gently moved his front arm, to which he responded by raising his guard, but I didn't expect what came next. Bam! 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 The blows from his jabs were so strong that they forced him to stop, but then Daiki started to advance and moved to his left with the pivot. The impacts of the jabs made him lose his guard little by little, making him step back and lose his balance little by little, in addition to the fact that the speed of those blows were not normal. As quickly as he returned to his position, he sent a faster one. Even though he tried to connect with a jabber across, it was difficult and left him open to a clean blow from the black-haired man. Issei noticed the position. Every time he threw a jab, he returned to an almost relaxed position, but made a gentle pendulum movement with his arm while Daiki moved around the ring, and he couldn't help but think one thing. Paint jabs turned into real punches. At that he remembered a long-haired, menacing-looking boxer, Ryo Mishiba. He opened his eyes. Bam! 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 The jabs were breaking the light brown-haired man's guard, who began to twist his arms. Irritated, he tried to throw his punches, and that the black-haired man stopped and started to move, avoiding the punches or using his left arm to block and deflect them. Each punch thrown by the opponent was frustrating for him because he couldn't connect, while the black-haired man remained calm. Our brown-haired man noticed the change of attitude in the black-haired man, something that surprised him because he seemed like a different person. Daiki just kept calm when avoiding the blows. With a movement of his hand, he gave the signal that he would send another jab, to which his opponent moved forward and covered himself to avoid that blow, but… Damn. Oog. It turned out that he received a strong left hook that made him open his mouth while he lost consciousness for a moment. Are you ready, old friend? Clenching his fist and feeling the blood flow and his muscles react because I am. With his opponent's guard down. Daiki lowered his right and retracted it while spinning it. He opened his eyes and threw a cross with a spinning movement, moving his foot, hip, torso and shoulder in a chain. The AMG. Impact with monstrous force on the jaw, causing his opponent's head to spin backward as he advanced, and the light-haired man's body fell backward due to the inertia of the blow. He was left lying face up on the canvas, while the black man maintained that position in slow motion. Your corner. The referee announced, calming down and walking in compliance with the order. It didn't take long for the man to notice that the light brown boy was knocked out, giving the black-haired boy the thumbs up. The crowd applauded in amazement. Issei was surprised, as he could sense a supernatural aura surrounding the boy, yet he was still lying on the floor. Wow, it seems that things will be interesting if I have to fight him one day. He smiled animatedly upon seeing that sparring. The dark-haired man got off because he had already been given approval in the practice. Impressive. You are someone quite strong, Daiki. He felt confident to talk to this boy. Shushi, thank you, but you are not weak either, you are very skilled. I could see that, he said while scratching the back of his neck after taking off his gloves and took off his head protection. I guess with this, we are more than approved, or so I hope. Starting to walk towards the exit next to the brown-haired man. I'm hungry, and you? He asked while touching his stomach. Well, the truth is, being so calm for about 3 hours and being here since morning watching and waiting really makes you hungry, he exclaimed calmly while he gathered his equipment and walked next to the jet. Now with the others in the stands. We see how the others were surprised by the skill demonstrated by the young man with black hair, in addition to Ju being surprised and Meisha's with a smile of satisfaction with himself. He had not been wrong. Apparently I got a 2 for 1. Not only did I see the young promise I came for in the first place, but also a surprise young man. Hehehe, he smiled and let out a small laugh. He has quite a remarkable explosive power, Braum analyzed. Years of watching his old friend box made him know how to recognize those blows. That style of hitting with jab is the flicker style, the gray-haired man analyzed. I think I've seen that before. He made his point, to which Ju looked at him, then the little blonde remembered him. I remembered. Ryo Mishiba. He said the name, making Issei's coach open his eyes because he didn't know that the boy knew one of the most feared boxers in the past decades. He was the one who made that style known in Japan. But the one who made it famous in the world was Thomas Hitman Hearns. The little boy's knowledge surprised the adults, but his style is very different, he whispered, drawing the attention of the others. Sir. A higher-pitched, more feminine voice was heard. A girl of possibly 15 years old, blonde with dark blue eyes, a small black hat and round glasses, wearing a short-skirted plaid dress with a black trench coat with dull gold trim. She was wearing black stockings with brown pointed toe shoes and also a brown purse and a notebook in her hand. Eris? What's wrong? The ash blonde asked his assistant. The little girl was panting, it seems she ran quite a bit. And I found them. She said, somewhat agitated as she looked up, but with a smile. Before she could ask what she meant, 2 more people approached and stood behind her, one with a backpack in hand and a smile when he saw them, and the other with his bag with a calm smile waving at them. Hey. Guys, the brown-haired boy greeted. Arc 1. New Beginning Chapter 7. Relaxation in the Beginning. Okay, tell me if I understood. The boys, after finishing the tests and being allowed to leave, went straight to a bar since it was already past 12 noon and well, hunger was calling. Buddy, he is a journalist that you met when he was just starting his career, and now that he is a licensed journalist, he heard that you were going to be present at this test and came to see you while he was eating a double hamburger with triple cheese, ketchup and mayonnaise. Well, it's partly true, he explained while drinking his soda, but I also came because of certain rumors that there would be interesting people present at these trials. Looking at Daiki, who was surprised while eating a chicken burger, leaving his mouth open, and it seems I found a surprise when I arrived too. Looking at the brown-haired boy. It's an honor to meet you, Ju-san. Said the little girl, still with her lunch on her plate. A delicious sandwich just like the old man. Mom, Aisha-san has told me about your fights and your fighting style. He's someone incredible. The enthusiasm was noticeable in her voice, but also the nervousness. It's not that bad, little one. The fact that you flatter an old man like me so much is a bit exaggerated, ha 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 ha, the old man responded laughingly, but received an elbow from his friend Braum, something strong that bent him over. Ouch. Don't be a little girl. You were a boxer, you took worse hits than that, he refuted, while Ju gave him a look of hatred. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you both. My name is Braum, it's a pleasure, the bald man with a mustache greeted with a smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, Braum, and the blonde returned the greeting and pointed the little blonde to a seat next to him, and my assistant is called Kate Sagan. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said with a small bow, then looked towards the two amateurs who were in front. I had heard that Daiki-san would be here because we have been following him for a while, but she focused her gaze on the brunette who was eating his food, but we didn't know that someone who was Ju-san's pupil would be there. She looked at him for a while, to which Issei felt a little uncomfortable with her fixed gaze. Can I ask something? Marcus called the other's attention. Where exactly are you two from? I lived in Tokyo for a long time and I don't remember hearing about you, Meisha-san. Ha 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 ha, well you see, we are both from Osaka, but I came to Tokyo only about 2 years ago to work professionally. Then I pointed again at the blonde. She became an apprentice to gain hours of experience in the work field. She arrived a few months ago and she is a very good assistant. It's my turn to ask a question, isn't it, Issei-san? Kate looked at the brown-haired boy who nodded in affirmation. What gym do you train at? This made him look at her curiously. We would like to know the place where you train so we can go and interview you in the future. I doubt he trains in a gym, the journalist answered for the boy, earning a curious look from the little girl. The man looked at the gray-haired man. I imagine he trains with you personally, right? The old man just smiled a little, confirming what he had said and surprising the girl. Well, I thought it would help you a little if I personally taught you a few tricks I know, he replied, downplaying the situation. After that, they finished eating, but they lingered for a while after paying. The three adults chatted at the bar while the girls went to a table to talk and the boys stayed at a table near the exit. Changed to red. Kiba had thrown a red 2. Double Javier rolled a red 2 and a blue 2. +2 Computer, the chestnut throws said card. Another one, this time the black-haired man threw another one. +4 Bugs and blue, the blonde commanded. And with this one there are 10. Ha 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 ha, I send another +2. Fuck off. Said the brunette as he slammed the table with the palm of his hand and picked up the cards. Shitty game, he muttered angrily. The three friends plus their new friend were playing cards and Marcus just watched them while reading a book, but I smiled every time one of them screwed up a hand. I don't remember you saying that about the last two games, the black-haired man mocked with a smile, drawing another mumble from the brunette as he threw down another card. How are things at home? Asked the knight after throwing his green card. He started taking cards until he had a green one, and the truth is I don't know. When we left, at least Issei's mother seemed very worried. I bet she won't let him go when she gets back, smiling while looking at the brunette. Don't bring my mother into this, Javier. She looked at him reluctantly as she threw away her green card. They said they were from Kuo, right? Daiki inquired, looking at them for a moment. I've heard that it's a place that has recently been surrounded by very curious paranormal stories and events. This made the two members of the occult a little curious. They didn't know what rumors had come out outside of Kuo. You're back, Issei. Throwing the exchange card. What rumors have you heard? Asked a brown-haired boy, rolling a +4 green. Oh come on. He complained as he took the cards. Something about angels seen in the middle of the night or shadows of three-headed dogs. He remembered the rumors with some effort. Some said that Kuo supposedly had a portal to hell, or something like that. This got a drop out of Javier, but the brunette and the blonde tensed up a little, so they exchanged glances and then played dumb. Well, they must be just rumors or jokes in bad taste. Kiba tried to put the conversation aside, but then he noticed that they had sent him a +4. Are you serious? Making the expression with his arms. Yes, and unless you have a red +2, raise, he said, a little annoyed as he looked at him with annoyance, to which the blue-eyed man growled and took the cards. Then we see old Braum arrive. Okay, guys, stop gambling, it's time to go back to the hotel and then pack up to leave tomorrow afternoon. This caught 3 of the 4 gamblers a little off guard and they looked at each other. Hang on, aren't we leaving at dawn? The green-haired man looked at him strangely. Well, that was the plan, but the girls want to spend some time with their new friend. So tomorrow we will take care of packing everything, pointing back with his finger, to which they raise crane their necks to see the table further back and noticed the girls chatting very animatedly well to Unryu and Kate. Carly gave her 2 cents, but she was not one to go shopping, but she would not have any choice this time. Of course, they're shopping and we reworking like donkeys. The green-haired man looked at him with a frown. Well, you have to understand them. They made a new friend and want to spend some time with her. You did the same thing when you started working. You still owe me 3 cases of beer, assholes grimacing. Meanwhile, the 3 mentioned above became very tense. They still owed the old man money. Should have thought shared between the 3. After that, they said goodbye to the other three and went their separate ways. Once back at the hotel, Issei's two coworkers went to the back of the hotel, as there was a gym and they wanted to do something other than sit around. The girls went to their rooms to do something. What? I don't even know. The two older ones went to the terrace while chatting about something related to Issei. And speaking of the King of Rome, he and the blonde were in the reception area next to the dining room. They sat down while the brunette made a call. What did they do? Asked the brown-haired man, surprised. If what you heard. Modahama and I are facing a stray demon named Jeff the Chiller, the voice of our ex-bald friend was heard on the other side. Jeff the Killer, you idiot. The boy with glasses was heard, but far away. It's the same shit. You're always correcting me. Learn to speak well then. You will be. Calm down both of you. He shouted from his phone to calm the duo. Mitsuda, your English is disgusting, that's the first thing you hear. He heard the flea's heartbreak. Secondly. Who the hell is that Jeff the Striper? That. Issei without offending but. You don't see it squared with the issue. Hey. He felt offended. I agree with him, Kiba joined in with a calm smile. You're not helping. He shouted indignantly at his blonde friend, who just smiled amusedly as a vein popped out on his head. Well, back to the topic. Modahama took the phone with his friend's permission. That guy really wasn't that great, even for us who just learned to use our sacred gears. That much? I asked, surprised and intrigued. As impossible as it may seem, even the four-eyed man sounded surprised. Believe me. That guy was really bad. I would say that those comments and urban legends of that type inflated it a lot. Mitsuda's comment was heard. How disappointing was that guy? The brunette asked as he put the call on loud and turned the volume down a bit so only the two of them could hear it. Well, it will take a little time. Well, we have plenty for now. Well, the blonde gave him a drink. Then get comfortable, it will take a while. Flashback. It was nighttime in Kuo town and we saw two people walking through the lonely streets of the cute little town. One of them was wearing square-framed glasses and had long hair brushed slightly to the side, while the other had shorter, but messy, hair. They both walked, looking around the alleys and dimly lit areas of the street. So what exactly are we looking for? Mitsuda asked, looking down an alley and wearing kickboxing gloves. If I remember correctly, a madman with a white face, a sinister smile, black hair and a tendency to run his tongue over his lips, remembering the description Kiryu gave him when he heard about this renegade. It sounds more like an anime villain than a demon walking back to his friend's side, and with that description, it seems more like you're talking about some kind of snake. Both turned left at the corner. That's what she told me. Don't be mad at me, I replied. I'm not angry and I say this because your hearing isn't the best, so to speak, he said, looking at him out of the corner of his eye. The man with glasses looked at him in a bad, offended way. And you? Before being able to reply, they heard a scream coming from a house. They both looked at each other to nod and run quickly in that direction. At that moment the black-haired man opens the palm of his hand upwards and his eyes shine slightly red. Room Burakusapsu, prison, black space room. Prison. At that a circle with tornado edges appeared in his hand and then expanded over a large area. The houses turned black with red lines. Both in this space ran faster than a human could. What the hell is going on? They heard a hoarse voice complaining from one of the houses. Why can't I kill her? With that second scream they located him. Mitsuda. I got it. The black-haired man with messy hair understood the message. With a powerful jump he managed to reach the second floor where that scream came from. Both gloves shone and obtained an orange glow. Once in the air he retracted his right arm and prepared his fist to Jeki Smasher's crushing blow. With an external force he shot forward towards the wall. He passed through it as if through water and emerged next to another person. Only this stranger had taken a direct hit from Mitsuda, sending him crashing to the ground. The stranger bounced a few times to recover, looked ahead to see who had attacked him, and when he saw the boy on guard, he became angry. Who the hell are you? And why are you butting into my business? He demanded angrily, knife in hand. Excuse me, but there were two of us. A voice came from behind the pale man, who opened his eyes and reflexively jumped back with great height to avoid a cut from a medieval-style sword, but which had some red pixels on the edges. Burakusapsu, Sekiryuutei, creation, a series of daggers with those same edges were created and shot towards the black-haired man, who was barely able to avoid them by ducking, but one stuck in his leg. The strange subject managed to jump over one of the walls to escape. The murderer is trying to escape. He raised an eyebrow, looking sideways at his friend. I'm sorry to break your illusions, but you won't get far. He made a two-fingered hand position, the tiger, but with only one hand, with his eyes closed. In an instant he located his target. I have him. This way. He ran to the right, followed by his partner. With a signal from his hands both went through the buildings with the boy with glasses in front. Before the boy's eyes there was a small line moving through the streets that guided him. He's about to leave my room limit, he warned his friend. Then I'll give you that boost. Okay. The raven-haired man ran a few meters behind his colleague. His eyes acquired an orange aura around them, both gloves emitting that same aura. Motohama jumped while tucking his legs in the air, while preparing a samurai-style sword. The eye behind Mitsuda, an orange-colored entity resembling a troll, appeared and also roared with a scream of its protester, with a spin on its feet. As it advanced, it prepared its right fist, an action imitated by the specter. SHHH. As he threw the punch, he cut through the air, and Motohama landed right on his fist. Pump. The bee sent at high speed towards its target. The assassin, who was running, previously tried to remove the dagger, but it wouldn't come out, so he decided to leave it there to avoid bleeding out. He had moved a good distance away from those two. Whoever those two are, I have to get out of here. Besides, they wouldn't let me kill that bitch. He was angry and swore he was going to. A voice behind him surprised him. As soon as he turned, he saw a young man with glasses approaching at great speed. In an attack position with his katana held in reverse and with the edge facing outwards, finishing with his forward movement Ribsukado, reverse cut. He felt like his side was cut, but there was no sign of damage on his body, or at least not on the outside. Motohama quickly changed his weapon to a medieval sword to stick it into the ground and stop, remaining only a few meters from his target, who fell to the ground but tried to stop. "Phew, that was a quick trip," said the dark-haired man as he walked towards his opponent, who was standing with difficulty. "Don't worry too much, I didn't touch almost any vital organs, but I did touch the muscles and a large part of your flesh, so don't think it will hurt any less." The guy looked at him furiously. "Do you have any idea who I am?" he claimed angrily as he stood up and looked at him while he firmly gripped the knife. "I am the greatest murderer who has ever stepped foot on this filthy land." He began to monologue. "As far as I know, one of the biggest murderers was Jack the Ripper with a drop in his temple, because this guy proclaimed himself with that title. You're all just shit waiting for me to cut you with my knife. Is running like a chicken in your killer dictionary?" he mocked with a smile. "It's called tactical retreat, idiot." He became irritated, and it was noticeable by the throbbing vein in his head. "It seems he's reached his limit," looking at a figure arriving behind the pale man at high speed. "I am a superior being to you stupid humans." He prepared his knife, holding it like any other person. He brought his hand with the weapon up to his neck. "I am Jeff the Killer, and I am a superior being to you huge idiots." "I am." "Prosh. Shut up." Mitsuda, already fed up with hearing the screams of this idiot, and with a strong blow that emanated that orange aura from his fist's gloves. The black-haired man's head had slammed hard against the ground, causing the pavement to splinter, his disheveled hair walking towards his friend. He was a big mouth, literally. "How did you put up with that whole stupid monologue?" he asked and scratched his head. "I'll take it," he said without much effort to get closer to the albino lying on the floor, but he stayed still staring at him. "Mitsuda, what exactly did you want to do when you hit him?" he asked without looking at him. "Well, knock him out." "Why?" He came closer to stand still, looking at the body which had a pool of blood underneath. "Oh shit." The idiot, because of the way he held the knife. When our ex-hairy friend hit him hard on the head from behind, the knife ended up sticking in his throat, ending it in a very stupid way, to be honest. 1000 ways to die. Number 644, stabbing yourself by carrying the knife badly. That's being an idiot. The plan wasn't to take him to Son alive, right? He asked, a little hesitant and nervous. "Luckily for you," note which our friend sighed in relief at knowing this, "he didn't want to upset the former president of the sea. I should say you have a tremendous asshole for not screwing up your life, you know. And I think I should say it more often, leaving the subject aside. By the way, how much time is left for your technique before it runs out?" asked the half-blue black-haired man. "Well, there should be at least a minute left. I should change the mark where he was, so no." But at that moment, the two of them, plus a corpse, suffered a displacement of space that threw them backward. Puff. The three of them appeared in a room with feminine touches. They heard the sound of something breaking behind them, so they turned their heads. A family of 4 was watching them. Mom, dad, a daughter at least their age and a boy of at least 12 years old. The mother dropped her glass when she saw these two appear out of nowhere. Hello." Motohama raised his hand in a nervous greeting. "Hello," Mitsuda repeated his friend's action, but the family looked down to see the pale, bloodied body of the man. "Hi," the mother shouted while putting her hands on her cheeks. "That's something else," the little boy exclaimed, impressed when he saw how the murderer was. "Who the hell are you guys?" yelled the father, who stepped forward a little, ready to hit the two boys. "Hey, calm down, old man." The young man with disheveled hair tried to calm things down. He saw a bottle of liquor on one of the tables, so he took it. "How about we fix it with a beer?" he asked, smiling, but the man just squeezed a piece of wood he had at hand. "I think that's a no," the boy with glasses finished as he brought his hand to his waist, taking a small device. Meanwhile, the young girl, who was still in her bed, was staring at a certain blue-haired man who looked at his companion, but she was only paying attention to our ex-hairy guy who was whispering to his friend. "Well gentlemen, we don't want to interrupt anything," with a sign he let his colleague know to put on some black glasses that he handed to him, to which Mitsuda took them somewhat confused, in the same way the black-haired man put on some. "I'm going to ask you to look closely at this little thing." From his backsack pocket, he took out what appeared to be a snake-shaped token. This little thing started to move, coming to life and wrapping itself around Motohama's finger. "What the hell is th? Flash?" The flash of red came out of the little snake's eyes, causing the family to go into a little shock and their pupils to dilate. "Well family. What happened was that your daughter had a nightmare because of the horror movie Halloween they were watching before going to sleep," he said calmly while taking off his glasses. For his part, our photographer friend didn't understand a thing, so they got scared and woke up the little one because of the noise, and the shadow was just he approached the closet to open it and move a hanger with clothes a little and make the effect that someone was behind it, some clothes badly arranged. With his hand he took his friend and both approached the body to disappear in a magic circle with the corpse and the blood because yes you once they left the family recovered and told their daughter that she would not watch a horror movie again and the little boy was sleepy so his parents accompanied him to his room. The young girl couldn't help but feel that there was a hole in her head and a certain boy too. She decided to ignore it for the moment and go back to sleep. Elsewhere with the dynamite duo. The two appeared on the outskirts of the neighborhood and Jeff's body fell like a sack of potatoes to the ground, to which they both looked at him because of the strong blow he received. "I know it's bad and all, but I don't think we should treat his body like that," he said, glancing at his friend. "I don't care." He downplayed it, but he noticed something. "But now that I think about it, shouldn't her body have disappeared a long time ago?" I asked, somewhat intrigued. "Now that you mention it, it's true." I looked curiously at the inert body of his punching bag with legs. Sona said that when demons, even the renegades, when they die they disintegrate or turn into particles. He remembered when Issei and Sona told them about demons. "This is curious," he said intrigued, approaching the body and giving it a little once over. "We should take it to Sona so she can see this and..." "Hey Aya. Aya." The two screamed as they saw the body rise with a scream. The guy was still alive. "The zombie?" the blue-haired man shouted as he jumped back. "Hey," the young man with glasses shouted and then smack. He literally stepped on him with enough force to drive the knife deeper into his neck, breaking his neck in the process. The two boys stared at the floor until huff. In a cloud of white and black, leaving only a trace of soot. Shaped like a body, the blood had dried to black. Both of them were left with a poker face looking at where the body of the cut cheeks had been. "Well, I guess this settles the issue." He washed his hands immediately to avoid any problems. He remained silent for a moment, then smiled and clapped his hands. "Well done." He congratulated himself and then looked at his friend. "We did well." To which his friend gave him 2 thumbs up in approval with a smile. Flashback end. And that's essentially what happened. The dark-haired man finished telling his anecdote to the brown-haired man who looked at his watch. After that, we went back. We ate some sausages and fries on the way and reported what we saw to Kaichu. "It seems you had an interesting night," he highlighted with a small smile, happy that his friends were able to be alone with that guy. Mental note: never let them go alone without supervision again. "I felt scammed," Mitsuda was heard saying from the line. Supposedly he was a murderer. "Our first challenge since we knew about this world and he turned out to be a piece of shit emo." The blue-black man's wails could be heard. "Well, calm down, we'll get another chance." He tried to calm his friend. The brown-haired boy just shook his head with a smile while he listened. "Well, whatever, I'm glad you're okay guys and that your mission ended well." I noticed how Brahm approached them both. "Well guys, I'm glad to know you're okay. I have to go, see you in 2 days. 2 days? Weren't they supposed to be back tomorrow?" he asked curiously. "Earl thing," he replied simply. "Oh, yeah. Good luck being a pack donkey, hahaha." He laughed before hanging up. "He's a son of a bitch," he said as he slowly lowered the phone when his boss approached. "Guys, it's time to go to the hotel." With that order the two accompanied him. The next day in the afternoon. Just as they said, the girls went shopping with Kate, who was accompanied by the journalist who stayed to chat with his old colleague. The boys, along with the chief, took care of packing things and arranging things at the reception. Asper, Kiba and Issei were packing things into the vehicle. "So what happened after you called your mother?" Little Damper asked curiously. "Well, with a drop on the back of his neck, let's just say he was talking to me for more than 20 minutes. She almost got out of the phone and hugged him while crying," the blonde gently mocked with his small smile. "Don't get involved, I'll send you to have tea with a bitch later," I threatened him rudely as I opened the back door of the minivan. The two boys laughed at their friend's reaction, to which the boy just gritted his teeth angrily and they finished arranging things until a question came to the little vampire's head. "By the way, guys," the two boys looked at their cowhide, "why do you have purple eyes?" Faced with the ancient question, the two looked at each other before looking back at the little blonde. A knock on the stairs, they answered at the same time. But his crazy head remembered what happened the night before. They had gone out to a bar to spend some time talking, they had left the girls and the other 3 boys at the hotel. The idea was to relax and spend one last night in the Great Tokyo, but things got out of control after a drunk Jew and Brahms started fighting in the bar with other drunks. Issei didn't drink for obvious reasons, and Kiba only drank a juice, he can't tolerate alcohol. One thing led to another, and soon everything was a pitched battle in the establishment. The two remembered some words from their elders. Retrospective. "These hands aren't just for stacking boxes," exclaimed a drunken Brahm as he made his fists in a fighting pose. "Come here, old man. Come here." A drunken boy responded as the fight began. Chairs flew as the fight turned violent, some hid while others cheered. Issei and Kiba flipped a table over to cover themselves. "This can be settled peacefully," the brunette shouted as he stuck his head out for a moment to speak. "Get your mother to sleep, you idiot," shouted a guy from the bar. "You're screwed, kid." Forgetting all the discipline he had learned, he threw himself like a Mexican wrestler with his elbow while jumping forward. Bottles flew along with punches and insults, while Kiba tried to calm his partner. "Someone shut that girl up." The blonde's vein popped out. He let his friends call him that because he knew they were joking, but these guys meant it. "Come and tell me to my face," he exclaimed angrily, grabbing a beer bottle. He opened it with his hand and took its contents before grabbing it like a hammer to hit a random guy who happened to be passing by on the head. Like Tarzan, he went into the mess kicking and punching like crazy. It was a mess, man. Chairs were used as battering rams, half-drunk beers were flying, those same beer bottles were used to hit someone in the head, tables were overturned, Brahm had 2 people strangling them in his arms while making funny faces, Jew was getting an arm lock from a drunk. "Give up, old man. Their grandfather is old." For his part, Issei kept 2 bums at bay with clean blows and kicks, but he took a good slap from a third who came from behind, but Kiba arrived with a flying kick that sent him to hell, but he received a crooked hook from one of the drunks, but the spared brown-haired guy kicked him in the balls. Things got so out of hand that even the bartender got involved, and the women at the bar also started handing out dry clean left and right. Kiba slammed a drunk guy onto the bar near the beer kegs, and the bartender took the opportunity to turn on the tap, pouring drink down his throat until he was drunker than Edward Kenway. Then the blonde took the opportunity to have an extra beer, but received a blow to the back of the head from a stick from the bartender. "Hey dad." The bold man, meanwhile, was fighting with the drunks when he took a hot soup from a customer. "Hiya. They won't be able to beat us," and he sends a left-footed blow to his face. "What skill, sir?" the brown-haired man shouted while he was on the floor holding one of them to throw him to the floor and hit him with his elbow. The mess got so out of hand that the drunks almost brought down the place, and our friends were seeing the hardest thing. "Either we get out of here or the police will catch us, and your boxing career will end before it even begins," Kiba exclaimed with concern, both for himself and for the others. "Leave that to me." Our good coach brought something with him and asked the bartender, who started smoking under the counter. It was a shotgun. "A shotgun. Wait. What the hell are you thinking of doing with that?" Issei got upset because his teacher was drunk, adding a shotgun wasn't the best combination, let's say, at the moment. "Get back," he shouted as he pointed at the back wall where the other 3 were sheltering and jumping to avoid the shotgun blast. 5. The blow made the wall bounce. "Let's go, bitches." In that way the 4 left, not without receiving their good beatings. "Thanks, Raul." The bartender raised his hand with a thumbs up. End of retrospective. And well, that was his last night in Tokyo, not the best of all, but the most interesting. Finally, they finished packing, the girls returned from their shopping and, late at night, they headed back to Kuo. The hours passed faster on the way there than on the way back. The 3 coworkers fell asleep along the way, along with Gasper and Kiba, who was nodding off trying not to fall asleep but eventually gave in. He fell asleep with his head resting on the seat in front of him. Unryu was still awake, but it seemed that she would soon fall asleep. This was noticed by the brunette who looked at her out of the corner of his eye. "You should sleep," he said softly. She looked at him and gave a tender yawn. "I'm fine, I'm just a little tired," she replied willingly. Her father just smiled a little sleepily to put his hand on his little girl's head. "You should listen to Issei, you and your friends were touring the entire city, and you must be more tired than us." I speak calmly. "I am fine." She fell asleep. Issei put a pillow so her head wouldn't hit the window, they both just shook their heads. The journey continued peacefully for the other 3, the night calm and the stars bright, thanks to that it was not so boring but peaceful. The chestnut tree looked out the window. The night landscape was beautiful and conveyed tranquility. Honestly, it was rare for him to enjoy a little peace and quiet after everything was always hectic around him, but this time it was calmer. "I just wish the days were more like this in my life," he expressed with melancholy in his thoughts. It wasn't long before sleep soon began to plague him. "You rest too, kid," the albino told him calmly, to which he simply nodded, leaning back in his spot and closing his eyes, letting himself go. The two adults conversed in low voices. 1 week later. We find ourselves back at the Kazama house, more specifically in the area set up for training. Paff. 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 The sounds of blows could be heard. Paff. 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 When we focus closely we see two figures in the ring in a friendly sparring match. Ugh. Use a cross defense. Do. Well, not so friendly. Issei does a lateral displacement with Shuffle to the left to pass over the Gasper's guard and try to connect a left hook to the face, but the blonde raised his right arm to block it with his forearm and biceps, but still felt the weight of the blow that forced him to retreat as he moved to the left. His hand is heavy. He expressed in his head to regain his guard and advance, throwing jabs and crosses while moving around him looking for an opening. Using his footwork he moved sideways, back and forth. Issei remained on the defensive for a moment, avoiding and blocking the blows until he chose to respond with his own cross, followed by a feint jab to try to connect a right upper, but Gasper manages to see this by noticing how the jab blatantly grazes his guard and he must lean his body back in coordination with a step to get out of the brown-haired man's range. He regained his guard to attack him now. The exchange took place between the two boxers. The blonde ducked to avoid a right hook and throw his own left uppercut. Issei, seeing this, takes a step back with his right hand, along with the movement of his body, to quickly lower his head at the moment of making the blow pass through the space between his neck and shoulder. In addition to his left fist, came with the inertia of the movement to connect an overhand from the blind spot. Gasper, noticing that his senpai's arm was slow to return following his instinct, he leans to the left and the blow only managed to graze his ear. Using a pivot he moved away to catch his breath. This time Kitano was the one who came closer to lean on the short ground. His blows were with the full intention of connecting to Gasper's face, who had to stay on the defensive. The young blonde's defense faltered on several occasions due to the strong blows that the brunette gave, but he remained firm, enduring the attacks of his friend and partner. Issei's strong blows sought to tire him out and make him lower his guard, but as he did so, for a moment Gasper could see a small carelessness in the brunette's right hook. He held on until one of Issei's hooks pulled his right side back too much to throw it. The blonde prepared his right fist and advanced at the moment he ducked for that space of time that he left for the movement to pass under his right arm. Issei didn't expect that, but then. Ham. He felt his head shake violently due to a right overhand that sent his cowhigh as a direct counterattack to his jaw, momentarily losing his sense of balance under his guard. Gasper recovered quickly and with a turn of his heels using his own momentum. Ham. Connecting a left cross to his senpai's temple, the blow made the chestnut-haired man clench his teeth, but a small smile appeared on his face. He had felt the full brunt of that blow, and he tried to regain his guard. Ham. A hook to the liver had knocked the wind out of him, along with the strength in his right leg, forcing him to lower his body forward, so he saw the blonde's right upper hook. Ham. The blow hit his jaw, sending him looking up, his body moving backward as well. Wow, he's gained strength in those arms, he thought with sympathy towards his pupil. He took advantage of his backward movement to perform a shuffle backwards and move away from the range of the blonde, who was preparing another cross, but was forced to resume his stylist stance when he saw how his partner returned to his guard. Issei lowered his body a little, with both arms protecting his chest and jaw, with both legs bent. HMP with a smile on his mouth. Huh? The blonde was confused. Fayush. At an explosive speed, the brunette approached the blonde, who was surprised to see that the force when accelerating was natural to his current strength, closing the distance quickly and unable to react in time to block a right to the stomach that took him out of the game. They had knocked the wind out of him with that blow that forced him to take a step back and fall to his knees, using his right arm to touch himself below his sternum. Things. Sparring is over, Ju's voice announced the end of the small fight. The brunette let out a small sigh as he approached the blonde, who was still holding the area where the blow hit. The little blonde looked up to see how the brunette took off his gloves to extend his hand to his cowhigh, who accepted it. You did well, Gasper, he praised with a kind smile, then he put his hand to his jaw. I must admit you have a good hand, that blow had hurt. Yes, even so I need to improve my endurance. With the help of the brown-haired boy he reached the corner to be able to lean on. I thought I told you, the little boy looked at him. Because of your build, you should focus on keeping your distance and relying on counterattacks. You took a big risk by entering short terrain like a fighter, he replied, to which the blonde lowered his head a little embarrassed, but you didn't do badly with those hits. He looked up to see the confident smile that Issei gave him. He responded with his own. You can act all wise. The albino entered with his daughter, who began to attend to the two with the help of Carly, but he has better control in his footwork and his counterattacks are better than yours. With an amused smile, the brunette just looked at him as if something had fallen on his shoulders. You have less mobility than a stone, old man, I replied, pointing at him accusingly. He just smiled, to Issei's annoyance. Maybe, but it means you're slower than a rock. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud as the boy's temple bulged with a vein, which amused everyone else. While the other three were watching how things were going. Do you think this will end well? Javier asked his colleague and the second blonde. Knowing Issei, one of two things happens. Either he ends up fighting with Kazama-san. Or they end up like Coyote and Roadrunner. Kiba finished the sentence that Marcus started to the green-haired man's question. I vote for the second one because of their personalities. You already roared, literally, said X to the black man. You'll see when I catch you, old fart. I knew it, they both thought. No sooner said than done. The albino jumped over the ropes, followed by an angry brown-haired boy who began chasing him around the room. Unryu told them to stop, but they both ignored her call, to which she pouted after that. She took a magazine and folded it several times to create a small thick fan with the magazine, to which she smiled as she approached in the direction where those two would pass, the happy smile giving the others a bad feeling. Paiwhoosh. Half. Paff. Ooh, they both fell to the floor after receiving a strong fan blow from the albino. Her father received it from the chin up and the brunette from the nape of the neck down. You dumb. I'm sorry, 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 I'm sorry. The two shouted with anime tears in their eyes. This hurts more than a pineapple potato. Well, leaving that aside, with things now calmer, they were now about to move on to a short training session for the brunette. Are you sure this is a good idea? He asked, his guard up and his face red from Unryu's previous blows. He glanced at his teacher on the other side of the ropes, who also had red marks on his face. Me 50-50 making the gesture with his hands. Inside the ring was Kiba with a wooden sword and was preparing for his little encounter. Okay, that's enough for me. The next thing was that Issei learned to deal with long range. Maybe they were exaggerating a little, but Kiba was in charge of adjusting that. With the ringing of the bell, this interesting test began. Issei advanced like a fighter straight for the knockout, but was forced to stop his advance and retreat when with a quick sword movement Kiba forced him to retreat, followed by that the swordsman attacked his friend, who using his hips, avoided several stabs to his body and face. He resumed his advance with a shuffle that was interrupted by a horizontal cut that forced him to take distance. I guess you won't let me get close that easily, he thought irritably to take his advance again. Opting for footwork, he moved to the sides and advanced, trying to grab him by a blind spot, but it was difficult because of the range extended by his wooden weapon. Okay, he won't make it easy for me at all, he expressed to himself to continue with the sparring. A few hours later. We see a chestnut tree, now in its normal clothes, returning home with Kiba and Gasper, who accompanied it as far as they could. They said goodbye to their companion at a corner and continued on their own. Upon arriving home, before entering his home, he sighed tiredly as he entered. I'm here, ma. He announced, and then being tackled by a woman he knew well. You, mom, I'm here, you don't have to exaggerate. He gently took her head, but she looked up to see him with teary eyes. I'm just scared you're going to be gone for a long time again. She said through tears. She's been like that ever since he came back from his test to get his license. I'm sorry I'm late, it's just that training ran a little longer than expected. He sincerely apologized to his mother for the delay. After his mother treated his bruises again, they both decided to make something to eat, and they both started preparing things. Inadvertently, the brunette bumped the shelf, causing something to fall. When he looked closely, he noticed it was an old photo frame where the little boy was with his mother and the. I look at the photo for a while, and then frown when I see the part of his father. Luckily I don't have to endure your face again with my hands. I cut off the part where his father appeared. Anyway, that part was deteriorated by time. His mother saw him and came closer to look just as the brunette tore the photo. She looked at him with concern. Even though the years had passed, he still resented his father. Issei, you must let go of the past, she spoke to him softly so that he could see how sad his expression was. Issei? She asked worriedly. I know I shouldn't keep thinking about it or what happened with the girls, but I can't help it, he said with some regret in his voice. I try, but it's just like it's part of me to resent all of them, what dad did to you and what they did to me. It's something I just can't forgive or forget like that. She looked at him sadly. He was still human more than anything, and it was human nature to be resentful. She didn't blame him for being resentful or angry, but she didn't want Issei to do anything because of those things, because he let his emotions get the better of him. Don't think about it, darling. She hugged him from behind and kissed his head to smile at him sweetly, to which he couldn't help but blush. We have to prepare dinner with a sparkle in her eyes, while she made a pose of being ready. I'll make you the best dinner, so you forget all that. She turned to look at him and smiled at him with her eyes closed. Issei just smiled kindly. He couldn't be like that when his mother was with him, so he continued helping his mother. Dinner passed peacefully after that, the two chatting for a while over their food. When bedtime came, Issei went up to his room to lie down on the bed and he heard his phone ring. Who could it be? A new message. Oh, it's from Tsubaki. Wait, Tsubaki. He was sincerely surprised. Okay, this is weird, she normally doesn't call me unless it's something important. He answered the message so that the blue check mark appeared immediately and the next message arrived. That was fast, he said to himself with a drop. The conversation turned around the fact that the brunette wanted to talk to the brunette in person, so they set a date, almost like a date. Once the conversation was over, the brunette turned off the lights and decided to sleep peacefully. The next morning, the newly woken Issei was washing his face before going out. It was the weekend and he had to go shopping. I'd like to sleep a little longer, but I'll miss the market promotions, huh? He ran into his mother, who was in her pajamas in the living room. Mom, what are you doing up early? She turned around and in her hands the brunette noticed a small package. To what he was about to ask. This is yours, what you were waiting for, she said with happiness in her voice. With that, the brunette stood still upon hearing that. Nervously he approached and took the package. He seemed nervous and fearful. Go ahead. Open it. She also wanted to know how her little one did. He just placed the package on the table and after sighing he opened it. Inside was a small box. When he opened it, there was a folded paper which he took to read. Dear Issei Haidu, we are from the Japan Boxing Association. We would like to be brief and say this. Congratulations, you have passed both your theoretical and practical exams. We formally welcome you to this wonderful sport. I personally would have liked to present your license to you, but I'm currently unable to do so I can only express my most sincere congratulations. Your demonstration was quite remarkable. We haven't seen such a remarkable demonstration in a long time. I look forward to seeing your progress firsthand. Without further ado, I'll bid you farewell. At Z. When he finished reading the letter, he couldn't help but be surprised. Just like his mother, he looked down at the little box to see his license. Still not believing it, he took it and looked at it. After that, he couldn't help but smile with allergy. Ha 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 ha, yes. He raised his license with a sincere and bright smile. I got it. I got it. I really got it. Ha 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 ha. He couldn't help but act childishly. Issei, she covered her mouth with a happy smile looking at her son. He turned to see her and couldn't help but be happy for her little boy Issei. She threw herself to hug him. Congratulations. Congratulations. He picked her up to spin her around while he hugged her. I knew you would make it. She was really happy. Even with her joy afloat, she lowered her mother and looked at her license. Her smile became more challenging. Well, Ju-san must have already received the news too. I have to see him as soon as possible, he thought with determination. He turned to see his mother. I'll go buy the things. Then I'll have to go talk to Ju-san. So what are you still doing here? He said sarcastically and pointed to the door. Go. Issei flew out to buy the things and return as soon as possible to go to the albino's house. With his phone he called his teacher to try to talk to him, but he got the blessed voicemail. Ju-san, I've got it. I have the license. I have the license. I'll be with you in a moment. And listen to that damn email, you motherfucker. I cut off his message when I got to the store and bought something to go back. While in another part of the streets, a certain Valkyrie was leaving to buy some things for herself and the other girls. Since the brunette had literally kicked them out of the house, Rias had asked her parents' permission to stay with them, along with Akeno, Asia and Kaneko. For her part, Zenovia, Irina and Rossweisse had stayed at Surzich's mansion at her sister's request. He accepted, but in exchange, she would tell her what happened. They continued their normal lives, but it felt a little strange with the absence of the brunette and her mother. The atmosphere felt a little discouraged even with little Milikas running around there. That lifted their spirits a little. Things get a little lonely without them, she thought with a little sadness. Then she started to think about what they went through with the brown-haired boy, which drew a small smile on her face. We really went through a lot in such a short time, but you always came out ahead. Her smile disappeared when she remembered the brown-haired boy's gaze. But his eyes don't look at us like they used to. He hates us, but it seems like there's something more in them. She started to think for a moment. Does he still care about us? Even though that possibility was small, she could notice a hint of concern in his eyes, overshadowed by a feeling of resentment that overcame him. She stopped to look down for a moment when we left his side. I didn't give it importance, but now a sad face. I miss him so much. She had expressed herself sincerely for a long time, but she couldn't continue when she noticed a certain brunette running like a soul that carries a Sekiryuutei. But she was surprised to see him with a smile on his face, a sincere smile that when she looked at him, she blushed at the sight. When she lost sight of him, she just stared at him and wondered what had happened. Later. Very well, said the gray-haired man when he saw the letter and the license that the brown-haired man had in his hands. His smile showed how happy the boy was, and he couldn't help but smile in response. His daughter, who was at his side, smiled happily and hugged the boy to congratulate him. Okay boy, we're already in the game, now we have to prove what you're worth. She pointed at him with the letter in her hands, to which he nodded. And you just arrived at the right time. Boy, this confused Issei. The retired boxer took his laptop and when he entered his email, it showed him a message from the ABJ. Apparently, as soon as your license was approved, they have already requested a fight against you. What? I ask, surprised. But isn't the ABJ itself supposed to be the one organizing the fights for the amateurs? I ask, surprised by that. That happens in most cases, but it seems there were some interesting spectators at the test who saw your demonstration and were interested in making you fight as soon as possible. He responded to the brunette's doubt with a smile adorning his face. This partly shows that you have caught the attention, and many will have you in their sights, but it also opens up more possibilities for you to gain ground. Issei thought for a moment until he smiled, hungry for a challenge. This means facing people who are more knowledgeable in the field of boxing, gaining experience and a greater reputation that will allow him to find stronger people in a shorter period of time. It means they'll take me seriously. He looked again at his coach from now on, and as soon as I prove that I can knock down people with more experience than me, the fights will come by themselves. The albino smiled. Exactly, it may sound a little arrogant or conceited on my part. But this will help you rise quickly and go from being just another boxer to a renowned professional, he said with a smile while clenching his fist in front of him. Besides, with this, you'll be able to gain experience much faster than you think. It's a big risk, but the reward will be even bigger. Issei just looked at him with a challenging smile. He approached the computer to read the message. He felt his excitement grow because they were taking him seriously faster than he thought. He walked to the ring to stop less than a meter from it. Before him appeared a figure with his back to the ring, who raised his arms in a sign of victory while the crowd could be heard in the background. He closed his eyes, inhales and exhales. He turned to see Ju and Unryu looking at him, both with a smile of confidence in the boy. He responded with his own. Arc 1. New Beginning Special 2. Not everything is easy. This happens during Chapter 4 a few days after meeting Joe. The brown-haired man was currently throwing several punches at the punching bag while moving around it. His current teacher told him he needed to improve his punching motion as it seemed very slow and he interrupted many of his punches when moving. 3 days have passed. He spent most of his time at Joe's house gym. During this time, the gray-haired man focused on seeing how the brunette handled his movements and the first thing that came out of his mouth was, rough. He was still stiff and he could tell he was moving when he first met him, but now that he saw him as a third person, he saw the lack of movement he suffered from. So I would teach him to move first and then to hit. During that time, they both got to know each other better. In a way, they got along very well and understood each other perfectly. The brunette felt comfortable under his care and completed his orders without problems. Something similar happened to Kazama, who saw the boy as a younger version of himself. Speaking of him, he came in with some pads to train him on the punches he would use. When he looked up, he could easily see the determination he was putting in. A small smile appeared on his face. For a moment, he saw himself as a young man during his early years, but he was sure the brunette had more talent than he had in those years. Boy, his call made him stop to look at the albino who approached the sparring ring. I see that you move much more than before, and you don't stay still, at least not enough to receive a well-placed blow, he said with a bit of grace. Issei got on while he checked that his gloves were on properly. I guess some of your punches won't hit me so easily, he smiled back with more confidence. We'll see if your skill can back up your words, he said, gesturing for her to throw the punches. Without wasting time, he began to throw punches with quite a bit of force, using the classic 1-2. The man gradually moved away while moving, followed by the brunette and making him change direction on quite a few occasions without the brunette realizing it, or perhaps without paying attention. The man made him adjust at the moment of attacking and find his rhythm of movement when moving offensively. The left hook followed by a cross right, using his hip movement to give it more power. Each blow shook his arms. As he noticed how the speed of his blows increased, he realized that the brunette was already completely loose. Surprisingly for the brunette, his instinct told him that he should duck, and in that way he avoided a left hook, but he didn't stop, and recovering from the surprise he attacked with a left jab, followed by a cross right. The blows continued as the brunette had to use his waist to avoid blows that tried to catch him off guard, but still some managed to hit him and take him out of rhythm. About 2.5 minutes passed. Enough, boy, the man told him while waving his hands after receiving the constant blows from the brunette. What a heavy hand you have, looking at his hand and waving it. Due to the spasms after the blows you move more and it's not easy to hit you. The truth is I'm surprised that you could predict the blows. That tells me you have a sharp instinct. How did you get them? Faced with the question, the brown-haired man thought for a moment while he untied his gloves with his teeth. I used to get into a lot of trouble when I was little, and until now I haven't changed that habit of mine. He was honest with the man. He certainly didn't lie to him because it seems he always had that habit. It seems you are a problem child, he said with amused grace, to which the brown-haired man also laughed quietly. Well, leaving that aside. From what I see, you already know the basics and several combinations that require more attention when throwing punches, in addition to your good intuition when avoiding blows. He congratulated kindly. Thanks. To tell the truth, I watched a lot of boxing when I was a kid, well, only until a certain time, when mom started working I focused more on studying, and when she had to be hospitalized was when I started working. He narrated part of his story before knowing the supernatural world. Brahm told a little. He was surprised to see a child so determined to work, and when he found out the reason he gave you a hand so you could save enough, he remembered his friend's words, you gave him a very strange first impression. Yes, I am someone out of the ordinary, hahaha, he laughed a little. The two sat down to discuss the conditioning he'll need to follow until he takes the exam in a month. The next day they spent time between words and advice from the older man in front of him. He encouraged him to imitate some of his stances so he could better understand some of the basics. He made him understand the importance of moving his waist and using his legs more to minimize damage. It was no use hitting like a truck if your opponent was able to prevent them, and you ended up wearing yourself out by not trying to dodge to minimize damage. He also taught him a little trick. When attacking, if he noticed his opponent was about to launch a counterattack, he told him to stop dead in a favorable position. This would help him catch his breath and make the other player lose balance due to the feint, but he recommended using it when facing each other in higher leagues, since hardly anyone expects you to stop and re-attack in the middle of a shot. He might be able to use it in the lower categories, but if so, he'd have more problems later on, since the professionals would know about his little trick. It was now afternoon sparring with the boy, putting the man's advice into practice. An uppercut landed as he dodged the albino's uppercut with his training mitts, the brunette's rhythm steady and unwavering. Issei's eyes were more alert to his surroundings this time, noticing the occasional blow coming from his blind spots. He stepped back after an uppercut from the adult, forcing him to retreat and attack again using his legs and lowering his center to quickly close the distance. His punch combinations were fast and strong. In a few moments Joe also began to throw punches more frequently, forcing the boy to pay more attention to his coach's body movements. Both were in almost perfect synchronization until a female voice came from the door, startling the man. Hi, bad luck that when answering the call he left his hand at the height of his face and by immersion of the brown. He threw across with quite force and making the hand absorb some force but still hitting the right profile of the adult and to the surprise of both of them knocking him to the ground. Old man. Later. The gray-haired friend was waking up with a stabbing pain in his face. Did you write down the car's license plate? He sat down on the couch where he had been laid. It's good to see you're okay. A girl with albino hair approached to hug the man, who reciprocated the display of affection for his daughter. The girl pulled away and then placed an ice pack on his face. Hey, why are you doing that to me? Well, he touched that part of his face, but he felt a bump on his temple. What the hell? He got upset but grimaced in pain. Lie down and don't touch yourself, you have a big bump on your face. Putting the ice pack back on his face again. Issei-san hit you hard, she said a little amused. Huh? How do you know his name? The man asked, confused, holding the bag to his right temple. Well, we had some time to talk until you woke up. The brown-haired boy's voice coming from one of the doors carrying a tray with glasses of juice. You were unconscious for about an hour. I'm really sorry about that. He approached to put the glasses on a small table. Nah, don't worry about that, I didn't even feel it. No, seriously, I didn't even feel the hit, he expressed calmly, then put on a surprised face and clarified what. The boy laughed nervously while his daughter did the same, but with more grace. The two had interacted during the hour the old man had been unconscious, getting along quite well, although at first the girl was upset at seeing a stranger with her father, so the brunette had to clear the air first, so she would let him help. The boy led the man into the living room so the girl could tend to her father. After that, the two took the time to get to know each other a little, starting with their names and who they were. The albino was surprised when the brunette called him a disciple of his father. At first, she didn't believe him, but when she saw that her father was wearing his mittens, she realized that she was not a disciple of his father. The two young men explained to him what they had been doing while he was unconscious, to which he nodded and said he would go to the bathroom for a moment. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the man leaving the room. He wasn't angry and didn't seem to be hurt beyond the bump, so they looked at each other and smiled more calmly. For a moment I thought she was going to yell at me or something like that. Ha. The brunette expressed himself more calmly now, since the girl also calmed down. I also thought he would be more upset after that. He laughed softly after saying that. Both of them remained in a small comfortable silence between the two. By the way, how did you and my father meet? The girl asked curiously as she looked at him. Well, it was something curious, he answered calmly but with grace. Well, with our gray-haired friend. The man was washing his face. He was actually a little surprised by the blow the brown-haired man had given him. He touched the place where the bump was that was starting to go down a little. HMP. For some reason he smiled. The truth is, working with the boy would be fun. Also, it would be good for Unryu to make friends. The boy is not a bad person. He looked in the mirror for a moment and a small memory flashed through his mind. When he was able to see his little girl for the first time. She was so small that he was afraid of hurting her, but a great happiness filled him at that moment when he could see her. "Hi, I'm your dad," he repeated those same words he said that time with so much emotion. "Yes, I know." "Ha." With that time the man instinctively jumped forward, hitting the glass and miraculously not breaking it. Both boys were startled, so they stepped back, but then looked somewhat confused at the man rubbing his forehead. "I think I got another one," referring to the bump on his face. "Oh Dad," the girl approached to treat her old man again, while the brunette only held back a small laugh, receiving a look of betrayal from the gray-haired man, but not even that erased the boy's amused grimace. A few minutes passed and the girl invited Issei to stay so they could have something to drink because she wanted to get to know her father's disciple better. The old man thought it was a good idea and the brunette still had time, so he accepted without much trouble. The three chatted for a while. The young people got to know each other a little better, chatting pleasantly. The old man was happy to see his daughter interacting so happily, sharing anecdotes about the boy and the trouble the brunette got into. Seeing how well the two got along, he smiled as he took a sip of his coffee. A memory replayed in his head. Flashback. We see an albino arranging some things in his tent while a strong, bald man was talking animatedly to him. "Do you want me to train the boy?" Joe asked, somewhat confused, to his good bald friend. "That's right, comrade, the boy is really good at boxing, and with the right guidance he will be someone very good," he said to his old friend. When they met they really had their differences, but things changed, and with time they got along much better. "I would even dare to say that he is much better than you at his age." It hit him directly in what would hurt many, especially a boxer. Pride. Which worked instantly as it got stuck while I was putting things together. "Ahahaha, very funny, old man. But I won't believe you until I see it with my own eyes. Besides, I quit boxing a long time ago, and you know it," I reproached him, offended. "Yes, I know, but what I need is not your body." He throws a can towards the shelf where the gray-haired man was working, to see how with a quick movement for his age, he manages to stop said object in the air. Then he looked at the bald man with a look of "really?" and being answered by a funny smile. "But not what you know. Your experience is what the boy needs to be able to succeed. Aren't you rushing things? Success is too hasty if you say the kid has potential. You shouldn't take anything for granted," he clarified, seeing the confidence in his colleague's words. "I'm just saying what I think," he said as he approached the counter, "but I'm sure if you give him a chance, he could be someone very big," he said with a smile. "That's why I'm asking you to give the boy a chance." The man just stared ahead, finishing arranging his things before sighing and turning to face his old friend. "Okay, I'll give it a chance," he accepted, and then saw a smile on the mustachioed man's face, but he paused dramatically to turn his face, showing his profile. "I'll try it my way," he said with a dark smile, earning him a neutral look from his friend. "You're such a jerk," cutting through the atmosphere. "I don't mean that, idiot." Flashback end. "Hey, old man," the voice of his student brought him back to the moment. "What's wrong, kid?" he replied calmly, placing his cup on the tray. Ryu carried the things onto the kitchen. "Well, maybe it's none of my business." He seemed a little uncomfortable bringing up the subject. "Are you a widower?" he asked a little uncomfortably. Oh, already seeing where the conversation was going, his tone was a little more dejected, but without any noticeable change other than, "You see kid, the life of a boxer is not always as easy as one would wish," he answered softly, so that his daughter would not hear him. This was noticed by the brown-haired man who got up from his seat and sat next to him. "Things between us started very early. I was just starting my career as a boxer. It was very fast. But we knew that it wouldn't stop us, or at least that's what we thought," he answered with a somewhat melancholic tone of voice, but he expressed himself with some happiness. "When she was born I felt very happy, but it all happened when a day had already passed. Her mother was delicate and very upset. I had promised her that I would be there for her, but my profession didn't leave me the time, an important fight was approaching, and I completely forgot," he expressed himself with a sadder tone. The brown-haired boy felt sorry for his mentor. He had a rough idea that being a boxer would take up a lot of his time and that many times he wouldn't be able to do anything to prevent it. "I see where this is going," he replied softly, noticing that he had touched on a very delicate subject for his teacher. "I'm sorry for having touched on something so delicate." "Calm down, don't worry about that, son," he calmly calmed his pupil by patting him on the back. The boy calmed down a bit and smiled. When he notices the time, the boy is surprised and stops. "I'm getting late, my mom will kill me if I'm late." More relaxed, he got up to say goodbye to his teacher and the albino, who said she would prepare something for his next visit. After saying goodbye to the boy, the two went inside to prepare dinner in a few hours. "He was a very nice person," she said, excited to have met her father's student. Joe looked at his daughter curiously and smiled as if mocking her, to which she looked at him. "What? Be careful, you might end up falling in love with him." The joke made the girl stumble over her feet and almost fall with a red face. "Dad." She complained, blushing with embarrassment at her father's comment, who only laughed at his daughter. Although he is somewhat cute, she said softly. Now it was her turn to fall face down on the floor. She appreciated the boy, of course she did, but if it happened that the two of them went out together, either she would have a heart attack or she would hit the brunette. And quite uncomfortably he ate what his daughter had prepared, even with that on his mind, and without being able to overcome it completely, the day ended for him. A little while later. The required time frame has passed, and they'll soon be leaving for Tokyo. I'd seen how the young man was working hard to get the proper training and be able to aspire to become a professional. Of course, he'd have to start with the amateurs first, but seeing his skill, I had no doubt he'd rise quickly. His level was higher than any contender I'd seen so far. He had prepared the things he would take with him to the lodge. The funny thing was that this would be more like an excursion due to the number of people who were going, but he couldn't blame them. After all, they wanted to see their friend and support him. Well, it's just a matter of one more day, haha. I feel nervous, and that's even though I already went through something like this a while ago. He finished putting his things away and walked towards the dining room when he heard someone knocking on his door. Unryu had left, but she had the key, so it wasn't her, so he went to see who it was. Who is it? He asked before placing his hand on the knob. It's me, Issei. Huh? She opened the door after taking out the key to see the boy in front of her door. What's wrong? I didn't expect to see you so early, or rather, I didn't expect to see you until morning. She looked at a clock nearby. It was barely 11:30. Yes, well, I wanted to ask you something, he said after giving a small nod, receiving an affirmation from his teacher and giving him a sign to come in. The two of them were sitting in the chairs so that the brown-haired man could talk quietly. What do you want to ask me? Looking at the brown-haired man in front of him, well, Issei looked down as if wondering where to start until he looked up at the man. Dosen, I thought about it for a bit, and you were someone who aspired to the champion belt, right? He asked, looking at him. The old man looked at him and smiled softly. Well, to start, how old do you think I am? The boy, for his part, didn't quite understand the question, but thought about it for a while anyway. 56. This only made the man a little depressed. Do I look that old? He asked, somewhat dejected. Well, I'd say more. This hit him like an arrow with the word elderly hanging from it. It took little for him to recover. First of all, brat, I'm 46. But you look older. Receiving a blow from the aforementioned. Have more respect for me, idiot. With tears of pain in his eyes, now calmer. As I was saying, I'm 46, don't say anything about it. He stopped him before he could open his mouth again. You see, I never aspired to much in my life. Being a mixed race between Japanese and Australian, things were never easy for immigrants. My father was always working, and my mother was rarely home, so I grew up on the streets, and what filled my life were always fights, he said with a melancholic tone. Something that the brown-haired man noticed, along with that look somewhat distant from the present moment. As I grew up, I took the streets more as my home. This worried my dad and mom, but it was difficult for me to put aside something that has always been with me since I can remember. It wasn't until my dad took me to a local gym where I hit my first punching bag and vented any frustration I had with it. The short story attracted the chestnut-haired boy. He learned how his teacher's father saw something more in his son, and that's how he gradually became more involved in the world of sports. By chance, a talent scout spotted him starting his career. At the age of 18, he began his amateur career and slowly but steadily climbed to the professional level. My first time in a professional ring. I felt excited but also very nervous at that moment, but my coach, who was like my second father, advised me at that moment in full assent. Was when I met who would be the only woman in my life. Martha, a girl of strong character but attentive and kind. Ours was so fast that we couldn't avoid each other. He spoke with joy and nostalgia, making the brown-haired man smile softly when he saw his mentor like that. But his grimace quickly changed to one with slight sadness. But as I told you, things don't always turn out the way one expects. Over the years, Joe Kazama began to gain recognition in the major leagues as a higher caliber boxer, and soon he aspired to a much bigger title at that time. Being OPBF champion, his strength was proof enough that he could aspire to that title, but his attitude changed when his representative began to pressure him, increasingly taking him to more interviews that left him with little free time and having to focus more on his training, but he was still human. So he took refuge in drinking and going out at night. My life began to fall apart before I realized it. I argued a lot with Martha during those years. My performance slowly dropped in each fight. It was increasingly difficult for me to keep up in the fights, he said, ashamed of himself. The brown-haired man noticed this when he noticed the tone of voice he used, making him look with pity towards his teacher Martha, and I broke up several times, since despite everything I always loved her with my heart. That's when it happened. She was pregnant. I felt happy and excited to know it, but I also had to resume training with greater intensity. Seeing that I was falling more and more, my coach hit me when he came to see me and told me to stop being pitiful, to put on those gloves and follow him. He said this nervously but amused, which earned a funny laugh from the brown-haired man. They both laughed at the image they had of the man being scolded like a little child. Under the tutelage of his trainer, he gradually regained his fitness, regaining his level in his fights, and proving that despite being 28, he still had a lot to give, that he hadn't achieved anything yet, and that he could become even better. He managed to stabilize his relationship with his partner, and they would soon be parents. However, the fight that most awaited him was also looming on the birth date, although he was willing to pass up that opportunity this time to be with his partner. But she said something I didn't expect. "Don't worry about me, I've also been selfish by thinking only of myself without taking into account how hard you had tried, and that under so much pressure you broke. I'm sorry, I wasn't there for you, and I only took refuge in my anger. Go get that belt and show everyone what you're made of, darling." He wrote the same words he received at that moment. The brown-haired man thought it was a very sweet gesture on the part of the woman, but noticed how the man's gaze showed mixed emotions. "But despite my effort, my past mistakes followed me until they caught me, those sleepless nights and taking so much affection to my body. Even when I recovered, these had repercussions with the retirement of the previous OPBF champion. The belt was left to the decision of a fight between the first two places at that moment. Me and Arnie Gregory." The man looked down. Issei listened attentively to the words that came out of his mouth. "I lost." The fight lasted until the 10th round. Neither was willing to give in, even with all the damage they were accumulating throughout the minutes, both with their breath cut off. But Joe found it difficult to keep up the pace, because he knew that his condition had declined due to his behavior and past bad habits. He was not in the full form with which he arose, but he was not willing to lose. But in the end, he fell after a blow to the liver that left him out of combat. The news was given to him when he woke up from his state of unconsciousness. He returned ashamed of having lost such an important fight, and then finding out that his fiancée was in a very delicate state after giving birth. After that, things changed a bit. "I felt like I failed as a boxer at the time, but more than anything I felt like I was powerless against the problems I had put on myself." Things didn't improve much over the years. My representative advised me to try out for the IBF now since I had regained some relevance in the sport, but with certain falls. He told me that he still had faith in me and that they would bet big again, and that meant exploiting me again. I didn't realize his intentions until it was too late, and for years he always benefited at my expense. He knew well in which fights it would benefit him to bet on me and when against me. The brown-haired man felt like the conversation was coming to an end. The following years were very erratic for the albino, costing him many things, including time with his family. He was constantly traveling from interview to interview and from fight to fight, missing several years of his wife and daughter's life. She had talked to him a lot, but it was increasingly difficult for her to maintain the appearance of an exemplary wife with so much absence for both her and her daughter. Things only got worse when he began ignoring his little girl, who wanted to show him how she was excelling in school, but her father neglected her. After several fights in which my performance always became doubtful, I arrived to enter the IBF, but I couldn't do much. I felt tired many times and lost by technical knockout. I became a laughingstock in the division after several fights. I decided it would be better to leave until I discovered the reason for my unfavorable performance. The tone of voice became more threatening in the man. Causing the brunette to be surprised, the bastard of my representative fixed the results with the sponsors behind my back and those of the Confederation. In between times he drugged me using the water I used during the breaks of each round. He didn't care about ruining my career, as long as he could earn more at the expense of my health that suffered strong blows in those years. I had legal problems for almost beating him to death, he said, still annoyed. By that memory, sighing, he looked at his disciple. "I suppose you get an idea of the rest, right? Divorce and that you took another job to help Unreality." Finished the conclusion. The boy felt mixed emotions upon learning the story of his teacher in the ring and what he had to go through, so they refer to you more as. "They do it to make fun of me and remind me of my worst time as an IBF boxer," I clarified as I looked at him. He noticed that I was going to ask something Brahm knows, but he doesn't say it with that intention, or at least I think so. As he hesitated, he scratched the back of his neck a little unsure, and the image of the mustachioed man laughing came to his head. "Son of a bitch. I see. I'm sorry if I made you touch on a sensitive subject, Joe-san." He sincerely apologized to his mentor, but he couldn't help but feel a certain pity and admiration towards him. He certainly had ups and downs in his life, but he still remained a good person. He was even sure that Unryu was grateful to his father despite everything. He could notice the affection that existed between the two. "One day you'll have to know, and I'm glad I was the one who told you. For Unryu it would be something difficult to tell," he said more calmly to look at him with a small smile, which was answered by one from the boy. The truth was he was grateful to have met him. "You should know that things won't be easy for you from now on, boy. Maybe times have passed, but the same thing could happen to you as to me, and my job is to take care of you from now on, or your mother will kill me." He lost color at the last word. The boy, for his part, just laughed softly. He knew his mother and knew that she could be scary when she wanted to be. Now the two of them just had to wait until tomorrow. Present. We met at one of the boxing stadiums for amateurs who were just starting out. In one of the dressing rooms, we met a brunette who was warming up his muscles a little. He sighed out of nerves. "Ready to go out?" A certain man's voice came from a door behind him. He didn't need to turn around to see who it was. With a nod the boy affirmed. As they walked towards the ring, the boy tried to stay calm. "Do you want some advice?" The words from just before leaving flashed through his mind. "Have you set a goal for yourself?" "The goal?" He punched the air to keep his shoulders warm. "If you don't have one, you won't get very far, son." The lights began to shine at the end of the hallway. "I know you take boxing seriously, but you didn't even bother to think about it, ha ha ha." The smile escaped him, he certainly didn't think it through. "Let's start with something small." As the light went on, the ring could be seen lit up by the ceiling lights and an audience surrounding it, as it was a rookie against someone who had already won several matches. "There will be a rookie tournament soon, it is held every year, we will try to qualify, and you better aim to win." A cheerful smile appeared on his face, and a presenter's voice echoed around the room. "Welcome to this debut meeting of a contender who has caught the attention of quite a few. Issei. Go for it." Hitting his gloves together. Arc 2. Rise of the Dragon Chapter 1. Let the bucking go. "Well, I already owed you all that damn Issei fight, I've been such a pain in the ass many times. But before I start, I'm going to clarify one important thing. Boxing fights are pretty damn difficult to choreograph. I'm sure any martial arts fight, when it comes to writing, is a real pain in the ass when it comes to choreographing. So, I'm going to ask you all to please tell me how it is. If you think it's short or long, these words can be misinterpreted with the author's help. But now, without further ado, I'll leave you to read in peace, and I advise you to put on an AMV like the good people we are to give it some ambient soundtrack. This is what the me from a few moments ago forgot to put. Normal dialogue. Thoughts. Commentator. Supernatural being. Effects. Where we stayed. Everyone, welcome to this debut fight of a young man who has caught our attention. The voice of the presenter was heard in the place starting the presentation of the two young men who would face each other in this fight agreed between the two representatives of the boxers. On my right side, we have a young man who has fascinated us with his first fights, demonstrating that there is boxing talent in this part of the world. With his streak of 10W0D by KO. Hiroshi Takeda. Pointing with his hand towards the designated corner where there was a young man of apparently 20 years old with black hair wearing yellow and gray shorts and acceptable muscles for his size of 1.70 meters. "Well, we already talked about it, Hiro-kun. Just because it's his first fight doesn't mean you should be confident." In the demonstration, he showed that he's more skilled than he looks. The black-haired coach spoke to him calmly, but his words were serious. "I know, you told me before we arrived, and before leaving the locker room the boys' words were serious, but confident. I want to see if what they told me about you Issei is true." The young adult's coach noticed the seriousness in his protege's gaze, then he looked in the direction of the boy with whom he had agreed to this fight. "And on my left side is who would be the little star of this show." I speak again to look at his other side, in which a brown-haired figure came up and introduced himself wearing red and green shorts, one of the two young men who stood out from the license assignment test recently. And today he will make his debut among the aspirants, and we will see if he has the talent to go further. "That guy is exaggerating a little," the brown-haired man thought upon hearing his introduction. "Excuse him, some presenters dream of announcing a championship fight, and they like to exaggerate a little to stand out," the gray-haired man declared with a bit of grace, to calm his pupil. "With us comes Issei." The man highlighted the boy's last name for a few seconds, which made the two mentioned above break out in a sweat. "A little, huh?" He whispered to his teacher who put the mouthguard on him. "You should greet the public, make a good first impression." The boy saw no problem with that, so he greeted by raising his right fist and moving it a little, giving a sign of greeting. His teacher smiled at this. They had somewhat different reactions with the spectators. Some thought it was a gesture of respect, while others looked at it with amusement. "Well, manners make a man on the battlefield," our good Baldy was watching from one of the seats. The others couldn't come due to external circumstances. Studying, or working in the case of his two stubborn boys, made them work overtime, and the Verdad had to study. "It seems we arrived on time, it hasn't even started yet." The voice of a certain man caught the attention of the man who looked to the right over his shoulder to notice a certain journalist next to a small blonde good Brom-san. "It's been a while." Actually, yes, the two newcomers took seats next to him. "It's about to start," announced the little girl. The two adults turned their gaze to the ring where both young people approached the center at the request of the referee who told them the rules. With a nod, the two affirm, as they were about to clash gloves. The sound of the bell alerted both of them. With a quick movement the black-haired boy hit Issei's glove and sent a certain jab towards his face, but it was answered by a jab to the glove at the same time. That with a quick step the brunette moved away, a movement imitated by his opponent. Impulsive, both coaches thought, one with amusement and the other with seriousness. Good reflexes. I didn't feel hostility, I was looking for my reaction. The brown-haired man is the first to advance to the attack with his guard up well. Here you have it, he sends a quick jab and cross, confirmed by the guard and the movement of his hips, to move away from the range of his right. Even so, the black-haired man felt the force in those warning blows. He has a heavy hand. Regaining his composure, he sought out close-quarters combat by abruptly advancing forward, trying to enter the brown-haired man's guard. It's barely started and they've already attacked with force. After that provocation from Hiroshi that is answered by Issei. I narrate, encouraged by the beginning of the fight. The boxer in yellow charged forward with force, keeping his distance with jabs. Seeing an opportunity to use more force, he sent a combo at greater speed of jab cross dirk cross LZ that forced the brown-haired man to use his guard. Seeing the movement of the cross LZ, the brown-haired man opened his guard and advanced. Throwing his head and neck to the right, he prepared his left as he took a step to the right. Tree. The clean counter blow to the jaw. The blow caused the black-haired man's body to spin, but he didn't lose his balance so easily. At that moment he used his right foot as a support to pivot and try to minimize the damage, but he didn't emerge unscathed from that blow. But Hiroshi won't give up when they've just started. Recovering his posture, the black-haired man covers himself as he sees how the brown-haired man turns using his back foot. Using the movement he seeks to return with a south hook, bringing his arms to his right flank. And he received the brunt of the blow that would go straight to his temple. His right arm cushioned much of the damage, but causing him to shake his entire arm. The surprise was reflected on his face, but his gaze still reflected something that the brunette captured at that moment. He stepped back as he saw how the latter abruptly leaned forward with his right shoulder pointing at him, but his jaw was not unharmed as an uppercut grazed him dangerously, scaring him as he had not seen the blow and reacted on mere instinct. He had to step back and take his position, while the black-haired man breathed more calmly to take his position. The powerful hook using his own strength after that counter, but is answered with an uppercut that almost hits his jaw. The announcer exclaimed excitedly. That punch isn't from a rookie. The old man is right, this kid is more than just an aspirant. He clarified his thoughts and moved his arm slightly to dissipate his pain. That blow almost hit my jaw. Her vision blurred for a moment, so she gently hit her cheek's glass jaw, and that blow almost sent me into shock. Both calmly moved to the right side as they slowly approached and once in range. Zah! 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 Both launched a barrage of blows, trying to tire each other out, but both tried to cushion them with their guard upper by moving their bodies. It's a rain of goals from both contenders. The spectators were very excited as they watched the first round begin and unfold. The sound of punches connecting could be heard loudly. Well, 3 people in particular were calmer. That's incredible. Well, 2 people. Don't get so excited, it's only the first round. Meisha's tried to calm the girl down, but a smile was noticeable on his face. Well, I have to admit that he's much more skilled than I thought. He watched the fight with interest with a man at his side. He's not doing it badly, huh? I asked the ash blonde with grace. I've seen better ones, he replied amusedly, still keeping his attention on the fight. With our attention focused on the fight, we now return to this one. Both boys' punches were quite powerful, trying to land one and analyze the rhythm along with their power. Time. The referee stopped them as they approached again upon hearing the bell. And the bell determines the end of this exciting first round. Announces the commentator, with both boys returning to their corners to be attended to by their respective coaches. Both took their minute of rest after the round. You're handling it better than I thought. But I still thought you'd go harder from the start, the albino declared as he and the assigned assistant checked the boy's condition. I'm surprised by the speed of both of your reactions, the assistant added as he gave him a little water, and the albino reversed the state of his cognitive actions, in addition to noticing any visible damage. I preferred to let the first round pass and see it better, he replied, breathing calmly and feeling the blood running through his body. It was exciting and he couldn't help but smile. In the other corner, it was not very different from the chestnut situation. Apparently you wanted to wait, the trainer deduced, while making sure the black-haired boy's reflexes were still good. Yes, it's more interesting than I thought. You really didn't exaggerate at all. He seemed quite enthusiastic. In the last few fights he felt a little discouraged. In his current category, the scarcity was noticeable, but this boy was different and he liked that fact. Also his style is very different. It seems like he uses a style that's a mix between a fighter and a stylist. He moves like one and hits like the other. I noticed that detail as I look towards the other corner. Try not to get hit by a hit like that, I'm not sure how strong it is. I do, he replied with a smile as he gently shook his right arm, still feeling the tingling. Seconds out. Was the order to leave the ring and leave the boxers alone. Well, the break is over and both fighters are preparing for the second round. The commentator announced. The referee signaled to see if the two were ready to continue, both raised their guard confirming the signal, to which the man announced the start. Both advanced with a crossed but in the middle of the launch Hiroshi's arm stopped and wandered at the same speed as it advanced. Issei didn't understand this. Ham. DGGHHH until he felt a sharp pain in his ribs on the right side and left hook was connected to his side thanks to a quick step that allowed him to reposition his body and therefore the blow occurred. With a leap, he jumped away to regain his breath as he saw her approaching again to continue the exchange of blows, opting for a more solid defense for the moment as the jabs and crosses were launched towards his body. The black-haired man saw how the brown-haired man moved his right arm to try to throw a hook. At that moment he saw it. An opening to his side and again he would hit his ribs to knock the wind out of him, but at the moment of throwing the blow with speed. Humph. Ooh, the brown-haired boy had moved forward, hitting him with his body and his right shoulder, guiding him forward, sharply cutting off his rhythm that was good, but he was only just able to realize his opponent's action. A sharp burning sensation in his solar plexus hit his nerves and he gripped his protector tightly. The boy, as he moved forward to shove him with his shoulder, changed the direction of the blow to a sort of straight jab toward his abdomen. Despite the diminished force of the action, it remained potent. "I'll give it back to you," was his silent response as he twisted his hips and threw his left hook that he had previously prepared as he approached. Hamph. Again he hit with much less force than he would have liked, but this was enough for the moment. They separated again and kept their guard up. Hiroshi let out the breath he had held and that really hurt him. Incredible display from both fighters. But it seems that Issei responded strongly to the previous attack. The narrator exclaimed with excitement. They both took a deep breath as they moved step by step around the ring. This time it was Issei who firmly lashed out at the black-haired man, who kept his defense high but looked for a way to connect a clean blow after deflecting it with his fists, both remaining in a constant exchange of blows. On the other hand, the fans were excited by the progress of the fight because despite being mere aspiring professionals, they were showing a very good performance. Ingenious to hide a blow when I cut his rhythm. The ash blonde was impressed. The boy seemed to handle himself much better in full combat than before this one. "Well, he's a skillful kid, but I'm surprised he didn't dodge the knee head," gave his opinion. Although his resistance doesn't surprise me at all. He knew about the brown-haired boy's strength and endurance, not for nothing he always took care of the heavy work. The petite blonde photographer made sure to snap a few photos of both boxers in combat, but she was sometimes left in awe of their strength and skill. They're just starting out but they're already at that level. She wondered, surprised by the abilities of both young people. As they exchanged blows, both young men showed at least a small grimace of a smile. One from facing a man with such skill and the other from the excitement of his first time. Issei. That sounded very gay, dude. Oh, sorry, sensitive sir, but I did it on purpose. Issei, son of a bye. They exchanged jabs, crosses, hooks and uppercuts that managed to hit or graze the air with force. Both began to move more on the canvas of the ring, looking for an appropriate position to land a blow, but both quickly countered each other. As more time passed their bodies would gain more heat and stiffness was on the side, they flowed constantly between their attacks. On one occasion, the chestnut, when retracting his arm and preparing a cross, left his right flank very exposed. Umph. A strong direct blow to the face resonated with force. Giving a shuffle to the side he got out of the range of the blow, and with his forward advance, he had enough speed to deliver a strong cross to Issei's face, causing the boy's head to turn back for a moment along with his body. But the brown-haired man quickly manages to spin around and end up in a crouching position, with his body bent down by the blow, but still maintaining his balance. He felt his nose hurt and along with it a rather pronounced disorientation. By reflex he covered himself when he saw how his opponent approached with his fist ready. "Stop," declared the referee as he got between the two boys and stopped the black-haired boy from advancing. The second round is over and this time Haidu is in trouble. The two young men stood up and returned to their corners, each trying to calm their breathing, taking seats on the benches given to them by the others. "Raise your little arm," without further instructions, already knowing what the man was referring to. The albino checked the ribs on which he distinguished a noticeable bruise, touching it a little to feel how serious it was. "It seems that it is swollen, and the blow will eventually end up wearing out your right one." "That won't be much of a problem." This caught the man's attention. The brunette just smiled. "I can handle it perfectly." "Don't get too confident, boy. you're tough, but if you get punished, even a stone can break. He continued to check his nose, seeing it better. It seems you have a little blood. He reached for a cotton-headed stick, which had epinephrine in it to treat the bleeding. Well, it seems that guy hits a lot harder than expected. Be thankful you have a stone face, I heard a certain dragon say in his head. Oh, so you're awake, I thought you'd be sleeping, alligator gar, he refuted with grace to his companion, who laughed amusedly. I wouldn't miss seeing how you get some good beatings. He mocked his partner. They had finished treating him and would soon give the signal for the next round. I just wanted to give you a curious fact. This caught the boy's attention. That boy is not normal and he will go all out now. The chestnut tree immediately understood the message he was giving him, but he was more interested in the last part. I look for the knockout, he said in a low voice. Just by looking at him now he could tell. Both have already measured each other, they know more about his ability, and trying to prolong the fight will not be good for him. Going out to the ropes with the referee's signal and giving him a few more words. I advise you to do the same. I was thinking exactly the same thing before walking. The albino extended his fist. Issei looked at him strangely, but he just smiled. Without needing words he also smiled and bumped his fist with his. Box. The referee announced with a wave of his hands. The third round begins. Dramatic pause. We move forward in time before the fight began and head toward Kuo. Today was a Friday night, a very calm and cool one. Pleasant in every sense of the word. We moved toward a large mansion where the Gremory group lived along with the two members of the Haidu family, but one of them was away for personal reasons that the mother refused to share for her son's privacy. They had recently had dinner and each one was busy with their homework or just hanging out. A certain green-eyed blonde was in her room. Lying face down on her bed, holding a stuffed animal in her arms, a very special one for her that she had been caring for lately, but ignoring the feeling of affection she always held for it. Issei sent, she said in a low voice while looking with nostalgia and melancholy at the Raku plush that the brunetted one in that little machine in the arcade. During the last few days she felt somewhat lonely. Despite going out with her friends from time to time, spending time with her boyfriend, meetings with her classmates and so on, she felt an emptiness inside her. She hugged the small stuffed animal closer to her chest. While tidying her room, she accidentally knocked something over. Upon examining it, she could make out the orange and black color of the small toy. She was surprised to see it and picked it up without hesitation. Upon examining it, she noticed a bit of dust on it, which she carefully brushed off so as not to damage it. Looking at him, she remembered the date they both had after meeting each other, the first time she ate a hamburger with him, when they went to rescue her and brought her back to life, and meeting new people who were now her family. Among those people was the chestnut-haired boy's mother, who always treated them so kindly. Issei-san, where are you now? He asked the heir to turn around and look at the ceiling, hugging the small doll tightly with sadness reflected in his eyes. I already told you I don't want to talk about it. A shout from outside caught the young woman's attention and she approached the door and opened it a little to see what was happening. Please just calm down. Zenovia's voice was heard and a blonde hair styled in the shape of drills was shown next. I want to be alone. What's so hard to understand? Then a door slam was heard indicating that the owner of that hair color locked herself in her room. Then Asia heard the other girl sigh and then heard footsteps coming from the direction of the stairs. What happened? The worried voice of a certain Valkyrie was heard as she approached upon seeing how the two had argued while climbing the stairs. Javier didn't show up for his appointment again, it seems he stayed working late today too. She told them what she knew about the couple's problem. Javier. Don't buck with me. It has my bucking name. Yeah, sometimes it happens. Javier. But you read the bucking author. Sometimes it happens, I said. Do you think he's someone good for her? She asked worriedly about her companion. That boy isn't very good at his grades and I've heard that he has unsatisfactory behavior. The blonde carefully closed the door so as not to attract the attention of the two girls, returning to her bed still with little Raku in her arms. A small growl caught her attention. When she turned she saw a small light blue dragon that had appeared from a magic circle when it felt how sad its owner was. Issei, the little one, approached and was hugged by his owner, who thought for a moment about her life. Every moment since she became part of the Gremory entourage and coming to a conclusion. I miss you, Issei-san. The boy was always there for her when she needed him. She even went so far as to ask the Overlord of Heaven to allow both her and Zenovia to pray to God again. Sometimes that boy performed acts that left far behind that characteristic perversion of his, as if he were another person, as if there was another side of Issei that was very difficult to see. But Zenovia and Rossweisse. Both women were returning to the main room where only two more people were present. Rias and Himiko, who were washing the dishes, with a Verdad who occasionally tried to ask about the brown-haired man and where he was, to which the woman kindly and shyly replied that it was something personal she had to do but that she was fine, thus earning sighs of frustration from Rias. It seems that the woman was more determined than she thought. The two who came from the upper floor sat a little further away from the kitchen to chat more pleasantly. Have you heard anything from Issei? The blue-haired woman asked after a brief silence between the two, but the albino just lowered her gaze, giving a clear message to the ex-exorcist, but still expecting a verbal response. Apart from the times I have classes with him I haven't seen him much, but he seems calmer than that time, remembering when Rias and Akeno brought her boyfriend and how it ended after that. Ah well, he sighed somewhat sadly. It had been quite a while since the brown-haired boy interacted at home. Before he was someone quite aggressive, but his attitude calmed down little by little, but sometimes he was someone sharp. What about you? She asked back to her friend, who just looked to the side. Nothing. You don't know how to talk to her, do you? It was no secret to anyone how little the swordswoman's ability to speak personally was. Speaking in front of people as president of the student council was very different from speaking to someone in a more personal way. The fourth blushed with embarrassment. Yes, admitted her lack of communication, to which her master just sighed softly. They really had to do something about Zenovia's shortcoming. After that she looked down. Maybe she hadn't spent as much time with the boy as they had, but despite his perversion, he was a very nice person and affectionate when he wanted to be, to which she blushed after that. She remembered the times when she gave him private lessons to help him with his grades, and she was the perverted one who thought nothing of it when he was going to do something, which earned her a much bigger blush this time. What's wrong with you? Asked a girl in front of her when she saw how she became like Ria's hair. Nothing. I didn't think of anything. She replied, upset, drawing the attention of the other two who were in the kitchen. Ross-chan, what's wrong? Asked a brown-haired boy's mother upon hearing the small scream. Nothing. Don't worry about anything, Mrs. Haidu, the albino assured with embarrassment. She stood up from her place to give a small bow. I apologize, but I must leave. I still have to correct some guides that the students gave me. With your permission, she left the place in the direction of her room. The others just left the woman alone. Himiko soon left as well. She was tired and retreated to her room, leaving the two of them alone. They both sat in the living room. A brief silence fell between them. It seemed they didn't have much to talk about at the moment. It wasn't until the Verdad brought up a particular topic. How are you and Full doing? I asked, somewhat unsure of how to start this conversation. Well, things are going well. Speaking in a curt manner gave the Verdad a bad feeling. I know you know I'm lying, he replied, surprising her. She didn't know how to respond to that. She could easily notice his depressed expression, something that touched her a lot. She never expected to see one of her friends like that. I'm sorry for asking. It doesn't matter, just I don't want to talk about this, at least not on my part, the girl clarified with little desire to continue, really different from a moment ago. Then she looked at her mistress. What about you? She returned the question. I don't even know how it goes, she answered sincerely while resting her arms on her knees and holding her head as if it hurt. I haven't heard anything, or I don't want to hear it. I've been avoiding it for a long time, or not going out anymore. She lowered one of her hands and arranged her hair with the other. The blue-haired girl could notice how depressed the red-haired girl was at this moment. She decided to leave this before the two of them considered doing anything stupid. Let's go to sleep, we must rest. Tomorrow we must have a meeting with Sona's entourage and report anything suspicious. She gave that option to her friend. She didn't think twice and got up to go to her room with her friend. Each one went to their respective rooms. Zenovia once entered, changed into something more comfortable to be able to sleep peacefully. Wearing some shorts and a short t-shirt that was too big for her, she lay down on the bed, still unable to be peaceful to sleep. What are you doing now? She asked, seemingly to nothing at that moment, but we all know who she was referring to. With doubts, but calmer as she asked this question, she was able to fall asleep, covering herself with her blankets and closing her eyes. Knowing you probably got into a mess that you'll solve on your own. You always do it so we don't end up hurt, but think a little more about yourself, idiot. The pause is over. Ugh. Issei receives a strong hook to the liver. They had barely made it to the third round and they already had him falling behind. What a turn of events. Both started by attacking in short terrain to try to throw the other off his rhythm, but as they retreated, they entered mid-ground. Hiroshi's strong suit, which he took advantage of when the chestnut brown focused his attention solely on his feet, surprising him with a hook to the liver. He knocked the wind out of him and was forced to take a defensive stance, with no possible opening to land a blow, because the black-haired man kept his distance in the middle ground. His arms were constantly punished by the strong blows from the young adult. The blows were so strong that they forced him to bend over to avoid falling on his back. Hiro, noticing how he lowered his body, advanced, lowering his center, entering sideways under the guard. With his legs bent, he gained the upward momentum of an uppercut. The brunette saw his rival's fist passing under his guard. Let's say he only thought of one thing: if it goes well. Great, if not, I'm a bucking suicidal. Hummy. That blow made him raise his head violently. Tap. Aidu receives a powerful upper from below that blows his head off. The spectators shouted euphorically, but 3 were worried because the blow was so strong. That kid tried to perform a gazelle punch, but he lacked power in his legs, but even so, it's a deadly uppercut that will leave him out. The surprise in Meisha's thoughts was noticeable, but something doesn't add up, but I don't know what it is. That won't leave you out, kid, I know it. For his part, the bald man maintained his confidence in his good worker, but still seemed worried. For her part, the little blonde was stunned by that blow and the force he applied. While in the ring, the black-haired man planted his feet firmly on the canvas, preparing his arm for an L cross, but his eyes showed surprise and confusion. Why didn't I feel anything? He asked, alarmed at that moment, throwing his cross straight at the brown-haired man's jaw. He'll get hit again without being able to defend himself. The euphoric fans, the 3 nervous spectators now, a confused black-haired man and an albino smiling nervously. Puma. Tap. That sensation in his blows again for a millisecond time stopped for the brunette. What is this? For a moment he saw how the brunette moved his face to look at him, he opened his eyes, and his answer came from his left blind spot. Bomb. A powerful uppercut landed squarely on his jaw, violently spinning his head as his left fist flew away from Issei's face, showing a serious bruise on his right side of the face and a burn on his chin. Wonderful move, boy, but if it went wrong I guess you wouldn't tell it. He smiled at how suicidal his protege was. Yes, suicidal, there was no better way to define his pupil. That kid moved his head to give the impression of being hit. Hiroshi's coach wrote in surprise. Issei performs an impressive counter despite having received 2 impressive blows. The tables were turned at the last moment. Issei recovered his balance as best he could and moved forward. He had to snatch in short terrain, thanks to his explosive power that hit quickly at short range. With his left retracted, he threw a strong hook to the liver that knocked the wind out of him. For a moment the black-haired man lost his consciousness, but was able to recover quickly. He was able to move away, but could not prevent the brown-haired man from connecting a right hook to his face that knocked him off his feet again. Regaining his balance he moved forward again looking to connect with a cross right blow, but the brown-haired man avoided it and connected with a right hook to his ribs, causing him to bite his protector. He managed to push him away when he sent a left hook. He moved forward again looking for a medium-distance fight, but the brown-haired man responded in the same way to get closer. Good, I've got it. He launched his crosses, but received the same blow from Issei, causing him to retreat and without being able to touch the brown-haired boy. In every exchange the same thing happened, something was wrong at this moment and the brown-haired boy was tiring him out. Why can't I see those hits? He asked surprised, but something surprising happened to the irritation of the brunette. When he continued to look at his opponent he finally noticed something. Issei, when he moved to his right, he could no longer see him, as if he didn't have his eye shut. He thought irritated for not having noticed that. The image shows Hiroshi's face, whose left eye was almost closed due to the swelling. The brunette's blows were already taking their toll from the previous rounds. He realized this in a split second, so he turned to his left with his guard up to predict the brunette's next blow. Issei, once again on the offensive, prepared his fist, clenching it slightly. At the moment of seeing how his opponent turned, he advanced with an L jab to throw him off his rhythm once again, starting to suffocate him with quick blows without giving him time to respond. Leaning his body to the left he prepared a hook. Seeing that movement, he noticed how the angle was lower. The dark-haired man retracted his right arm towards his ribs when he saw that he was going to throw the punch and covered his face with his left fist, at least that way he could cushion it. The blow sailed just above his guard, knocking him off his rhythm and shaking his head like a stone turning water turbulent. It was the best way to describe Hiroshi's head, as he didn't know when the blow came. Issei instantly disguised his overhand as a hook to the liver and with his right hand already prepared, he gently squeezed his hand to throw his cross. The black-haired man tried to regain his calm and upon seeing that attack with his left forearm, he tried to cut the blow, but he didn't count on the fact that with a quick shuffle, the brown-haired man instinctively increased his speed, but his left arm was far from touching Issei's right arm. He couldn't measure the depth. Clenching my fist tightly and using my whole body together, I throw the cross. BAMMM. Hiroshi's head snapped back from the impact of the blow, his body following suit. Taff. The black man's body fell to the canvas after that blow. Hiroshi is on the canvas. A devastating blow from Issei manages to knock him down. Euphoric and surprised by Issei's quick decision to go on the offensive, then the referee orders the brown-haired boy to go to his corner and the referee starts the count. 1. Issei was walking away panting towards his corner. The albino climbed up outside the ropes to see him. Are you okay, boy? I asked once the boy leaned his back against the corner, breathing more calmly and with light traces of sweat. My chin, it's burning, he said with small gasps, trying to catch his breath. But that said, he checked his disciple's chin. Damn, the part of his jaw was red and a little skin was sticking out. 3. And how are you feeling in the head? Because of the blow or because of what I did? I asked, looking at him out of the corner of my eye. For both of them he responded with the same grace but still worried, being reciprocated by a smile from Issei. 4. Well, with the fans the atmosphere was still somewhat tense, but more so for 3 expectant people. That boy is a complete suicide, but he has some balls to clear the ash blonde with a smile between disbelief and emotion. He wanted to see this boy grow up. He's a complete lunatic, hahaha. Braum laughed, amused by his good boy's performance. Maybe he should leave it to the troublemakers when things get tough. Wow, the girl said in surprise at the brunette's quick reaction. This job would be more interesting than she thought at first. 5. Upon reaching that number, the referee realized that the black-haired man was not giving any signs. He approached and confirmed with the sign of his crossed arms. This was a KO. The bell rang 3 times signaling the end of tonight's bout of challengers. And there's the signal, ladies and gentlemen. A great show to close out this evening. The man sounded euphoric. He had enjoyed the fight as much as the fans who shouted excitedly. This was exciting from start to finish. And it ends with a knockout victory for Issei. The brunette could only manage a smile when faced with the announcement, a wide smile that spread to his coach and assistant, and he hunched over before jumping slightly with his fists in the air. Yes. He exclaimed, more relaxed, which made the albino happy. The night had ended in a good way, with the shouts of the people now from the boy who took his first step as a professional. On the advice of his coach, the brown-haired boy gave a greeting to the fans as a farewell. Among the 3 in the stands, the girl screamed with excitement. Considering it was one of her first fights and one of those contestants at this level, she loved it. The 2 adults, one with a proud and amused smile, the other thinking about this boy's future. Shortly after, we see the brown-haired boy, the albino boy with a doctor in the locker room assigned to Issei. The doc was treating the boy's chin and face. Tell me, doc. Is it serious? Because your face is the only good thing about you, he said with a smile, to which the brunette gave him an annoyed look, answered with a much bigger smile. Relax, they're only superficial. Your chin will be healed before you know it, and the only thing I would tell you about your face is that it will most likely swell a little tomorrow, but you'll be ready for your next fight, the man calmly diagnosed as he finished examining and treating the boy, packed his things to leave. The 2 of them came out with a changed brunette. Joe talked to the doctor while the brunette waited outside, but then he noticed a person standing in front of him. Hello, a black-haired man with a bandage over his left eye greeted cheerfully, now in civilian clothes. Good fight. I'm sorry I couldn't last longer in combat. He leaned against the wall opposite the brown-haired man. Nah. It was a good fight, pointing to his chin with his thumb and smiling. I have a good memory of the night, he clarified, and the dark-haired man just let out a laugh. You're a strange guy, Sekiryuutei. That name caught Issei's attention, who was noticed by Hiroshi. What? You're the damn most famous person in the supernatural world. I'm not very aware, but I know that you're a hero of the underworld, he answered gracefully. And I thought I would stay away from everything that had to do with the supernatural, he complained while scratching the back of his neck, somewhat annoyed. It seems he wouldn't get rid of his old title even here. The dark-haired man only laughed a little at his fellow boxer's misfortune, who looked at him with little desire to laugh. Oh, come on, don't be bitter, he replied with a smile. Well, you know who I am, but with whom or what do I have the pleasure of speaking? I ask, a little calmer but still with doubts. Nice to meet you, Issei with a 2-finger salute on his forehead. I am Hiroshi Takeda, member of the Teeps cast. He introduced himself formally and carefully with a touch of arrogance. He had his eye closed, and when he opened it to see the brown-haired boy's face, he only saw a raised eyebrow vampire. Though this was a strong blow to his pride, he presented himself with luxury and with dignified bearing, but he didn't even know who they were, although in a certain way it relieved him. I hope I don't have to explain to you about the son, and the last name is from my mother's side. We decided to adopt him, even my dad, who really surprised me, he said with a drop of sweat running down his neck. Calm down, I already know the first thing from Gasper at the mention of his little disciple. I throw out a question, do you know Gasper, just in case? I mean, they are vampires, I inquire a little. Gasper? He repeated the name, trying to remember. No, the name doesn't really ring a bell. My family left European territory when I was a baby, he apologized cordially, to which the brunette nodded in understanding. They both chatted a little longer before the albino left and told the brunette to follow him. The brunette said goodbye with a handshake with his colleague. Who knows, maybe they would see each other again. Outside the hallway that connected to the ring entrance, the bald man was waiting for them. Good first fight, kid, they bumped fists in a show of greeting and good faith between the 2. I thought the other 2 were with you? I asked, looking around for the blonde duo I claimed to see in the stands. Maisha and Eris. Were they here? She asked, looking at the man next to her. Yes, but they had to leave quickly. He remembered how he invited them to eat something. Most likely they would do that to congratulate the brown-haired boy. He said they should go to the city, where Daikie's fight would take place tomorrow. At the mention of the boy, the brown-haired boy smiled. I see, I'd like to see him again. He still owes me money for the game won, he said first with a smile, then turning into an irritated expression. He took advantage of the fact that we had to leave, to avoid paying me, asshole, he thought with a twitch in his eye. Seeing the brunette's reaction, the two men laughed, amused by their actions. Braum commented on how the two blondes were very surprised by how skillful the brunette turned out to be. Braum didn't know whether to feel flattered or insulted for not having faith in him. They decided to go get something to eat before returning home. The chief thought for a moment about a curious question he asked the ash blonde before leaving. Do you think the boy will achieve anything? Asked the man who had a recorder in his hand. I think he could be someone great, he replied before looking at him. Why do you ask? He asked confused. I just wanted to see if you were wrong looking ahead and apparently I was right, something that confused the man who looked at him before he smiled. That boy will be much more. I see it in his eyes. That may seem serious, but there is an ambition and intense hunger in them. Looking at him with a smile, keep that in mind. Crazy old man far from the small group stood ash blonde with his little intern. A smile appeared on his face as he remembered those words. He put away his recorder. Is something wrong, sir? The little girl asked. It's okay, he stroked the girl's head, who tenderly arranged her hair with an angry face and only receiving a relaxed smile from the man. Let's go, we have to get there before it gets later. Getting into his car and the girl in the passenger seat. I was thinking about Bromsen's words, right? I rambled as they started walking down the road. The man just nodded with a small noise from his mouth. I believe in your words. He looked at her out of the corner of his eye when he saw that she gave a small smile. He will become someone great. The shoulder looked ahead again and couldn't help but smile. Yes, maybe I can do it, he wrote to himself at that moment with a smile. A happy ending to this day, all in all. The next morning. What happened to my baby? Oh shit. They had already returned to the chestnut tree's house in the morning. We see how the chestnut tree's mother hugged him possessively and pressed against her forehead because of how worried she was about her little boy. His face ended up swelling as the doctor said, added to the large patch on his chin really made him look worse. Mom, I'm not breathing. I replied as the two adults looked at me, a drop of sweat appearing on their heads. At least we're not in trouble, they said, relieved inside, until the woman looked at them. I'll talk to you now, the woman replied with a frown, causing a bad omen for the two. Damn, they thought at once, to then be grabbed by their ears. They both screamed at once while they were taken towards the truck, where they began to be lectured by the woman. The chestnut-haired boy watched this from the entrance of his house with some fear. His mother was really scary sometimes. Remind me not to make her angry, he asked silently. Consider it done, bro, replied his good friend Dreg. Hey Dreg, thanks for helping me with the seals that suppressed most of my supernatural power. Sincerely, with his good friend, he thanked as he entered the house to tidy up his things. No problem, just like you said, it wouldn't be fun, and it wouldn't be a challenge if you had those advantages. Even so, it's difficult to neutralize your most common traits. You're a damn miniature version of Grand Red, he reminded his good friend of the characteristics he now possesses since his second resurrection. I know, I damn know, but it didn't seem fair to fight him like that, the boy replied, going to the kitchen to make himself some coffee. It seems that boy also thought something similar. Both of them only used their own strength, without depending so much on their supernatural characteristics, the great dragon responded calmly. The brunette just smiled a little. He finished preparing his good black coffee, so he could go to the living room and have his coffee in peace. Issei-san. A soft voice called him, which he recognized and easily. Issei-san. After the small cry, he had to stop himself from dropping his coffee cup as he was hugged. He knew whose arms those were. He carefully touched those arms he recognized very well. They were thin and soft, as small as their owner. Hello Asia-chan, she greeted her friend, a good friend, when she had finally calmed down before. These months had been more than enough to be able to calm down and clear her mind. Issei-san. Issei-san. She repeated his name while burying her face in the back of the boy, who only gently caressed her arms with affection. When he let go of her enough, he turned around so she could look at him. Issei-san. What happened to you? She said worriedly. It's going to be a long morning, he thought with a small smile. Looking towards the door, he saw how only his mother entered with a frown, and he could notice how the truck they came in before was going full speed, which meant only one thing: sons of bitches. Arc 2. Rise of the Dragon Chapter 2. Quiet days, sort of. Well, they are the biggest smoke sellers since Gohan and Super XD. But what happened? Honestly, like I said 5 months ago. Baki. I think there were actually 6, Oni-chan said the little brown-haired girl, counting how much time had passed since the last warning. Shit, she realizes that the little girl is still there. I approach her. You didn't hear anything, right? Baki. Yes, small silence. Oni-chan, what? No. That's when the others arrive. Issei. Well, you finally decided to continue. I was already preparing my withdrawal letter for the fic with suitcases ready. He leaves them on the floor and approaches the others. Naruto. I really thought something had happened to you, said the blonde with his arms crossed. Besides, I only have one story and you leave my messages on read with some anger. Hey. I have my own business outside of here. Issei. Last time you said you were a jerk and that's why you weren't writing. He angrily claimed and then pointed behind him at an albino and a guy with a red mask. And who the hell are those two? Oh right, I forgot to tell you. We have new members, guys, they are Belle and Pedro, pointing to the two mentioned. Peter. Another time that I'm Peter. I've had enough with the others who laughed when they knew that embarrassed covering his face. The albino patted him on the back. Belle. Calm down, it's over, friend, forget about Vietnam. The masked man looked at the boy accusingly. I was just saying, he said with a nervous smile. Naruto. Not to be critical, but aren't there already too many stories? You can barely handle 4 and you want to do 2 more. He looked doubtful. Actually, I was also deliberating how to organize myself with this. I came to the conclusion or the most appropriate solution. Focus on at least 2 fics per month to have at least 2 or 3 chapters for these. Issei. Sounds good to me, and if you want to add 2 more it's the best you have. He saw it as reasonable. Naruto. But you'd have to see what the readers think, although knowing you, you'd ignore that. Language. I interrupted him. Well, leaving that aside, I'd better publish what I've done to get this started right away. I was about to leave, but the little girl approached the others. Baki. Issei-san, what does shit mean? At that, I get nervous and try to run away, but Peter grabs me by the collar. Be kind. Censored. At the Chestnut House. So you've been staying here more at home. It was still somewhat strange for the brown-haired boy to have in front of him the little blonde that he considers. Well, he's still not very sure about that, but he was still able to see her as his little sister, even if it was just a little. Yeah, I wasn't feeling very up for going out, said the blonde sitting down, while the brunette brought some cups of tea that his mother made after she and the boy's mother treated a few wounds that remained on his face, thanks to her healing factor. Boo. But I haven't been doing nothing. I've helped Mitsuki-san around the house and with the shopping. She clarified. You don't have to clarify that if I didn't ask you to. He curtly stopped her from speaking further, to which she fell silent and looked down dejectedly. Issei sighed. It was difficult to deal with a girl. I'm just saying it's not necessary, although I appreciate you helping Mom. He had to thank her for helping her while he was away. Actually, he's been doing it for a while now, added the older blonde as she sat next to her son, who took one of the cups to drink the liquid, nodding at what his mother said. The truth is, things have been somewhat different since that day with Rias-san. At the mention of the said red-haired girl, he only frowned at the memory of the boyfriend of the 2 girls who were one-isamas at the academy. In my defense, he deserved it. Without much empathy, I add something that drew a small nervous laugh from the woman and a small lump in the girl's throat. Yelling at him was the right thing to do, I think, but you exaggerated the words you said to him, the woman explained. Issei looked at her with some surprise. Ah. That I thought you were talking about the idiot. The 2 women felt a drop run down the back of their necks, but although they also went too far with the poor devil, they didn't care much. Well, at least one of them. Well, maybe that's true, but I was really in a bad mood, and I wasn't in the mood for him to come boss me around, he answered, somewhat annoyed or irritated. Both mother and son spoke after he finished. Asia had decided not to interfere, as she was somewhat thoughtful about the past few days. She nervously played with her fingers while occasionally glancing at the brunette's hands, noticing that they were starting to show calluses. She turned her gaze to his hands and intertwined them with a memory that crossed her mind of the 2 of them. Issei-san, the soft voice of the blonde, almost inaudible, reached the boy's sensitive ears. What's wrong, Asia? The brunette asked, taking the girl by surprise, who thought she hadn't been heard. Well, the girl tried to speak, not finding her words. The woman noticed the young woman trying to bring up a certain topic they discussed before, so she decided to give the girl a little help. She had really seen a change in the blonde's attitude. I'll go make some dessert since Issei won his first fight, clapping with her eyes closed and a smile as she got up to go to the kitchen, leaving the 2 young people. The brunette only let out a sigh to look again at his guest or resident. The truth is he didn't know how to treat her at this moment. His anger and frustration had been vented a long time ago. He was keeping a cool head to be able to think better. I suppose you want to talk about what happened a while ago, right? Taking the first step in the conversation and giving the girl a push to talk. She remained silent for a few moments. She was somewhat uncomfortable about how to start talking to what she thought that maybe it wouldn't be a good idea to talk, but when she looked to the side thinking about what to do, I'm sorry, she finally spoke. Exactly what? Looking at her again, noticing that she still kept her head down, he knew what she was referring to, but he preferred to hear it from her lips. Asia, if you want me to listen to you, you must first look at me, only then will I listen to you, otherwise you can forget about this conversation, he declared firmly. The little girl knew the brunette was serious. She raised her gaze to meet the boy's hazel eyes. Unlike that day, they were softer, but still held a hint of distrust and reproach. She calmed down before looking him in the eyes again. I regret what happened, I mean before what happened that night, and after that. She looked into his eyes, but her tone of voice was soft and dejected. Moving away from you was sudden and unfair to you, the melancholy was noticeable in her gaze. Yes, it was, he said in a low voice, a little more relaxed. What Rias one Isama said was harsh. I thought I felt the same, that we all felt the same as her. She tried to find her words, so she could speak without beating around the bush, but she couldn't find all the necessary ones. But I think we just let ourselves be carried away by her influence. She always wanted the best for us, including you. The boy looked slightly to the side, somewhat annoyed by those words for his own good. Yes, of course. And you, how did you feel when you made that decision? I asked, looking at her. I didn't know what I wanted until I started to notice that something was missing, that I was missing you, he declared softly, looking at him sadly, something that caught the attention of the brown-haired boy, showing slight surprise. You weren't at the meetings, you weren't in the clan, you weren't at home, you weren't with me. For a few seconds an imperceptible vein appeared on his temple as he lowered his head to hide his gaze. And where were you? When I needed you by my side. The girl was shocked, an electric current ran through her body. The brunette with a disappointed look got up and walked towards his room. I don't know, she whispered softly while looking at the floor, and I'm sorry you were alone when you needed support the most, and I alone. Not being able to keep her calm much longer, Asia let out her tears of frustration. She couldn't talk to the brown-haired boy without feeling a pressure manifest in her chest. Issei stopped for a moment, turned slightly but stopped. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to express himself. If you want you can stay for lunch like before, he proposed calmly but still without looking at her directly, something that the blonde noticed and didn't blame him for. I will make a call and come down again, tell mom I'll be right back, he asked kindly. Hi, she stated softly, still sitting and with a depressing aura around her, something the boy noticed. Ah, he sighed softly before approaching and placing his hand on a downcast girl who was surprised by the boy's action to look at him with small tears running down her face. Her heart felt less oppression upon receiving the attention of the brunette. I'm not upset, well, a little to be honest, but I'm calmer than that time. You can stay, but I'm not willing for you to stay the night. Despite speaking calmly, he was still resentful. The girl kept her gaze fixed on him until she wiped her tears with the back of her shirt. Calming down and understanding with her words, she wouldn't turn down the opportunity to stay a little longer and talk with him. Besides feeling her chest less tight, she at least felt a little calmer, knowing she could still speak to him calmly. Thank you, I'll go help Mitsuki-san, she said softly, standing up and giving the boy a quick glance. He nodded, turning to walk toward the stairs and retreat to his room. She, for her part, walked a little calmer toward the kitchen. Entering the room occupied by kitchen things, I looked for the woman of the house and saw her finishing preparing a pasta dough and looked at her. Are you done talking? I asked calmly when I saw her arrive, with her shirt sleeves rolled up to her elbows and a few small flour stains on her face that showed a small compassionate smile. Yes, it was better than I expected, he was honest with her, approaching her to inform her about what Issei asked him. He also asked if she could help him with the food, to which the woman nodded kindly with a smile. I'm sure Issei will love the charred pie after winning his first boxing match. Yes, he likes. What do you mean, boxing match? He began with a soft and kind tone and then changed to one of surprise upon hearing his mother's words. Well, with the chestnut. He was talking to someone on the other end of the cell phone line. Thank you for taking care of her while I was away, I expressed with gratitude and a small smile. Don't worry, Issei, it was actually fun getting to know your mother better. The voice of a certain black-haired girl was heard on the other side. Sona-sama also liked spending time with someone other than us. I can imagine. Mom also said that I have a good time with you, but just between us. She said she'd never met a girl with such a bad knack for cooking, he said in a whisper, with a drop of water on his neck and noticeable nervousness. Yes, Sona-sama became depressed when she told her that, remembering that moment the vice president in her head, the image of her friend in a corner, appeared depressed. After hearing such harsh criticism from the woman, she can be tough if she wants to. Are you telling me this? I challenge you, the day I burn the water. A small silence felt better, not ask how that happened. It was preferable not to tell more about it for her own pride and shame that she felt that day. By the way, has Asia come often these days that we were away? A small sigh was heard on the other end of the line, but it was different from what I would expect. She came yesterday. According to what she said, she came to see how Mitsuki-san was. He remembered the day before when he had seen the blonde. Issei tried to search for some clue in his voice, but he sounded calm. Sona was cold and sharp with her. She wasn't in the best terms to discuss why she came. Your mother on the other hand was more polite according to what she told us. Asia came to talk to you, I know it doesn't concern me, but she looked sad, rather depressed. The brunette unconsciously or not turned towards his door. He noticed that more reserved or shy attitude when speaking. He thought that maybe it was due to what happened a while ago, and if it was true, but he didn't think that he would come again. After that argument, they had grown quite distant. They still lived in the same building, but they had moved to the upper rooms, and they had remained on the ground floor. They stayed in the club or sometimes in the underworld, not interacting much with them except at night when they came to sleep, and very rarely in the early morning. So it was rare to see them the rest of the day. Well, she's here and she's probably been here since the morning. We talked a little, and she explained to me why she came, I said, omitting the details. At that moment he heard the scream of the younger blonde who sounded surprised. I think he already found out why you weren't home. The brown-haired boy asked if they hadn't told them where he had gone. You never said anything about telling them. He heard her sounding somewhat amused. See you and take care. He hung up the call. The brown-haired boy looked at his phone for a while. Really? He asked out of nowhere. Today seemed like the day to leave him hanging. First his two bosses and now her were already bothering him more than they could have been. Today's going to be a long day. I hope we can have a fight soon. Aside from that, I'd have to give Asia an explanation yet. It'll be a good day. Issei. You're having fun, aren't you? Sarcasm. How do you have no idea? Mocking smile. Issei. You'll be the son of a bitch. A week. Friday afternoon evening. The week passed relatively quickly. The principal was informed that Issei would be absent due to a sports scholarship. Partly true and partly false, with some influence from Sona, clearly a favor from her sister that she would collect on later, and we know what Seraphil is like, so we suspect it will be something related to magical girl staffs with dresses included. He caught up on his homework, even copying his will, turning in the odd project he had due, swearing at some jerk, and getting into a fight with some macho guy. You know, the typical public school stuff that shouldn't happen in a private school, but it happens anyway. This time, being more attentive to what he'll be doing from now on, he's managed to secure a specific permit with Sona and Ju's help to settle down when he needs to travel to fights, always giving advance notice of the dates. And today just happened to be the occasion. Kazama announced his second fight and used his leave to notify his absence later for his preparation. They arranged the days and times he would skip this week, but his training would begin on Sunday. And that brings us now. Bam. Oog. The brown-haired boy received a hook to the solar plexus, leaving an opening in his guard, forcing him to step back as he needed to catch his breath. His opponent, a black-haired man, moved forward so as not to interrupt his rhythm, but Issei read his movements and used his waist to avoid direct blows. His opponent was not liking the fact that a rookie was avoiding every blow he received. He's more annoying than I imagined, thought the grumpy brunette, trying to connect across after using a shuffle closing distance and sending a quick 1-2 combo. Moving his head, making the jab cut the air, annoying his attacker more and more with the familiarity with which he predicted his blows. At one point Issei countered upon seeing the opening present in his attack. Oog. Using a hook as a counter inside his guard, connecting on his jaw. Regaining the rhythm of the fight, the brunette attacked from below the guard directly to the exposed liver, using his hip to enhance the blow. Issei connects a good counter after being forced to stay on the defensive. The commentator exclaimed excitedly to the stands. Hitting the target, causing him to take a short step back and remain crouched, trying to calm the pain by catching his breath. The black-haired man raised his guard to cover his face from the consecutive blows. Hook, jab, cross and repeat. He couldn't respond until his breathing calmed down. He would lose air quickly and wouldn't be able to keep up. But he didn't prevent an upper to the abdomen after 2 crosses to his guard. He opened his mouth to let out the air that was squeezing in his mouth, almost dropping his mouthguard. But that didn't stop him from falling to his knees, feeling like his body weighed more than normal at that moment. After reversing the roles, now he not only returned the blows, but also managed to knock him down. The euphoric cry encouraged the audience as well upon seeing this curious rookie. "Come on boy, come on." The coach encouraged the dark-haired boy to recover, with the referee counting the time, until regaining his composure he stood up. That's it. Receiving an affirmation from the referee, he continued. But after the sound of the bell, he stopped them in their tracks, making them return to their corners. Issei was attended to by Kazama along with the assistant, checking the boy's care and drinking water. "You're doing well, kid," seeing that his attention was good and he was wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Thanks, old man," spitting the water into a bowl. "Anything worth mentioning?" Well, he will have a record of 15 fights and 13 of them won, but beyond the experience gained with it I have not noticed anything remarkable. Looking sideways at the brunette in the other corner, while he was arguing with his trainer, it seems that he does not like the fact that he is doing so well in the 2 round that it already passed, but as far as I know, his point of decline starts after the 3 round. It seems that he has a limit in his resistance. He won't get past 3 or 4 round because of his lack of stamina. Understanding what was said, he prepared to return. Seconds out. The referee announced. Then finish it, he said to him as he left the ring. Well, the boy stood up and the bench was removed. But the bell Issei wasted no time and advanced like a locomotive forward, quickly closing the distance, taking the black-haired man by surprise, who regained his guard, but receiving a cross to the face that sends him back with a few steps and followed by a left hook that forces him to straighten his body. Issei attacks with a powerful combination plus an impressive burst of speed. The dark-haired man, still dizzy with his blurred vision, saw a blow that would make him worse, so he raised his guard, but he felt the force applied and made his feet slide on the ring mat. He was surprised by the blow he almost received, but he didn't let it intimidate him, so once he came to, he decided to respond with annoyance and fury to the brunette's audacity. An exchange of blows ensued between the 2 young men, but the brunette's favor was more favorable, as he exploited his opponent's lack of patience, responding to every opening his guard showed, by wearing down his sides, by punishing his ribs with consecutive blows. Performing feints with jabs and crosses that landed, but these helped to cover the body blows he was preparing, a hook to the liver, followed by an uppercut to the abdomen, moving his head to avoid a quick combination that desperately sought to connect with his jaw. The blows he managed to connect to the body began to affect his opponent's balance, and it didn't take long for the dark-haired man to begin to diminish his aggressiveness, clearly showing himself tired, maintaining his guard against the blows he received. Now things have changed completely like in the previous round. He shouted as he saw how the young man now cornered his opponent with each blow. Well, the black-haired man endured the blows, but that was what could be seen from the spectator's side. But on the fighter's side. Shit. The dark-haired man thought with frustration, his guard weakened with each blow he was punishing his arms with each blow dealt, left cross, right jab, left hook, right jab, blow after blow dealt to his guard. Issei prepared a cross that changed direction when thrown, turning it into a right uppercut that would pass under his guard, and the black-haired man, seeing that, changed his guard, crossing one of his forearms behind the joint of the Kato, forming a cross defense. Risking his exposed flank, the chestnut tree could no longer change the direction of the blow, but he didn't wait. He let out that grunt of pain as he felt the blow hit with enough force to make him raise his arms up by force. Issei tilted his body using the kinetic force stored in his body, lowering his center of gravity a little as he connected the twist of his heel, leg, waist, torso, and launched a left hook. Hua. Ag. The dark-haired man complained as he felt the muscles in his side contract in pain and felt his air go out for a moment, along with a feeling of dizziness. Pat. He had fallen to the canvas again, but this time trying to endure the sensation of sharp pain coming from his liver. Issei sends his opponent to the mat again. The commentator exclaims in surprise, being able to notice better than the other spectators the demonstration of strength by the brunette in the ring, surprised by the power he had in the blows thrown. Both the one that broke the guard and the one that hit the black-haired man's side. Well done, boy. Congratulated the gray-haired man when the bearer of a legendary dragon arrived at his corner, looking in the direction of his opponent who was still on the floor and trying to recover, but the referee's count did not stop and he could not recover his senses, even though he was stunned. Get up, damn it. Get up, kid. From the other end, the coach shouted at his fighter to get up, but he didn't get any change. 8. 9. 10. It's over. The referee signaled that he was out of the fight, approaching the brunette and taking one of his arms to lift him up, the winner. Indicating the young man as the winner of this fight. Haidu Issei delights us with this incredible opening fight, giving us a taste of what we will see today. The commentator ends the opening fight of the night, with Issei raising his arm in greeting as he retreated to his corner, with Yu telling him that they would check him out to make sure they hadn't missed any unseen damage. While the ring was being prepared for the second fight, the brunette was in the locker room with the doctor examining him with the assistance of the assistant. He doesn't seem to have any injuries, beyond the bruises from the fight, there is no significant damage. He gave his final verdict, getting up being imitated by the brunette who dressed. Thanks doc, the gray-haired man thanked him, giving the doctor room to leave, patting him on the shoulder and giving him a smile. Good fight, kid. Thanks, but it's still not a big deal, giving a smile while adjusting his shirt. Hey, you're just starting, that's true, but you're beating 2 guys who already have experience in the ring. It's something to brag about, encouraging him for his first fights, which are also important. The boy nodded enthusiastically, massaging his knuckles. He had to accumulate a certain number of fights before being able to enter the rookie tournament taking place in Tokyo, so it would be a busy week with the dates. His condition as a helper could be considered cheating in a way, but using his body's abilities wasn't cheating. It's moving fast, but I'm worried that this might start to draw too much attention from others, the man mused to himself, more concerned about external factors than internal ones at this moment. Issei could advance much faster. I'd even say he'd do it at such an easy pace that it would scare him, but that could also work against them. The more experience he accumulates, the better, but the risk was still present. The boy is a big fish, and there are plenty of greedy people who will get your weight in gold. Although poor idiot who makes him angry, he thought with a nervous smile because he knew well the strength the boy had. Sunday at noon. The brown-haired boy was copying the notes and theories into his notebook, trying to do it as quickly as possible, so he could do the homework they were assigned and rest at night. He gave a tired sigh. He had been doing this since morning, and his hand was starting to hurt. I'll win a pencil in endurance. That's funny when I think about it, a female voice came from behind him. Looking over his shoulder, he noticed a man with completely blue hair and a container in one of his hands. I thought I told you that studying isn't my thing, Yura, he said, turning his gaze back to his notebooks as he continued copying. They were currently in the girl's apartment, located in the center of Kuo City. She preferred to have her own space away from others, she called it, the hour dedicated just to me. Cupcake. I told you not to call me that, he said, dismayed, looking at her and noticing that she had extended her right hand with said dessert. Oh. Yes, thank you, accepting and eating calmly. Sometimes I wonder if you're an idiot or you're just pretending watching me copy it's with a V. Thanks and buck you, he answered sincerely. When they both spoke, a kind of pleasant atmosphere arose between the two, strange but curious. At the answer he received, he smiled maliciously. What if you screw me instead? Resting his chin on his skillful hand. GGGGHHM. He had choked with the answer given, hitting his chest to make the cake go down. The girl saw this and massaged his back in circles. Cough. 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 It took him a while to calm down, and the girl brought him a glass of water so he could get through the bad moment. Odd cough, what a bad prayer you chose, cough, he answered, wiping his mouth after that. I didn't think you would react like that, you are a pervert after all, Curious still rubbing his back. I'm a pervert, I don't guess women, I replied to her answer, earning a laugh from the girl who corrected some spelling mistakes. After all, it's also been a while since I played a pervert, and I'm also a pervert but a gentleman. As far as I remember, you didn't act like such a gentleman, I replied with a sly smile. One thing is what I say, another very different thing is that I do it, he finished his sentence with a frown as he finished copying the last part. Finally. Good. Now for the history. He said, bringing over some folders with the project title on them. Issei just stared blankly as a shadow covered his eyes. Standing like that for a few moments before getting up, he walked over to the window, opened it, and… Hey. The girl grabbed the brown-haired boy by the waist to prevent him from jumping out of the window. Nothing would happen, but it would be very strange for a boy to jump from a fourth floor and not die. A while passed while the girl helped him finish the project. In case you don't get it yet, they are also third-year classmates. Don't exaggerate so much, idiot, I replied to his attitude. It's easy for you to say, taking a sip of juice with his gaze off into space, as if he were seeing death itself. Dramatic, said the girl gracefully, and then took a sip of her juice as well. And how did it go? Her mistress had told them about the brown-haired boy's new hobby. The last time we heard from you was 4 days ago. Honestly, things are going pretty well and I'll have another fight this week. Hopefully I'll be able to accumulate a certain number of fights and be able to enter the rookie tournament this year, which will take place between September and October, the young man clarified, looking at the girl with a smile that was reciprocated. And possibly all one encouraged by the idea. I would like to see you in a fight, but today we enter stages of tasks and tests. She showed longing in her words. How will you do to accomplish them? I'll manage, don't worry. And Gasper? How is he? I asked curiously. Well, apart from the fact that he's recently gained popularity with girls, let's just say that lately he takes out his frustration in practice, remembering the times she makes him practice sparring. She honestly doesn't know why that reaction, but she gets an idea by remembering 3 idiots. That reminds me that I saw him with several first-year students. I think they wanted to eat him or break him. If the nail and tooth marks mean anything at that moment, they both felt sorry for the little blonde. Sometimes women are not easy, and Yura is a woman and she thinks the same. They let out a small laugh as they imagined the situation, cruel but funny to tell the truth. A little while later, the two were in the small living room of the place, watching an anime on Tsubasa's laptop, both on the couch leaning back to back with only the noise coming through the speakers. Both seemed very comfortable with the presence of another. I thought they had cancelled after the complaints they filed, Issei added when he saw how a certain shy little angel refused a request of a man and a boy. Do you think we care about that? The girl asked sarcastically while eating a chocolate bar. Hey, you're right, he smiled with amusement. The two ended up watching how the poor angel boy ended up getting tangled up in a compromising situation because of his two friends. This won't end well, right? Nope, a smile crossed his lips. I imagined it. The girl glanced at the brown-haired man, her relaxed and amused expression a relief to the girl. I'm glad you're better, he said softly but clearly to the brunette. What do you mean? The boy asked, but knowing full well what he meant. You know, after that she looked somewhat depressed. It's okay to mention what happened, the truth is I also owe you a lot for helping me, he was sincere with a small smile. Well, I didn't want to touch on the subject because it was something delicate to talk about, showing a more nervous side, something strange, but that made her look pretty in the eyes of the young man who couldn't avoid a pink tint on her cheeks. It doesn't affect me anymore, well, not as much as before, his slight stumble when speaking being noticeable, but sounding confident in his statement, so don't worry when touching on that subject. I know it just doesn't seem right to me, that's all, she said softly as she brushed the boy's hand with her fingers, but then retracted it, but this action didn't go unnoticed. Feeling a small shudder at the touch of his companion, but it turned out to be pleasant. He had interacted a lot with the girls of the student council, almost as if he were part of their entourage, and they made him feel good, he felt at home when he was with them. The warmth that calmed him greatly and helped him grow closer. A genuine smile spread across his face. He truly owed them as much as he did the others. After a few hours, the boy was already preparing to leave and return home, standing at the door of the apartment with the girl by his side. Both had spent a peaceful and quite comfortable time. Thanks again for helping me with my homework, Yura. Once again I'm sorry for the inconvenience, showing sincerity. You don't have to thank me, it was actually nice spending time with you, you know. You've changed over time, she spoke with a smile and touching on a topic that caught the boy's attention at first, not much to tell the truth, but now you look different, showing a cheerful smile along with a small red tone on her cheeks. Well, I feel different, I look different, I affirm with a small smile looking at the girl. I think I'm different now, haha, that sounded weird. Yes, and a lot, haha, a time between friends. It's been a while since they felt like this, both of them to be exact, calmer and without much bothering them. If you need help with your homework, you know who to call. I'll keep that in mind, thanks Yura. You're welcome, and one more thing, she approached when the boy was on the other side of the door. Ju. She quickly placed a kiss on his cheek, who was stunned for a moment, and before he realized it, she had already closed the door, but he could see how she gave him a smile before he stopped looking at her. As she gave a small smile, it seemed something similar to what happened with Sona, but this one felt nicer, and the same went for the young woman who acted in a more feminine way, as the other girls would say. She heard him walk away after a few seconds. She smiled with a blush adorning her cheeks. She had already said that she liked boys who got their hands dirty in the fighting sense, but she admitted that she really liked the calmer side. I guess that side isn't bad, finishing shutting down his laptop to take a break. But the chestnut the next day. Paf. 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 We see how the boy was using some mittens that you used to practice hitting, only now he was the one doing it to teach his cowhide. Come on, Gasper. Try to go faster. He encouraged, prioritizing the blond boy to find his rhythm as his intensity increased. Hi. Beads of sweat could be seen on the skin of the youngest boy present. They had been practicing for a while, testing their endurance. During this time Vlady had gained more muscle due to the training and exercises that the gray-haired man had given him. Despite that, he still had that shy personality in public, so they continued to bother him. Only in these moments was when he could change a little and let off steam by training as much or more than his senpai. For Issei, it was obvious that after all the blows they landed on his gloves managed to shake his hands, they had advanced quickly, adding blows on their part so that he could learn to dodge, but it was more difficult for him to react due to the fact that he was not a hand-to-hand fighter. Also, by building more muscle, his body needed to have the stamina necessary to progress to the other exercises. The months had been good for both of them, and they would soon be able to double their training, which was quite positive, especially since the brunette would soon have another fight. He had already trained in the early afternoon after leaving the academy, now after resting he was in charge of training his young Padawan. Paf. 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 Gasper threw a left hook after advancing with a right jab, each blow impacting the mitts with a quite noticeable increase in speed. Even the force he displayed was greater than before. The brunette readjusted himself to the sides, forcing the little one to readjust and find his balance. He also responded with blows with the necessary speed so that he could see them coming. Of course, sometimes he couldn't do it, but his reaction speed was increasing and he paid more attention to his reduced field of vision, anticipating certain blows. Below the ring were Kiba and Marcus, both smiling. The blonde was slowly and surely improving, although he seemed to be doing so at an ever-increasing speed. The dwarf seems to be improving non-stop, the Raven expressed, noticing how his colleague made sure to keep his youngest member in constant movement. It was not excessive, but he made sure to keep him attentive. It may have only been a few months, but I have really grown to like him. That's right, Gasper. At first he might seem like someone curious, obviously a soft way of saying strange, to which the worker just laughed a little, but when you really get to know him, you know he's someone good and trustworthy. Preparing a towel and some water for a tired lady. Both of them went up to the ring to assist both boys, while Kiba attended to his kohai. Our friend talked with his work friend. Will the old man be away for a while? I ask after thanking him for the water. It seems that he and Carly have some business to discuss, remembering when they both said goodbye to them and the green-haired man at the train station with his friend. I guess we won't see him for a while. Should I leave someone in charge? He asked, taking another sip of water, but saw a smile appear on his face, a very mocking one that worried a brown-haired boy. He pointed at himself with his thumb. You're looking at your interim boss. I'll make you work properly so you're ready for the fight. At that statement he withdrew to also warn the little blonde boy. Why do I have the feeling that this has to do with that painting I never paid for? A very shaky smile plus the sweat showed his mood. It will be a few tiring days. Arc 2. Rise of the Dragon Chapter 3. Beginning of the battle. Friday night. At the Karakuan Pavilion, an opening fight was taking place before Issei had to enter the ring, being the second fight of the night. This one was in the locker room with Gasper and Javier. The blonde was helping him warm up without strong blows, more to loosen the muscles, so as not to enter so cold. Marcus is already taking too long, looking towards the door waiting for some sign of life. Both the brown-haired boy and the little one stopped to look at him. Calm down, it will come, don't worry, showing himself quite calm, telling Gasper that he could stop now. Besides, what is so important that you are so impatient? That's the problem. I don't know. Both boys looked at him, sweating profusely. Hey. He was the one who was in a hurry, and now he can't arrive. Don't blame me, he defended himself. Changing the subject, what about the others? The brown-haired man asked his friend. As you know, 2 are out. Unryu for some reason took part of the team without telling us anything, and Kazama-san was called by Meisha-san to help him with preparations for the rookie tournament, explained the green-haired man to his partner. Just then the door opened to reveal a certain raven-haired man with unruly locks, carrying with him a strange package. I'm here. He announced with a smile. Where the hell were you? The green-haired man asked with a frown. Calm down, this was important. Taking off the lid of the small package, Issei, you like this, a special gift from the boss. A mocking smile appeared on his face, which was imitated by Javier when he saw the gift. He just wants to use me as a promotional poster. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Next up is the second fight of this Saturday night. The announcer exclaimed after a few minutes after the first fight ended. Hayato Issei will be performing again today. A young man who has been surprising us with so few fights on his list. The boys waited for his entrance. The little blonde boy adjusted his senpai's gloves tightly. Are you okay? I asked him as he grabbed a bucket of water and ice, as well as a first aid kit to treat the chestnut superficial wounds. Yes, thanks for that. Gasper, a smile affirmed the thanks. Looking back at the stage, I still find it hard to believe that they offered us a fight with someone who has a record of 30 fights. Even if there are 30 fights, 10 of these he lost by the judge's decision, explained the dark-haired man looking towards the other end. Being able to notice his opponents, that tells us that his technique is not the best of all, but he won the others by KO. That indicates that he has enough strength. Looking at his friend and colleague, I know you don't like to be told anything, but be careful. Issei just nodded because his senses told him that this guy was different. You're not wrong, you know. Drake's voice was heard in his head. Until you woke up again, he said with a small smile. I thought you'd spend all your time sleeping until the rookie tournament started. That was because they didn't give me a script until now, as if it were a wiki. He sounded annoyed and looking up. What are you what? I asked, confused. Nothing, forget it. Focusing on the man who would be the opponent of its bearer. That man is a lycanthrope, so don't be too confident, said the legendary dragon seriously. Werewolf? He asked, somewhat surprised. It was the first time he had met or at least known about these, although, if there were vampires he supposed there had to be one of them too. There are types of lycanthropes, Issei. It doesn't have to be a werewolf. I emphasized that detail. Well, the presenter introduced the brown-haired man and gave them the signal to enter the ring. He was wearing a towel on his shoulders, with the red gloves corresponding to his corner and some red-black shorts, with black as a base, and a red line on the sides that connected the waist with the sleeves at the end. At the end of the right sleeve you could see the logo and name of the store. This guy is a tiger, man, warned the mythological being. Should I be worried? He mused as he listened to his opponent's presentation. Don't get arrogant, that guy in your current state could leave you lying on the floor. His voice turned mocking. The suppression seals did their job, leaving him with only a fraction of their strength. Well, sounds fun. A small smile appeared on his lips. He couldn't help but feel excited. Now a man who has shown us his strength in the ring. Someone who has proven to earn his deserved place in his professional path. The man walked confidently to the ring while continuing his introduction. Let's give Ruud Androvich his well-deserved welcome. The man entered, raising his arm in greeting. His black robe covered his face, but a goatee and a smile were visible. The crowd excitedly cheered the wrestler's entrance. Once inside the ring, he removed his cape, revealing a grown-up yet serene face with a calm smile, a well-built figure, and orange shorts with black details. To clarify, the guy is handsome with short hair and a small beard. At the referee's signal, both approached the center of the ring. The man was about half a head taller than the brunette, but they both looked at each other competitively. I want a fair fight between the two of you, avoid low blows and respect your opponent, is that clear? Looking at the two who nodded knocked gloves. Both made a friendly clash. They told me a lot about you, the light-haired man spoke to him during the brief moment they were close, his foreign accent was noticeable. I hope I can have a good fight with you, boy. With a defiant smile, he ended his one-way conversation. The brown-haired man just nodded and smiled in the same way before retreating to his corner. Okay Issei, you know, hands up and guard, fixed gaze and squeeze your buttocks, he said with a smile, encouraging his friend, who looked at him strangely before the referee gave the signal to go out to fight. Are you both ready? He received a silence in response, but his affirmation was reflected in his gaze. Good fight. At the sound of the bell, both approached to clash fists before moving away, and the Issei man first threw a cross, much faster than the two previous opponents. He was forced to lean his body out of his guard, sending a right hook from a rather awkward position. But the man quickly brought his arm back to cover his side, making the impact loud and audible. He adjusted his feet to regain his balance, lashing out with a left cross towards the man's face, but the man put together a cross guard close to his face. The ash-haired boy felt that even in that awkward position the power was good, which gave the brunette time to move away and regain his stance. Quickly closing the distance to attack his opponent with a jab and cross quickly followed by a hook, but he didn't expect a counter after the boy did the same when he dodged his first attack, he expected a hook, but his chin received a hook adapted to his position, but assimilating to an uppercut. That stunned him, leaving him defenseless to receive a combo of quick blows, jab and cross rained down on his body, but he covered himself to launch a counter in the form of a left cross in response to a right jab that connected to the young man's face. Ho! Connecting directly to his chin, causing Issei's head to spin sharply, demonstrating his strength, causing his brain to move violently, stunning him. Shit, that blow made him quite dizzy, but he was able to react to the hook that was going to hit his side, covering himself in time, but even so, he felt the force that didn't diminish, and the pain ran through his arm from the force he applied. He had to perform a shuffle backwards to cushion the damage to his arm, but it didn't stop him from feeling how numb it was. We've barely started and these two are already going all out. The commentator presenter was hurt in surprise, he was expecting something really interesting from these two, but they started off quite strongly. Issei showed his great balance to throw punches from that awkward position, but Androvich showed surprising physical strength and speed. The exchange between the two boxers continued, but this time it was clear that the man in orange shorts was winning in terms of pushing, but the young man in black shorts didn't make it easy for him, responding in kind, stopping him with his counterattacks, and dominating him for a brief period of time. The exchange was seen by the raven-haired, the green-haired and the blonde who wore a long shirt with the kanji of seconds. Watching the movements of the Issei, Gasper watched the fight nervously. It was really different from the ones Issei had had before. This guy not only managed to respond better, but also keep his senpai at bay, so that he wouldn't do what he wanted in the fight. That guy is not only strong, for his size he is fast. The man launched a flurry of blows that his friend blocked with a strong defense to enter the exchange with a counter, but quickly responded with one of his own by the attacker, but in doing so, he left a space free for Issei to move away quickly and resume the fight. Despite what I told him, it will be difficult to avoid a damn blow from that guy. He opens his guard a lot. This caught Marcus's attention, who looked at him confused. When he throws a punch, he pulls that side of his body back, leaving his guard open, but he has to hit right at that moment. He emphasized that point, but it was barely noticeable due to his speed. Well, that's important, you have a good eye. Gasper Javier smiled, patting the young man in his charge on the back. He looked at the screen with the clock. Get ready, it's our turn. The sound of the bell announces the end of the first round, and the two boxers stop just before throwing another punch and return to their corners, both letting out a sigh as they sit down on their stools. Marcus and Gasper entered the ring, while the green-haired man handed them everything they needed, staying attentive to any request. Issei sighed, more relieved once his mouthguard was removed, and he drank some water. How are you doing? I asked from outside, seeing a small smile on his friend's face. It's really strong and he hasn't used it all yet, he said as he took and spat out the water from his second breath. Listen, Gasper noticed something that might interest you. The dark-haired man checked his response from his eyes and if he had received much punishment. The young boxer looked at his kohai waiting for him to speak. Maybe it's not much, but I noticed that when attacking with his crosser hooks, unlike you, he throws his whole body back, I explained, giving him the water and a bucket to drink and clean his mouth. He prepares them at the moment you dodge, so the moment is almost invisible, but it's there. I see, taking that into account, it will be somewhat difficult, but if I manage to find the moment I can attack. He smiled at his good friend. Thanks for that, Gasper. The boy with his delicate features smiled with a light pink on his cheeks. Is it me or is it blowing? The three of them wondered when they saw it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner, a conversation of its own was taking place. What do you think? Asked a man's trainer, someone whose age was noticeable. Not bad, that boy is good spitting the water into the bucket, but I look seriously, but it still seems like he's saving something. Something worrying you? The man asked, but he just smiled. Not really, it's just that there's still more to show from the fight, and I hope that boy gives his all. He smiled aggressively, showing his pronounced fangs. Why shouldn't I limit myself now? Seconds out. The referee announced. But that said, the seconds left and both fighters approached the center again, waiting for the bell. Without waiting any longer, both began to exchange blows, but both sought distance to gain more momentum to attack. The bell barely rang and they were already kicking each other in the ass. No one could deny that rather accurate comment. Rude had become more aggressive in his attacks, and the brunette could feel it very well with a strong fighting instinct emanating from the man. He felt much smaller than he was in front of this guy, and for some reason his body trembled. From the excitement, knowing this guy was much stronger than he expected, one of his blows landed in his solar plexus, nearly knocking the wind out of him if it hadn't been for his reflexes that allowed him to block in time. But he could still feel the air trying to leave him. He stepped back, but the sleazy man's insistent onslaught didn't give him time to recover. Hovering himself from a constant barrage of blows seeking to connect with his head, an uppercut slipped under his guard and he couldn't see it until it was too late. Bomb. A powerful blow connected with his jaw, causing his head to fall back. What? Her vision blurred for a moment, her body falling backward. Aibu? Huh. The scream in his head from his friend brought him back to consciousness. Planting his right foot behind him, he pushed to keep his balance, together with his back that helped in the push by tensing and bending to the right together with a turn of his ankles. For the spectators, it was as if Kitano had been looking for an opportunity by allowing himself to be hit. For he took the man by surprise with an overhand. It goes straight over his guard, but still has its purpose of being a blow that filters over it, with his left hand that connects violently against his temple, making the adult also stagger for a moment while his head also shakes, having relaxed his posture before that blow. This is incredible, gentlemen. It seemed like Issei had fallen with that devastating blow to his jaw. But no. The narrator was as surprised as the audience that applauded that unexpected move by the brown-haired man. Issei looked for the opportunity to come back with an overhand from that uncomfortable position, and now both of them are stunned at this moment. The words given reflected what everyone was thinking at that moment. In the blue corner, the attendees were surprised that the boy managed to remain conscious after that blow. I was right, that boy is stronger than he looks, reflected his coach looking at the young boxer. You are wrong. The green eyes of Issei's partner watched the fight nervously. The youngest of them looked at him, but Marcus kept looking towards the ring. Issei lost consciousness just a few minutes ago. He miraculously regained it at that moment and acted improvised. The concern was noticeable in his voice, but he still maintained confidence in his friend. But even for him, facing a guy who has a year and a half of experience is too much for an amateur, even if it's Issei. In the ring, the Sekiryuutei felt a certain moisture on his lip and a familiar iron taste in his mouth. Well, I couldn't have expected to get out of that truck crash unscathed. He wiped his lip with the wristbands of his gloves. For his part, Androvich recovered from his brief daze, but he still felt his head ringing, to be more exact, in his ear. He managed to hit me near the eardrum. After a few seconds he recovered his hearing, and the buzzing stopped. That wasn't his intention, but he connected it by accident. I'm glad it happened that way. Now with the chestnut recovered, he kept his distance. If it had been lower, I would have fallen to the floor before they continued the fight. Stop. To your corners. The referee sent them both to their places. Both of them returned calmly, but knowing better than to be careful. In the blue, noticing that he was moving slightly towards the affected area, his coach realized what he was asking of him and cautiously checked his boxer's right ear. Are you okay? Can you hear me? I asked, somewhat nervously. Yes, calm down, I can still hear you, he said with confidence in his words. But that blow was dangerous. Even feeling slight twinges, it got interesting. In the red corner, Gasper and Javier prepared water with a painkiller to treat the bleeding. That hit really hurts, touching his chin that had turned a little purple from the blow he had received, passing the water with the medicine to prevent him from having a serious wound inside his mouth, then spitting it into the bucket. It had a strange taste, but he no longer felt as much discomfort and a little ointment on his lip where it was bleeding. The ice once in hand, he placed it on his jaw to prevent the blow from getting ugly. Damn, that guy is really dangerous, making sure the wounds were as good as possible, huh? The bruise had healed well for the short time that had passed since the minute of rest. Relax, I'm still as tough as a fighter should be smiling a little before using the protector again. It's no use hitting hard if you can't take it back. Yes, but your body is still damaged, and that can affect it. Removing the things from the ring at the referee's signal. You're human, as surprising as it may be, your safety is a priority so you can continue leaving, but not before patting him on the shoulder. Now, go out and kick his ass. He just smiled in response as he stood up. The third round is approaching with the sound of the bell. Once again the excitement could be felt in the pavilion. Once again they resumed the fight for these two boxers. Issei and Rude again went to the center waiting for the referee's signal. Both of you ready? Receiving an affirmation from both of them. Good fight. As soon as he moved away from the middle, both of them resumed their exchange of blows. At the Haidu mansion. This has to be a joke. The Redeed was worried after receiving a formal letter from her brother's wife. It was a challenge to her and her nobility by the new heir of the House Astereth. After knowing that Diodora was part of Kao's brigade and his death at the hands of Shalba, a new heir was quickly sought away from the main family. And in my current situation, this is bad. She brought her nail to her mouth in concern. Things were not entirely well in her nobility after that night, despite the time things still had not been fixed. Rias, her sister-in-law's voice caught her attention quickly. She looked with some concern at the girl she saw as her little sister. What will you do? She looked at the letter again. She didn't know if Issei would accept just out of obligation, but she was more than sure that he wouldn't obey any order given by her, and the internal relationship would be very rough. We will accept, she finished. Are you sure? No one will judge you if you decline. You are not in a good position currently. Intimately, Grafia knew about the small altercation that occurred between her pawn and the other female members. I know things went bad between both houses since the last raiding game. If I reject the request, it would seem as if the house was resentful towards them for what happened with Diodora. They have nothing to do with the decisions of that idiot. She looked annoyed, remembering the smile that was more fake than a natural catwalk model, how he tried to take his bishop, his little sister, and how he almost soiled her with his filthy hands. Now that he thought about it, he thought he had seen this girl's boyfriend trying to flirt with other first and second year girls. His noticeable frown deepened. And what happens between us, I will solve it. Despite his words, the maid could notice a little nerves in his words, and insecurity was seen in his gaze, to which she only sighed knowing that he could not convince her. He was very similar to her brother husband in that aspect. As you wish, Oju-sama. He had already tried before when trying to convince her. He wouldn't try again and waste time. Does he know? No, Zersich-sama has been busy with political matters between Heaven and Gregory. Now with this he will have extra work, but I am sure he will be more than happy to do it, she explained more calmly. After giving him a small hug as a farewell, she left the place. Once her sister-in-law left, Rias sighed and looked at her bishop and her blue-haired knight, who had appeared after the arrival of the Platinum Woman at the request of her king. This weekend we will prepare things to be ready. Standing firm before his servants, before breathing calmly, this will be like a resumption of the unfinished game that was left during the meeting of the heirs of the houses. Receiving an affirmation from the two girls present, you may now leave. Once alone, I look at the letter again, with the name of the current heir to House Astereth. Nero Astereth. Arc 2. Rise of the Dragon Chapter 4. The Beasts and the Raiding Game. Come on, we'll be late, Yura. We're late, Masami. There's no point in shouting so much. Two young men entered the pavilion and due to the delay in their homework, they ended up arriving late for the start of Issei's fight. As the blue-haired girl knew about the brown-haired girl's situation and his recent help with her missed subjects, she bought a ticket to go see her friend, but when she did, the blonde had already entered, and seeing what her partner was doing, she asked her to buy her a ticket too. I know, but we still have time for round 3. So stop yelling and let's go in. Upon entering the venue, they were surprised to see a large crowd. They looked for their seats or found an empty one to watch the fight. For some reason, they noticed their golden-haired friend was nervous. Masami, is something wrong? Huh? And it's not just that, it's somewhat surprising that Issei-kun would dedicate himself to this after what happened. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy for him, but I wish he'd warned me about this. The young Bishonen looked at her colleague with sympathy. In a certain way she felt similar because not long ago she also found out about that fact. With a soft pat she told him that he should relax. They were about to see his friend fight to enter the state rookie championship. With a smile she thanked the gesture and encouraged herself to see the fight that would resume shortly. Wow girls, I didn't expect to see you here. Familiar voices caught her attention and when she turned her gaze she noticed 3 of her friends. Kiryu, Kadis and Murayama. What? Maybe you? We came to see Issei, well at least Kiryu and I. The young lady didn't want to be alone, so she accompanied us. Of course she had to pay the entrance fee. Of the 3, it was the brunette who kept her gaze on the ring and ignored what her friends were saying. With a little tug, they brought her to an empty seat. It turned out that they saw the mentor and thought it was a good idea to be all together. Things started off relatively calmly on both sides, but in the second round they started to take it more seriously. Giving only a brief detail of the 2 rounds in which the girls analyzed the brown-haired and albino, both noticed a peculiar aura in the man in the visiting corner and deduced that this person was not exactly an ordinary human. This worried Tsubasa a little, who knew of the restrictions that the brown-haired man placed on himself for this sport. He clenched his fist with concern. The third round began with the bell ringing in the stadium, and when the referee signaled to start, he quickly withdrew so as not to end it in the middle of the exchange that occurred as soon as both fighters reached the center. Issei lashed out with hooks to both the head and body, landing on the Russian's guard. The Russian responded with his own combinations to the body, seeking to knock him off his guard. A series of jabs were placed on his guard, causing him to shudder and retreat slowly, thanks to the 1-2 combination that hit his defense squarely. But an aggressive start route begins to take advantage in this third round. The guard of the young local is shaken by the fists of the foreigner. Issei was slowly backing away, maintaining his defense against those strong blows. At one point the gray-haired boy released his fists once he had the required distance, preparing a hook or rather an overhand with his right hand. At this, the brown-haired boy advanced, closing the distance, pushing with his shoulder towards his opponent's right arm, who was surprised by this but threw the blow. However, the force was reduced and the young man's forearm blocked to cushion the damage. But it was also the moment when the Ashen hair distorted his expression a little when he felt a strong blow to his abdomen, straight to the pit of his stomach that rumbled to his back. Issei negates his opponent's right hand, preventing him from gaining momentum and planting a strong upper body strike. With a shuffle, he stepped away to quickly throw his left cross, which cut through the wind as he briefly shifted his stance to increase his power, connecting with the Ashen-haired man's jaw, but the brunette felt his punch not quite connecting. The man managed to rotate his head and throw a left counter, an uppercut that went for the jaw. Bang. The clean hit. No. You can see how the brunette used his right hand to block the blow, narrowly avoiding a lethal blow, while a light steam evaporates from his gloves. He manages to cover himself with his guard at the last moment. The stands let out a gasp of surprise. The girls who saw this were shocked by the brunette's speed and strength. Murayama remembered the time Issei intervened when those bullies tried to attack, but now she could see that his strength was much greater than that one occasion. On the other hand, Yura and Masami watched this with clear excitement. They had already fought the brunette once, but this time it was very different. Not only was he instinctive, but he also possessed technique. Both fighters looked at each other once more, their gazes had a perpetual fire, now they knew better of the other's strength. Those blows are really heavy, it does honor to his werewolf race. Tiger men are the strongest in their category, among the metamorphs they are at the top of the food scale. Good to know, let's see which is stronger, a cat or a lizard. For his part, the man kept his distance, moving gently alongside the brunette. His chin could still feel the throbbing and burning from the blow he had received a few moments earlier. This guy is stronger than he looks, you were really saving that strength for later, huh? A small smile appeared behind the glove covering his jaw, excited, and he launched himself forward with a series of quick jabs, punishing his guard, seeking to advance or push him back. Hooking a combination with more force, Issei wasn't going to be left alone on the defensive, so he began to throw offensive counters that soon transformed into an exchange of blows that both managed to avoid or block. Both have started a powerful exchange of blows, but it seems that Root's blows are making Issei retreat. The Russian was pushing our friend back with each blow, with distance and rhythm on his side. He launched a right hook cutting through the air because Issei dodged by lowering his body and entering from below to the outside with a right hook to the abdomen. He hit again, making him feel the weight of that blow, making him retreat. Now he must recover his air with the brown-haired man going on the offensive. Keep your guard up and don't throw any more root hooks. You're leaving yourself open to a counter. I know, damn it. With the brown-haired man punishing his guard, he was forced to advance even under the rain of blows. If he closed the distance and threw his uppercut, he could give him an opening to look for that KO blow. Squeezing his right hand firmly. I didn't want to use this so soon, but I can't take any chances now. Androvich goes forward to try to cut Haidu's rhythm, but he reacts and retreats to maintain distance, throwing left jabs to keep him at bay. The 3 punches launched at high speed shake his guard, but he continues forward preparing his punch-a hook. I have it. Issei was about to launch a counterattack, but something happened the moment they both launched the attack just seconds apart. Hit. Hit. Then the brunette's head twisted to one side and then up. He could almost feel his neck muscles tense suddenly when he realized he was looking towards the crowd, but everyone was facing sideways. 1. The referee starts the count once Issei touches the ground with his whole body. Senpai. What happened? Both Gasper and Javier didn't see what happened, but Marcus remained calm and even frowned. As the latter, he had also studied the fights he had had throughout his 8-year career and could distinguish a characteristic combination that this guy used throughout his professional career. So that's his special stroke. The crowd was shocked, but many were wondering what happened at that moment. From one moment to the next, the young man was knocked out. What happened? I couldn't even see anything. The eternal kendo friends were stunned by the man's display, they could not see when he struck, contrary to them the other 3 girls looked at this with surprise. That speed is incredible. Only Yura managed to put together the words she wanted to say at that moment, but as soon as she said them her partner reacted. What are you doing, Issei? Get up, that's not enough to throw you down. But they already threw him to the ground. The referee continued the count. Issei had recovered and was on his knees, catching his lost breath. He didn't see that blow coming, which really surprised him. His head was still rumbling, but it calmed down little by little, as did his neck. That was his signal to get up from the ground and raise his guard. The referee verified that he was fit to fight and resumed the fight. He got up easily, his neck is really hard. Issei gets up to continue the fight. It seems he can withstand that cannon shot he received. The young women looked relieved and the blonde shouted to support her friend. Both prepared and attacked each other, a right cross from the brunette grazed the Russian's cheek, who responded with a left uppercut, with a backward movement he prevented it from connecting, and gave him space to throw a left hook to the body that was neutralized with a quick downward blow, allowing him to enter with a counter overhand that connected to the temple. The young man's head whipped around from the impact, but this also allowed him to throw a hook to the ribs, following the direction of the blow, hitting squarely and making the albino grunt in pain. They both backed away, catching their breath, and prepared an uppercut and a cross. The bell ended the 3rd round. Stop. To your corners. The referee stepped in to separate them, and they both returned to their spot where they were waiting for their seconds. As soon as he reached his spot, the boy let out a small complaining sigh. That blow really shook him. Is senpai okay? Don't worry, I'm just stunned, but he already showed me his best shot. The green-haired boy glanced at the opposite corner, feeling nervous seeing that guy. He doesn't seem too affected by your blows. You're not wrong, but to say that it doesn't damage him would be to exaggerate his resilience. Otherwise he wouldn't have shown you his hidden card. Marcus interrupted them by checking her reflexes and giving her water. So that's your special move. A small movement of his head confirmed the question. Dual cannon turned out to be faster than I thought, and it also shows up much sooner than usual or expected, it really takes you seriously, Issei. The hazel eyes fixed on his opponent who also looked at him attentively, neither hesitated to stand firm. There were shouts and encouragement from both sides in the stands, but a certain brunette became a little worried when she saw the boy who saved her fall. I never thought I'd see Issei stepping into the ring and me supporting him from the stands. With a certain grace the pink-haired girl spoke, causing more than one to give a rather curious smile, since they really never thought that would happen. But that guy is also very strong, not only because he is bigger and has more experience. For the first time that night and amidst the hustle and bustle, Murayama expressed his point of view with concern, something that no one could deny. That kid really surprised me, not many would handle your dual cannon that well. The man's trainer glanced at the brunette, surprised that he stood up so well after that combination. He's not a child. He turned his gaze back to his boxer. He is a man, the weight of his fist shows it. With a stoic expression his coach looked towards the brown-haired boy, his coach seemed to be advising him as he looked in his direction, or rather, towards Androvich who didn't look away either. I guess all that's left is to find the knockout as soon as possible. Seconds out. With the referee's announcement both corners cleared with only the boxers in them, the ash-haired man marched to the center of the ring. He won't fall for the same trick twice, and I doubt he'll remain as passive as he was in the previous 3 rounds. I know, that's why I'll go straight ahead. They both walked to the center and their gazes collided once more, their guards up. The touch started the shot of the 4th round. Brute lunged with his body downwards, arriving quickly towards the front of the brown-haired man, with a fierce right cross launched in a peculiar way like a claw. His opponent had to react quickly, almost hitting his face, had he not moved out of his guard. The blow created a current of air that surprised the brown-haired man, his style suddenly changed, supporting his right leg firmly turning towards the direction of the young man and preparing his hook, but this one was faster than the previous ones, in the obligation to cover himself, he strengthened his guard. Impact. DGGHHHH. Issei is sent back even with his guard up. Root's raw power is enhanced by his redirection technique. Floating a few inches off the ground and landing a few steps away from his opponent, he had unfortunately already launched himself to land a second left cross on his guard, which gave way, moving it to the side. His back hit the free corner which really surprised him. I think you already know how dangerous Tiger men are. Are you really going to tell me that now? Yes, oh, and down. An expression of frustration and confusion crossed his face. This was new to the brunette, but in a way, it was also. Haidu is cornered against a corner at the mercy of the stranger. The right-handed cross was going to hit his face, which would surely knock out the chestnut. It was fun, boy. Hit. The corner of the ring shook violently instantly, and a thunderous sound stunned the others for a moment. Even the audience did not expect such an impact. The brown-haired man had lost. There was no way he could endure something like that. Issei-senpai. It just can't be. For the crowd, it was a two-part moment, their screams echoing as if the action had stopped. Those closest to the chestnut tree were worried about what was imminent. The second part was the impact, where everyone lost sight of the top of the chestnut tree. It was over. Bang. Both the seconds, the commentators and the public were surprised to see the Russian's head shoot upwards. Androvich's head flies backward with a loud bang. The neck stiffened to avoid further damage and tried to return to its original position by relaxing its muscles for a moment. Bang. But they wouldn't make it easy for him, causing Root's head to fly back again, his now relaxed body, following the trajectory of the momentum taking him to the canvas. I hate it when the old man is right. Issei had dodged a blow that would have left his head in a disastrous mess by literally letting his legs buckle and crouching from that rather orthodox position. Thanks to the dizziness caused by the Russian, he didn't see two right uppers coming but launched in a special way, a diagonal blow without its characteristic curve movement, as if they were two jabs that were enhanced by using the corner as support. Stopping quickly again and watching as the referee started counting. Issei walked to his corner sighing in relief that certainly happened close. Issei manages to send Root to the canvas. The audience screamed with excitement as they saw how the brunette was able to counter the rival's attack, and his friends let out the breath they had been holding without even realizing it. Don't give us those idiotic scares. He did it. He threw the big guy to the canvas. Kiryu's complaint and Masami's excitement reflected their state, the surprise almost leaving them hanging in suspense. Don't sing victory, it's not over yet, look. Ira pointed to the opponent who was moving and slowly recovering. Oh come on. I guess she doesn't watch much sport, right? Not exactly. When the albino fell to the floor, Issei walked to his corner. You're welcome. Don't start, do you want to? But you owe me Ibo ha 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 ha. He stopped paying attention to what his tenant was saying for a moment and focused his attention on the boys who were preparing to serve him quickly. Senpai. Dude, that was scary. You're unharmed by a miracle. How many fingers do you see? Everyone expressed their excitement, but he just gave a hesitant smile. I'm fine, don't worry, and I see one moving from side to side. After this they noticed that the counting stopped. Looking again at the corner where the brown-haired man had previously been, they could see the gray-haired man standing again, with some blood oozing from his jaw and lip. Of course, it couldn't be that easy, right? Javier showed his displeasure, but it could be expected from that guy who had only been in the fourth round. Before they could resume their blows, they had barely gotten on guard. Your corners. The bell signaled the end of the fourth round, returning to their corners to be attended to by the seconds. Root was treated for bruises and cuts on his chin, cleaning the blood that had leaked from the wound. Are you okay? Yes, better than ever. His gaze never left the brunette, his eyes shining in a certain dangerous way that made the coach nervous. For their part, in the local corner they were doing their thing. I see you are a little upset. It's no big deal. When someone says he is nothing, it turns out that he is bothered by everything. Issei got a vein popping out of his temple at Gasper's response. The transvestite vampire turned out to be a jerk. I guess you were forced to play outside your comfort zone. Just a click was the response he received. Marcus just smiled a little mockingly. But the old man taught you that boxer, and his dodging style proved very productive. I'm still not convinced by his attitude, but that guy dodged like no one I've ever seen. At that mention, a glance from the dark-haired man was more than enough for him to understand what he wanted to say, and he didn't like it very much, to tell the truth. I hate you and the old man too. Good luck there. The break was soon over, and he felt his nerves on edge again, as usual. The frustration he felt earlier, having to fight in a different way, returned, but somehow. It excites me. A smile appeared as his eyes shone with a hunger for defiance. Do you think I can win? The brunette kendo practitioner's hesitation surprised the others. Some wondered the same thing that had happened just a few minutes earlier. Doubts about whether the young man was up to the level required for this fight. Yura was clear about one thing. He was more than capable of entering and outperforming more than half of the aspiring fighters in the tournament, so this fight had another purpose. He will win, I'm sure of that. The blonde showed her confidence in her words with a smile. But there is still a chance that the result could change. Haddis gave his perspective, as someone who has participated the most in national competitions, and he knows better than anyone how variable a fight can be with each fighter's experience. But we still must not forget that Issei is very persistent, not for nothing he always tries to spy on them. With a smile she mocked her friends who were quite embarrassed. While the three of them were arguing, the blue-haired girl took the opportunity to whisper to her friend. "Remember we beat them in the ratings game? Right. Yes, but they don't know that. But you earned her a big drop from her friend." Seconds out. As he left the ring, the foreigner's trainer looked at his boxer for a few moments, noticing how he clenched his fists with the veins in his arms standing out, and said a few last words. "Andy, do you know what time it is? You know what to do, finish it." Round 5 began at 0 o'clock with the bell ringing. Root's eyes sharpened and he felt his muscles burn with excitement. Issei also felt a surge of energy grow from within him, his blood boiling ready to come out. Box. Bam. The referee had barely given the shout and he jumped back when he felt the danger instinct at its maximum. Both boxers ended up colliding their fists when they threw across with their respective fists, making a thunderous noise. The two of them charged forward with a thunderous bang of their fists. Despite the recoil, they both began to exchange without retreating. Both attacked with quick combinations, but unlike before, now the impacts between their gloves were more frequent, causing small shock waves. Issei moved forward with a right upper that passed under a right cross, and the impact happened with fury towards the solar plexus. Bang. But the Ashen wasn't the only one to let out a grunt. In the middle of the blow thrown, this logo responded with a left hook to his ribs. He could play that a bag of bricks had hit him. For a moment he shook and felt the blow reach the other end of his body. But Root also felt how his abdomen contracted at the moment of receiving the blow, pressing on the pit of his stomach, but even so, neither wanted to back down. Stomping hard, they faced each other again. Both seemed to maintain their stance even as these blows resonated like war drums upon impact. Incredible, they are now much more aggressive than before. Not only that, it's as if from one moment to the next they are both stronger than before. The classmates were surprised by the sudden shift in the two men's fights, which became more of a brute force brawl. For their part, both members of the executive committee confirmed their suspicions about the man facing off against their classmate. Ira, that guy. Yes, now it is more than clear that it is a supernatural. The brunette kept up the pressure by sending a wide variety of blows that went in different directions, shaking his opponent's guard. Despite his height and bulk, he was losing ground, but his gaze remained fixed on his target, the jaw of the young man in front of him. But he felt that his fists didn't want to wait, and with his instincts on full blast, Haidu felt a chill run down his spine at the moment. Something painful was approaching, and when he stopped in his tracks to try to keep his distance. Bang. The powerful right overhand lands squarely against Issei's face. In no time, the Russian cut off all sense of space between them and delivered a devastating uppercut from above, sending the brunette's face flying backward and his sense of balance with it. He lifted his right foot off the ring canvas, but the Russian didn't stop and delivered a left uppercut that connected with the brunette's temple. Bang. Another devastating impact lands on Issei's head. Hold it. Keep your guard up. The two swordswomen cried out in concern. They had never seen him receive such a beating, and they considered that he hit hard. Issei, don't let yourself get hit like that. The blue one was surprised by the scream, but she also looked worried. Come on, Issei, what are you doing? Or so it seemed when the brunette stepped back, keeping his right arm covering his head, his forearm slightly red in the shape of a fist that pierced the glove. The Russian smiled for a moment that only his opponent could see. D5 equals LE at H, very good. His reflexes sharpened before the next blow that shook his guard. Now it's Root who attacks, keeping him at bay. The blows fell like heavy stones on the chestnut-haired man's guard, who for the first time felt his arms being shaken by the force of another person. Two hooks to the body made him stumble. He tried to stay away, but as soon as he managed to move away, the other man managed to catch up with him and punish his poor foot position. The cross shot at his face, but he turned his neck in time to minimize the damage. In that position he stepped forward, throwing an outside hook. Watch out below. Bang. That warning came along with a jolt. With a quick movement, the Russian stopped the blow by bending his arm, cutting the rhythm with his elbow, and threw an uppercut to the face. Our friend managed to bring his hand up to try to block it, but felt the weight of that blow, almost sending him back completely. The humidity of the place caused a small explosion around him. Issei, despite feeling that force, did not want to retreat any further, firmly planting his feet on the mat. If you don't start moving or dodging, I'm going to deactivate the seals at level 2. I can handle it, don't interfere. Meanwhile, in the red corner, Gaspar and Javier were very worried. It was strange to see him so defensive, as if he couldn't attack at any time, and when he did, they always countered him effectively. This is bad, it's the first time Issei-senpai has been cornered. He can't get into his guard and can't even land a punch. Both watched the exchange with concern. The brunette was trying to level the score, but he was losing ground, and his punches only managed to connect with Issei's guard without causing any apparent damage. But Marcus maintained a more serious look, remembering the reason for this fight and why he had asked him to be Issei's coach tonight. Flashback. Are you sure about this? It's like sending a child against a bear. If I am, that's what you need now. Both were talking in the office of the store belonging to Joe. While the old man was preparing to go with Macias, he asked Marcus to come and take care of the three in the fight that the Sekiryuutei would have. The boy has potential, there is no doubt about that, but his way of fighting is at least strange. You're implying that he's not fit for the rookie tournament fight. No, on the contrary, he is more than ready, but this fight needs him urgently. But why? We've seen him fight, he's more than capable of taking on the challengers. I know, and I'm glad that he sees boxing seriously, that he puts his all into growing, but his problem. He looked at the black-haired boy and pointed at his temple as if it were a gun. With this the boy was able to understand. It is here, your square vision will not let you advance. And you move forward. Unless you break the mold, your style will be affected by not knowing how to react to a situation that overwhelms you in strength or skill. Is that why you showed him the videos of those two? Exactly, maybe it wasn't exactly a training, but I could give them a surprise. With a confident smile he finished getting ready. For his part, the black-haired man hesitated for a few moments. After all, his friend is not one of those who would do something like that, either out of pride or that he would simply be incapable of even considering that. I hope you're right, otherwise pray that his fists can knock him out before that guy tears him apart. Have some faith and he will know when to change and adapt. I pray that it is so. The albino smiled and looked at his watch. It was time to leave. I have to go, I'll leave the rest to you. Patting her shoulder, she was responded to with an equal gesture. Good luck in the capital and don't go for the escorts. You take the fun out of it, Marcus. Flashback end. Come on, Issei, stop playing like a tantrum-throwing child and think about what to do. The Russian's wild burst of blows was leaving the chestnut-haired player in a very cornered position. Issei. Don't get involved. The next blow landed on his side, followed by another and another in quick succession, followed by a hook that entered beneath his loose guard, sending his head slamming back sharply. With his limited vision, he caught the incoming fist with a cross, and for a moment his head went blank, had he never considered that his strength wouldn't be enough to advance. In the stands many were shouting with excitement, but 5 girls watched this with fear, on the verge of shouting for him to avoid it, without considering that their shout would arrive too late. Aibu. This is the end of the young promise Hayadu Issei. Well, there's always a first time, and he always had to learn it the hard way. It's the only way to get it through his thick head. His muscles relaxed, lowering the guard on his left side and partially his right arm. It seemed his will had given up on making it through this fight. Will you shut up, Drake? I'm about to evolve once again. What happened next was something no one expected. Bang. Androvich's head is thrown back. Indeed, from one moment to the next, Issei twisted his body to avoid the blow and enter with an upper from below, with a slight inclination to rumble on the gray-haired man's jaw. Even with a little room to react, it managed to connect effectively, for a moment making him lose track of where he was and almost fall, but he managed to regain his strength to recover. As they both prepared to respond with another blow. The bell rang, ending the round. Issei miraculously managed to recover to respond, but he didn't win that round. If the fight goes on, he'll most likely lose several points. Once both were in their corners, they were quickly attended to check their condition. The crowd was amazed, and their exclamations were clear, surprise and relief from some. From Kuo's group, they let out a soft cry stifled by nerves. That's how it's done. Now go for his head. Well, 3 were calmer than Masami and Kiryu, but they were glad that he was still in the fight. Always giving one surprise after another. I mumble something under the blue-haired girl's gaze as she looks at the boy. In the ring, Gasper seemed quite relieved that his friend was still in fighting condition, but now they had a points disadvantage. For his part, the green-haired man breathed a sigh of relief that his stubborn companion had returned with his head in its place. Well, more or less. If your plan was to lure him into a counter-attack, there were better ways to do it. It was either that or you started looking beyond your box. Fuck you and the old man. Despite his words, a small smile appeared. Even with it, the serious look did not disappear from his face. What else should I remember? You remember the tapes he asked me to get? It was so that you could somehow memorize his style or learn from them. I understand, I think I can remember his movements well, I can do it. Well, try to stay aggressive and don't let him breathe. Joe saw this coming, right? Rather, he planned it in advance. Remind me to greet him with a bang when we return. With a smile, the black-haired man finished treating his friend. His jaw was fine despite the blows, but it seemed that inside it began to bleed little by little. Gasper took care of that, removing some of the sweat with a towel. For his part, the Russian clenched his fist with a certain rhythm, his pulse was accelerating, but unlike at the beginning of the previous round, the emotion was mixed with a sense of dread alien to what he knew. That final blow was different, he couldn't say how, but he felt it. Brute. Are you listening to me? I'm sorry, but I can't be calm now, that boy is different now. His coach looked confused, giving a quick glance he noticed something different in the brunette, his gaze unlike what it was just a few minutes ago was calmer, but still with the intensity it had from the beginning. For a moment he felt a chill run down his spine. You can tell, right, it's like it's someone else now. Yes, it's exciting. I know, I want to go against him one more time. Noticing how his fighter was trembling slightly in his arms, but something seemed to have him quite excited, this became more interesting, but at the same time he felt that he was more dangerous than before. The bell was about to ring and the next round began, both corners cleared to leave the boxers. Ibu, your head is calmer now. I guess so, but I still feel quite a bit of adrenaline in my blood. Drag the seal, maybe you? No, you still have your power sealed, congratulations, you learned something without me having to throw it in your face. A shrill laugh echoed in the brunette's head, who smiled amusedly but returned his focus to his opponent. His guard shifted, to the surprise of the spectators and his opponent, lowering his guard almost disregarding it. His left arm lowered to waist level horizontally, and his right arm was brought closer to his chest, his fist cupping his chin, maintaining a sideways stance. Now we'll see what you're made of, Issei. Ura's comment confused the others a little, but they still kept their eyes fixed on the boy's figure, eager to see how he would continue. In the same way, his opponent felt even more interest in the man standing in front of him. Come on, show me what you got. And with the sixth round bell, the albino advanced like a truck towards the brown-haired man who stood firm against the attack. Underworld. In a certain office occupied by a young adult with blood-red hair, wearing a suit reminiscent of the fashion of the classic Victorian era, he was looking attentively at a letter that had been provided by his queen, who was at his side holding a box the size of a somewhat larger music box with red and green edges. The rest of the body was painted black. We all know what these two look like, XD. A small smile appeared on her face, but an almost imperceptible expression of anguish passed over her beautiful face, a worrying feeling passed through her. So these belong to Issei-kun. He turned in his chair to see the box, on top of which was the emblem of Beelzebub. He brought his hand closer to open the box and see the pieces, he was very curious. Slap. Ouch. Don't touch Surzich-sama, this belongs to Issei Haidu. The maid clarified with a serious and reproachful look towards her master, who only rubbed his slapped hand. Come on, Grafia, aren't you going to tell me you're not curious? They're Issei-kun's pieces, they're sure to be amazing or irregular, all of them. I want to see them. A stern and annoyed look silenced the man who, with a shiver, obeyed the tacit order given by his wife. A disappointed sigh escaped his lips as he let his head fall on the table. All day this was the most interesting thing that happened, and it turns out I can't get a look in, what a killjoy you are. This bothered the woman a little, and she looked around a bit before a somewhat vague smile appeared. Oh, so your majesty wants something fun to do. The Gremory heard the unusual flirtatious touch in the voice she used, which sent a pleasant shiver down his spine. It had been a long time since he had heard such a sweet tone in her voice. Grafia. No, don't turn around yet, wait a moment for me to finish. The king of the underworld's heart raced and he loosened his neck a little. Inside he danced with excitement. After years of doing nothing he will return to action. Today the Crimson Beast is back on the rampage. Everything is ready. He turned around proudly with a gallant face which deflated and turned a sickly blue when he noticed the silver-haired woman smiling sweetly and next to her several boxes of papers that she had separated to leave them as last priority, and they were several boxes whose paperwork exceeded the height of the boxes, creating exaggerated columns of documents. You're going to have fun doing all the paperwork you've been avoiding, and I'm going to enjoy watching you. What's so funny about that? The box in the woman's hands emitted a soft cyan glow that they couldn't notice, lasting only a blink. Underworld House of Gremory. Through the hallways of the grand structure, 3 people could be seen walking toward what must have been the main hall. A spacious room decorated with fine furniture and lit by candelabras, velvet armchairs with delicate embroidery, a small glass table in the middle of the seats, and various tables holding fruit or valuables. Wow, the Gremorys sure don't bother with the expenses. One of the 3 guests at the castle admired the place with a certain awe. The sight seemed almost unreal, but it was real. The newcomers to the room were 2 men and a woman. The speaker was a burly, fairly tall adult wearing a midnight blue shirt with matching pants, a sort of trench coat or cloak trimmed with lush fur, draped over his shoulders, and a deep dark green scarf around his neck. He wore dress shoes with gold tips and wore a prosthetic left hand. He had a relaxed or serious look on his face, adorned by a scar that runs from end to end, dividing his face at the level of his nose, with black hair swept back, and was smoking a cigar. The prosthesis is not the hook, it's a mechanical hand. What can you expect from rich people like them? It seems you don't have much imagination, old man. Using a mocking tone towards the man a few steps away, the young woman showed a cheeky smile showing her pronounced fangs. She wore a white dress with pink embroidery in one piece that reaches to the knees, but in the back it seems to divide in two. The dress is held through the neck, along with straps that start at the rib area and meet in the back between the shoulder blades forming a spider shape, leaving a good part of her skin exposed to the waist where it becomes one piece again. Having two cuts on the sides joined by black straps or ribbons with low heels of a soft pink color. Her face was in simple words beautiful with an eye patch covering her left and right eye showing its purple color, jet black hair flowing loose with pink bangs. And you're still with the same sharp tongue as always, one of these days your loose mouth will get us into trouble. If that were to happen, it would be because they are a bunch of faggots who can't take shit. As vulgar as ever, your mouth is worse than a sailor's. And what do you care, old cesspool? You're not even my father telling me how the hell I should talk. While these two were arguing, the person in front of them walked at a leisurely pace, letting out a smile upon hearing these two. 10 years and those two will never change. Shaking his head in amusement, he focused his attention on one of the armchairs to rest while he awaited the arrival of his host. His short white hair was arranged to match his attire. A white shirt, black tie, a blue suit and matching pants with a belt holding them on both hands, and he wore red-fingered gloves and black shoes. Ignore that he is one-handed. I think they shouldn't take long, they're not really the type to keep you waiting. The two companions stopped arguing to sit near their leader, the eldest of the three staring at the main door with some intrigue. Is something bothering you? It's not that, I just wonder what kind of presence they will have. Knowing what they are like from the interview with the muscle brain, don't get your hopes up, they're probably just a bunch of useless idiots. Confidence was palpable in the words of the young woman who crossed her arms and placed her legs on the glass table. Don't be so confident, they managed to defeat Sekiryuutei and considered one of the new kings of hell, and put your feet up, it will put the Astaroth house to shame. Then first. The one who defeated the lion was the Sekiryuutei, don't give one's merits to the others, and in second the house can't be more ashamed since that traitorous little shit. The two argued again, rather heatedly. The brunette showed disgust toward the deceased Iodora and raised her middle finger toward the dark-haired man, only managing to frown while blowing smoke out of her mouth in annoyance. Suddenly, her cigar froze where it touched her lips. I would be very grateful if you would not smoke in the common room, Sir Crocodile. Yes, now I understand, Miss Lucifuge. Taking the cigarette out of his mouth to squeeze it in his hand, breaking it into pieces that then disappeared in his palm into grains of sand. I'm sorry for the weight and Graphia's attitude, she's very strict with the rules. The well-known Reed approached at a leisurely pace with a friendly smile accompanied by Akeno and Kiba. The maid Colorado stood aside until they reached their places before snapping her fingers, and some maids entered with snacks for the guests, followed by two women who brought some teapots to serve the others. As soon as the appetizers were served, the girl rushed to eat without much manners. I give up, this girl doesn't have a shred of manners. The dark-haired man leaned back on the armchair tiredly, drawing a small laugh from the albino who decided to give the man a hand. Jury, be a little more polite, we are visiting, and we must give a good image. Fine, whatever you say, boss. She looked at him as if he were crazy, but then clasped her hands together as if in supplication, to which she reluctantly agreed, eating a little more controlledly. They seem to be very lively. The fallen hybrid expressed amusement at the scarred man's snort of annoyance at the young woman's lack of respect for him. The young man, barely a few years older than them, accommodated himself once he had the reason to be right in front of them. Okay, formalities aside, it's better to get to the heart of the matter. The young man was quite energetic about it, and Rias opted for a more serious demeanor along with her two companions. The two companions of the gray-haired man also became attentive. I am Nero Astaroth, belonging to the second branch of the House of Astaroth and current heir by decision of the council of the same house. It is a pleasure to meet you, Rias Gremory. Even with a challenging smile he showed seriousness and politeness, his hand moved to the sides, emphasizing the two at his side. They are members of my nobility. Hey bunch of failures, I'm Jury Han, and I'm more than ready to kick your puny asses. I am Crocodile and I am Nero-sama's right-hand man. It is a pleasure to meet you in person. He is our beloved queen, the boss's favorite. Again with that. One introduced himself calmly, while the other was more abrupt, almost eliciting a small twitch from both girls and a nervous laugh from the blonde. Then, they exchanged words that made it harder for the blonde to hide his laughter. The dark-haired boy sighed, and the albino smiled. The crimson-haired girl calmed down and regained her composure to give her introduction. I am Rias Gremory, heir to the House of Gremory and descendant of the House of Vale. It is a pleasure to meet you, Nero-san, current heir to the House of Astaroth and its dependents. It's a pleasure to meet you Nero-sama, my name is Kibayudo the Knight of Rias-sama. It's a pleasure I'm Akeno Himejima the queen of the group. Each one introduced themselves as they felt most comfortable. For some reason the priestess and the martial artist looked at each other in such a way that some swore they saw some kind of lightning colliding with each other. Before the two could break out into a rather aggressive conversation, the eldest of those present diverted the conversation. Apparently, the one who has stood out the most in the past year is not among you. This somewhat relieved the tense atmosphere that was formed by the two females and made the two women of the Gremory group feel a little affected, so the only man in their group spoke up. Currently Issei-kun is quite busy with a personal matter, so he couldn't attend the meeting, partly because we were given the news when he was already busy. I see, it's a shame I would have liked to meet the acclaimed Op-Eye Dragon in person. I'll have to wait for the official meeting to announce the game and be able to meet him. He looked somewhat discouraged by that answer but didn't stop smiling. The guy with the scar was also disappointed. But I don't want to ruin this conversation with small things, as you know the raiding game between our houses ended in an unsatisfactory way. From here, both representatives of two of the 72 demon pillars began to agree to hold a new game between the two groups to erase the poor result of their fight against Diodora. They agreed that the game would take place at the end of next month to give them time to properly prepare, with a month and a half to complete the preparations. All that remained was to give their word and sign the agreed upon agreement. In this case Ajuka-sama asked them to use a different method to agree on the written pact. The silver-haired woman brought a small tray with two small sheathed daggers and both young men were able to interpret what they should do. Because Beelzebub-sama has a certain fondness for the customs of the samurais for their unconditional loyalty and commitment, he requests that a deal be made with a blood print. In these there are traces of his magical power that will help identify some kind of power other than his own. When the woman finished speaking, the first to stand up was the Asian woman, whose expression was unfriendly at this point. What the hell is this about? Aren't our word and commitment enough for you? At that moment when he tried to approach the white lady, another person also stood up to interfere with his outburst. Ara. Didn't you pay attention, dear? It's a direct request from Amayu, so you shouldn't jump to conclusions. Akeno chose to be firm and direct in confronting the young woman of Korean origins, seeing how the tension between the two women quickly rose, so both male members prepared to intervene. Yuri calmly. Akeno calms. Both girls controlled themselves so to speak, but continued to stare at each other intensely, seeing that they were both under some control of their masters. Lucifuge finished speaking. I regret that in some way we distrust your word young Nero, but this is a direct order from the four Mayus acting impartially towards any house being an obligation to carry out this agreement, otherwise the individual will be considered as a suspect of working with the Cows Brigade. Both sides understood that this was a security measure for the sake of their demonic community, possibly since the events of that raiding game this was considered a requirement. Each using daggers cut their thumb to leave their imprint on the contract. Similar to the movie 47 Ronin. Legend of the Samurai. Both prints took on a small shine as the paper absorbed the blood, turning the prints into two colors, one scarlet red and the other green, leaning towards a lemon green but more intense. The maid took the contract to carefully examine both prints. Once done, with a small magic circle, she sent the document to the mad scientist from hell. With this, the game between the two houses is officially agreed upon until they are called again to conduct a final interview with both groups before the game. I recommend that you train your body and mind until then. But that said, the woman left quietly, but not before lowering the temperature of the place and glaring at each other. I advise you not to cause a fuss, it is very difficult to clean blood stains when they freeze to the floor. Leaving the room and leaving everyone with a real scare, no one wanted to say anything until they stopped hearing Graphia's heels and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, I think it's time to go. It was really a pleasure meeting you in person, Rias-san. It was a pleasure anyway. I can't jump to a conclusion, but at first glance you are a really nice person, very different from Diodora. The two companions almost felt the urge to shout at the redeed, because of course they were bothered by such a blatant comparison, but for the master of these two it wasn't really bad, but in a way he was glad to make a good impression, and with a gesture he said goodbye to the three with his two servants following him. As she left, the young Asian woman turned around to look one last time at the raven-haired priestess, who made the "I'm watching you" gesture that was replicated by the girl with pink bangs. Akeno just looked at her in perplexity and snorted in annoyance for the first time. Well, that could have turned out better, don't you think? The blonde spoke with a certain grace, enjoying his friend's frustrated face. Yes, maybe at least we could agree on the terms of the game and the date it will take place, now we just have to prepare ourselves. Will Issei-kun agree? You know he's practically living separately from us now. The blonde's question made the young woman think about it. He still belongs to the Gremory clan and I am his mistress, I still have some authority over him. Despite his words, Kiba noticed the nerves in his voice, which worried him about his friend's reaction. Rias, are you sure about what you're saying? The Kendo intervened to question her friend, who just stared at her hands for a few moments and really questioned whether it was right to be so arrogant. But you let me talk to the first one, that way at least I can be sure he'll be a little more cooperative with us. I would appreciate it, Kiba-kun. Her soft voice reflected that even she wasn't sure of her authority over the brunette. With a nod, the blonde left first, leaving the two young women in their place. The Verdad sat back down on the couch, clasping her hands and lowering her darkened gaze, almost as if she'd collapsed after a hard day's work. Rias. I know the situation between us is very delicate, but I need his help with this. I will apologize to him, but it will be after this game between the two houses is over. Her friend stared at her for a long moment before walking over and patting her head to calm her down, which partially worked as she regained her composure. Do you know anything about him? About Issei-kun, only what Kiba-kun tells us, and as for our cupcake he bet again recently. Did he go to ask you for money? That was more than enough to change his mood radically with a frown. I'll go talk to him. It's a bit late, don't you think? If you have time to bet, you have time for us to discuss. Leaving the room, leaving a worried brunette wondering what to do, he finally sighed. These few days have been exhausting, with the preparations for this small meeting, the clarification of terms, and above all, the internal friction between the royal family members. With Kiba and Gasper remaining quite distant from the girls since the argument with Issei. With a tired sigh she picked up the leftover snacks and drinks, but as she did something slipped onto her wrist. Upon examining it there was a bracelet that had half a white heart with the word I love you on it. It was a souvenir that Issei had brought her after the mishaps in Kyoto. Remember not to tell Rias any of this, she'll probably get mad at me for not bringing one for her. Remember that they both decided it would be their little secret and that it was difficult for her not to show off the chestnut's gift to him. She delicately held half of the heart, admiring it and feeling the warmth of holding it between her fingers. She carefully removed it and placed it on the table. I already have someone else, I shouldn't carry this with me. Grabbing his things to leave, he left the small accessory on the table only for the same hand to grab it seconds later and carry it out of the room. Notice. No chapter, new fic, and idea donation. Before I get lynched. Yes, I know I should be working on the ones I already have that I haven't updated in months, but I just couldn't focus on any of them with all the different things that came to mind while reading other fics for ideas, or just because I liked them. I tried to put them aside once I wrote them down, but it proved impossible. So I decided to do what I most wanted to do, and that's how this statement was born. Later, you'll have time to kill me or come looking for me to beat the hell out of me, but until then, I ask for your humble attention and for you to join me on this little journey. First. I plan to publish 2 new fics, one is about Danmachi influenced by a certain game I managed to get, and I'll let you all find out once I publish what the prologue will be, which I suppose will be a piece of cake for you. And the other is from DXD, from a fan who gave me his idea a while ago, and after thinking about it for a bit, after writing a few chapters of one of the DXD fics, I plan to publish the first chapter of that fic. So I'll see how it's received and if you like it, I'll continue or if I'll leave it until further notice. Second. These are ideas that have occurred to me, but I don't have the time or ability to develop them as best I would like, so I will leave the ideas published with a small synopsis of what I thought, and if any of you are interested, please take it, only that I would ask for a brief mention of the origin of the idea. To keep this short, I'll leave the ideas below. Naruto Yakuza. Naruto Uzumaki, a young man from the fluorescent streets of Konoha, gets into trouble after owing a few debts in fights and bets, which forces him to rob a place that would give him a large loot if it goes well. But it turned out to be the property of a Yakuza leader, however he is given the opportunity to make amends for his offense if he performs a special job related to his collectors, being surprised when he discovers that his thug roots are not simply a product of his life on the streets, but that he inherited them. After watching some movies, the idea of seeing our blonde friend in the modern streets of Konoha like cyberpunk came to my mind, but without the bugs, well, maybe some, so it stayed in my head. The White Beast. The confrontation between Bel Cranel and Asterius during the Xenos incident did not end as it should have, or at least not as fate had planned. In their final clash something happened, both ended their lives with a last push during the descent into the dungeon, but their souls remained chained in the depths of the abyss. The dungeon gave birth to a being that wandered between the two worlds. That of men and that of monsters, perhaps a new hope. I tried to write a draft of what this fic would be like, even though I liked the result, I didn't see it as worthy of being published, or at least not yet, but the idea was still there, and I decided to offer the idea for someone interested to try it out. Spider-Man. Shadow Web. What if the noblest character you've ever known fell so low that even his villains feared him or were killed by him, but why stop at just one? Why not bring together a group of the most dangerous arachnids ever seen? And as icing on the cake, an invasion of the 616 universe to find the one who holds the key to the web of life and bring hell to every universe. I think you can see where I got my inspiration from, if not that I practically copied blatantly the dark multiverse from Batman, but I don't regret it and it's not the worst thing I've done, but I think this is something that will stay with me because of how the Spider-Verse of the comics and the heirs turned out, and I thought the only thing powerful enough to defeat him is him. The XD, the horseman of the apocalypse, God's creation for the final judgment, got out of control, and he had to take charge of their existence, but he never expected that the power of these four entities would transcend to a sacred gear independent of the heaven system. Now free are four long incapable of the greatest chaos and absolute salvation, and one of them is in the hands of a pervert. During the holidays I got addicted to Darkriders, and this curious idea came to mind. Could he be an ally? An enemy? Or someone who only looks out for his own interests? I want to see what you guys do and I'll also make my own version. Well, these would be the main ones that came to mind. If any of them catch your attention, let me know and we can continue without any problems. Without further ado, I say goodbye and I hope to be able to upload the prologue as soon as possible. As for the ones already published, I'm still working on them and writing now that my head is calmer. I hope to normalize all this or simply focus on two and move them forward. Now, you can light the torches and lynch me however you like, I just hope you leave my bed and bathroom. Without further ado. Arc 2. Rise of the Dragon Chapter 5. A stroke of luck and misfortune on the way. 6th round. The fight between the two boxers had barely begun when the thunderous clash of fists against each other's guards or between each other's fists was heard. This time, Issei used footwork to stay on the move, avoiding the Russians' constant attacks. The combinations from the man from the snowy climate were incessant and intended to punish the slightest mistake by the brunette, forcing him to raise his guard even more for not being able to move in time. The impacts were capable of making him flinch even if he kept his feet planted on the ground, violently shaking his guard, but it wasn't enough to make him doubt his actions. With each combination, he left opportunities for clean blows due to his excessively open guard, thus risking each movement to punish the recklessness of the man who presented himself as a tough guy. But Issei still didn't have the same experience and greed as the boxer he was facing, and that led him to a corner where, seeing himself closer, he prepared his body in case he received a devastating blow. Brute leaned forward, entering under his guard, preparing a right-handed strike, using a hook as a feint to force a guard change, turning it into an uppercut that gained more force when he rose and landed squarely in his stomach. The chestnut tree was lifted a few inches off the ground and thrown backward, but managed to minimize the damage by using its right forearm as a shield and gently jumping backward. His arm felt numb for a few moments before regaining his posture and going directly after him. Using his waist and neck, he avoids a series of jabs that sought to stop him, but when entering short-range terrain with his left hand ready, he landed a blow to the temple. When the albino's head was disturbed by the blow, the next thing that followed was a quick combo to his right side to the ribs, then to the liver and solar plexus. Issei manages to recover and delivers a precise combo to Root's lower body. The brunette tried to get away, but didn't count on Androvich stopping him with his own leg, connecting with a left cross to his ribs, which this time suffered a strong punishment, eliciting a groan of pain from the young boxer. He stepped back in the direction of the blow to regain his stance, the blow was so strong even at that distance. I guess it was foolish to think I wouldn't have something to fight back against. He reproached himself for his carelessness, and when he moved forward with the Russian and returned to an exchange, the brown-haired player opted to play from outside, moving to his blind spots to the sides and launching strong combinations while he put him back in his field of vision. Each impact lands on the albino's guard or face, shaking him for a few moments, but not stopping his onslaught that targets the brown-haired man. As a result, he manages to land a couple of blows that momentarily stop the booster gear wear, but when doing so, he takes advantage of his greater combat flexibility and avoids the most lethal blows, punishing his right side, whether in the temple or in the ribs and liver. Androvich maintained his constant harassment, seeking to corner his opponent once again and punish his guard in midsection. You are fast, I admit it, I even have a hard time keeping up with you with only my strength enhanced by the moon, but if you are looking to wear me down, then you are very naive, Sekiryuutei. In a quick approach, the man managed to close the distance by throwing his body to the side, using his shoulder as a point to intercept the brown-haired man. The push took him out of rhythm, leaving him at his mercy. I got you. Once again his legs propelled him at inhuman speed despite the short distance, his right straight advanced quickly towards Issei's face, but at that moment he also noticed something approaching him. That. Coup. Both opponents' heads are sent back after that unexpected counter from Haidu. As soon as the bearded man lowered his body to launch that rocket punch, he was instantly met with a hook due to the force it carried this term, receiving a greater amount of damage at the moment. But the protagonist also couldn't avoid his imminent collision with his rival's fist, barely cushioning it with a movement of his head that deformed under the impact. The light steam on their faces showed that they were completely inhuman. Issei kept his balance by planting his right leg behind him as an auxiliary support and barely avoiding a fall. His head was pounding and he felt his face getting hot, especially his nose. Androvich once again lost his balance, but his body managed to reposition itself and avoid falling, with a pronounced sway due to disorientation, and when he finally regained his strength to stand up. Coo. 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 A frantic barrage of attacks was unleashed against him, his broken guard giving Issei ample time to launch his assault, while he was barely able to do anything in the first round. He regained his defense before the second round, but this time he was overwhelmed and forced to retreat step after step with each blow. He felt the blows making him tremble, this couldn't be possible, but he believed the surprise blow and feeling stunned. Just hold on until I have to catch my breath. His thoughts were interrupted when he felt one of the brunette's blows filter through his guard, surprised by the speed and precision with which it hit his jaw. Issei manages to land a powerful uppercut to Root's jaw. But the fairly orthodox position he had managed to connect again. Like a puppet with its strings cut, the Russian collapses to his knees before falling face first onto the floor. Fall. To your corner. The chestnut tree returns to its position where it is attended to by its team. In the stands, the spectators cheered as they saw how the young talent was exceeding their expectations, with a certain group of girls surprised and excited. That's how it's done, Issei. What a good stick. Hadis and Masami were the most euphoric, the brunette with glasses smiled satisfied by the boys' performance, but the remaining two were somewhat worried, since Issei for some reason had opted for a more aggressive fight to force a close combat. He still maintains his Yardia, but now he is punished more often, forcing him to use riskier counters. Something gave them a bad feeling, changing tactics so quickly and seeing how the brown-haired man allowed himself to lean on the corner. After a few seconds they saw how one of the assistants from his corner brought a bucket so that the young man would lower his head towards it. Oog. He stopped holding his breath to let out a good stream of blood coming out of his nose. Old man, they broke your septum. The Raven was concerned about the damage to his friend's airways. This could force him to fight slower, so as not to force his premature wear, but that was not his style. Issei, do you think you can finish him in the next round? Take it for granted. The fall count stopped and the man stood up again, stroking his chin as the pain remained. The green-haired man rushed to treat his bleeding or stop it until the bell of the round. Trying to staunch his blood, he prepared to continue the fight with the referee's affirmation, but the bell ended the round and both returned to the corners. Everyone in the stands was anticipating the next round. The four girls remained in anticipation after seeing their partner shed blood and now being treated. Did they break his nose? Well, it was to be expected that he would not come out unscathed after that exchange. Vera answered the brunette's doubt, but she also looked worried, even limiting their strength to simply superhuman. Both could cause enough damage if they concentrated every fiber of strength in their fist. Do you think Issei can lose? I don't think so, and neither does his opponent, they both know it. The blonde replied, she knew how stubborn and resilient Issei was, she had experienced it firsthand. But now Issei faces the possibility of a technical KO if the doctor determines that it would be dangerous to his health. Aika clarifies with palpable nerves. But we've seen Issei endure more than that. Masami whispered to her friend and entourage member Citri. These are the established rules, and neither they nor she know this, and it is better to keep up appearances. Making that clear, they waited for the bell to ring announcing the next round. While the brunette was being examined by his assistants, he kept his eyes fixed on his target. Gasper was worried when he saw how his senpai, not because of the clear blow. Okay, listen, time's up, you have to go out and go straight ahead and look for the KO in the next round and keep the blood going as best as possible. Now, after rinsing his mouth and nose, the boy nods. At that, Gasper decides to join in the conversation. Hey, I don't know if this is important, but have you noticed that Root-sen moves less throughout the fight now? This caught the attention of the others. The little boy explained the lack of mobility on the part of the opponent in the round that had just ended. This was taken as a good sign for the rest. Could that be due to accumulated damage? It could be, but this one has built up through the fight. The two veterans of the work gave their point of view. Throughout the rounds, Issei not only punished the albino's head, but also his body with enough force to slow him down little by little. Now that damage was beginning to show. Okay, if what Gasper says is true, you have the chance to stop him and land a good hit. Do you think you can do it? Simple. I think you got him all worked up, Marcus. Shut up, Javier. The Russian took soft breaths, the blows he landed began to hurt more and more. My body feels heavy, but even in my human form, I should be able to withstand its blows. His coach was saying something but he wasn't listening, his gaze was fixed on his opponent. Squeezing his hand every few seconds, feeling spasms in his muscles, the strangest thing was the slight dizziness he began to experience. His head didn't seem to be in its place, and he saw how everything was rocking. What happens now? Brute. Are you listening to me? Ha. Sorry boss. With no time to explain things again, the trainer had to simply tell him to try another punch to the face. If he managed to achieve the same effect, they could win by knockout or technical knockout due to the injury. As much as he didn't like the idea, he knew he couldn't let the rounds go any further, otherwise that kid would keep him under more pressure. That kid learns quickly and adapts well to his situation, too bad I can't make it so easy for him. Round 7. At the bell, both walked to the center, ready to resume their fight. At the referee's signal, both took possession, and as soon as the signal came, both charged at each other. The blows resonated with each clash, both engaged in a close-range fight, with the brunette still surrounding him every time he had the opportunity, seeking to punish either the head or the body with quick and strong blows. Even so, he managed to defend himself from some, showing his increased resistance by enduring and responding to the blows. But the threat of a direct blow to the face was latent. Each blow dealt left him open to a counterattack, and several crusaders had already grazed his face. Androvich tried to stay close to the chestnut tree by maintaining a constant siege. He tried to corner him again, but it wasn't going to work twice, so he tried again. Goo. If it weren't for his reflexes, he would have been hit by an overhand. Haidu almost manages to connect a blow from above, but is blocked by Root's arm. In the short struggle, the brown-haired man applied force to push him away in a brutal manner, but he took advantage to launch a charged uppercut, which he narrowly missed, thanks to the movement of his head. However, that did not prepare the Sekiryuutei for a hook to his ribs that made him grunt and lift his legs off the ground. Oog. His ribs cracked softly and his breathing faltered, almost making his effort in vain. She regained her balance to charge at the man, closing the gap between the two with a right-handed cross that connected with elbows from the side, breaking his guard and receiving a left hook to the face, shaking her head back. Another hook from his right to the ribs, another to the liver, followed by another and another, punishing his limited mobility. My legs feel heavy. He felt himself losing strength in his abdominal area and on his sides, planting his legs on the canvas, he took each blow and left the rest to his endurance. He lunged forward, cutting off a jab from the other fighter and landing another uppercut to the solar plexus. Oog. But the boy responded at the same time with a hook again to the ribs. The chestnut's feet were firmly planted on the ground, an overhand to his chin disconnected him for a moment, and that was when the Sekiryuutei took advantage to punish his body with a shower of blows. 2, 4, 6 and 7. Powerful blows were dealt to the motherland, but out of greed for one more blow, Issei did not see when he regained consciousness and with a deflection of his left forearm. His leg stopped his retreat and propelled his body forward, preparing his arm. Their gazes met again and they cut off a straight right from the albino that hit the young man's cheek, which was more than enough to leave him stunned. It didn't connect. In an instant the bearer of the longinus twisted his neck towards the blow, followed by his body. Their gazes met in that brief moment. Impact. Boom. The left-footed blow connected against his temple and near his ear. Root's head was thrown to his left by the shock, and for a few moments his sense of balance was lost. He regained his guard position and managed to stay on his feet, but his surroundings felt very strange, and his head was stunned by a strange ringing in his ears. What's that? He found himself confused at the moment. It was the first time in years that he had experienced something like this, and without understanding what had happened, something hit him. Goo. Click. He felt his body lose strength, his head go blank, and finally a pain that lasted for a moment in his chin. Issei has connected a hook to the temple and a devastating upper to the jaw. Even with the blows landed, he prepared to throw another one, but the referee stepped in his way to stop him. The brunette was momentarily shocked, but when he saw his opponent fall to the ground again, this time the fall was different. His body collapsed almost instantly as his knee hit the ground, followed by another, and he plummeted down without guard. Taff. The albino's body ended up on the canvas. Androvich is down. He's on the canvas. The referee sent the young man to his corner and began the count. The girls were scared, worried only to be surprised when the brunette connected with those blows and then see the fall once again, but this time the referee, after counting a few seconds, approached to check the man's condition. Do you think it's over? That seems. Both the kendo friends and the supernatural girls were expectant until the count stopped and the referee, with both hands, indicated that his opponent was out of combat. And Issei has managed to knock Androvich out. Incredible. After seeing how things seemed to make it difficult for him, the young man has managed to pull off a stroke of luck. But that announcement, the fight ended, with the referee raising his arm in a sign of victory, while the albino gradually regained consciousness. The stands cheered at the young promise's victory, while the girls were relieved and happy to see him as the winner, while the two friends were embarrassed to remember how truly embarrassing this was. "I beat him. Ha 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 ha." The blonde let out a good laugh at her friend's victory, along with the two girls who looked at her with an uncomfortable smile at seeing her so euphoric, but she was also happy for him. "It's a relief to see that he won. Did you doubt it? In case I started bleeding again, if I had worried." The lively atmosphere continued even after the two fighters left. The group of girls decided to leave the amphitheater and head backstage to a group of journalists. After all, it wasn't every day that a rookie faced and won against a professional with years of experience. "I think we'll have to wait until things calm down a bit. Hopefully, we'll at least be able to congratulate him on his victory." Once back in the rooms where they took a shower, the man who had been struck down by that surprise blow. He brought his right hand to his ear, waiting for a moment to cover it. Shhhhhhhhhhh. There was a white noise he had heard upon waking up. He ignored the need to inform his coach for the moment until he was more certain of what was happening, but his hearing had not yet returned in his right ear. "Nothing, eh?" Lowering his hand and drying himself after finishing his shower, he changed into a clean set of clothes to go out. "Everything okay, kid?" The coach was waiting for him, sitting quietly in one of the seats next to the team that always accompanied them. A smile from the albino, with his relaxed and friendly attitude. "Of course, boss. That guy surprised me with how he adapted in each round. I was hoping to see more, even if that guy managed to retain that little problem." Getting up from his place to walk towards his oldest protege. "I guess luck would have it that Joe's new project won this time. That blow he landed on you really left you seeing birds." Both assistants joked a little about the outcome, and he just couldn't deny that now. "Yeah, that guy, I want to see how far he goes. Do you think I can get through to him?" "I don't deny that I could challenge him, but I doubt his victory against that combat enthusiast." A small silence filled the small room before the man spoke again. "What does that matter now? Let's go and get something to eat. I'm starving." With our brown-haired friend, things calmed down after a few questions following their fight, and they were finally able to leave peacefully. Of course, when they entered the hallways they ran into the girls. "Hey? You guys, what are you doing here? What a way to welcome us after we came to see you fight. You really have attacked with words." Miura was quick to refute her words, to which the brown-haired girl, with a hand on the back of her neck, only managed to shrug before being approached by the older blonde. "You did great, Issei. You were great." She, out of emotion, brought the brunette's head to her chest, embarrassed by the boy, drawing a laugh from the blue-haired girl and Kiryu, but the other two pouted at the scene. "Mama Sami doesn't need the apapacho." With her face red as her face was close to his chest, she could almost smell the scent of soap on his skin. Ahem, back to the topic. The two young women from the kendo club and a certain young woman with glasses approached once the blonde left at her friend's request. They were somewhat nervous because it was strange after so many awkward moments between the three of them during their time at the academy. So the two girls walked away to talk to their friend's two companions. "Are you Haidu-senpai?" "That's right, nice to meet you both." Marcus gave a friendly greeting to both of them, while the green-haired man whistled. "The guy is a lucky bastard, having pretty girls coming to see him. What a son of a..." It didn't end because he received a jet black sape. "More respect, I'm sure they'll split you in half." Okay, I'll keep quiet." Shaking his head he turned back to the two girls. "I'm sorry for my friend's innate stupidity. It's nice to meet Issei's friends." "Same here, I'm grateful that you've been taking care of Haidu since then." "Well, things started the other way around, but we will do our best to take care of the brown-headed one." With a thumbs up, both assured that they would take care of their comrade at least outside the ring. Once inside he can manage on his own. "We would be very grateful." The blonde ended the small exchange between them. The other four, for their part, were calmer once the inconvenience had passed. At least the most tense points had been ironed out, and at least they could talk more freely. After a few minutes, everyone headed toward the exit and soon had to say goodbye as they would be taking different forms of transportation. They clearly said goodbye with a kiss on the brunette's cheek, well, almost all of them, since both Yura and Murayama, out of embarrassment, only gave him a hug, and Issei swore he heard a "How lucky the ugly ones are," and during his walk. The brunette saw his recent opponent on his way to relax, he noticed it, and with a relaxed greeting he said goodbye to him, and the brunette responded to that nice gesture. Sunday. The day our good friend hopes to spend a peaceful day without worrying until tomorrow when he will return to his studies, getting up after his body has taken the necessary rest and waking up with renewed spirits. When he went downstairs, his mother was already waiting for him with breakfast to start his day, but she didn't expect anyone else to be with her, and this was not a very pleasant visit for the young man. Hello Icon, nice to see you again. A brunette with twin pigtails was at the table next to her mother, who looked a little flustered by the fact that she couldn't stop the young woman from entering, she was too kind to others to tell her to leave. But it didn't mean he was very happy to see the angel of the Gremory group in his house. Hello Irina. It was clear how little fun he found seeing her here, she noticed that, in being honest, despite the courtesy when calling her as always, the contemptuous tone towards her was noticeable. What do you want? Eh? Can't I come see my childhood friend? No. The quick short answer made her flinch and shrink in her seat. Tell me, what do you want? Or why are you here? But the side to calm down and inquire again with his question, so getting angry wouldn't help much. The young Shidu settled down, still nervous at the gaze of her childhood friend, who tried to clear up her feelings of discomfort. I am here to deliver a message from Rias-san. I guess she didn't want to come by herself. Can I finish? Yes, go ahead, and I thought it would be a quiet day. She just pouted at the moment because of the lack of interest the brunette showed, but she remained calm. Rias told me she wanted to see you all at the club, she had a message or notice to give to you all. He only sighed after seeing that he had to leave to attend to whatever that woman wanted. Issei-chan. The brown-haired boy looked towards his mother, who decided to intervene in the conversation. I know you don't like the idea very much, but I think you should attend and avoid any further acrimony. I'm just saying this so that Rias doesn't end up doing something to anger you even more. Huh. Maybe, then you can be at peace. The brunette could notice the woman's intention, she just wanted that tension, although calm, that was there. He sighed for the third time in this day that had just begun, but he knew that she just wanted things to be calm, so. Okay, if you're going to see her now, tell her I'll be there, just give me the time. She wants to see them now if possible, she thought you would at least give me the chance to tell you. He squirmed a little in his seat as his childhood friend looked on, making him a little nervous. Okay, first let me eat something before I leave since you're here, have breakfast too. He smiled a little, still kind to her, but still tinged with resentment. His mother, on the other hand, was relieved to see that her baby was still the same, so she served breakfast after seeing him sit down. I know I'm going to regret this. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.